The protagonist was constantly trying to keep up with his brother, but even getting closer, he could not match him, which created a sense of dislike. The young man was immensely annoyed by the fact that his relative was always ahead of him, being one step ahead in every endeavor. His brother's excessive friendliness and concern, dictated by their blood ties, only added to the lad's growing resentment. Barely catching his breath after a grueling chase, the hero realized the depth of his misconceptions and erroneous judgments. He finally admitted to being an arrogant scoundrel, having previously denied it in every possible way, and considering such words nothing more than a joke. The bitter realization only caught up with him at that fateful moment when his brother let out his last breath. The young man wondered how he could feel such intense hatred for his only sibling. In reality, he was passionate about being his relative's equal rather than harboring a genuine hatred for him. His brother selflessly sacrificed himself to save the guy, and now because of him, the family man is dead while he himself, a lowlife, is still alive. Flying dragons, attracted by the scent of fresh blood, approached anticipating easy prey. With an embittered grimace on his face, the young man realized that he would soon suffer imminent death from the fangs of the hideous creatures. Deprived of the ability to escape because of his severed limbs, he resolutely drew his sword, preparing for one last desperate fight. The guy, looking at the rapidly approaching pack of bloodthirsty monsters, realized that in the end he would still die. Before his inevitable death, he longed to take as many of these loathsome creatures with him to the grave as possible. Waiting until the hated creatures were close enough, the young man swung his sword with a fierce shout, ready to fight. Suddenly, a blinding beam descended from the heavens, marking the beginning of something truly incredible and unfathomable. Stunned and shaken to the core, the guy froze in place, unable to comprehend the meaning of what was happening. As the bright glow began to gradually dissipate, the legs and tail of the monster appeared to his astonished gaze. Finally, the glow disappeared completely, and the young man could see his opponent in detail, a creature like a human, but with majestic wings, sharp horns, and a long tail. At the sudden appearance of this mysterious creature, the flying dragons froze in midair as if paralyzed. The protagonist, just like them, froze in genuine amazement, vainly trying to comprehend what was happening. The boy mumbled something inaudible in surprise, noticing that his trusty sword had cracked, unable to withstand the strain. The Dragon King himself appeared before him, but the young man was absolutely sure that he had killed every last one of them. The young man lost loyal comrades fighting shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy, and the pain of loss pierced his heart. He had even lost his hotly beloved brother, but he was firmly convinced that he had managed to destroy every single royal blood dragon. However, the boy did not feel the power coming from the mysterious creature. It seemed strange to him, like a deceptive mirage. The creature said, with a faint note of sadness in its voice, that the young man was all alone, and the others seemed to be dead already, a serious problem indeed. An alarming thought flashed through the boy's mind that the enemy could be much more frightening and powerful than the terrifying Seven Kings, and his eyes clearly reflected the realization of the looming threat and primal fear. The protagonist clearly understood. Now it does not matter who exactly stands in front of him, the main thing, at any cost to destroy the enemy before it is too late. With these thoughts, the young man resolutely placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing for a decisive fight. The creature suddenly spoke thoughtfully, suggesting that he should do a certain thing, but the boy didn't even bother to listen to its words. The young man, ignoring his opponent's words and overcoming the unbearable pain in his entire body, took another step forward, clearly realizing that he had only one chance for salvation. He supposed that this way he could reach the enemy with his weapon and deal him a decisive blow. When he succeeded, the lad realized with all clarity that he could not delay a second and had to act immediately before the enemy came to his senses. The creature, noticing that the young man was preparing for a swift attack, muttered, urging him to delay his attack a bit, but it was too late. A deafening sound wave pierced through the hero's entire body, causing a distinct and painful sensation as if flesh was being separated from bone. For one brief moment, a blinding white light flashed before the boy's eyes, making him squeeze his eyes shut. But immediately, the dazzling whiteness began to be rapidly replaced by something dark and mysterious, resembling an ominous passage into the unknown. The next moment, the young man found himself standing before some beautiful city, which fully confirmed his incredible assumption. He stood stunned, not knowing how to interpret what had happened. And then, a thought flashed through his mind. Had he really gone back in time? He remembered his teacher's instructions that students should have memorized by heart to deeply understand the philosophy of dragon slayers. The mentor claimed that a dragon slayer must slay monsters, and the underlings were obligated to live up to that title. The teacher emphasized the importance of the students' mission to destroy the monsters who ruthlessly take the lives of innocent people. Whether slaying dragons becomes a vocation, a task, or a pastime, the key is to remember the raison d'etre of the slayers of these creatures. The Academy principal solemnly welcomed the new recruits to become part of the great Aradium family. Looking around at the sea of excited faces, the legendary Aradium Academy, founded 7 centuries ago, was deservedly considered the best institution for training dragon slayers. Looking around, the young man realized that today was the day of his admission to the legendary academy. He looked around fearfully, trying to figure out where the battlefield and the monster had disappeared to. Was it really just a dream? Confused by what had happened, the hero was most concerned about the strange sensation in his arm, like an echo of a recent battle. Mentally cursing the royal dragons, the hero tried to gather his thoughts and realize his unexpected time travel. A horrifying memory of his brother falling into a bottomless abyss, screaming that Rude must not miss any of the vile creatures, flashed before his eyes. The mysterious creature pondered the possible consequences of a complete extermination of the dragons, and the need to bide some time. A tear rolled down the hero's cheek at the thought of returning to the past, for he doubted the existence of such magic, and the dragon could hardly use it. Doubting the reality of what was happening, the guy tried to figure out if his recent opponent was really a dragon. Demon King or mutant, it didn't matter. To the young man, they were all just pathetic lizards to be exterminated. Realizing the uniqueness of his chance, the hero vowed to himself to slay all dragons, no matter what it cost him. The lad was determined to prevent the death of his brother and comrades, so he immediately headed forward. Suddenly, someone called out to the young man, causing him to turn around, and genuine surprise was reflected on the hero's face. It turned out to be a red-haired girl, anxiously inquiring about his well-being and the reason for his confused look. Instantly recognizing his old friend, the hero remembered her dying words about the need to live for the sake of all fallen comrades. By carelessly stating his full name, Hennis Hafle, the young man confused his interlocutor with his knowledge. Surprised by the young man's knowledge of her, the girl inquired about it, making the hero inwardly shudder with fear of changing the course of events. Trying to explain his awareness, the hero referred to Hennis's high scores among the freshmen, feverishly coming up with an excuse. Still slightly confused, the girl agreed with the young man's statement, puzzled about the source of his knowledge. Hennis attributed her concern to noticing the young man talking to himself and swearing, suggesting he had a mental disorder. Turning around, Hennis remarked with a laugh that Aradium rarely admitted crazies, and while everyone here was of average level, this was the first time she'd seen a true lunatic. Hennis's acerbity and directness evoked warm feelings in the young man, reminding him of earlier times and increasing the feeling of returning to the past. Exasperated by the young man's smile, Hennis assumed his perverted tendencies, forcing Rude to hastily apologize for his strange behavior. Hafle, softening slightly after the young man's sincere apology, noted his realization of the ridiculousness of his behavior. The sudden start of the admission ceremony interrupted their conversation, and all the students were asked to stand up. One of the leaders of the academy began to read out a solemn speech about the realization of the dreams and hopes of those enrolled within the walls of Aradium. The red-haired girl stretched and sat down again, pointing out the tedious length of the speeches with a slight sigh of weariness. Hennis stared at Rude without averting her gaze, trying to unravel the mystery of his unusual behavior and strange knowledge of her. The young man understood the need to answer Hennis's curiosity, realizing that ignoring it would only increase her persistence and suspicion. Agreeing with the girl's comment, Rude heard her talk about the importance of patience as a basic skill of true mages. Sincerely admiring Hennis's words, the hero remembered how in his past life he had been impressed by her outstanding magical abilities. The girl, proud to belong to the famous Hafle mage family, inquired about the name of the strange newcomer. Introducing himself as Rude Donatos, he also said he came from the remote village of Diesel, which she had hardly heard of. The girl arrogantly stated that this was the first time she had heard the young man's last name and the name of his village, expressing surprise at how he had managed to get into Aradium. Hennis muttered that the guy must be completely clueless, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand, realizing that she had said something offensive again. Hafle remembered her mother's admonition to behave nobly, even with fools who would never reach the level of their family, for it was because of her manner of speaking that Hennis often quarreled with her parent. Looking at the nonchalantly seated interlocutor, the girl assumed that her words didn't seem to have hurt his feelings much, which puzzled the girl somewhat. Trying to nobly get out of the awkward situation, Hennis, coughing slightly, offered her help in case the young man didn't know something. Pointing to the opposite side, the girl explained that the people on the second tier were the leaders of the famous guilds. Hennis described how guild leaders look for and evaluate the most promising students early on for future collaborations. She mentioned the Sacred Fire Guild, one of the most prestigious organizations in the world of dragon slayers. Hennis then named the guild Dull Moon, a guild known for its unique methods of fighting dragons. Rude inquired about the presence of the leader of the Stalker Guild, knowing full well the future accomplishments and tragic fate of these organizations. Hennis started to talk about the possibility of a third-year assignment, but Rude interrupted her, having anticipated her choice, Sacred Fire. The girl confirmed Rude's guess, but emphasized that she hadn't chosen this guild just because of its superiority in the rankings. Hennis admiringly mentioned the leader of the Sacred Fire, the Empress of the White Flame, Lena Chernica, her role model. The girl admired Lena, a top-level fire mage wielding the rarest white flame, considering her a consummate master. The young man remembered that in the future, Lena would fall at the hands of the Dragon King, and her place would be taken by Hennis, who, obsessed with revenge, would eventually set herself on fire in an attempt to avenge the death of her revered mentor. The hero confidently stated that Hafle would definitely be in the Sacred Fire, withholding his knowledge of her future in the organization. Hennis, flattered by Rude's confidence, winked at him with a smile, considering her entry into the guild a done deal. Suddenly, a call came from the stage for Hennis to recite the oath, and the girl headed that way, while Rude noted to himself that everything was happening exactly as it had in his memories of the past. The hero thought that if his memory served him right, his brother should be out next, and as he remembered him, he clenched his fists convulsively, keeping his hands in his lap. Rude thought bitterly of his brother Asur, president of the council, an exceptional warrior who had died saving his younger brother. However, instead of his brother, student body president Jeremy Duville, whose name extremely surprised the protagonist, took the stage. Jeremy gave a welcome speech and told the freshmen about the global threat of dragons ravaging entire nations. Jeremy emphasized the Academy's status as the best institution for training dragon slayers, while the protagonist, listening intently, tried to make sense of what was happening. Duville emphasized that students must live up to the lofty title of dragon slayers, whether it be their vocation, assignment, or entertainment. Rude was immersed in memories of childhood battles with his brother, invariably ending in defeat, and Asir's jokes about how blinking often would make the younger one grow faster. The thought of a possible castling flashed through Rude's mind. His brother could be the president of the council, and Jeremy Duville could be his best friend in this reality. Deciding to check his class assignment, Rude headed away, ignoring Hennis's surprised exclamation asking about his sudden departure. Purposefully following the current student council president, Rude called out to Jeremy as he approached, intending to clarify the situation. The hero swooped down on the guy and began excitedly asking him about his brother, Asir Donatos, certain that the latter was supposed to be serving as president of the council. Trying to free himself from Rude's tight grip, Jeremy cautiously suggested that the said Acer might be on the student council, unbeknownst to him personally. Jeremy, keeping his tone friendly, asked Rude to explain the situation, admitting that this was the first time he had heard the name Asir Donatos, which puzzled the young man even more. Stunned by Jeremy's answer, Rude froze in amazement, unable to believe that his brother's best friend didn't remember him. Taking advantage of Rude's confusion, Jeremy hurried away, leaving the young man alone with troubled thoughts about his past and his absent brother. A frightening conjecture flashed through Rude's mind. Perhaps Asir Donatos, his brother and greatest warrior, simply did not exist in this world, which seemed unimaginable and terrifying. The bell rang, signaling the end of the enrollment ceremony, and all freshmen were asked to go to their classrooms. The hero, stunned by his assumption, could not believe in the possibility of his brother's absence from this world, considering such an idea completely unbelievable. However, allowing for the possibility of the truth of his guess, Rude realized with horror that Asir Donatos could have completely disappeared from this reality. An alternate version of events suggested that Asir, having returned to the past with stored memories of the future, simply failed to show up at the academy. Walking into the classroom and sitting down in his seat, the young man pondered if one of the two guesses was correct, and if the other turned out to be true, then all for the best. Hennis, noticing Rude's thoughtfulness, approached him and inquired as to the reason for his serious musings, trying to solve the riddle of his new acquaintance. The girl, coming close to the young man, leaned on the desk, finding herself face to face with the hero, awaiting his answer with evident curiosity. He cautiously explained that he was looking for a certain person, possibly studying at the academy, to which Hennis suggested contacting the Information Guild. The girl continued to list her options, mentioning that they could look at the student lists in the library. Without listening to her, Rude jumped up again, which irritated Hennis, who resented his behavior and regretted giving him advice. The boy headed for the library and Hennis followed him, reminding him that there wasn't much time left before classes started and expressing her displeasure at his desire to be late on the first day. Donato said he didn't ask her to follow him, to which the classmate calmed down a bit and replied that she was going to see if the young man was up to something. Hennis, not hiding her bewilderment, asked her friend the reason for his strange argument with the student council president, to which the young man calmly replied that he was simply asking a question. As she continued to follow Rude, the classmate couldn't stop criticizing his behavior, suggesting he had a mental disorder and attention deficit disorder. Noticing that Rude was going in the wrong direction, Hennis wryly asked if he even knew where the library was, calling him a fool. Taking the initiative, Hafle led him down the stairs, heading confidently towards the library. When she reached the right door, the girl carefully opened it and, looking inside, she couldn't hold back a delighted exclamation, amazed by what she saw. She was delighted by the incredible beauty of the central library, which exceeded all her expectations and imagination. Once inside, the companion looked around without hiding her delight, confessing that she had long dreamed of being here, which caused Rude to question her awareness. To her friend's question, Hennis wryly replied that any sensible person should study the location of important places in the academy before enrolling. The boy, ironically complimenting Hennis, mentally noted that he simply hadn't looked in the library in his past life, so he didn't know its location. Stepping back a little from his companion, he strained his eyesight and began to scrutinize the list, hoping to find information about his brother. Walking over to one of the shelves, Rude started to look through the books but found that it was a section with information on former students of the academy. The girl, exploring a nearby shelving unit, was delighted to find rare editions, including Ertani's Handbook of Herbs and the first edition of Understanding Magic, unavailable in regular stores. While Hennis marveled at the findings, the protagonist picked up one of the books and began looking for Asur's name. But to his disappointment, he didn't find it in the lists. The ancient dragon Sartnan is a dragon king with the power to control time and dimensions. Rude remembered that in the last battle before his return to the past, Sartnan had disappeared along with his brother's body, which raised new questions. Closing the book, the boy hopefully speculated that if the dragon wasn't dead but had traveled to another dimension, there was a chance his brother was alive as well. Turning around to call out to Hennis, Rude found that the girl was not around and began to look for her among the many shelves of the library. A few steps away from the shelves, a picture appeared before the young man. A girl was quarreling with the librarian, resenting the prohibition to take 17 books. The librarian patiently explained the rules, allowing a maximum of 3 books to be borrowed at a time, and reminded the freshman that classes had begun. Hennis grabbed 3 books and, shouting to Rude to wait for her, hurried after him, realizing the risk of being late for her first class. They ran swiftly down the empty corridor and, bursting into their classroom, were relieved to realize that they had made it just in time. Hafle, tossing the books on the table and sinking tiredly into a chair, asked her friend if he had found who he was looking for, suggesting alternative ways of looking. Rude briefly replied that he was looking for his brother, while the teacher began to greet the students, calling for attention and order in the classroom. The professor introduced himself as Daniel Gould and announced that he would be teaching a course on battles for a year. He also added that he would be their classroom teacher, and if students signed up to learn weapons or combat, they could see him more often. The instructor warned that the path to becoming a true dragon slayer would not be easy, comparing the training to going through all the circles of hell, while some female students marveled at the supreme rancher. Gould described the structure of the training, practicing in guilds in the 3rd year, writing a diploma, and taking an exam in the 4th, emphasizing the need for diligence and talent. Listening attentively to the professor, Rude concluded that without innate ability, even the most diligent efforts could be useless. He remembered how many humiliations and insults he had to endure in his past life to prove he had even a little talent. Concluding the introductory lecture, the class teacher wished the students to acquire many good memories for the upcoming 4 years of their studies. The students decided to take advantage of the moment and asked their class teacher about the distribution of rooms in the dormitory in an effort to get settled in the new place faster. Hafle, noticing that Rude was heading somewhere else again, irritably called out to him, pointing out that the dormitory was in the opposite direction. The girl thought ironically that the hero didn't know where the library was, but he knew where the dormitory was, and she was a little angry with her new friend. The hero mentally reiterated the Dragon Slayer's primary task of literally destroying these powerful creatures, determinedly heading somewhere. He understood that no matter what the battle, the physical condition of the fighter is always paramount in achieving victory. The territory of the academy was equipped with numerous training halls, allowing students to constantly develop their physical abilities, and the protagonist often went there. As he approached one of the halls, Rude looked inside and noted with satisfaction that everything looked exactly as it had in his memories. Taking off his jacket, the young man decided to test his current physical capabilities, starting with basic exercises on the bar. The first 10 pull-ups were relatively easy, but after the 20th, he was sweating profusely, feeling drops of sweat dripping down his body. After performing 30 pull-ups, the guy jumped to the floor and immediately sat down, feeling very tired and realizing how weak his body had become. He realized that such a result was natural for a 17-year-old, but he was not happy with his current physical form. Realizing that there was only a week left before dueling and combat classes began, Rude realized that there was disastrously little time to prepare. To avoid making the mistakes of his past life, Donatos decided to achieve results above his previous life by focusing on developing muscular strength and endurance. As he continued to warm up, the young man suddenly heard someone enter the hall, and turning around he was surprised to recognize a familiar figure, not expecting to run into her so quickly. The one who entered was another of Rude's comrades from a past life, Balac, a fighter who would in the future hold the title of King Unarmed. Rude was surprised to realize the discrepancy of events. In his past life, he had not met Balac in the gym before the midterm. Deciding not to dwell on the possible confusion of time, the young man preferred to focus on physical training, avoiding unnecessary interference in the course of events. Taking dumbbells, the protagonist began to exercise, but noticed that the new acquaintance watching him began to copy his actions. Moving to the bar with the extra load, Rude was amazed to find that Steros repeated after him, but chose a much higher load. As he began his barbell exercises, Donatos saw Balac copy his actions again, growing increasingly irritated. Unable to stand it, the young man threw the projectile to the floor and, angry, asked his opponent loudly if he was doing it intentionally to piss him off. Steros, not taking a break from trying to lift the huge weight, nonchalantly replied that he was just practicing, ignoring his interlocutor's indignation. Balac apologized for the possible misunderstanding and explained that he repeated the moves because of their perfection and precision of execution. A surprised Donatos asked again, to which he received confirmation. Rudd's weightlifting technique and shoulder work were flawless. Showing off his musculature, the new acquaintance wondered if Rude was a sports god, given the perfection of his movements. After introducing himself as a freshman, the protagonist learned that Balac, too, had entered his first year at the academy. Impressed, Steros announced that Rude would be his training mentor from now on, and asked permission to call himself apprentice. Irritated by such pressure, the protagonist categorically refused the offered role of teacher. The number 3 open stadium was admonished on the importance of choosing a primary weapon that influences one's fighting style. Professor Daniel encouraged students to try new weapons beyond the familiar tools. Students selecting equipment marveled at the lightness of the swords, suggesting they were specially made for novice fighters. Discussing the quality of the weapon, newcomers noted its suitability for real battles after a little tweaking. The red-haired girl approached the instructor to inquire about the necessity of choosing a weapon for a future mage. After receiving an affirmative answer and advice on the importance of weapon ownership, even for mages, Hoffley approached the counter, scrutinizing the arsenal on display. Rude quietly recommended his friend's choice of dagger, noting the convenience of its storage and the ability to magically resize the blade. Remembering Hennis's skill with the dagger in close combat in a past life, the young man was convinced his advice was correct. The joyful girl chose a dagger she liked, looking at its details and features with interest. Noticing the sword in Rude's hands, Hennis wondered if that was the weapon he was going to use. Instead of answering, the young man abruptly withdrew his blade from its sheath, demonstrating a confident mastery of the sword. Surprised by such a quick choice of a friend, the friend noticed that others put on whole shows trying to feel the weapon. Unaware of the classroom teacher's observation and admiration, Rude carelessly noted the training nature of the sword, not giving much thought to his skills. Hennis offered to look at other options, but the young man confidently declared the high quality of the entire arsenal on display. The unexpectedly appearing professor noted Rude's skill after which he inquired about the possibility of choosing several weapons. Gould explained the lack of strict limitations, but emphasized the effectiveness of concentrating on one type of weapon. Pondering the student's boldness or overconfidence, the instructor decided to observe him and allowed him to choose an additional weapon. The young man didn't hesitate to take the spear and demonstrated a confident swing, assessing the balance of the new weapon. Not stopping there, Rude chose a sword, demonstrating mastery of this type of blade as well. Having experienced the power and features of all three weapons, the student was determined to take them all. The professor, who was observing what was happening, noted to himself the unusualness and possible genius of the new student. Daniel pondered the source of the elegance of Rude's movements, marveling at the precision and refinement of each swing. Intrigued, the mentor approached the newcomer and cautiously inquired about his life before entering the academy. The student answered a bit sadly and reluctantly about working as a mercenary and losing his family to dragons, causing the teacher to sympathize and apologize for the tactless question. The teacher's praise didn't go unnoticed. Ruda's friend standing nearby irritably remarked that his behavior pissed her off. Hennis, remembering the words about the deaths of her relatives, fearfully interrogated whether it concerned both of the young man's parents. Stopping, but not turning to his interlocutor, the hero briefly confirmed the deaths of his loved ones. Suddenly hugging her friend, the girl cried, apologizing for the indelicacy, to which Rude calmly replied, recalling the long-ago events. Reflecting on Hennis's complex character, the young man stared at her intently, prompting a perplexed question as to the reason for such attention. Noticing the commotion outside the B class, Hoffley inquired about what was going on, distracting herself from her personal conversation. The argument between the students was heating up. One insisted on the compulsory choice of weapons, the other argued that his body was the only necessary tool. Trying to reason with Balac, his opponent mentioned the possibility of at least using gloves, but Steros vehemently denied the need for any equipment. Not giving up, the wrestler once again shouted his refusal to use weapons, demonstrating an unwavering stance. Balac's interlocutor, not hiding his anger and rage, tried to change the stubborn newcomer's mind, but to no avail. Observing the conflict, Hennis asked Rude about meeting the jerk, to which she received a negative response. The professor, trying to defuse the situation, pulled the angry student away from Steros, who was already seeking support from his supposed friends. Seeing Balac waving his hand in their direction, Donatos mentally resented such a familial gesture. Immediately after the greeting, the wrestler rushed toward Rude and Hennis, while the instructor tried to calm the student tearing up to vent his anger on Balac. Noticing Steros approaching, Hoffley asked her companion about a possible friendship, but he feigned unfamiliarity with the suited fellow. The outraged student shouted after Balac about disrespecting the professor talking to him, implying inappropriate behavior. Before he could finish the phrase about deeper relationships, the wrestler was interrupted by Rude, who unexpectedly confirmed their friendship. In an attempt to calm the situation, the mentor explained to Steros the importance of choosing guns as part of the educational process, despite possible family traditions. The protagonist, remembering a past life, suggested the possibility of creating new rules and laws within the walls of the academy to deal with such situations. However, the finale of the teacher's speech was unexpected. He mentioned the possibility of leaving for a second year, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Rude's shock was caused by the realization of possible changes in the past, causing him to rethink his actions and plans. The professor's warning about the possibility of staying on for a second year because of his refusal to give up his weapons caused Rude to worry about changing the past and future makeup of the squad against the Dragon King. Steros, true to his principles, was ready to sacrifice his glory and stay for a repeat course, but Donatos abruptly interrupted him by covering his mouth with his hand. Rude, while continuing to cover Balac's mouth, asked the professor for an exception, but was denied to avoid injustice to other students. Surprised by the discrepancy with his past life, the hero decided to find a suitable weapon for his friend and headed to the equipment rack. Finding the gloves among the weapons, the young man tossed them to Balac, offering an unexpected solution to the problem. Upon discovering the gloves, the protagonist threw them to Steros, insisting on using them. Balac, claiming that wrestlers don't use weapons, refused to accept the gloves until Rude convinced him they were protective gear and ordered him to take a gift from a friend. Surprised by the word friend, Steros clutched his gloves to his chest, rethinking the situation and his attitude to what was happening. A student who had previously clashed with Balac took umbrage that gloves were not weapons, but Rude insisted otherwise, citing their modern uses. Stunned by the unexpected support, Balac froze in place, repeating the word friend and comprehending what had happened. Aware of the teacher's presence, the classroom teacher hastened to settle the conflict by acknowledging the unusual nature of the gloves chosen. Rude, realizing that they had barely escaped trouble this time, reminded himself to be careful, as his actions could affect the future. Studying the information on the sheet, the young man noted the sparse number of students, assuming it was a peculiarity of the first school day at the academy. The predominance of theoretical subjects in the timetable may also have contributed to less crowding in the corridor. The first week in Arathium served as a period of adaptation for the newcomers and an assessment of their potential by the instructors for future recommendations to the guild. Donatos, who had already taken steps to memorize and get good references, focused on preparing for practice after the battles. Heading into the study accompanied by Balac and Hennis, the young man was perplexed at their casual demeanor after the recent conflict. Styros, defending the honor of the wrestlers, got into an argument with Hafle, who did not understand his principles and thought his behavior strange. Suddenly, a rude reference sounded toward the arguing parties, causing them to interrupt the conversation and turn around. The group of students in front defiantly addressed Rude and his companions using rude nicknames. Donatos, who had been studying the sheet up to that point, looked up and wondered if he was being addressed, to which he received an affirmative reply that included more insults. An outraged Hennis intervened in the conflict, demanding an explanation and defending her friends from unfair attacks. One of the strangers, recognizing Hafley from her performance at the ceremony, introduced himself as William Farte of Class B and declared no complaint against her while extending his hand. The girl, refusing to be introduced, called William an idiot, causing him to resent and criticize her choice of company. The angry Hennis continued to defend her position until Rude intervened, pushing the girl aside and asking what the offender wanted. Farde, making no secret of his hostility, demanded that the hero calm down and stop trying to curry favor with the faculty. A student from Class B went on to criticize Rude and his friends for their choice of weapons and behavior, advising them to leave the academy because of their inappropriate attitudes. The protagonist, after reflecting on his opponent's words, admitted that he had indeed intentionally drawn attention to himself by his actions. Memories of his past life came flooding back to Rude, reminding him of similar conflicts when he tried not to stand out among the other students. The cruel taunts and insults he had been subjected to earlier, affecting his background and abilities, came to mind. Assumptions about admission by Blatt were replaced by mockery about the lack of parents who could cram it in. Donatos remembered how in the past, full of energy, he had taken such provocations seriously and willingly fought back physically. But now, eager to act maturely, the young man held back his emotions and calmly asserted Balac's superiority over William, regardless of the weapon. Continuing the provocation, Rude added that both himself and Hennis could easily handle the offender with their bare hands, increasing the tension of the situation. The enraged William, unable to contain his fury, shouted the insult, demonstrating his inability to control his emotions. Farty, finally losing his composure, accused Rude of wanting attention and swung for a punch. Deftly dodging the attack with a simple backward deflection, the protagonist showed his superior reaction time, and the blow landed in the void. Not calculating the force of the swing, William lost his balance and fell, finding himself in a ridiculous position in front of the audience. Hennis, unable to contain herself, laughed at her hapless opponent, adding to his humiliation and anger. Lying on the floor, Fart blushed with rage and shame, completely losing control of his emotions. Realizing the need to restore his reputation, William stood up and reached for his sword, preparing to demonstrate his strength. Hafley has loudly warned against the use of weapons outside of training bouts in an attempt to prevent the conflict from escalating. Ignoring the warning, the enraged student ordered her to shut up and decisively swung his sword, intending to attack. Rude, realizing that the attack was directed at him, remained calm and did not move from his position. Calling his opponent a miserable bastard, the young man watched the weapon approach his face and applied a technique learned from Balac in a past life. With a masterful application of the Steros style, Donatos easily knocked the sword out of his attacker's hands, shocking everyone present with his skill. Not stopping there, the young man decided to take revenge by rapidly reducing the distance to his opponent. Seeing Rude approaching, William's eyes reflected genuine horror, and he cried out in panic. Lightning fast, Donatos was at his side and delivered a powerful blow to the head of his assailant, demonstrating his superiority. Farte, thrown back to his stunned friends, collapsed to the floor, and Rude declared that this would be a lesson to him. Balac, watching, recognized his family's signature move in Rude's technique, which caused him to think deeply. A professor ran up to the scene, demanding an explanation of what was happening, and the reason for the student lying on the floor. Upon recognizing the participants, the instructor demanded that Rude step back while one of William's friends accused the company of assault. Hennis and Balac stood up for their comrade, explaining the situation and emphasizing that he was only defending himself against unprovoked aggression, and without a weapon. The teacher was amazed that the freshman was able to defeat his opponent with his bare hands without getting a scratch, and she ordered that Farte be taken to the infirmary. Turning to Rude, the professor made an appointment for him to meet after class in the faculty office to deal with the incident. Friends of the defeated student threatened to retaliate by dragging him to the doctor, and Hoffley asked a fellow student what kind of technique he had used. Donatos's parry answer raised further questions from his friends with Balac, even suggesting whether Rude was his long-hidden brother. The protagonist, realizing the impossibility of revealing the truth about his past, began to deny his friend's assumptions. Finding no better explanation, Rude claimed genius, which elicited a skeptical reaction from Hennis and Balac. Unsatisfied with the answer, the friends continued to insist on an honest explanation, suspecting that the comrade was hiding something. Balac tried to defend Rude's right to secrets, but Hoffley continued to doubt the sincerity of their newfound friendship. Balac nonchalantly replied that they were friends right now and greeted Hennis politely, to which she muttered through gritted teeth that he was a real cretin. Walking down the corridor, the protagonist was listening to friends arguing behind him when his attention was drawn to the group ahead. The company of fire mages sitting around the table and having a joking banter suddenly captured all of Rude's attention. The boy froze in place, looking at the mages until his friends reminded him of the risk of being late for class and the need to hurry up. Rude, reflecting on the past and the future, confidently declared that no one would die this time, and followed his friends to class. After the conversation in the professor's office, the teacher let Rude rest, pondering his suspicious luck and the need for further investigation into the situation. Pouring herself a cup of coffee, the teacher continued to analyze what had happened, doubting the need for further investigation and trying to understand the young man's true motives. Remembering Rude's sincere apology from 20 minutes ago, the teacher tried to objectively assess his behavior and intentions, weighing the pros and cons. The young man explained his actions in detail by defending his friends from insults and threats of use of weapons, admitting that in the heat of the conflict he did not calculate his strength and overreacted. Despite the obvious exaggeration in Rude's story, his sincerity and remorse for his childish behavior deeply moved the teacher, causing her to reconsider her initial opinion. The teacher had a pleasant feeling, rejoicing at the appearance of such a well-mannered and kind student at the academy, which gave hope for a bright future for the new generation. Suddenly remembering William and his inappropriate behavior, she became angry and decided to give him a serious workout as punishment and a lesson for the future. The teacher's musings were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, heralding the arrival of colleagues for a scheduled meeting. Daniel Gould, upon entering the office, reminded of the upcoming freshman teachers' meeting, explaining his appearance and clarifying the details of the upcoming meeting. A joking dialogue ensued between colleagues about the reasons for choosing the venue, touching on the theme of stubbornness and laziness in organizational matters. The teacher, chuckling, denied her stubbornness about organizing the meeting, trying to move the conversation in a more constructive direction. The cheerful atmosphere was interrupted by the arrival of new members of the assembly: Arthur Winston, class teacher of Class D, and Damian Grace, in charge of Class C. Arthur Winston, scarcely crossing the threshold of the office, bombarded the teacher with criticism, accusing her of spending too much on the arrangement of the room. Damian Grace couldn't resist mentioning the secret purchase of a dolphin flower for 3 million ribbles, but immediately received a stern look from a colleague reminding him of the confidentiality of this information. Winston, having calmed down a bit, turned the conversation around, wondering the reason for the professor's forgetfulness regarding the scheduled meeting. The teacher's attempt at a joke, hinting at a connection between Arthur's meticulousness and his baldness, was abruptly interrupted, causing her to hastily deny her words. Daniel, in an effort to diffuse the tense atmosphere, suggested starting the meeting with a positive attitude, encouraging colleagues to be calm and engage in constructive dialogue. Gould noted the higher level of preparation of the current freshmen compared to last year's enrollment, which was echoed by Winston. The teacher made an important observation, reminding her colleagues of possible mental health issues for students despite their good skills and training. After finishing her coffee, she continued her thought and emphasized the key role of teachers in facilitating not only the professional but also the inner growth of students. The class teacher of Class D showed interest in identifying students requiring special attention and support from the teaching staff. Grace noted the high overall level of her class, While the professor pointed out that there was one underperforming and one psychologically unstable student in her group, Arthur, surprised by his colleague's wording, asked to clarify who she meant by retard and psycho, trying to make sense of the situation. The teacher explained that it was about Balac Steros, showing the contrast between his terrible results in the written exam and his brilliant performance in the practical tasks. The professor, familiarizing himself with Balac's personnel file, inquired about his possible connection to a prominent family famous for its physical achievements. Daniel, while researching information about Steros, expressed enthusiasm for the upcoming meeting with this capable and extraordinary student. The class teacher, continuing his discussion of talented freshmen, mentioned two rising stars in his class, starting with Hennis Halfley from a famous family of magicians. The second outstanding student was named Rude Donados, whose name piqued the interest of the faculty members present. Discussing the girl's prospects, the instructor suggested her imminent acceptance into an elite guild, while Arthur wondered about the origins of the second talented student. Gould, intriguing his colleagues, offered them a personal review of the young man's case, holding out the document and emphasizing the uniqueness of the case. Studying the papers, the professors were surprised to note the average results of the written and practical exams, as well as the student's tragic past. Daniel, anticipating the reaction of his colleagues, stated his belief that the young man could be the strongest among the freshmen, which drew stares. Intrigued, Arthur asked a colleague who had already had the opportunity to observe the student about her impressions and assessment of his abilities. Recalling her meeting with Rudd, the teacher smilingly commented on his manneredness, loyalty to his friends, and terrific qualities, expressed her desire to transfer him to her class. Surprised by her colleagues' reactions, the teacher asked the reason for their puzzled looks, not realizing that her enthusiasm had come as a surprise to them. In explaining her position, she recounted a conflict in which Rude proved himself by subduing an aggressive student with his bare hands. One of the professors, pointing to information in the documents, expressed surprise that Rude used a sword on the exam, while in a real situation he demonstrated hand-to-hand combat skills. The professor, emphasizing her specialization in hand-to-hand combat, offered to take over Orr's training, believing it to be the most effective way to develop his talents. Gould objected, insisting on his right to train the young man, arguing his skills with spear and sword. A debate broke out over who had first discerned Rude's potential and who was more competent to train him, shifting from arguments to personal attacks. The argument between faculty members became heated to the point of threatening to clarify relationships, recalling past conflicts and competitions among themselves. Professor Winston, unable to stand the bickering of his colleagues, loudly called them to order by pounding his fist on the table. Arthur's blow was so hard that the expensive table broke in two, causing the professor to lament the loss of a valuable object. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Winston asked his colleague for his opinion on the situation. Damien, doubting his attractiveness as a handler due to his intimidating appearance, chose to refrain from getting involved in the argument over mentoring Rude. Arthur, trying to calm his heated colleagues, reminded them of the upcoming training bouts and the need to make recommendations, suggesting they postpone the issue. Continuing his conciliatory speech, Winston began picking up papers from the floor and emphasized the students' right to choose their own supervisor. Looking again, in Rude's personnel file, the professor noticed his origins in Dysel, which required further clarification about the fate of that place. He explained to his colleagues the tragedy of the celestial debacle that occurred 10 years ago in southern Caliban, which resulted in the disappearance of half of the kingdom's territory, leading to its decline and disappearance from the map. The cause of the destruction of an entire village was one dragon with the ability to reincarnate, making it particularly dangerous. Daniel, remembering his participation in a raid against one of the 7 great dragons, the celestial dragon Keanil, sadly recognized his inexperience. In discussing Gould's miraculous survival, the professors noted that Dysel was one of many villages affected. Surprisingly, there were survivors in the completely burned-out settlement, which made the instructors wonder about the unusual fate of their new student. Gould speculated that a thirst for revenge for the tragedy he had experienced might have been the driving force behind the development of Rude's extraordinary abilities, allowing him to stand up to even experienced fighters. Reflecting on the uniqueness of the student as the only survivor with incredible abilities, Winston interrupted his colleagues' musings, intending to make an important clarification. The A-class teacher, surprised by Arthur's interference, interjected about the reason for interrupting his musings on the new student's potential. Professor Winston, turning to Daniel, asked if he really thought Rude was potentially the strongest among the freshmen. However, he immediately noted that there was another genius in Class D with incredible skills and talents. William, who received a harsh punishment, has already completed 3 sets of 200 push-ups, demonstrating physical endurance and discipline. The professor, not satisfied with the work done, assigned an additional exercise, 2,000 burpees in 8 approaches, eliciting a shocked reaction from the exhausted student. Meanwhile, the main character, like other students, was in a self-coaching class, improving his skills and physical fitness. Having completed the barbell chest exercises, Rude was pleased to note the progress of his training, feeling that he had finally reached an acceptable level. There were 3 days left until the duel, and the young man seemed to have already remembered the breathing and movement method from his past life. Wiping the sweat from his face, Rude was trying to believe that he would be able to accomplish his goals thanks to his intense training and recovered skills. Annoyed by the noisy behavior of a friend training nearby, the protagonist asked him to be quieter, but received in response a philosophical remark about the relationship between strength and breathing. Balac, without interrupting his exercises, warned Rude of insufficient strength to lift a certain weight, showing concern for his comrade's safety. Donatos admonished Steros to adopt the correct posture first before speaking, for every time he sniffed, he leaned to the side. The protagonist student, after correcting the error, noted that the muscles were actually stimulated more effectively. The wrestler, after completing the exercises, expressed his sincere admiration for Rude's skill, calling him his consummate teacher. Hennis, wrinkling her nose at the smell of sweat, criticized the intensity of her friend's workouts, but was met with philosophical musings about the joys of exercise and a remark about her thinness. Balac, after offering her his help in training, was harshly refused, after which he carelessly compared local girls to starving stray dogs. Enraged by the comparison to stray dogs, the red-haired girl pounced on Steros, ready to defend her honor. Taking advantage of his friend's quarrel, Rude decided to slip away quietly but was spotted, and when asked where he was going, replied that he wanted to buy something to drink. Hennis decided to keep her comrade company while Balac stayed in the gym, asking for a protein shake to recover from an intense workout. As they approached the drink machine, the friends were surprised to find that someone had gotten ahead of them by spotting an unfamiliar figure. A girl with long white hair stood in front of them, leisurely sipping an energy drink. Rude instantly recognized her as Clare, a legendary swordswoman with devilish skills, the strongest warrior and dragon slayer, comparable in strength to his brother. Memories of a past defeat at the hands of Lion came flooding back to the hero, evoking mixed feelings of respect and a desire to overcome that wall of difference. The protagonist ordered the stranger to move out of the way, much to Hafle's surprise at her aggression. There was no response, and then he repeatedly ordered the stranger to move out of the way, asking if she had any plugs in her ears. Lion's irritation was building. She took another sip and, with vigor, began clutching the can of drink, preparing for conflict. Unable to withstand the aggression in her direction, the girl suddenly threw the can at the young man with all her might. The protagonist, demonstrating his honed reflexes, easily dodged the tin flying towards him. As he turned around to see where the projectile had landed, Lion lightning quickly attacked him with her foot, aiming for his face. Rude, showing incredible reaction, managed to block the blow, which greatly surprised the attacker, who did not expect this level of skill. Not intending to give up, her opponent quickly released her leg and prepared to strike again, more seriously. Lion, swinging her leg for another strike, challengingly suggested that Rude try to fend off this attack as well, testing his skills and reactions. The protagonist managed to repeat the block with ease, shocking both Lion, surprised by his success, and Hennis, stunned by the whole situation. Realizing that she wasn't just some idiot since he had managed to dodge her blows twice, the girl calmed down. After stopping the fight, she pounced on the young man with accusations, suggesting that Rude had come to taunt her because of her admission to the academy by recommendation. The protagonist, irritated by the situation, replied sharply that he just wanted to buy a drink, and Lion blocked the machine in an attempt to clear up the misunderstanding. Though the stranger continued to stand in a fighting stance, Donatos insistently repeated his request to step back so he could buy a drink. Finally releasing access to the machine, Lion allowed the young man to approach the coveted target, realizing her error in assessing the situation. Feeling uncomfortable at mistakenly attacking the guy, she asked his name, to which he, without taking his eyes off his drink and standing with his back to her, introduced himself as Rude Donatos. The blonde girl promised to remember his name and headed for the exit, hearing an indifferent "whatever you want" in response. Hennis, still outraged by what had happened, shouted after Lion as she left, demanding an apology and inquiring about her identity. It was later revealed that Rude's actions were part of a cleverly thought-out plan. He had deliberately provoked the conflict to gauge the difference in their strength, which was so great that it nearly broke his arm. Concerned, Hennis began questioning her comrade about his well-being and possible injuries, insisting on a visit to the infirmary despite his assurances of his own unharmed condition. Returning to the training room after the inspection, they met a surprised Balac, who asked if a comrade had injured his arm. A passing professor, hearing of the possible injury, immediately ran up to the young man, anxiously and sympathetically inquiring about what had happened. At the shout of the class teacher of Class B came Professor Daniel, to whom Hennis, without waiting for a question, blurted out that some girl suddenly started swinging her legs and hitting Rude. The protagonist tried to soften the situation by insisting that it was only a minor altercation and no one beat him up. Hoffley readily described the freshman girl with silver hair and yellow eyes who entered by recommendation, ignoring the protagonist's attempts to stop her. Upon hearing the description, the classroom teachers looked around, immediately realizing it was Clare from Class D. The furious teacher offered to deal with the situation immediately, but Danielle tried to calm her down, urging a more measured approach. The professor's loud indignation caught the attention of all the students in the room, causing a wave of rumors and discussions about the incident. Daniel, trying to soften the situation, agreed with a smile that it was not necessary to tolerate such a thing, but suggested finding a more reasonable way to solve the problem, as befitted a teacher. In a whisper, Daniel advised him to first contact Father Lion, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, to avoid a direct conflict with Class D and its leader. The professoress, catching the gist of the plan, clarified whether Gould was proposing to shift responsibility to Arthur and be allowed to punish Lion himself. Daniel reiterated his idea, suggesting that it should be limited to penalty points, correctional work, and additional school hours, hinting at the possibility of going beyond the usual punishment. Mrs. Clare admired her colleague's idea, while the protagonist burned with shame, considering what had happened his disgrace. Balac tried to console Rude, noting the professor's favor and philosophizing about the educational role of defeat. But the lad, still reeling with shame, sharply ordered him to shut up. 3 days later, a large-scale assembly was organized where all students were asked to line up in classrooms, creating an atmosphere of anticipation for the important event. After the formation, Professor Winston announced the start of the joint dueling classes, causing a bit of excitement among the students. The start of the competition between classes A and B was announced, which immediately attracted the attention of all present, anticipating exciting battles. The rules were announced. Each student personally chooses his opponent for the competition in the order of turn, and already chosen participants cannot participate in other duels. The announcement that each student would fight twice was particularly enthusiastic for Hennis, whose eyes lit up with anticipation of the battles to come. When the instructor finished explaining the rules, he wished the students victory. But amidst the general excitement, only the main character, Rude, remained outwardly indifferent, showing no visible reaction to what was happening. At the competition, all the teachers were seated on the second floor, carefully evaluating the skills and abilities of the students, starting with Lillian McDowell. Although the event was formally called a competition, it was essentially an assessment exam masquerading as a regular class. The main criterion for evaluation was solely the skills and talents of the students, without any consideration of their backgrounds, connections, or past achievements and failures. Hennis noted that everyone present in Arathium was used to hearing about their exceptionalism and genius, though Rude couldn't recall anything like that from his past life. When the announcer loudly announced Hennis Halfley as number 8, the girl felt a surge of confidence and stepped forward. Leaving the formation, Hennis smugly declared that in front of a genius like her, opponents are simply frozen with fear and admiration. Balac, not holding back his emotions, loudly supported his friend, calling her a real genius, which made the girl a little angry with his excessive and misplaced enthusiasm. Rude, watching, marveled at her choice, noting to himself that only she could have chosen a swordsman, being a mage weak in close combat. At the command, "Begin," both opponents assumed fighting stances, preparing for the fight. Hennis, without wasting a second, conjured bright fireballs, demonstrating her impressive skill in fire magic. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl aimed her magical attack at her opponent, hoping to take him by surprise with her speed and strength. The swordsman, well prepared for possible magical attacks, successfully and in time covered himself with a solid shield from Hennis's not-too-fast but dangerous ball. The girl's opponent was inwardly glad that the attack speed was not so high. realizing that otherwise the fight could have ended abruptly after the first blow. The swordsman, quickly recovering from the initial attack, attempted to counterattack, swinging his deadly weapon with determination. Her opponent deftly dodged the blow and instantly began to read a new spell, surprising the guy again with her speed. The swordsman desperately tried to fend off Hennis's multiple fiery attacks, gradually losing the initiative and feeling the increasing pressure from her side. The distance between the students increased, giving Hafle the opportunity to prepare an even more powerful magic spell. At the moment when his opponent decided that it was urgent to shorten the distance, the student was suddenly at his side, deftly putting a sharp dagger to his unprotected neck. Realizing his defeat, the young man honestly admitted defeat, and the professor immediately declared a well-deserved victory for Hennis Hafle. The girl looked up happily, hearing the praise from the teachers who were watching the fight. Hennis's gaze was directed for a reason. She was seeking the approval of Miss Lena, her idol, who was among the important spectators in the upper rows. Lena Blueberry, known as the Empress of the White Flame, was the illustrious leader of the prestigious guild and an idol for Hennis. Donatos, disturbed by his friend's risky tactics, asked what she was thinking, so recklessly approaching the swordsman at a critically close distance. Hennis, smiling, explained her strategy. She was counting on the effect of complete surprise, assuming that an inexperienced opponent would in no way expect close combat from a mage. Rude noted the riskiness of such a strategy, remembering that Hennis had always had an unconventional approach to magical duels. The professors watching from above recognized that Hennis was indeed excellent at sensing her opponent's slightest movements and acted surprisingly skillfully and effectively. Mrs. Clare noted admiringly the proper use of magic and Hennis's good assessment of the situation. Arthur Winston emphasized the rarity of having such gifted combat mages and suggested that additional fire magic teachers be brought in. When the next contestant was announced, Claire waited with undisguised interest to see who else would enter the arena to fight. William Fart challenged Rude Donatos to a fight before reaching the center of the arena, wanting a long-awaited rematch for a humiliating past defeat. The class teacher of Class A was pleased with this turn of events, eagerly hoping to see her talented favorite once again spectacularly put the arrogant William in his place. Rude, listening to all this, was inwardly perplexed by the excessive pathos and unnecessary theatricality, considering it a manifestation of weakness and insecurity. Deciding to accept the challenge and teach him a lesson, Donatos headed to the stage, mentally preparing himself for the upcoming fight. Protagonist, ostentatiously kneading his hands before the fight, decided to give his best in order to forever teach a lesson to an overconfident and annoying opponent. The intrigued students were closely watching the start of the fight, but suddenly they heard William shouting, which caused everyone's surprise. Farty's desperate cries of surrender came from the stage, which instantly changed the facial expressions of the watching students to frightened ones. Rude, watching William being carried away shamefully on a stretcher, noted with irony his persistence despite the quick defeat. The professor praised the participants and asked if Rude Donatos was ready to continue or needed a rest, suggesting a change in the order of presentations. The young man strongly stated his intention to continue the battle and was allowed to name his next opponent. To everyone's surprise, Rude challenged his friend Balac, recognized as one of the strongest and most dangerous students at the academy, to a fight. Balac was so shocked by the choice that from confusion, he could barely utter anything in response. Despite his obvious unwillingness to fight his friend, a confused Steros still entered the arena, continuing to express his strong disagreement with the situation. Rude, ignoring his friend's doubts, insisted on the fight, arguing that Balac was the strongest man present. Steros, frowning, declared his principled unwillingness to fight his friends, to which Rude, provoking him, immediately accused his comrade of cowardice. The boy, immersed in memories, recalled Balac's incredible strength in his past life, when his powerful footsteps literally made the ground beneath his feet tremble. In vivid memories, he possessed such phenomenal, almost mythical power that mountains would crumble from a single swing of his fists. Realizing that his current power was not enough to achieve his great goal, Rude decided to hurt Balac's honor in order to rise to a new level of excellence. Balac, yielding to provocation, grudgingly accepted the challenge, stating that the Steros wrestler was not refusing the fight. Rude, pleased to have achieved his goal, accepted Balac's decision with a smile. Steros, preparing for the inevitable fight, sincerely expressed his hope for a fair fight at full strength, openly acknowledging Rude's current combat superiority over himself. The protagonist noted with a sneer that such words were unnecessary, preparing for a serious fight. The opponents, following the rules, took positions on opposite sides of the stage, eagerly awaiting the referee's long-awaited command to start the fight. Both students were extremely serious, watching each other carefully and analyzing every move until the referee gave the command, "Begin." Hearing the coveted word, Rude and Balac began to slowly converge, preparing for the first clash. During a strenuous workout in the training room, the protagonist is suddenly called out by someone, distracting him from the class. It turned out to be the mighty Steros, who had come at the urgent request of his older brother Rude to temper his wild behavior. The young man, grimacing angrily, told him to tell his brother to come in person if he had a complaint and turned away. But his interlocutor rebuked him for being rude to his family. Balac's unexpected answer made Rude's sword fall out of his hands, showing his shock at what he had heard. An angry Rude angrily ordered the boar to shut up and resented the mention of family. Steros objected that he was not a boar, and inquired the reason for confronting his brother, approaching the lad. The protagonist, finally losing his temper, grabbed Balac by the shirt, threateningly asking him if he wanted to die by meddling in his affairs. The protagonist, provoking Balac, urged him to attack him using abusive language. The cocky young man had no idea that he would soon find himself defeated, sprawled out on the floor. Lying on the floor, Rude, writhing in pain, recognized his opponent's incredible strength, calling him a fucking boar. The wrestler raised his sword and held it out to the hero, noting its power despite his obvious superiority in this fight, to which the latter resented, suspecting mockery. After the incidents with Lillian and William, Rude was forced to recognize the inadequacy of his level to compete with the true talents of Aradium Academy. Balac showed incredible power, cracking the arena floor with a sharp leg kick and causing the audience to marvel at his power. Steros, wasting no time, rushed at his opponent with a battle cry, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Rude did not wait passively. He prepared himself, putting his arm forward to counter-strike his approaching opponent. When Balac was next to him, Donatos landed a hard low blow to his chin in an attempt to stop his rapid advance. Despite the force of the blow, it only slightly slowed the determined fighter, failing to knock him out or stop his attack. Balac, showing his honed technique, skillfully defended against Rude's subsequent lunges, preventing the strikes. Steros didn't limit himself to defense. He attacked full force too, trying to find a weak spot and break through his opponent's defense. Despite Balac's impressive power, Rude's agility allowed him to deliver a sudden and painful elbow strike to his opponent's stomach. But even such a strong blow could not knock down the steadfast Steros, who, burning with a thirst for revenge, continued to persistently attack. Rude's next powerful strike knocked the stubborn opponent back a few meters, demonstrating the protagonist's superiority. As he approached his defeated opponent, Donatos mockingly noted Balac's recklessness in open attacks, calling him a crazy piece of muscle. The lying Balac was perplexed, realizing that despite several lucky hits, not a single scratch could be seen on Donatos. Rude noted to himself that a wrestler's soul was contained in his muscles, remembering the Steros family, northern wrestlers obsessed with muscle development. Years of training have turned Steros' bodies into living armor, capable of replacing both spear and shield in brutal combat. Realizing the ineffectiveness of conventional strikes, Balac began feverishly thinking up a new strategy right during the fight. Steros marveled at his opponent's incredible speed, trying to keep track of Rude's lightning-fast movements and find his weak spot. Balac realized the need to use not only speed, but also complex, unpredictable technique to defeat a skilled opponent. Without thinking, Steros let out a loud battle cry and tensed his muscles so hard that his shirt couldn't hold up and ripped. Confident in his invulnerability, Balac rushed into battle, believing that his muscle armor could not be penetrated. Soon, however, Steros was surprised to feel the sharp pain of a precise blow from his incredibly skilled opponent. Rude advised his opponent to duck better, preparing to deliver another crushing blow. Balac exhaled angrily through clenched teeth, trying to pull himself together and find a way to counter the invincible technique of his friend, who had suddenly become an enemy. The protagonist realized that for a real victory, you need not a strong blow, but a special technique of soft pressure. Therefore, decided to use a method that could penetrate Balac's muscle armor and hit his internal organs. Donatos realized that if Steros didn't dodge the next attack, he would inevitably lose the fight. Rude applied the secret technique of the Steros clan, combining the hardness of mountains and the flexibility of sea waves. Balac recognized his family's technique in Rude's movements, but he didn't assume that his friend had grasped the techniques of countering it as well. The wrestler was perplexed as to how a friend outside of their clan had managed to learn these skills, but decided it wasn't as important right now, looking at the guy in front of him. At the moment, Balac was only focused on one thing: to defeat a complacent opponent at all costs. The protagonist, swinging his arm, loudly warned the enemy of his advance. Balac, while blocking the shot, clearly realized that he had to concentrate and watch his opponent's movements carefully. Steros was confident that he could pick up a pattern in Rude's attacks and easily read the trajectory of his blows. The main goal of the enraged Balac was to take down the agile opponent at any cost and utilize his advantage in strength. The wrestler put his hand with a tightly clenched fist forward, trying to reach Rude with a straight punch. Donatos, anticipating the attack, responded with a counterpunch, and the fighter's fist collided in the air with a loud clap. Rude mentally noted the undoubted genius of a worthy opponent who had been able to anticipate his actions at the last moment without error. The protagonist realized that Balac's strength lay not only in impressive physical data, but also in the ability to feel the opponent. However, Donatos looked exhausted, clearly inferior to Steros in terms of remaining energy reserves. Balac, determined not to miss such a rare chance in seizing the moment, went on the offensive. With a loud battle cry as if venting his anger, Steros rushed forward, preparing to deliver what he hoped would be the winning blow. Rude did not dodge the attack, which immediately alerted Balac, who suspected some sort of trick. Donatos muttered with a faintly acidic smile that it had been a good battle and Steros was strong after all, further alarming his friend. In the same instant, the protagonist snatched a gleaming sword from its sheath and began swinging it around. Everything happened so quickly that the wrestler did not have time to react to the unexpected attack, and his hand, aimed for a blow, was in the line of sword strike. Rude managed to snag Balac's shirt with his sword and cut it slightly, causing him to fall on his ass. Looking at his opponent sitting on the floor, the hero smugly declared his superior strength. The students watching the fight broke out into rapturous shouts, marveling at the spectacle they were seeing. The professoress, clearly unhappy about something, shouted that it couldn't be, watching as the victor helped the defeated man up. Professor Winston wondered in bewilderment if this was a battle of students, for although they didn't use mana, the skill level was clearly beyond what was usual for dragon slayers. Mrs. Clare was impressed by the precision of movements and perfection of technique, noting that Rude is already ready for high-level fights. Professor Daniel continued his colleague's point, noting that the final sword strike that ended the fight was particularly impressive. The teachers noticed with amazement that Rude's techniques resembled his teacher's legendary technique. They recognized elements of Ina Bryce's famous heavenly sword in the young man's movements. No matter how much of a genius she was, it seemed impossible to defeat this demon. But Aina turned out to be not just a genius, but a true sword monster. The professors, fired up at the idea of personally teaching such a gifted student, noted that Aina had a fully formed technique before she even began her training. As lunchtime approached, the students, feeling hungry, made their way amicably to the spacious dining hall. Hennis, pounding her fists on the table, expressed her dissatisfaction with yet another Korean meal, saying that on a day like this, one could have eaten at a restaurant. Balac countered that diners often serve low-protein meals, and Rude complained about his lack of funds, which further annoyed his classmate. A comrade, poking a piece of food on his fork, asked why he should pay when he could eat for free, and asked if Hafle had money to spare. She looked at him with a hard stare and replied clearly that her finances were quite sufficient. The guy, chewing another portion of food, remembered that in the past the girl was from a very wealthy and respected family. The young man glanced at Steros, who was sitting next to him, and tried to remember that this fool had never been in need or poor. Rude, watching the wrestler greedily shoveling food into himself with his hands and sitting there covered with dirt, concluded that although he was an aristocrat, he was behaving like a wild primate. Realizing that he was the only beggar risking his life and toiling as a mercenary because of finances, the lad grew angry at such a truth and quickened the pace of devouring his food. The classmate condescended to say that she could, in principle, give him a treat, for Balac must have money, and therefore Donatos was the only poor man here. The protagonist, shouting that he didn't need the paltry handouts of the greedy rich, put his fork forward as if threatening the girl sitting across from him. From outside they heard, "There he is. That's the student." And the surprised buddies synchronously turned around at the unexpected exclamation. One of the approaching young men looked questioningly at his companion Abel and asked if this was the student he had recently spoken so enthusiastically about. The other intrigued students in the background were discussing that they were the leaders of the famous guilds Stalker and Dull Moon. Roderick Riddler, who introduced himself as the head of the Stalker Guild, greeted the protagonist, noting the impressive battle. Rude, not even bothering to rise from his seat, answered discreetly that his name was Rude Donatos and looked expectantly at the guests. In further conversation, the loud names of the legendary heavenly archer Roderick and the mysterious moonshadow Abel were repeatedly spoken. The protagonist recalled that in his past life, he didn't get to meet them in person, as they had fallen in a battle with a celestial dragon before he became a monster slayer. Roderick jokingly introduced his taciturn comrade Abel Waite as a shy young man, to which the latter defiantly rolled his eyes and objected. The leader of the illustrious Stalker Guild chimed in with a ringing laughter and called his words merely a harmless joke. Hennis, nervous and stuttering slightly, barely got her name out as she awkwardly rose from the table, Balac introducing himself as well, politely offering to get to know her better. The girl grabbed Steros by the hair and accused him of being overly familiar with respectable people, to which Riddler laughingly remarked that they seemed quite capable too. Hoffley, burning with curiosity, politely inquired as to what exactly the leaders of the powerful guilds were doing in the humble training canteen. The Pursuers Guild leader tried to joke that they too had graduated from this academy and just missed Korean food, to which Hennis asked if Ms. Lena had arrived with them. After learning that Chernica had left right after the fight, saying that there was nothing else to see, the girl sadly said, "I see," and lowered her head disappointedly. Roderick, trying to cheer up the student, smiled and said that the leader of the Sacred Fire would be back in Aradium very soon. The leader of the Stalker Guild stepped closer to the protagonist and noted that Abel had praised him a lot, saying that such talent was necessary for their organization. Abel irritably asked Roderick to stop talking nonsense and turned to the student and asked if he knew who he was. Without blinking an eye, Rude replied that the person he was talking to was an outstanding dragon slayer, ranked 4th in the rankings, the leader of the number 2 guild, Dull Moon. Abel confirmed the young man's awareness, but emphasized that Dull Moon was not ranked 2nd at all because it was inferior to Sacred Fire. The student briefly agreed, to which Waite, getting right to the point, noted that he had seen him fight and found the skill level to be quite good. The young man, having self-confidently confirmed his outstanding strength, once again provoked the anger of his classmate with his behavior in front of respectable persons. Waite, appreciating the young man's self-confidence, voiced a tempting offer to join the prestigious Dull Moon Guild immediately after completing his training at the academy. Stunned by this turn of events, the girl jumped up sharply from her seat, not hiding her amazement at what she had heard. The protagonist, trying to hide his surprise, inquired about the reasons for choosing him and the existence of a ban on early recruitment of students. The guild representative explained that special exceptions are made for exceptionally talented students, ensuring that they are given the best possible conditions to realize their potential. The young man, citing the uncertainty of his choice, thought that such an offer would provide a secure rear, but limit his freedom of further action, and decided to offer them a deal, surprising the leader of the Dull Moon. He asked to track down his older brother, who had managed to survive a devastating celestial debacle a decade ago. Waite, appreciating the difficulty of the task at hand, inquired what exactly the hero was willing to offer in return for such a difficult assignment. The young man's reply about providing personal connections caused a sudden fit of hysterical laughter from Roderick, who had been watching the conversation. The guild leader, upon reflection, agreed to the terms, looking forward to a mutually beneficial relationship with a potential rising star of the magical world. Donatos, while maintaining an enigmatic look, succinctly confirmed his intentions for future cooperation. Having finished their conversation, the guests headed for the exit as the red-haired girl, watching their receding silhouettes, compared what had happened to a hurricane and wondered if all rankers were like that. Halfley, holding a small envelope in her hand, asked the rejected comrade if he was confident and had gotten good results on the notice. The protagonist remembered about the letter with the teacher's evaluation, which he had completely forgotten about because of the unexpected meeting. He recalled that in past lives, students had been given scorecards after completing competitions, but he couldn't remember if he had gotten decent results. The hero, opening the envelope with undisguised excitement, admitted to his friends that he had indeed received the exact same notice envelope as they had. Hennis, making no secret of her optimism, suggested that there were exceptionally positive reviews that the whole family would surely be proud of. Rude, watching his classmates gaze, wondered if she was keeping up with his brother's story, remembering that she had a sister in a coma. Balac, wishing to diffuse the tension that had arisen, asked Rude with genuine interest what kind of man his brother was. The young man, after hesitating a bit, briefly and unexpectedly characterized his brother as an incredibly kind, but at the same time completely brainless idiot, causing the surprise of his interlocutors. Donatos noted that his brother had indeed been a fool to decide to become an indomitable warrior to save his only little brother, but had ended up dying because of him, but did not say it out loud. Donatos, overcoming his inner resistance, acknowledged aloud his brother's incredible strength that he could not compare to even in his dreams. Steros, hearing such high praise, confidently suggested that such an outstanding warrior must surely be alive despite his ordeal. The protagonist, hiding a deep longing, only quietly uttered words of hope, not wanting to reveal his true feelings. The red-haired girl, noticing the general despondency, decided to lighten the atmosphere and offered to check their grades first. All present, seized with curiosity, simultaneously opened their envelopes, extracting the long-awaited notices. The student was the first to proudly read out a brilliant characterization, confirming her potential to become an outstanding battle mage. Balac did not conceal his surprise when he read of his superior physical attributes, noting an unusual compliment about his muscles. Donatos interjected about the strange wording at the end, calling the professors ridiculous for such grades, to which Steros remarked with a smile that Professor Clare was a good person. While Hennis was outraged at the ridiculousness of the comment and the wrestler was proud to recognize his muscles, the young man carefully retrieved his notice. Finally, a classmate stopped talking and looked at her confused comrade and asked why he wasn't reading. Irritated by the prolonged silence, she snatched the sheet sharply from the young man's hands, demanding to see the contents immediately. The girl looked at the notice in surprise and uttered a confused question about its contents. The appraisal sheet was covered with many different signatures, which was extremely atypical and surprising. The interest was growing, and the hero, without wasting time, resolutely headed for the professor's office to clarify the situation. Entering the spacious office, the young man saw the four esteemed professors and, embarrassed, apologized for the disturbance and waited anxiously for their reactions. The strict class teacher of Class D, frowning his bushy eyebrows, commented rudely on the sudden appearance of the talented student. Suddenly changing his tone drastically to a surprisingly benevolent one, the same experienced mentor cordially invited the confused hero to sit down comfortably. Rude, keeping his guard up, warily agreed to the proposal, intuitively sensing the strangeness of the atmosphere of what was happening. The caring Mrs. Clare, wanting to create a cozy environment, inquired with motherly warmth about the gifted student's preferences for coffee and cookies. No sooner had she finished her sentence than Professor Daniel, noticing the chill in the room, thoughtfully suggested that the young man put on warm outerwear. Shrewdly aware of the teacher's obvious attempts to get him to relax, the shrewd young man involuntarily turned his gaze to the mysteriously silent Damien. Determined to clarify the situation, the character openly asked if he was correct that it had to do with the choice of a handler. Winston confirmed the hunch, noting Rude's awareness of the significance of the signatures on the appraisal sheet. Patiently and in detail, he explained the procedure for selecting a mentor by freshmen and the unique opportunity for direct contact between interested educators and prospective students. The enigmatic Damien Grace, breaking the silence, emphasized the extreme rarity and significance of receiving the cherished autographs of all professors in the academy. Mrs. Clare, radiating benevolence, enthusiastically praised Rude for his impressive achievements in various magical fields, urging him not to be shy when choosing a future mentor. The teachers in attendance were represented by their legendary nicknames, the unrivaled White Sword Daniel Gould and the indomitable Mad Dog Clare Mason. Complementing this outstanding quartet were the mysterious ghost predator Damien Grace and the mighty thunder spear Arthur Winston, each a master of their craft. Immersed in his memories, Rude suddenly realized that in his past life, his mentor was Daniel, who would definitely help him learn the secrets of swordsmanship. Mustering up his courage, Donatos resolutely expressed his sincere desire to learn the complex art of swordsmanship from the illustrious master of the blade. The delighted Professor Daniel enthusiastically approved of the talented student's choice, while the rest of the tutors became visibly sad, not hiding their disappointment. Unexpectedly, the student made the bold condition of becoming Daniel's personal apprentice, causing shocked amazement among the faculty members present. Stunned Professor Gould, trying to hide his excitement, asked the young man if he realized the seriousness and responsibility of his proposal. Confident in his knowledge, Rude inquired about the vacant seat of the legendary Celestial Warrior's successor, showing awareness. The Celestial Warrior is a consummate swordsman with masterful mana control, specially trained for the daunting mission of slaying dragons. In a past life, Professor Daniel trained the hero's brother, a legendary Celestial Warrior whose worthy successor was originally to be young Rude. Surprised by the young man's sudden awareness, the mentor inquired as to the source of his knowledge of the vacant seat. The professor, who had been secretly contemplating a future student, was caught off guard by Rude's initiative ahead of his plans. Intrigued by the unusual turn of events, Daniel delicately inquired about the young man's motives for wanting to take on such a responsible position. Rude, gathering his wits, confessed his weakness and his desire for strength to protect his loved ones from the dragons that had ruined his family. The student's words caused Daniel to sink into painful memories of his own childhood, pondering the possibility of protecting loved ones. A vivid image appeared before the professor's eyes. A little boy and his older sister fleeing from danger, running as fast as they could, holding tightly to their hands. Suddenly, the tiny legs could not bear the rapid pace. The child stumbled, releasing her sister's hand, and fell helplessly to the ground. This fateful moment caused the death of her beloved sister. A ruthless dragon caught up with her, leaving no chance for rescue. Daniel realized, no matter what suffering a person had endured, one who craved power only out of a sense of revenge was not worthy of becoming a heavenly warrior. With a sudden change in his voice, the professor surprised his colleagues by stating that the true purpose of protecting others is worthy of respect and support. Turning to Rude, Daniel offered not only to be his mentor, but also to involve the other professors in the talented young man's education. Shocked by the unexpected proposal, the protagonist did not hold back a loud exclamation of amazement. Daniel, trying to explain his position to his colleagues, emphasized the uniqueness of the boy's abilities and the importance of their comprehensive development. The hero, realizing the magnitude of the proposal, tried to object, pointing out the difficulty of training even with one mentor and the possible imbalance, and here there would be as many as 4. Unexpectedly, Winston supported the idea, stating the need to raise the perfect dragon slayer to save the world. The protagonist, surprised by the abrupt change of position of Professor Arthur, known for his adherence to rules, noticed the apparent contradiction in his words. The class teacher of Class D cynically remarked that discontent was inevitable, but that one should blame only one's own inferiority on the other students. Professor Clare, enthusiastically in favor of the idea, raised her hand in the air, followed by a silent Damien who agreed. Daniel, placing his hand reassuringly on the confused student's shoulder, assured him to respect any decision, emphasizing the tentativeness of the offer. Rude, immersed in thought, weighed the pros and cons, realizing the responsibility of the choice and its impact on the future. Gathering his courage, the young man turned to the attentively listening professors, asking for their support and help in achieving his goal. He expressed his determination to change the future by restoring hope to those who had lost it, even if he had to transcend his past self to do so. As Rude concluded his speech, he firmly declared his intention to become stronger and take on the role of a warrior capable of facing the coming calamities. Clare, battered and exhausted, strode down the corridor, mentally cursing the cruel professor for the grueling training. 2 hours ago on Practice Field C, Professor Clare announced an extra class that turned out to actually be a self-paced training session for the student. The girl, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, asked incredulously about the self-training. The teacher, keeping her smile intact, suggested that the student adopt a fighting stance, hinting at the upcoming trials. With a sudden change in her face, Claire attacked the student with a battle cry, leaving her no chance to prepare. Now, barely moving down the hallway and holding her injured side, Lillian felt every blow she received. Anger at Rude, who had supposedly complained after the single blow, overwhelmed the girl, causing her to kick the vase of flowers in a fit of anger. Taking a seat on the steps, Lillian pondered the unfairness of the punishment, recognizing partial guilt for her misunderstanding with Donatos. Realizing that the extra lesson was just an excuse, the girl, unable to contain her emotions, slapped her knees, dropping tears. The protagonist, noticing the student crying on the steps, hastily hid behind the wall, not believing his eyes. Rude, amazed at the unexpected sight, pondered the cold-blooded Clare, whose tears seemed an incredible phenomenon for so reserved a person. The young man remembered that he had only observed such a display of emotion from the girl after the tragic death of the dead dragon guild leader. In her past life, Lillian was an ordinary child until the death of her adoptive father, a guild leader, which turned the 17-year-old girl into a true demon, cold and ruthless. It was ironic that the man for whom Lillian was now sobbing was lurking nearby behind the wall. Rude Donatos himself, the unwitting perpetrator of her suffering. Tormented by guilt, Rude whispered quietly that he hadn't complained to anyone, or spread rumors, peering cautiously out from behind cover. Feeling his conscience gnawing at him, The young man involuntarily grabbed his neck, realizing his involvement in the girl's suffering. Unable to stay away any longer, Rude strode determinedly toward the weeping lion, preparing for a difficult conversation. The girl's reaction was unexpectedly aggressive. She unleashed a torrent of accusations on the guy, reproaching him for complaining and causing her trouble. As Lion continued her angry tirade, Rude, showing unexpected sympathy, held out a handkerchief to her and quietly said a sincere, "I'm sorry," catching the girl off guard. Stunned by the unexpected apology, Clare stammered half a word, incredulous at what she had heard. Rude, turning away and grasping his neck again in embarrassment, repeated his apology, admitting that he had indeed overreacted to their past conflict. Explaining the situation, the hero said that it wasn't him who spread the rumors, but his girlfriend reported everything to the professor, causing Lion to have mixed feelings of surprise and disbelief. The girl, trying to hide her confusion, blew her nose forcefully into the proffered handkerchief, causing Rude to be mildly amazed at her directness. Lion, still trying to maintain her hostility, asked if Rude really thought a simple apology would make her stop being angry. The young man, slightly bewildered, remarked that he had not expected such use of the handkerchief, to which the girl assured him that she would wash it, urging the lad to calm down. Finally softening, the swordswoman reluctantly accepted the apology, admitting her partial guilt, but warned of the consequences of further conflict, tucking the handkerchief into her pocket. Rude, agreeing to avoid conflict, scratched his ear defiantly, showing indifference, but mentally noted that Lion would still become strong without his help, as she had in her previous life. As she left, Clare suddenly said that she didn't mind if Rude said hello to her, which surprised the young man. Stunned by this sudden change of mood, the young man asked again, not believing his ears. Clearly annoyed at having to repeat herself, the girl turned around and voiced her unexpected permission again. The young man, puzzled by this unexpected display of friendliness, stood for a moment in thought. Suddenly, a slight smile involuntarily lit up his face as he fully realized the strangeness of her current behavior. Walking down the hallway, Lion pondered aloud her unexpected action, recognizing that friends wouldn't show up if she didn't change her usual behavior. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind her suddenly startled the girl, who was deeply immersed in her thoughts. Finding Rude following, Lion asked why, to which the young man said he needed to go that way too. The young man explained in detail that he was headed to Specialty Training Field A, which was designated for faculty training. Surprised by the coincidence, the student said she was also headed to the same practice field. The girl began to speculate about the similarities between their handlers, but faltered when she noticed the sudden change in her interlocutor's face. The protagonist, without changing his face, resolutely opened the door and looked inside the training room. Professor Daniel, who was waiting for them to arrive, inquired if the students had come to class together. The hero bewilderedly asked if Lion would be attending the class with him, and was answered in the affirmative. The guy was shocked to remember that in his previous life, the girl's mentor had been a completely different teacher, namely Professor Clare. At Lion's rude question about his displeasure, Rude irritably answered in the negative, trying to hide his confusion. The young man, while trying to explain the benefit of learning melee techniques for wielding a single-edged sword, unexpectedly Clare showed a deep knowledge of her fighting style. Realizing his oversight, the young man tried to justify his observations during the competition by suggesting that he add strength training to his sword technique. Professor Daniel confirmed Rude's words about the usefulness of close combat to fill in the gaps between the opponent's sword strikes. Lion, though unhappy with Rude's observations, recognized the idea as a good one, while the young man tried to justify himself by casually swearing. A surprised Lion noted Rude's swearing that came off the hero's lips right in front of the teacher, while Daniel only laughed at the situation. With a snide grin, Lion threatened Rude with swift retribution if he dared to be distracted during practice. The hero mentally noted Clare's unfamiliar behavior, wondering about her character in her past life. When asked by Lion about his words, Rude explained her surprise at her choice of Professor Daniel over Clare. After learning that the girl had not received any signatures, Lion flatly rejected the idea of training with crazy Clare, remembering the recent grueling session. Rude realized that the future had changed again. In the past, Lion had a good relationship with Professor Clare, but now they were almost enemies. He realized that the reason for the change was Professor Daniel's mysterious plan. Thinking deeply, Donatos realized that he was the main reason for this plan. Professor Daniel, interrupting the students' musings, began to explain the basics of sword technique, emphasizing the importance of diligent training. He noted the high level of both students, emphasizing the need for practical experience to develop individual style. Concluding the explanation, Daniel emphasized the importance of proper training to gain the right experience. The mention of self-training elicited a strange reaction from the professor, making him grin sinisterly. The professor, ignoring the students' shock and displeasure at the prospect of fighting each other, asked about their readiness to begin class. Daniel Gould announced the end of the lesson, addressing the completely exhausted students, helplessly sprawled out on the floor from exhaustion. The teacher cheerfully said goodbye, announcing a future rotation of individual and cooperative classes, and wished the students a well-deserved weekend. Rude, still lying motionless, frustratedly blamed it all on his weak defenses as Lion rose slowly and with difficulty, and the satisfied mentor left the training room. The attentive girl sternly reminded her classmate to watch his expressions when she heard his next obscene swear word. Donatos ironically replied that working as a mercenary would teach her how to swear quickly, and curiously inquired about her true feelings after the defeat. Lion was surprisingly calm and philosophical about her loss, wisely noting that they had come here precisely to learn, while the exhausted Rude continued to lie idly by. The swordswoman advised to try training with Professor Clare, hinting at her legendary toughness, then unexpectedly alerted the protagonist. Rude hastily tried to change the subject, closing his eyes defiantly, but Lion suspected something and persisted in her questioning. When the young man tried to leave, the girl demanded to be taught her secret moves as an apology, eliciting a caustic smile from Donatos. The bewildered protagonist reacted with incomprehension to the girl's sudden request, genuinely surprised by her enthusiasm and determination. Lion insistently reminded Rude of his words regarding her lack of skill in combat, demanding that he teach her the techniques of hand-to-hand combat. Donatos tried to refuse, suggesting the girl seek a tutor, but Clare explained the lack of time for sword technique. Unable to stand it, Lion, who was sitting at the young man's feet, started to get childish, tugging at his pants and begging for help. The girl raised her eyes to the protagonist, casting him a pitying look reminiscent of a begging kitten. Rude, unable to withstand the pressure, gave in and agreed to help, asking Lion to let go of his clothes and stop the manipulation. Clare exclaimed happily, reminding Donatos of his promise as he tried to leave the room in a hurry. The protagonist reflected on his inability to refuse the girl, noting the stark differences from his past life. Rude tried to justify his decision with strategic considerations, involuntarily remembering Lion's pretty face and her potentially important role in future events. The young man saw the situation as a chance to repay a debt from his past life, making up a convincing excuse for himself. Donatos decided to turn the training into a harsh test to make Lion regret her request to teach her the techniques. The Aradium Academy, located in the capital of the Empire of Althea, has traditionally been the main forge for the strongest and most invincible dragon slayers in the entire country. The Imperial Palace generously gave full support to the prestigious academy, as most of the talented graduates were later successfully employed in the elite guilds of the Empire. Virtually all of the teaching and training equipment at the modern academy was state-of-the-art and regularly updated to maintain the highest standards of training. Despite the excellent facilities, many students were unhappy with the limited space within the walls of the academy, so the management allowed students to travel into the city on weekends or holidays. Energetic Hennis, laden with a stack of books, impatiently rushed her friends, loudly reminding them of the many things they had planned for the day. A sleepy Rude spoke dreamily of wanting to sleep longer, while an exhausted Balac supported the idea of resting to recover strained muscles. An enthusiastic Hafle marveled at her friends' reluctance to explore the city, chiding them for their intention to sleep through every weekend in their 4 years at the academy. The girl, trying to cheer up her grumbling companions, promised to treat them to an expensive and tasty lunch after their walk through the city. Rude, hearing about the expensive treat, sarcastically remarked that it was worth the inconvenience for the sake of such a thing, causing Hennis to smile. Balac, noticing his friend's displeasure, innocently inquired if it was Ruda who had asked Hennis to carry her things, hinting at the possibility of refusal. The protagonist cleverly figured out that Steros didn't have any money with him, and cleverly shifted the duty of carrying the shopping to his mate while their friend ran around looking for more purchases. A tired Balac, dragging Hafle's numerous purchases, muttered sadly about the psychology of the poor man, while an energetic girl, running ahead, hurried the sluggish lads. After a lengthy shopping spree, during which Hennis bought up a huge amount of stuff, she decided it was time for the promised sumptuous lunch. The company entered an expensive restaurant, where obliging waiters respectfully greeted Miss Hennis Hafle, bowing low to her. Rude was uncomfortable in such a posh establishment, especially when the polite waiters politely escorted them to the best table. Impressed by the opulence of the interior, Donatos ironically wondered if they were in a palace, noting the excessive luxury of the furnishings. Watching the confident behavior of his friends, the young man wondered if they were trying to demonstrate their high status in this way. Rude, who had never been to a place like this before, stared in amazement at the many different cutlery items as the waiter wrote down Hennis's order. The girl ordered identical sets of dishes for all three, adding an impressive 600 grams of venison steak to Balac at his request. The insatiable wrestler continued to peruse the menu, explaining the need to replenish lost energy, much to the annoyance of Hennis, who urged him to know his measure. Donatos was shocked at the price of one set of 500 million rubles, noting that it was the cost of his monthly subsistence. Confused and stunned by the prices, Rude cautiously asked Hennis if it would cost too much for them to dine at this luxurious restaurant. Generous Hafle confidently declared that since her friends had helped her with the shopping, she was obliged to treat them properly, suggesting that he order additional dishes if he wished. A pleased Balac tried to take advantage of the offer, but Hennis abruptly cut him off, reminding him of the portion of meat he had already ordered. Steros tried to object, remarking that he was carrying bags too, but was rudely interrupted by the irritated girl. The waiter brought many plates of exquisite dishes, startling Rude, who had never before seen such sumptuous service. Balac, appreciating the flavor of the food, compared it to the family chef's kitchen, but expressed dissatisfaction with the small portions, intending to order more. Irritated by Steros's behavior, Hennis suddenly threw a table knife in his direction, showing her displeasure. The girl menacingly reminded Balac of her demand for silence as the terrified wrestler stared at the knife stuck next to him. Instantly changing from anger to mercy, Hennis addressed Rude affectionately, asking his opinion of the flavor of the food. An enthusiastic Hafle began to actively recommend various delicacies to Donatos that she had tried before. Rude, unaccustomed to such expensive cuisine, found it difficult to appreciate the taste of the exquisite dishes, trying to hide his confusion at the variety of delicacies. The protagonist noticed Hennis's excessive friendliness after talking about his brother, which caused him some tension and suspicion. Thinking back to his past life, Donatos noted that he and Hafle had never been close friends, and she could safely call him names and interfere with him during meals. In his memories, Hennis yelled furiously at him, accusing him of being overconfident and wasting equipment while hunting an earth dragon. Rude remembered snapping back, reminding her of the rule not to disturb even the dog at mealtime when she threw papers at him. In the past, Hennis, enraged by his behavior, had turned almost demonic, calling him worse than a dog. Donatos reflected that he would be more used to seeing her rough but honest than watching the current sucking up. When Rude tried to speak to Hennis, she cut him off abruptly, turning her attention to another of Balac's antics. The girl angrily reprimanded Steros for trying to order more food, threatening to cut off his hand if he reached for the menu again. Hennis wryly suggested that in Balac's case, all of his food goes to his muscles instead of his brain, or that his brain is also made up of muscle due to the lack of crinkles. Despite his impressive physical strength, Balac displayed a surprising fear of Hennis, especially when she was enraged. Shifting her attention, Hennis instantly changed from aggression to friendliness, addressing Donatos with kindness and asking what he had to say. Caught off guard by the change in mood, Rude awkwardly thanked him for the treat, trying to force a smile and mentally convincing himself that this behavior was better than his previous rudeness. Hafle accepted the thanks with pride and joy, while Balac, who was sitting next to her, lowered his head, clearly upset by the discriminatory attitude. The clock showed 8 o'clock. Hennis didn't seem to understand the reasons for Steros's sadness, perplexed as to why he looked so depressed. Rude didn't just glance at his watch. He suddenly remembered his promise to meet Lillian at this time for training. Punctual Clare, remembering the arrangement perfectly, was already waiting for Donatos in the training room, gradually getting annoyed at his tardiness. It was already 5 minutes after the appointed time, but Rude still hadn't shown up, which increased Lillian's anxiety. The girl sadly reflected on the fact that Rude was the first person she'd been able to have a normal conversation with at the academy, assuming that he must have many friends unlike her, which might have caused him to forget about the meeting. Her gloomy thoughts were interrupted, however, when the training room door swung open at the same second, and he finally appeared on the doorstep. A panting Rude approached Lillian and asked carelessly how long she had been waiting, trying to hide his embarrassment at being late. The irritated girl sharply reprimanded him for his unpunctuality, reminding him of the rule to arrive 10 minutes before the appointed time. Donatos, trying to defuse the situation, apologized by scratching his head, but Clare defiantly turned away, showing her resentment. Lillian, catching a whiff of food, inquired if Rude had eaten before the meeting, to which the latter, trying to cover his tracks, explained his trip to the capital. Surprised to be outside the academy, the girl asked again, and the student taking off his sweater confirmed his journey. Donatos mentioned the dinner with his girlfriend, his whole demeanor showing his reluctance to delve into the details of the topic. Lillian lowered her head and said with barely concealed sadness that she understood, clearly upset by the news about Rude's friends. Trying to change the subject, the young man started to talk about training, but was interrupted by Claire's remark about his many friends. The young man tried to start by explaining a simple fighting stance, but Lillian interrupted him again, mentioning that she had never been to the capital. Irritated by the constant distractions of training, Donatos barely held back when Clare once again spoke of her loneliness. Lillian, finally realizing the inappropriateness of her comments, tried to return to the topic of training, noticing the lack of response from a clearly annoyed Rude. Unexpectedly to the girl, Donatos headed down the stairs, announcing the postponement of practice until the following Saturday. Baffled, Clare hurried after him, but Rude, waiting for her at the foot of the stairs, unexpectedly suggested a trip to the capital. The girl's face instantly brightened, and she asked with ill-concealed delight if it was true. Noticing her joy, Rude ironically inquired about it, to which Lillian, trying to hide her emotions, tentatively agreed to the trip. Returning to the original purpose of the meeting, Donatos suggested starting the warm-up, recalling the students' desire to learn how to fight. The girl, excited about the upcoming trip, flooded Rudd with questions about the sights and food in the capital. Clare continued to ask about his past visits and time spent with his friends, causing the young man obvious confusion. Unable to withstand the flood of questions, Rude suddenly threw a glove in Lillian's face, trying to interrupt her endless chatter. Outraged by such an act, the girl became angry, but Donatos insisted on the need to focus on training. Rude asked in surprise if Lillian had always been so talkative, to which she mentioned her mother's jokes about her talkativeness, and asked if he knew her mother, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. Donatos wondered how he could have tolerated such talkativeness in his past life, while Clare continued to share information about himself. Unable to stand it, Rude turned sharply around and shouted at the girl, demanding that she stop talking endlessly. The young man began to explain that he was using a modified Steros style of fighting, adapted for the common man, mentioning the clan's superhuman physical stats. Donatos clarified that he could only teach Lillian a few of his brother's techniques and methods without revealing all the secrets of the technique. He suggested combining these techniques with Professor Clare's techniques to achieve a better result. Rude explained that in real combat there are no strict rules. The main thing is to dodge and throw punches at your opponent. Lillian expressed doubt about the possibility of constant evasion, especially when the enemy was pursuing closely. Donatos promised to teach her ways to minimize the hits she received and demonstrated a method of moving quickly. Clare watched her comrade's movements closely, but couldn't quite grasp them, comparing the technique to a writhing snake. Rude explained the technique in detail, emphasizing toe-to-toe movement and minimal use of leg muscles to achieve subtle movements. Lillian asked if this technique was also part of Steros' style, surprised by its unusualness. Donatos admitted that he developed the technique himself, noting that Clare does not normally use such techniques. Impressed, the girl asked if Rude was really a true genius since he had managed to create such a technique. Flattered by the compliment, the young man smiled and suggested that Lillian try to perform the move herself. Clare stood uncertainly on her toes, questioning the correct execution while her teacher watched the attempts carefully. Watching Lillian's first yet successful attempt, Donatos wondered who really should be called a genius. Rude remembered that it had taken him 2 years to develop this technique, another year to adapt, and another year to fully master the technique. He mentally noted that it was hard to call someone who was just trying to survive by any means necessary a genius, comparing his efforts to quickly mastering Clare's technique. Donatos thought about his comrades from his past life, comparing their abilities and potential. Lillian, eagerly awaiting praise, excitedly asked Rude about the correct execution of the complicated technique, hoping for approval of her efforts. Rude remained mysteriously silent, only smiling slightly as he watched his students' uncertain movements carefully. After waiting a moment for the gullible girl to approach, Donatos suddenly tripped her up, stiffly stating her terrible performance. Caught off guard, Clare fell loudly to the floor of the training room and cried out loudly in sudden pain. Rude, assuming the role of a strict teacher, sternly reminded of the need to move on his toes and not do ridiculous dances. Rising and rubbing her bruised head irritably, the swordswoman swore, cursing the cruel training methods, and Donatos ruthlessly ordered her to try again. The unyielding Rude firmly stated that he would torture her mercilessly with training until he achieved perfect execution of the technique. There were long cries and pleas from the audience for an exhausted lion to stop tripping as the sun slowly set outside. Finally reaching his room after a grueling workout, a completely exhausted Rude sat down on his bed with relief. He tiredly tucked his strained hands under his buzzing head, sighing deeply and reflecting on the eventful events of the past day. Opening his eyes and staring up at the ceiling, Donatos noted with satisfaction that outwardly everything was going smoothly, not much different from his past life. However, the young man realized that his relationship with those around him had changed drastically from past experiences, causing mixed feelings. Rude thought about the impact of these changes on the future, realizing the need to change the course of events to save his friends from the coming troubles. The student decided that it was necessary to reassemble a reliable team and destroy the celestial demon in order to finally see his lost relative. For now, Rude was aware of his responsibility in the demanding role of Big Brother, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. He determined the first step to achieving his goal was to master the mysterious blue sky technique, as evidenced by the mysterious snowflake. The sharp swords made loud metallic sounds as they clashed violently against each other in a duel. One of the skilled fighters was Professor Daniel, demonstrating an excellent command of sword and combat techniques. His worthy opponent was talented student Rude Donatos, showing amazing skills for his age. The young man noted with surprise the serious professor's sudden penchant for joking during battle. Realizing his unwillingness to lose, Daniel masterfully deflected each of Rude's blows, exuding confidence and displaying years of experience in the field. The experienced instructor masterfully performed complex maneuvers, then rapidly approaching, then suddenly moving away from his opponent. In the midst of the fight, Gould got the sudden idea to change his fighting style to catch his student off guard. Rude was startled to see his teacher's fist suddenly appear in front of him instead of the expected sword strike. Thanks to his natural giftedness, the young man reacted instantly, successfully blocking the unexpected attack. After deflecting the blow, Donatos was perplexed and asked the professor if it was really allowed to use more than just a sword in their fight. Daniel, chuckling, attributed his act to his very volatile temper, enjoying the student's confusion. Rude mentally noted that he was still inferior to his teacher in physical fitness, despite his extraordinary abilities. Gould watched his opponent with interest, wondering if he was trying to trap him by retreating too far. The classroom teacher decided to stop, giving the student the opportunity to demonstrate his full potential. "It's coming up fast," he said tensely, watching the determined student closely. The young man, upon reflection, decided to go with proven standard techniques and confidently used a powerful blocking blow. His sharp sword immediately swiftly flew upwards, for this was an integral part of the practiced method. Not wanting to dwell on this prematurely, Donatos immediately used a counter technique. The blue sky technique is a complex sword technique primarily focused on solid defense, with blocking strike and countermeasures being key elements. Thinking back to his past life, the young man realized that he had previously studied only the basic elements of this technique, not comprehending its true essence, because some more subtle element was needed. Professor Daniel praised the students' excellent techniques wholeheartedly, noting that they seemed to have been honed from the beginning. The protagonist self-critically remarked that his punches were still very easily repelled, recognizing the teacher's superiority. Daniel offered to take the training to a more serious level, while an exhausted Rude tried to catch his breath while sitting on the floor. The tired student looked at the teacher with bewilderment and slight trepidation and asked again about the more serious level, having no idea what could be more difficult. Daniel explained that the blue sky technique involves not only swordsmanship but also unique mana management, available only to true successors of the style. The professor continued that mana was pure life force normally stored in the heart, but the blue sky technique used a different, special method. Gould demonstrated the mana seal that appeared on his hand, similar in shape to a snowflake, explaining its importance in the technique. The teacher spoke of the heavenly spirit, a subspace where successor techniques accumulate vast amounts of mana using a special energy transfer channel. Rude, hearing about the heavenly spirit, remembered that his brother had a similar ability in his past life. Daniel explained the effectiveness of the method, noting that the presence of mana in the heart could reduce its role as a conductor, and asked if Rude had explored other ways to control energy. Donatos strongly confirmed his lack of experience, recalling that in his past life, he had used a conventional method based on the ethical circle system, reaching his peak in mana control. The professor offered Rude a personal test of the new method, asking him to sit down and choose a place to apply the seal. After a brief thought, the student indicated the desired location for the seal, preparing for an unknown experience. Daniel warned of a possible slight tingle and reached out to his apprentice, preparing to begin the mysterious ritual. Rude trustingly placed his hand in his teacher's palm, and Gould, using the finger of his other hand, proceeded to create a magical seal. Contrary to his expectations of a slight tingle, the young man felt an unbearable burning sensation, as if his hand was on fire, but he heroically held back from screaming in pain. On Donatos's hand, a mysterious silhouette gradually manifested, emitting a powerful, pulsating energy. A stunned Rude watched as pure mana began to flow from his hand, forming a glowing halo of unprecedented power around him. The young man looked up mesmerized, watching the legacy of ancient receivers passed down from generation to generation materialize in the air. Donatos realized that the result of centuries of effort by masters who had dedicated their lives to creating the blue sky with mana was being revealed before him. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded behind Rude's back, calling him youngster, causing the student to turn around sharply. Donatos had a strange feeling as if the whole world had turned upside down, plunging him into a new reality. Waking up in a familiar training room, Rude heard Professor Daniel's question about his impressions of his first encounter with the blue sky. The stunned young man admitted that the experience was truly amazing, and Gould compared the mastering of mana to the emergence of a new unexplored organ in the body. Danielle explained that it usually takes a considerable amount of time to get used to the new sensation and begin using mana effectively, watching Rude's attempts to get up. The professor was surprised to note that the student was not only able to stand up, but was already showing a confident sense of mana in his body. Gould was amazed to realize that the young man was not just sensing, but already controlling the mana descending from the space of the blue sky, just a few minutes after initiation. A question flashed through the teacher's mind about the true nature of his unusually gifted student. Rude, scrutinizing his hand with the manifested mana, remembered how in his past life, when he was learning the usual way of handling energy, a ring appeared in his heart to reflect his skill level. Donatos mentally noted that the level of proficiency in the blue sky technique was shown through the number of wings. His teacher had 6, and the legendary master of the heavenly sword, his brother, had 7. Rude set himself the ambitious goal of reaching 8 wings, striving to fulfill his brother's dream and surpass previous limits of excellence. With trepidation and hope, Rude looked at his hand, eager to see the result of his first experience with the new technique. To his surprise and slight disappointment, Donatos found only 1 wing on his arm, realizing that the road to mastery would be long and arduous. Daniel explained that the mana seal is indelible because it is connected to the soul, not the body, and even after the receiver dies, his memories and powers return to the source. Rude, looking up thoughtfully, noted that in the celestial spirit space he saw Daniel's teacher and the mysterious stranger, but not his brother. Donatos speculated that if the seal did remain on the soul, perhaps the celestial spirit held memories of his brother after returning in time. The young man realized that the teacher had said nothing about the possibility of imprisonment in other dimensions, which increased his suspicions. The only clue left was the disappearance of his brother along with the celestial dragon Sartnan, which required further investigation. Stepping out into the courtyard, Rude heard a question as to the reason for his late arrival, finding his friends waiting for him. Hennis, standing next to Balac, irritably reminded her of the importance of every second to the training of their goofy comrade. Donatos calmly replied that he had finished on time, perplexed as to why his friends hadn't left without him, to which Hafle countered that she couldn't handle the dumbass on her own. An offended Balac took umbrage, shouting that he wasn't dumb, and Hennis reminded him that he was in danger of being relegated to a second year because of his behavior. Steros, without taking a break from chewing, noticed that as soon as theory started he was ready to pass out, showing his attitude towards his studies. Balac suddenly suggested that it might be a psychological attack using magic, but it was clear by the looks on his friends' faces how ridiculous that idea was. While Steros contemplated preparing his muscles for an imaginary psychological attack, Hennis asked Rude about his training with his handlers. Donatos briefly replied, "Nothing much," silent on the teacher's heightened interest in his abilities. An enthusiastic Professor Winston came to mind, marveling at Rude's incredible accomplishments in training. Mrs. Clare also expressed genuine admiration for the technique Donatos had invented on his own. Hennis, not believing her friend's words, recalled the unique opportunity to study with all the curators and wondered if perhaps he had been able to see Professor Damien without the mask. Rude answered uncertainly, mentally reconstructing the image of the mysterious professor. Memories transported him to the spacious office of a Class D professor, known for his taciturnity. The protagonist settled into the chair across from Damien, who had remained silent for an hour last time. The young man reflected that if they had known each other before, they could have discussed current news. But because of their infrequent meetings, he knew nothing about his interlocutor. The guy remembered that among all the teachers, this professor had died first in his previous timeline. Damien's unexpected question about the tea caught Rude off guard, almost causing him to choke on his drink. The student politely complimented the flavor of the tea, to which the professor shared information about its popularity in the Empire. Paradoxically, Damien himself didn't take a sip, after which they spent another half-hour in complete silence. After running all of this through his head, Donatos informed his friends that he had just drank his tea and left the office without going into the details of the strange lesson. Hennis, frustrated by the boring story, headed for the door but was stopped by Rude's sudden question about their handlers. Balac enthusiastically shared his impressions of Professor Clare, whom he considers a strong warrior, worthy of respect as well as a connoisseur of the beauty of muscle. Rude mentally noted, it wasn't strange because, in his previous life, Balac and Clare had gotten along well because they both had muscles instead of brains. When it was Hennis's turn, she complained about a terrible experience with a substitute teacher who criticized the effectiveness of fire magic. The girl angrily recounted the advice to learn another type of magic so as not to reach the limit too quickly, and added that he was no match for the Empress of White Flame. Balac, sitting down at his desk, tried to reassure his classmate, noting that the instructor's words made sense, for fire magic was quite rare. Getting even more angry, Hafle asked sharply what he understood, to which Rude did his best to support her by offering to change classes if she didn't like the instructor. The girl said sadly that it was useless, as there were no fire mages among Aradium's professors. The young man jokingly suggested that perhaps the White Flame Empress would become a teacher here, specifically to teach her. Perplexed, Hennis asked what nonsense he was talking about, but her question was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger addressing the group of friends. Rude turned around instantly, clearly displeased at the sight of the young man approaching. The young man came closer and greeted Rude and reminded him that they had already seen each other during the admissions ceremony, introducing himself as Jeremy Duville, student body president. Jeremy unmistakably identified Hennis and Balac, impressing the girl with his awareness. Donatos asked suspiciously if the president had figured out everything about them beforehand. The student council president explained their familiarity as an inseparable trio of freshmen in a friendly manner, while Hennis got angry at another of Rude's impertinence. Duville noted the special prominence of Rude being chosen by all faculty members, which caused outrage among upperclassmen who felt it was unfair. Donatos bluntly asked if Jeremy had come as a representative of the disgruntled seniors to voice his displeasure. The student body president hastily rebutted this assumption by raising his hands in a friendly gesture and suggesting that there were good reasons for the professor's decision. Duville mumbled that he, on the contrary, liked such outstanding personalities as the protagonist, but he clearly caught the sarcasm in his words and could barely contain his anger, clenching his fists. Jeremy asked if Rude would like to join the student council, mentioning the constant shortage of people. Donatos, displaying superiority and unwillingness to bow out as his interlocutor had done, stated that he did not like the idea of being an errand boy. It infuriated the young man that he was immediately seen as a potential mercenary without even being offered anything else, adding to the tension between them. Jeremy, pretending to speak at random, noted that he seemed to have hit the mark, compounding Donatos's dislike. The student council president noticed the fine scratches on Rude's hands, suggesting his heavy past as a mercenary. Donatos warned Duville that he was overreacting, but Jeremy continued by mentioning his fascination with detectives, and he even knows about the search for Brother Rude. The protagonist thought irritably of Jeremy's nasty behavior, who spoke as if he knew everything in the world. In a past life, the president was known among the mercenaries for his rare powers of observation. But now, the true face of the freak is clear. While he is not a villain, he behaves in the most selfish and self-righteous way in favor of the vast majority. Rude stated that although he wasn't into playing detective, he also knew some things about Duville, such as that he took too much interest in other people's cases. Young added that the president mistakenly believes that with such a brilliant mind he can control people like his mutts. Duville noted Rude's apparent hatred of him, but expressed interest in him, to which Donatos replied that the president was only interested in significant others. As he left, Parin emphasized that he had no interest in Jeremy at all, hiding among the book rows of the library. Her friend was very embarrassed by her comrade's behavior, so Hennis approached Jeremy and apologized for him. but he assured her that everything was fine and not to worry. Noticing the book on the table, Jeremy assumed he was interrupting class, apologized, and decided to leave as a courtesy. Huffley, seeing the fellow approaching her with the book he was looking for, was outraged at his behavior, reminding him that Jeremy was the student body president after all. The protagonist, taking a seat next to the wrestler, advised against messing with the jerk, and Balac agreed, noting the sense of danger emanating from him. The girl, asking a bunch of questions, asked if Steros was an animal, to which he replied that everyone has a different scent, and she and Rude gave off a scent that he missed. Deciding not to interfere in his friend's conflict, Rude opened the book and found a note warning him to beware of Damian Grace, which puzzled him. Donatos mentally called the note's author a psycho, frowning at the strange warning. He felt that it wasn't the professor he needed to watch out for, but that freak Jeremy, who had done so much in the past that many people had died because of his choices. Among them was Damian Grace, the first faculty member to die, becoming Duveil's first victim. As he loaded into the carriage, Rude bitterly recalled that in his previous life, Jeremy had not personally taken Professor Damian's life. The student, immersed in memories, mentally replayed the picture of the instructor committing suicide by plunging a dagger into his neck. However, it was Duveil who pushed his mentor to take this step, believing him to be a danger to the Empire, and his death set off a chain reaction of all subsequent events. The young man, watching the cheerfully chatting passengers, thought over the plan to disarm the president before the fateful day, realizing that there was not much time left, and he would slowly press on Grays so there was no time to relax. Lillian irritably reprimanded Rude for being late again, accusing him of having a distorted understanding of time. The interlocutor objected that he was on time, but the girl reminded him of the etiquette rule to show up 10 minutes in advance, and they looked at each other irritably. Rude stated that he was wasting precious weekend time on Lillian, to which she reminded him that he'd suggested they meet. Donatos began to explain the reason for his offer, but the girl jumped up from her seat and interrupted him, happy to note that they had arrived. Stepping outside, Claire marveled at the number of people, clearly not expecting such excitement. The street where the Dead Dragon Guild was located had always been lively, but not this lively. Lillian cheerfully asked her companion where they would be going now, to which the latter, remembering past experiences traveling with friends, asked if he shouldn't just carry her things. Claire was surprised at the question about things, reminding him that Rude, as the initiator of the meeting, should show the way. Scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, the guy suggested buying her something to start with, since everyone does that. Lillian enthusiastically offered to buy new clothes, grabbing Rude by the arm, which caused him to gasp in surprise and protest. Clare, ignoring the objections, dragged Rude along behind her, causing him to resent her excessive grip and fear of broken fingers. As they approached the first store, Lillian headed inside curiously, and Rude reluctantly followed her. Claire noticed the charming light-colored dress on the mannequin and expressed her delight. Asking Rude's opinion, Lillian was disappointed by his curt, "not bad, white," and demanded a more detailed answer. A friendly consultant approached and asked if they would like to try it on, to which Claire answered affirmatively without hesitation. After trying on the dress, the girl blossomed from the salesman's compliments on how great it fit her. Overjoyed, Lillian asked for the protagonist's opinion. Turning to him, "Beautiful?" Donatos again laconically replied, "Yeah, okay, white," causing Lillian to be annoyed with his feeble comment. Claire, saying he was getting annoying, told the counselor she was taking the dress, while the hero asked if she was done, suggesting she move on. Lillian stopped her comrade, offering to buy clothes for him as well, ignoring his attempts to refuse. The boy tried to object that he didn't need anything, but Lillian had already held out the suit to him, insisting on trying it on. The consultant obligingly showed Rude the way to the fitting room, keeping Lillian's enthusiasm alive. While Claire was alone, she thought about Rude's strange behavior, trying to understand his character. She remembered that when they first met, the young man had acted wary, keeping his distance. But once he saw her tears, he instantly changed, and now she notices something soft about him. But sometimes, it's like he compares her to someone. Leaning against the wall and closing her eyes, Claire sank into thinking that most of his emotions were very genuine and sincere. But sometimes she had a strange feeling of sadness. After a moment, she opened her eyes, hearing a conversation nearby, and began to listen. The same counselor was still standing near the protagonist and rapturously praising how great the suit fit him, causing her to have mixed feelings. Lillian wondered who that man was, so hated by him that he looked at him like an unreachable star in the night sky. Donatos interrupted her musings, demanding she pay for the purchase since she had promised. The girl grumbled, asking what kind of manners this was and if she was buying it all for nothing. while a satisfied Rude rejoiced at having a free upgrade. After lunch, Claire noted the delicious food and the understandable popularity of the place, summarizing their walk. Walking through the city, the girl looked thoughtfully at her friend walking beside her and reading something attentively. She noted to herself that the new clothes suited Donatos very well, admiring his appearance. Noticing her gaze, the young man asked why she was staring at him like that, to which Lion embarrassedly mumbled that it was nothing, and wondered why he had suddenly paid for it, since she had promised to treat him. Without taking a break from reading, Donatos explained that he had paid for lunch out of a sense of obligation for the clothes he had bought. She grinned, noting that he was so strange after all, causing him to be perplexed and question the reasons for that judgment. Claire inquired about Rude's comrades or friends during his time as a mercenary, assuming a close relationship. The young man evasively confirmed that there was a case, mentally adding that he wasn't really a mercenary but a dragon slayer. Lion romanticized the notion of life mates, comparing them to a family that protects and defends each other. The swordswoman suddenly started a new topic, intriguing Rude with her question. She asked about a possible first love among comrades that Rude could not forget, which made the boy slightly crumple the piece of paper he had been holding in his hands all this time. The abrupt change in Donatos's facial expression made Lion feel awkward, not expecting such a reaction. But then the hero thought deeply and muttered that the question was too unexpected. Claire watched the change of emotion on Donatos's face warily and felt the confusion as he turned away as if he were pulling away. Suddenly, Donatos exploded into an angry tirade about the impossibility of family relations among mercenaries, to which the frightened girl exclaimed that she didn't know that. Covering her ears against his shouts, Rude mentally rejected the idea of love between co-workers, thinking Lion's words were naive nonsense. But she honestly admitted that it was the first time she'd ever met someone like him, still covering her ears with her palms. The girl, still covering her ears, said it was the first time she'd ever seen someone like him, to which the guy irritably asked what she meant. She pointed out to him his tendency to be irritable, always dissatisfied, looking impertinent, and when he got angry, he would immediately hurl profanities. However, she also emphasized Rude's honesty, his willingness to help, and his attention to detail, as he studied the brochure all the way through to figure out where to go next. After summarizing that he was a six-pack with a terrible temper, the girl made him so angry that he tore the pamphlet to shreds. The boy, turning around, started to resent that he had agreed to walk with her and she. But he stopped himself and declared his intention to return to the academy, feeling insulted by Lion's words. Clare stopped Rude, reminding him of the many things he had planned, and clapped him on the back rather hard with the palm of her hand. Irritated, he turned around and asked why she hit him, to which the girl replied that that's what her mom does for support. She added that if friends support each other, they have a strong relationship. So she changed today's plan a bit. An intrigued Rude asked about the new plans, not expecting further developments. Lion expressed her desire to show Rude what a real family was, causing him mixed feelings and a slight malaise. The swordswoman stated that they were immediately going to her home in the Dead Dragon Guild so she could introduce him to her family. Arriving in the Siren Kingdom through the Warp Gate, Rude reminded Lion of the rule-breaking, showing concern for the possible repercussions. Clare nonchalantly brushed off the concerns, assuring them that they would be careful, and noted the lack of school uniforms as an advantage. Donatos, amazed at the frivolous spending of 6 million ribbons, heard from Lion that her mother had authorized any spending for the sake of a visit home. Siren, the capital of the Kingdom of Ribal, was located in the west of the mainland, representing an important political and economic center. The city where the Dead Dragon Guild was located, although inferior to the Empire's capital in size, was strikingly lively and energetic. Rude grimly recalled that in his past life, Siren had turned into a dead settlement after a few years due to an attack by 7 dragons. Donatos linked the destruction of the city to the complete fall of the once powerful Dead Dragon Guild. Realizing the tragic nature of future events, Lion proudly pointed to the huge building ahead, introducing it as her home and guild headquarters. Rude, impressed by the scale of the structure, noted that it looked more like a luxurious estate than a typical guild hall. Lion cheerfully called out to Uncle Harold, the gardener, who was surprised at her mistress's unscheduled visit, considering the vacation hadn't started yet. Clare explained that she had come for a short time to introduce her friend to the guild members, causing Harold to be even more amazed. Shocked by the news that Lion has a friend outside of the guild, the gardener suggested a grand party with posters to celebrate the occasion. The embarrassed girl, blushing, stopped Uncle Harold's enthusiasm, feeling uncomfortable at the overreaction to her visit with her friend. The gardener invited the guests into the house, and Clare turned to look at Rude and noticed his smile with annoyance. not understanding the reason for his amusement. Donatos, having begun to object confidently to Lion's remark, suddenly faltered, remembering the many unflattering comments about himself from his past life. Rude, immersed in reflection, was surprised to realize the possibility that he himself might have been an outcast in his past, revisiting his experiences. Upon entering, they were greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the guild's occupants, surprised and delighted by Lion's unexpected visit. The guild members, intrigued by their friend's appearance, peppered Rude with questions, even suggesting that the girl might have paid him for his company. Irritated by the excessive attention to her comrade, Lion forcefully pushed away the curious guild members in an attempt to protect her companion from the intrusiveness. The swordswoman approached her sister for help, believing the guild members were overreacting, but received only a reply of natural joy at her return. The student carefully observed the guild's inhabitants, seeing the dead dragon members for the first time and marveling at the warmth of their familial relationship. Donato suggested that Lion's drastic change in character after the destruction of Cyrene may have been a natural result of the tragedy experienced. Uncle Harold appeared on the second floor and invited Mrs. Clare and her friend into the living room, where the guild leader and a guest awaited them. The girl, intrigued by the unexpected visitor, received only a cryptic reply about a man she knew well and hurried there. On entering the room, they saw two women, one of whom, on seeing her daughter, said her name in surprise. Adeline Clare, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild and part-time mom to Lion, was very surprised by the sudden appearance of her favorite daughter. The swordswoman threw herself into her mother's arms, showing her warmth as she marveled at how much her daughter had gotten prettier during the separation. Lion's mother, concerned about her daughter's unexpected visit in the middle of the school year, suggested the possibility of another beating incident, shocking Rude. Claire Jr. explained, a little confused, the real reason for the visit: a desire to introduce her mother to her friend. Adeline, hearing about the friend, cried out fearfully, as if confronted with something unbelievable and frightening. The girl, surprised by her mother's reaction, did not understand the reasons for such a strong shock. Suddenly, the guest, who was drinking tea, commented on the situation, noting the amazing fact that Lion, with her bad temper and zero sociability, was able to make friends. The guest, who turned out to be White Flame Empress Lena Blueberry, the leader of the Sacred Fire Guild, made a remark about the impoliteness of young people not saying hello to their elders. The swordswoman referred to Lena with obvious disdain as an old woman, always coming to their house out of boredom. While Rude bowed politely and introduced himself, Lena recognized Ruda as the young man who had shown his displeasure during the jousting and inquired about Hennis Hafle. The main character talked about Hennis's problems with her handler, causing her to become very upset. The Empress of White Flame reassured the young man, hinting at the Academy's soon-to-be best teacher, and reached for a cookie. Suddenly, Rude felt someone take him by the shoulder, and turning around he saw a crying Adeline thanking him profusely. Lion's mother explained her daughter's peculiarity, a well-developed sixth sense that allowed her to deeply perceive other people's emotions but made it difficult to express her own, which prevented her from making friends among her peers. Rude was surprised when Adeline suddenly inquired about his strength, for last time, there had been a case where Lion had broken her classmate's wrist. The girl nonchalantly confirmed the incident and even pointed out that the guy was Rude Donatos, continuing to calmly sip her tea as if it were a regular occurrence. Mother Lion, shocked by this admission, could barely squeeze out a questioning "What?" eyes wide with surprise. The girl, munching on a cookie, tried to justify herself by saying that the enemy had started first, and moreover, all the bones had already fused, and she was punished for her act. Adelina, unable to contain her emotions, shouted her daughter's name loudly, making Lion's hair stand up in surprise in the force of her mother's anger. The mother asked in despair if this was why she had taught her daughter to fight, to torture other people, clearly frustrated by Claire's behavior. Rude suddenly stood up for Lion, saying that she hadn't tormented him and admitting his guilt in the conflict in an attempt to soften the situation. Adeline, still concerned, insisted that mutilation was unacceptable, regardless of the circumstances. Mother Lion, seeing that the conflict was over, inquired if her daughter had apologized, not noticing Rude's displeasure at feeling like the only victim. The swordswoman, like a punished child, reluctantly apologized to Rude, who, slightly offended by the situation, replied that it was fine. Rude, scratching his head, listened intently as Mother Lion repeatedly asked her daughter to be more careful around ordinary students, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Lena suddenly intervened, enthusiastically telling Adeline about the lad's impressive fighting skills, mentioning how he had easily dealt with Steros' son. The Empress of White Flame added that Abel had personally offered Rude to join his guild, causing the people present to be even more surprised. Adeline, startled by the mention of Styros and the dull moon, opened her eyes wide, realizing the significance of her guest. Clare proudly confirmed her comrade's strength, mentioning that he was even teaching her how to fight. But the young man was quick to clarify that he had declined to join the guild. Hearing this, Lion's mother smiled enigmatically, clearly thinking of something and taking a special interest in her daughter's friend. Adeline, assessing the situation, stated that as the guild leader and mother, Lion could not ignore such an outstanding young man, catching Rude's interested gaze. With a slight chuckle, the head of the Dead Dragon Guild offered the hero a demonstration of his combat skills, clearly intrigued by his abilities. Lion, stunned by her mother's unexpected suggestion, could only let out a surprised exclamation, unable to believe her ears. Rude, remembering the rumors of the Dead Dragon Guild leader's belligerence, saw this as a chance to compete with someone of higher rank and agreed to the duel. The guild members were perplexed that their head was going to fight a friend that the young mistress had brought home for the first time. The guild watchers were incredulously discussing the freshman's upcoming duel with the third-ranked dragon slayer, betting on how many seconds Rude would last. Some guild members expressed hope that the leader wouldn't do anything foolish, closely following the preparations for the battle. Her friend complimented Rude, noting how the battle uniform issued by the Dead Dragon Guild suited him. Lion, feeling awkward, apologized to her comrade for the inconvenience, understanding her mother's true motives in providing the guild form. Donatos, on the other hand, expressed his gratitude for the unique opportunity to fight a dragon slayer of such a high level as he continued his warm-up. Lion, impressed by her friend's attitude, jokingly warned him against death by playfully nudging him with her elbow. Before leaving, the girl quietly asked her mother to be more careful with Rude and wished good luck to both participants in the duel. Clare Sr. After making sure all the spectators had taken safe seats, she announced the start of the battle, causing a wave of excitement among those present. Despite initial disbelief, the audience was led to believe that what was happening was real as Rude and Adeline took their positions in the arena. The guild leader announced the rules: wooden swords, controlling magic only inside the body, and a ban on striking vital organs. With a smirk, she offered the student a victory condition of giving her at least one blow, promising to fulfill his every wish if he succeeded. Confident in his understanding of the rules, Rude assumed a fighting stance, preparing for an unpredictable duel with an experienced dragon slayer. Adeline swung her wooden sword with grace and glanced questioningly at Rude, silently inquiring about his readiness for battle. Donatos, without losing his cool, confidently reached for his weapon, giving the initiative to his opponent. The duel started lightning fast. The opponent's swords clashed with a thud right in front of their faces, sending out sparks of tension. The head of the Dead Dragon Guild displayed a stunning technique, delivering a series of complex and unpredictable strikes. To the amazement of everyone present, young Rude masterfully repelled every attack of Adeline, showing remarkable skill. One of the observers, rubbing his eyes, incredulously questioned his neighbor as to whether this boy was really fending off blows from Adeline Clare herself. A wave of whispers and cries of surprise swept through the crowd of spectators. No one could believe that an unknown youngster could stand up to an experienced dragon slayer. Adeline, inwardly impressed by Rude's flawless technique, regretted his average physical data that did not match his skill level. Suddenly, the guild leader delivered a crushing blow that Rude could not dodge, shrieking in sharp pain and flying backward to the amazed gasps of the spectators. Suddenly, the guild leader delivered a crushing blow that made Donatos cry out in pain. The boy, realizing that he was facing the limit of his current capabilities, mentally noted the harshness of adult fighters who did not do any favors even to young opponents. Adeline, watching Rude crouched after a powerful blow, wondered with a slight sneer if he was already tired, clearly underestimating the young man's resilience. Unexpectedly, the student's posture proved to be a distraction. The blue sky wing on his hand lit up again, marking the activation of the hidden technique. The mark on Donatos' hand began to emit mana, which was instantly transferred to his sword, causing the blade to glow with a mysterious light. Rude, without wasting a second, swung, directing all of his stored mana towards the unsuspecting Adeline. However, the experienced guild leader of the Dead Dragon Guild managed to create a protective barrier around herself, from which Rude's attack was reflected back with incredible force. Thrown back by his own technique, the guy landed hard on the floor, finding his wooden sword splintered from the power of the blow. Adeline, landing easily next to her defeated opponent, noted the use of the blue sky technique with interest, expressing surprise at having an apprentice in loser Daniel. An indignant Rude, despite his pain, stood up for his teacher's honor, eliciting an approving chuckle from Mother Lion. The guild leader, impressed with the young man's spirit, offered him a rematch to stand for his mentor's honor, showing respect for his tenacity. The girl watching the fight was impressed by her friend's strength and her mother's unusual enthusiasm. Clearly enjoying the fight with the talented newcomer, Lion, gripped by conflicting emotions, pondered her feelings gloomily. Whether it was jealousy or an oppressive sense of her own inferiority. Donatos, slowly rising from the floor, unexpectedly claimed victory in this bout, dismissing the idea of a rematch with unwavering confidence. Adelina, stunned to the core by this bold statement, questioned, perplexed, unable to believe that the young man dared to declare his superiority over the head of the guild. Donatos, coldly pointing his finger at Adelina, explained that she had just broken the rules by applying mana outside of her body. Realizing her mistake, she frighteningly remembered that she had indeed used mana incorrectly, admitting defeat. The observers, surprised by the outcome of the duel, were whispering, discussing the unexpected gaffe of their usually infallible guild leader. Liana Chernica couldn't help but call Adelina a fool, clearly disappointed by such a ridiculous outcome of a seemingly predetermined fight. Rude crossed his arms over his chest and proudly declared that he did not doubt the guild leader's honesty or her willingness to admit defeat. Adelina, resigned to the situation, reaffirmed her promise to fulfill the winner's wish, causing a wave of amazement among the guild members present. Clare Sr. stipulated terms, ruling out large monetary rewards and emphasizing the limitations of her abilities. While she listed the unacceptable requests, Rude watched her and Lion carefully, gradually realizing the striking similarities between their fighting styles. Donatos realized that Adelina's technique was strikingly similar to the belligerent and bestial style that Lion had possessed in his past life. Looking back at past fights, Rude noted that although he had not been able to beat Lion, he had once come close. The young man, gathering his thoughts and sighing lubotically, began to formulate his simple but unexpected wish. He pointed his finger at the stunned Adeline and with bold confidence offered to fight again on the same terms, causing shock not only to the guild leader, but to everyone present. The woman, after a second's hesitation, accepted the challenge, and the swords crossed in the air again, marking the beginning of a new, even more intense duel. The head of the Dead Dragon Guild quickly realized that her young opponent had a good reason to ask for a second fight, intuitively sensing that this round would be completely different. From the very first seconds, it was obvious that Rude had drastically changed his tactics, moving and attacking in a completely different way. The experienced warrior scrutinized the young man's every move, determined to test her assumptions about his new strategy. Clare Sr. began to put her plan into action, but almost immediately she sensed that something was not going as she expected. "What's the matter? What kind of crazy speed is this?" The guild leader's mind raced as she barely had time to follow Rude's lightning-fast movements. Despite her opponent's staggering speed, Adelina did not lose confidence, believing that she still had a chance for a retaliatory strike, and thrust her sword forward in a defensive stance. Rude's movements were so swift and unpredictable that she realized with horror that she had little chance against him. The young man displayed superhuman reflexes, dodging and attacking almost simultaneously, not leaving his opponent even a fraction of a second to think or retaliate. Adeline, amazed by what she saw, noted that she had only observed such abilities in her daughter Lion, wondering where this guy got this level of skill. By applying mana, the hero sharpened his senses to the limit, becoming incredibly sensitive. His reflexes and thinking accelerated, directly affecting his nervous system. Donatos remembered how in a past life he had been obsessed with defeating Lion at least once, and it was this desire that had led to the development of this unique technique. The young man showed incredible skill, masterfully defending himself with his sword against Adelina's every attack, as if anticipating her every move. The guild leader, realizing the complexity of the confrontation, noted to herself that Rude's ability to perfectly read her movements was strikingly similar to her daughter's style. "This is the first time I've seen such a strange entanglement technique that makes it impossible to anticipate his next moves," the woman thought, trying to find a weak spot in her opponent's defense. Despite the guy's impressive skills, the experienced warrior realized that he still wasn't so strong that she couldn't fight back. Mother Lion resolutely went on the offensive, landing a series of powerful blows that Donatos miraculously managed to dodge at the last moment. Adelina Rude also managed to avoid Adelina's next crushing swing, but it was becoming obvious that the Dead Dragon Guild leader was putting in more effort. The young fighter continued to masterfully dodge many blows, showing incredible agility, which caused increasing amazement among those watching the fight. One audience member, amazed by the guy's skills, called him a real destroyer, while a concerned lion begged her mother to be careful with her friend. Adeline, growing more and more enraged, urged her opponent to show what he was truly capable of, once again unleashing a series of lightning-fast punches on him. The guild leader, clearly losing patience with his inability to reach the young hero, angrily noted that he was only dodging. Realizing that this couldn't go on any longer, the woman decided to change tactics and shorten the distance between herself and Rude as much as possible. The guild leader triumphantly decided that she had driven her opponent into a trap, not realizing that the young man was up to something. Donatos was so immersed in the realization of his plan that he only paid attention to his approaching rival at the last moment, when his plan was almost realized. Adeline noticed Rudd's sword fly upwards, displaying the essence of the blue sky technique, and instantly realized that he had intentionally let the weapon out of his hands. The guild leader perked up, deciding that she now had the advantage, and the fight turned into an unequal melee. Adeline took advantage of the moment and began swiftly throwing a series of leg kicks, showing off her hand-to-hand combat skills. Rude, finding himself in close proximity to the enemy, decided to move into hand-to-hand combat as well, suddenly jumping up to attack. The guild leader, realizing that she had fallen into the trap planned by the guy from the beginning, made the decision to urgently increase the distance between them. Before she could react, Adeline was amazed to find that Donatos had disappeared from sight, as if vanishing into thin air. Remaining in a fighting stance, the guild leader looked around warily, trying to detect the enemy and prevent a surprise attack. Hearing the sound of the floor crumbling behind her, she turned around sharply, seeing Rude standing on the cracked floor and wondering how he had been able to move so quickly. Donatos loudly announced the use of Steros's hold, preparing for a decisive attack. The young man, confident of success, aimed a powerful fist punch at his opponent's face, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. However, something didn't go according to plan, and Rude suddenly flew back again, missing his target. He realized his mistake, underestimating the reflexes and strength of the guild leader, who quickly repelled his attack with a counterstrike. Rude's landing was particularly painful, demonstrating the full power of Adeline's repulse and causing a wave of unease among the watchers. Lillian, startled by her friend's hard fall, rushed to him, fearing for his life and health after such a powerful blow. The girl ran up to Rude and began to reprimand him for his recklessness, giving him light blows on the back, expressing her dismay and annoyance at his risky actions. Lillian, still flustered, asked Rude about the reasons for his persistence in continuing the battle despite the enemy's obvious superiority. Donatos, writhing in pain, asked for the lamentations to stop and suddenly declared that he didn't consider himself a loser. A surprised Lillian turned to her mother, looking for confirmation of her friend's words and trying to understand the situation. Adeline, stepping closer and appreciating the 17-year-old's incredible talent and tenacity, respectfully admitted defeat. The spectators were amazed at the outcome of the fight, not believing their ears and discussing the amazing turn of events. The guild leader, true to her word, offered Rude any reward within her means, even access to the guild treasury. Donatos, rising gingerly and enduring the pain, gave up material goods, stating his simple but unusual desire. An intrigued Adeline asked about the nature of the request, to which the hero asked her to believe him in the future, even if his words seemed nonsensical or strange. Surprised by the unusual request, the Dead Dragon Guild leader agreed, but inquired about the reason for such a strange desire, trying to understand the young man's motives. Rude, not wanting to reveal all the cards, briefly explained that his request had to do with wanting to prevent possible future deaths, which puzzled Adeline even more. The guild leader, imbued with the seriousness of the moment, solemnly gave her word to fulfill her promise, extending her hand to Rude to seal the contract. Shaking the young man's hand, she noted the approaching change of generations with a slight sadness, while expressing her joy at their meeting and recognizing the lad's potential. Unexpectedly, Lillian's mother jokingly referred to Donatos as her future son-in-law, causing shock and embarrassment to the young people. After a few years, the attacks of the 7 dragons that have been hibernating all this time will begin. The heavenly dragon will be the first to awaken, followed by the dragon of light, preparing for the coming trials. The third would be the illusion dragon Lausia, whose name indicated her ability with illusion magic. It was as a result of Lausia's attack that Siren fell, as well as the deaths of all the members of the Dead Dragon Guild, which he had firmly intended to prevent. Rude remembered how in his past life they had succeeded in getting revenge on Lausia and capturing her, But the cost of that victory had been the lives of his comrades in the battle with the seven dragons. Realizing that war would soon break out, Donatos was determined not to let the people he met today die, feeling responsible for their fates. The young man realized that now that he had gotten to know the members of the Dead Dragon Guild, he would be able to warn them in advance of the time of the Illusion Dragon's attack, changing the course of events. Glancing at the half-asleep lion sitting across from him, humming softly, Rude thought about her future, which he intended to change for the better. Immersed in his thoughts, Donatos was abruptly interrupted by Lion's sharp shout, catching her serious, questioning gaze. Caught off guard, Rude tried to explain the reason for his stare, but Lion had already noticed his thoughtfulness. The young people recalled Lion's mother's joke about a future son-in-law, which caused both of them embarrassment and awkwardness. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Rude advised Lion to ignore the guild members' banter, though he himself felt that he had indeed made a strong impression on her family. The swordswoman, concerned about her friend's condition after a grueling battle, asked if he was feeling okay, showing genuine concern. The young man admitted that the wound was bothering him a lot, to which the girl reproachfully reminded him to take his medicine, wondering why he was so stubborn. The guys got off at the final stop, a radium station where by this time it had already gotten dark. The girl asked if her companion was upset that they hadn't been able to walk around the capital, hinting at the possibility of doing it next time. Without waiting for a reply, she cheerfully called out to the young man, who, with a slightly rude, "We'll see," staggered forward, forcing the girl to run to catch up with him. The guy asked in surprise why she was following him, since the women's dormitory was in the other direction, but her companion said she was just seeing him off. "What?" marveled the protagonist, not expecting to be seen off by a girl someday. As they walked along, admiring the evening scenery, the girl began to talk about the strange rumors circulating in the academy lately. The intrigued young man asked for details, to which Lion told of a naked pervert who appeared near the dormitory entrance every night and practiced. Claire added that some blonde-haired bum was rumored to be hanging out in the park in the flower meadow. Rude asked for more details about these mysterious individuals as he continued his walk and enjoyed the surrounding views. Approaching the right office, Donatos cautiously peeked inside and politely apologized for the disturbance. "Rude, Donatos. Come in," invited the girl sitting at a desk in the middle of the office without raising her eyes from the papers. The young man recognized her as Lillian Stout, a professor of spirit summoning known for her rigor and professionalism. Rude thanked for agreeing to the conversation, approaching the table, to which Lillian replied that Professor Daniel had mentioned that he wanted to ask questions. Donatos got straight to the point, asking about her student Lena Selkit, much to the professor's obvious surprise. Explaining his interest, Rude was careful to note that Lena seemed to have started causing a little trouble, while Lillian continued with the paperwork. Upon hearing the definition of small, Stout pressed her pen so hard with irritation that it broke, giving away her true emotions. Lillian, barely restraining her anger, clarified that the problems created by Lena could in no way be called small, clearly preparing to speak out on the matter. Jumping up from her seat, she yelled that the girl was constantly skipping, sneaking out, swimming in the fountain, and barbecuing on the roof, and it was far from trivial. Lillian, completely enraged, screamed her unsuccessful attempts to influence the disobedient student, grabbing her head, almost tearing out her own hair. Continuing her emotional tirade, Stout shouted out Lena's name until Rude, remaining calm, asked her to calm down and get a grip. The professor of spirit summoning visibly calmed down and sincerely apologized for her emotional outburst, straightening up in her chair. The young man looked at her sympathetically. Well aware of the depth of stress she was under, Stout, gathering her thoughts, continued her tale of a student who, despite her apparent recalcitrance, has a truly exceptional connection with the spirits. The professor emphasized that Lena would undoubtedly make a consummate summoner despite her obvious promiscuity. The main difficulty was Lena's excessive desire for freedom, expressed in extravagant antics. In a written test, she made a paper airplane out of an exam sheet and launched it. During class, a girl could suddenly declare a desire for a snack and jump out the window, ignoring the rules. A recent incident involving the destruction of the training room had forced the worried professor to spend several sleepless nights dealing with the aftermath. Rude realized that the situation was much more serious than he had anticipated, wondering how his brother had managed to find common ground with this eccentric person in his past life. The young man remembered his brother's words that getting Lena to graduate from the academy was 5 times harder than all their training. Not believing what he heard, the boy grinned at his brother and asked if he was exaggerating the magnitude of the problem. Asir recognized that he had expressed himself strongly, but then Lena was not just a person, but a natural disaster. The professor frankly expressed serious concern that further rash misbehavior could lead to Lenya's imminent expulsion. Lillian leaned on the table and bent forward to get closer to the young man's face, asking if he had any reason to be interested in Lenya, causing him to pull back slightly in surprise. Rude, gathering his thoughts, honestly explained his genuine concern at the inconsistency of the talented student's behavior with her abilities. Stout, listening intently, nodded in agreement, re-emphasizing the critical importance of preserving such a rare gift for the future of the country and victory over the dragons. She added that Lenya didn't listen to adults, but she didn't mind encouraging words. And as she finished saying this, the professor caught the student's stare. Lillian, grabbing the young man's hand, began to plead. After all, the girl can only listen to a younger student who respects her. Otherwise, at this rate, she will not be able to graduate from the academy. Donatos, feeling awkward, tried to politely decline, but the flustered professor continued to persist. A butterfly that was sitting on a flower by the window, as if eavesdropping on the conversation, flew away as soon as the conversation was over. She landed gracefully on the girl's neat nose, clearly pleased by her sudden appearance. Lenya, lying on the grass, said dreamily, "Oh, what beautiful weather!" enjoying the serenity of the moment and unaware of the coming changes in her life. Students who passed by the girl lying on the grass discussed her condition with bewilderment, wondering if she was even alive. Rude, determined to get to the bottom of the situation, headed toward the cluster of curious people to personally assess the object of everyone's attention. The two young men, examining the stranger, remarked on her extraordinary beauty, comparing her to the loveliest of vagabonds, but doubting her human nature. The protagonist mentally agreed with the last remark, knowing of the girl's dual origins, half spirit, half human. Rude headed towards her, on the way trying to wake her up by saying something loudly about the adaptation of a non-human in the human world. As he approached the sleeping woman, the hero continued to try to wake her, first by pushing her lightly with his foot, and then failing to achieve results more persistently. The attempt was unsuccessful. She only rolled over onto her side and continued to sleep sweetly. Faced with the ineffectiveness of his actions, the young man decided to resort to a more radical method. He pushed her with considerable force, causing her to roll down the slope involuntarily. The awakened girl, with disheveled hair and sleepy eyes, stared perplexed at the intruder of her peace. When asked by the student why she was here at such an early hour, the stranger simply replied that she had been admiring the flowers and had fallen asleep. The stranger, in turn, inquired about the identity of the young man who had interrupted her sleep. Introducing himself as a freshman sent by Professor Lillian, Rude took a seat next to the girl, continuing the conversation. Upon learning of his status as a junior student, her interlocutor perked up, inquiring as to the reason for his appearance. Pulling a blade of grass out of her hair, Rude expressed his respect, mentally perplexed at such an easy attitude toward dating. Encouraged by his words, the girl inquired about the possibility of friendship, which puzzled the young man. Rude, sighing heavily, thought about the strangeness of the situation and the unusual behavior of his new acquaintance. Having begun a conversation about her recent school life, the young man was interrupted by the girl's sudden impulse to be carried away by a passing butterfly. After stopping her, the hero insisted on continuing the conversation, causing his interlocutor to take an interest in his emotional exclamation. Realizing his gaffe, the young man blanched, but quickly glossed over the subject, explaining the swearing as a common exclamation. Donatos rebuked his interlocutor for absenteeism and erratic behavior, threatening to lose respect if this attitude continued. The surprised student resented the accusation of strangeness, sincerely not understanding the claims of her interlocutor. The young man recalled the recent incident involving the destruction of the practice field, to which the girl nonchalantly replied that there were no casualties. Holding back his irritation, Rude inquired about the stranger's plans for completing her studies at the academy. The girl, to the amazement of her interlocutor, expressed doubts about the necessity of graduation. Stunned by the answer, the young man could barely contain his growing irritation, demanding an explanation. The student explained her preference for the warm climate and blooming nature of the academy, unlike her homeland where there is too much snow. After expressing her desire to stay here forever, the girl finally pissed Rudd off with her frivolous attitude towards her studies. The young man recalled Arathium's purpose as an academy for training dragon slayers and the suffering of humans from these creatures. Lenya thought briefly and replied that she saw no difference between killing humans and dragons, expressing a preference for a peaceful life. The hero questioned rhetorically if humans and dragons were the same thing, barely holding back the anger that had accumulated, clenching his fists. The girl, not understanding his reaction, continued to insist that there were no differences between the parties to the conflict. Rude assumed her ignorance was due to her isolated life in the mountains, and told her that it was safe now only in the empire of Alpheus, guarded by large guilds, while all the neighboring kingdoms lay in ruins. Donatos described the horrors of the destruction caused by the dragons and the heroic efforts of the hunters to defend the settlements. The young man asked if she had ever seen her brothers, sisters, parents, friends being torn apart, remembering her past. The girl, not understanding the reasons for his anger, wondered perplexedly about the reasons for such an emotional reaction. Rude shouted irritably that he'd rather talk to the wall, realizing she knew nothing and thought as she wished, but he didn't expect her to be so clueless. The girl said she came here out of curiosity to see the academy where her mother studied, not understanding why she was being yelled at. Rude wryly advised her to enjoy her life here, ignoring those who took risks for admission to this place. Realizing the futility of the conversation, the young man headed away, leaving the student looking sadly after him. Realizing she needed to remedy the situation, she called to her daddy, a huge crystal, who affectionately called back, "Yes, daughter?" Lena bitterly admitted that she had unintentionally made Rudd angry, even though she had only wanted to be friends, and was now at a loss as to what to do next. Hearing from her dad that she shouldn't worry, because true friendship is often born during quarrels, the girl cheered up and started jumping around happily. She decided to apologize to Rude tomorrow, trusting immensely in her father who never deceived and always told the truth. Feldrua, the king of spirits, approved of his daughter's decision and expressed a desire to speak with her new acquaintance. Rude, having moved a fair distance away, made an attempt to pull himself together and calm down. But all his efforts were in vain, and he grabbed his hair in despair and began to pull it furiously, cursing his obnoxious temper, because of which he always spoiled everything. He realized that Lena, who had lived all her life in the remote mountains and had not experienced the horrors of dragon attacks, was simply incapable of fully comprehending the depth of human suffering. And he bitterly admitted that he had let his accumulated anger pour out on the innocent girl. And now he could not get rid of the thought of her sad and confused look. Comparing himself to his kind brother, who would surely have been able to find an approach to Lena and deal with this difficult task, now tormented himself with the question of how he could fix the situation himself. Suddenly, Donatos heard a harsh shout demanding he move away and turned around to the source of the noise. "You're just in the nick of time," exclaimed Hennis, standing shoulder to shoulder with Balac, who was just being approached by Lillian. Hafle angrily resented Claire's appearance, remembering how she had nearly broken her comrade's arms the first time they met. The heat of passion reached a climax when the red-haired girl shouted in the swordswoman's face that she was a sick psychopath who had no business being among normal people. Hennis instantly recognized Lion's true intentions when she appeared in front of the dormitory, seeing it as a desire to avenge her earlier punishment. Clare, trying to dispel the suspicions that had arisen, hastened to explain that her visit was purely of a friendly nature. She and Rude had made up, and she had even brought breakfast, backing up her words with the basket of food she had brought. Upon hearing of Claire's intention to visit him, Hafle turned sharply to her comrade, not hiding her deep resentment and obvious distrust of the unexpected guest's words. The hero, trying to lighten the mood, spoke of his recent visit to Lillian, mentioning the unexpected fight and the minor injuries he had received. Hennis, summarizing what she had heard, accused both of breaking the rules, including traveling outside the capital and participating in the duel, threatening to report them to the professor. Rude, realizing the gravity of the situation, loudly called for Hennis to stop, to which Balac reacted lightning fast, grabbing the girl by her clothes and lifting her up, causing a violent reaction. Clare, desperate to diffuse the tense atmosphere, tried to explain the situation by mentioning her sincere apology and the agreement she had made to train regularly on weekends. Hafle, still held by Balac's clothes, listened attentively, but with obvious disbelief to Clare's explanation, in no hurry to change her mind. After Balac finally let go of Hafle, she was relieved to feel solid ground beneath her feet and exhaled deeply, regaining her balance. The red-haired girl, with a sudden change in her face, suggested with a smile that she join their company and become friends. A stunned Lillian, not hiding her amazement, interjected about friendship, trying to comprehend what she had heard. Hennis, furthering her thought, suggested with undisguised sarcasm that to cement their newfound friendship, Balac and she too should have gotten a couple of fractures. The girl's sarcastic words hurt Claire's feelings deeply, causing her to feel an acute sense of insult and embarrassment that was instantly reflected on her face. Balac, showing concern for his friend, stepped forward and placing a hand on her shoulder, asked her to stop making further provocative remarks. Lion, feeling insulted and not wanting to continue the unpleasant conversation, firmly announced her departure and headed away from the company. The protagonist, anxiously watching the rapidly receding Claire, turned to Hennis to ask the reasons for her so abrupt and frankly unfriendly behavior. Halfley, still in a state of extreme irritation, vented her emotions on the protagonist, accusing him of favoring Lion's society and neglecting their friendship. Rude, stunned by the sudden outburst of anger, froze in place, not understanding the reasons for his friend's violent and inadequate reaction. Steros, in a great hurry, so he announced his plans to go to the volunteer work assigned to him as punishment for breaking school rules. The protagonist, left alone, plunged into a state of reverie, trying to comprehend the conflict that occurred and find a way to restore harmony in their relationship. After the class was over, students were dismissed for lunch and reminded to turn in their reports before the next class. When the class was over, Rude put away his study supplies, preparing to leave the classroom. The unexpected greeting caused the young man to break away from gathering his things and raise his gaze to the person addressing him. Surprised by Lenya's appearance, Donatos recalled their recent conflict, finding it difficult to find the right words. The girl smilingly inquired about his dinner plans, clearly hinting at some interesting proposition. The gorgeous weather outside the window, with bright sunshine and cloudless skies, created the perfect atmosphere for a picnic, complemented by the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat. Rude, who had long since taken his seat at the table and armed himself with cutlery, was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the promised culinary masterpieces that exuded a delicious aroma. Selket, expertly handling the grill, asked her new friend about his preference for the degree of doneness of the steak. The protagonist, while clearly enjoying himself, couldn't help but express surprise at the choice of the roof as a place for an impromptu barbecue. The girl, nonchalantly explaining her choice of location, reasoned that she wanted to avoid smoke in the room. Selket, proudly presenting the result of his culinary efforts, urged the hero to begin his meal before the meat cooled, praising the perfection of its roast. Seated at the table opposite the young man, the girl also filled her plate, preparing to share this unexpected but pleasant meal with him. The protagonist, enjoying his first bite of meat, was suddenly interrupted by Lenya's unexpected apology, taking him by surprise. Lenya, showing a deep understanding of the situation, suggested that the protagonist's hostility towards dragons could have been caused by a personal tragedy related to their attack in the past. Rude hastened to refute her speculation, affirming his respect and seeing the situation as a favorable opportunity. The young man expressed his concern for the successful completion of the talented student as he watched the changing emotions on her face. He noted her perfection, suggesting that she restrain her free-spirited nature a little for the sake of future friendships with her classmates. Lenya, deeply touched by the sincerity of her interlocutor's words, began to rethink her attitude to the situation, realizing the need for a more responsible approach to her training and behavior at the academy. The protagonist, encouraged by the positive change in the girl's mood, mentally noted that the situation was developing in a favorable direction. The girl, wishing to consolidate the mutual understanding reached, offered the protagonist to officially consider them reconciled and friends, extending her hand for a symbolic handshake. The young man accepted the offer with a genuine smile, expressing his gratitude for taking the initiative to establish a relationship, cementing the newfound friendship with a firm handshake. Encouraged by the support, the girl promised to study diligently and not to miss classes, wanting to justify the trust placed in her. Donatos, impressed by her determination, assured her of his support, emphasizing the importance of keeping the decision to succeed. Selket, a little hesitantly, made known her father's desire to speak with Rude, asking his consent to meet. The girl, trying to calm her interlocutor, hastened to assure him that her father, despite his high status, was quite ordinary and friendly creature, not posing a threat. Lenya, completing her thought, revealed that her father was none other than the Spirit King and began to summon him. Suddenly, a crystal materialized in front of them, in which the protagonist saw his reflection. The voice from the crystal turned to the daughter and asked that they be left alone for a confidential conversation with her friend. Selket, showing understanding and respect for her father's wishes, agreed to leave the meeting place, deciding to take a walk in the park for the duration of their conversation. Rising from the table, she headed for the roof exit, leaving Rude alone with his father. The protagonist introduced himself to the King of Ice Spirits Feldrua, showing respect with a deep bow. The Spirit King, without wasting time on formalities, went straight to the point, asking a direct question about the return of the protagonist from another life. Donato's face changed and covered in sweat, unable to hide his excitement, trying to understand how someone could know his secret. Feldrua explained that he could already smell the familiar scent of a young man who had been to this world before. He described a special dimension distinct from the human and spirit worlds, centered on a passageway that connects spirits to summoners. The Spirit King said that the spirits in this passageway are influenced by the real world, which is what causes a strange sense of recognition in some beings. Feldrua admitted that even he, being in this passage, could not escape the influence of the all-pervasive magic, but managed to pick up some strange fluctuations in time related to Rude's return. The Spirit King, burning with curiosity, inquired about his role in his past life, suggesting that he might have been a brave warrior in that forgotten world. Donatos, slightly embarrassed, explained that he was not a great warrior, but rather a loyal companion to another hero, always ready to support him in battles. Rude, realizing that there was no point in hiding the truth, agreed to tell his interlocutor everything about the world he had forgotten, since the circumstances were such. Feldrua, after listening carefully to the lad, made an assumption about his relative's survival, which surprised Rude very much but at the same time gave him hope. The hero inquired as to the basis for such conclusions, wishing to ascertain their validity and reliability. Feldrua characterized the celestial dragon as a wary creature that would prefer to hide to recuperate. The Spirit King suggested that the young man's brother might have been carried into one of the dimensions, for warriors rarely die for nothing. The boy clenched his teeth, barely able to express hope for the truthfulness of his interlocutor's words, and hoped for a favorable outcome for his relative. To find Asir, Feldrua recommended that the hero travel to a floating island, the lair of the celestial dragon. The young man firmly stated that it was too early to undertake such a journey, pounding his fists on the table for convincing. He realized the need to become stronger to overcome the difficulties on his way to the remote floating island. The protagonist asked Feldrua if he knew about the dragon that caused his return to this world. The Spirit King confirmed knowledge of a dragon with return magic, but refused to divulge details. Lenya's father explained that a long-standing vow at the cost of his own life prohibits him from sharing this information with anyone. The hero is immersed in speculation as to who is the one to whom the Spirit King himself has sworn, risking his existence. While sympathetic to the importance of the oath to the king, the young man defiantly became saddened by his inability to learn more. Feldrua, for his part, asked the lad what his daughter's last moments in the past world had been like. Taking his hand away from his head, the hero began the tale of the ice dragon Nephrin, the cause of the tragic events. He recounted their failed attempts to find a way to defeat the monster and the desperate decision of Feldrua's daughter at a critical moment. The girl, according to the young man, smiled to the end, sealing herself along with the dragon in a huge block of ice. The Spirit King assumed that his daughter's smile meant making the best decision in that desperate situation. Feldrua emphasized that despite the reason for the hero's return to the past, he has a chance to change the girl's future. The hero agreed that he would try to do his best despite doubts about his powers and abilities. The Spirit King, who had caught the young man's attention with his words, promised to make efforts to influence his daughter's future. Expressing his faith in the hero, Feldrua began to scatter small crystals falling on the hero and instantly attracting his attention. The young man, noticing his hand starting to turn blue from the particles that had hit it, cried out in surprise, not realizing what was happening. As the Feldrua crystals penetrated his body, the hero struggled to breathe, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. Explaining the importance of transferring some of his power to save his daughter, the Spirit King asked the young man to endure the discomfort while he squirmed in incredible pain. While the hero's body was gradually covered in ice, Feldrua said that he had put a very small piece of himself into the young man. Thus, he wanted to do his part to save his beloved daughter. Donatos, barely tolerating the pain, resented that his affinity with spirits had been nil in his past life, and his body would not accept a fragment of a spirit soul so easily. Lenya's father urged Rude not to disappoint him, and in the same instant, a thin layer of ice covered the boy from head to toe. After a brief moment, the fragile ice crust cracked, and the hero, with a tremendous effort, managed to free his stiffened face. The young man, having narrowly escaped imminent death, angrily accused his interlocutor of utter madness and recklessness. Crystal, not hiding his amusement, jokingly remarked that against all odds the hero was still alive and unharmed. Feldrua explained in detail that, from now on, the young man would be able to resonate effortlessly with his power and thoughts, easily utilizing them as needed. The hero is very interested in how the King of Spirits will explain to his daughter the fact of the contract with her friend, mysteriously returned from the distant future. The girl's unexpected return took them by surprise, and she inquired without concealing her curiosity what the lively conversation had been about. The daughter of Feldroy, smiling embarrassedly, explained her return by saying that the conversation of the interlocutors seemed to her extremely protracted. As she got closer to the young man, she was surprised to catch a faint whiff of her father's scent, and was greatly surprised, as the scent had been completely absent before. The girl, not hiding her amazement, decided not to prolong the conversation, seriously saying that he needed to explain the situation. The Spirit King, anxious to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation, began a lengthy explanation, but was unceremoniously interrupted by his daughter's friend. The young man declared without a shadow of doubt that he and Feldross had understood each other perfectly at first sight, and had unanimously decided to become friends. Such a bold and self-confident statement of the young hero surprised and even slightly shocked the honorable King of Spirits. The girl was genuinely pleased by Rude's incredible sociability, who had managed to befriend her father despite the colossal age difference of several centuries. The young man mentally regarded his words as an insidious revenge for the willful intrusion into his heart, and defiantly asked Feldroy to confirm what he had just said. Leaving the roof, the young man urged his companion not to skip classes, and she, smiling radiantly, willingly agreed. A few hectic weeks after acquiring the powerful fragment of the Spirit King's soul, the excited hero was rushing to a long-awaited meeting with Lena, who had been reminded of it by Feldroy himself. As he was about to hurriedly leave the room, the agitated young man suddenly heard a persistent knock at the door and a loud announcement of an urgent delivery of a letter. The protagonist cautiously opened the envelope and, after reading the contents, sighed in relief and quietly said that they had finally finished their research. The long-awaited letter contained information about the protagonist's brother, obtained with great difficulty by the guild Dull Moon. Abel Huate, head of the Dull Moon Guild, whom the hero met in the dining hall, sent him the promised report with the results of the investigation. Despite the report's impressive length of several dozen pages, the conclusion was unambiguous. No trace of a man named Asir Donatos could be found. According to the conclusion of the best information organization Dull Moon, it is likely that the main character's brother originally simply did not exist in this world. Crystal reiterated his guess about his brother's possible imprisonment with the celestial dragon in another dimension, and inquired about the young man's further actions. With a note of sadness in his voice, the guy said he saw two possible solutions to the problem. The first option is to try to find traces of his brother in the treasury of the celestial spirit using the blue sky technique. But for this, the hero needs to reach the level of Asir. The second way is to find the footprints of the sky dragon on his flying island, which is also not easy due to the need to fight numerous guards. The Spirit King summarized that both options were difficult at the moment, regardless of the hero's choice. The young man agreed that even after finding the tracks and calculating the coordinates, he would not be able to get to that dimension without the help of a wizard exploring other worlds. The hero approached the door and carefully opened it, intending to enter the room unnoticed. To the young man's surprise, behind the door was a cheerful Lena, whose sudden appearance had taken him by surprise. The girl explained that she had smelled his presence by scent, and informed him that she had come to study as promised, asking if it was worthy of respect. One of the library patrons slammed his palm on the table loudly and shouted for the newcomers to keep their voices down. It was an angry Hennis who asked Donatos why he showed up later than the agreed-upon time. The girl, yelling at the approaching young man, resented why she had to sit here with two idiots since he was the one who was supposed to be studying with Lena. The young man, immersed in thought, replied that he had something to think about, and the companion walking beside him objected loudly that she was not an idiot. Hafley wryly reminded Selkit that she had stayed on for her sophomore year, thus confirming her words. The Spirit King's daughter indignantly asked what this had to do with the current situation. There was a tense silence between the disputants, and only Balac slept serenely with his head resting on his hands, folded on the table. Hearing someone say his name, a surprised Rude assumed it was the spirit of Professor Daniel, who had asked to come into the office for a moment. Before leaving, Donatos turned to Steros sleeping across the room, saying, "Hey, get up," and touched him with his hand. The sleepy Boritz raised his head with a piece of paper stuck to his mouth with saliva dripping down it, and wished him good morning, to which the comrade objected that it was clearly not morning. Donatos whispered quietly to his mate that he needed to be away for a while, and asked him to make sure the girls didn't fight, given their obviously hostile relationship. Balac confidently stated that it was unlikely that Lena and Selkit would fight, as they had only recently met. The hero mentally noted that he couldn't tell his friend how the girls had dragged each other by the hair when they first met in a past life, and simply asked to separate them in case of conflict. Hennis rudely shouted that Rude had just arrived and was already leaving, seeing her comrade get up from the table and head for the exit, which was extremely rude of him. The guy explained that he had been summoned by the professor, promised to return soon, waved goodbye, and only Lena wished him luck. Barely audibly muttering a swear word, Hennis was surprised to hear a question of constant anger in her direction. Even more irritated, the girl shrieked, denying that she had ever been angry. Lena noticed that her interlocutor had been looking at her with dislike before Rude's arrival, but now she was angrily staring at everyone with reddened eyes. Unable to stand it, Hennis blurted out that she was annoyed by little things like the fact that they had agreed to study, and her buddy kept asking about the young man and doodling in her notebook. Selket objected that irritation over such trifles spoke of Hennis's limited and bad character, with whom it was unlikely that anyone would want to be friends. Her opponent snapped back, calling Selket a sophomore and a fan of sleeping outside, insinuating that she had no right to judge her. The girl noted sarcastically that she was still more well-mannered than Hennis, and asked if Rude and the other boys knew of her rude manner. With a mockery, Hafle remarked that friends appeared when people knew each other well, and wondered if Lena wasn't tired of constantly pretending and making an innocent face. Lena turned to the red-haired girl, wondering the reason for her ill will and stare. The tension between the girls was building, and Balac was at a loss as to what was about to happen and how to get out of the situation. Mentally calling out to Rude, the young man cried, not knowing how to stop the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Donatos approached the professor's office and knocked on the door. Opening the door ajar, the student peeked inside and asked Professor Daniel what was wrong since he had summoned him through the spirit so urgently. The teacher invited the young man in, said hello, and introduced the man sitting on the couch as his teacher, who would be a great mentor to Donatos as well. Ian Bryce, the heavenly swordmaster, smiled and greeted the boy affably, calling him baby. The student introduced himself, bowed, and expressed the joy of meeting a great teacher. The crystal that appeared whispered in the young man's ear that he had heard the name of heavenly swordmaster Ian Bryce, but was seeing him for the first time and was surprised at his youth. Feldrua explained that due to his high level of mana mastery, Bryce's aging process had stopped, occurring at about the 6th level of the blue sky technique. The Spirit King marveled at Bryce's incredible abilities, emphasizing that the most important thing was that he was the one who had defeated the heavenly dragon. Turning to Professor Daniel, the teacher approvingly remarked that he knew how to choose students, and the new student was making a good impression. The professor thanked for the compliment, but with a smile reproached Donatos for his lack of manners, hinting that he could have bought a cake on the way to honor his meeting with the great teacher. The young man was slightly taken aback by such a claim, and then Daniel immediately offered to go get the cake himself. Ian Bryce added that he should buy 5 cream balls at the shop near the academy on the way, as 2 wouldn't be enough. As the student sat down and Gould headed for the exit, the teacher took him by the shoulders and tried to cheer him up, telling him he'd be back soon. After the classroom teacher left, Bryce and the young man were left alone in the office, sitting across from each other. The teacher, taking a sip of tea, inquired about the student's thoughts on why he had come here. Noticing the multitude of shopping bags next to his guest, the guy grinned and assumed that he had decided to do some sightseeing. Bryce, infuriated, declared that the student not only lacked manners but was hopeless. The teacher warned that what Donatos was about to say now must be kept secret from his teacher Daniel, which surprised his interlocutor. Taking a more serious tone, the great teacher asked the young man if he knew Damian Grace, who worked as a professor at Arathium. Approaching the protagonist, the great teacher added that this teacher was related to the heavenly dragon. Prominent among Aradium's professors is Damian Grace, who has the heart of a celestial dragon beating in his body. It remains a mystery how a human can exist with a dragon heart. Successful transplant or magical intervention. One thing is clear, the heart of the celestial dragon has penetrated Damian's soul, and his complete submission will lead to a second cataclysm. In a past life, Jeremy tried to instigate a professor's suicide before tragedy struck, and many initially approved of the decision. However, after Damian's death, Dueling secretly stole the heart of the celestial dragon, realizing the danger of the consequences of his act. Jeremy's actions had negative results. A short time later, the Dragon of Light Karma attacked Aradium. As a young boy, the hero helplessly watched the panic, the death of Professor Daniel, the Celestial Sword, and hundreds of people protecting the citizens. The protagonist was surprised by Ain's awareness of Professor Damian, not understanding where he got this information from. The great teacher firmly stated that he had come to Aradium for the purpose of observing Professor Grace. The student wondered with surprise if Professor Gould knew of his mentor's true intentions. Bryce explained that he hadn't informed Daniel in advance because of his quick affection for people, fearing a reaction. The young man asked with interest why the great teacher had chosen to share this information with him specifically. Ain told me that the student had been chosen because of his background from the village of Desol, and without pausing, pulled something out of his bags. The teacher believed that the young man, as one of the few survivors of the heavenly debacle, had a right to know the truth and to feel hatred. Unpacking the box of cookies, Bryce inquired about the student's impression of Damien. Given his frequent encounters with the professor, the hero, who is used to Grays and gets training tips from him, characterized him aloud as unsociable but not a bad person. The apprentice interrupted Ain's admonition to immediately report any oddities in Damien's behavior by asking about possible manifestations. The Heavenly Swordmaster explained that signs could be violent aggression or sudden changes in the professor's character. Bryce, munching on a cookie, ordered the student not to take independent action, but only to inform him of suspicious behavior. The hero pondered that only one person could have told the Heavenly Swordmaster about Damien's secret, given the knowledge of a few. The student approached the teacher with a question, wanting to clarify his suspicions. Young man inquired if Bryce had been contacted by Jeremy Duville, to which the teacher became wary and inquired about the cause for concern. Rude attributed his fears to Jeremy's rebellious ideas and his willingness to make any sacrifice for his plans. Ain, taking a spoon from his plate of cookies, asked if there were alternative solutions to the problem. Consumed with anger, Bryce crushed the cookie with the spoon, with force, thinking killing Damien and destroying the dragon's heart was the most sensible way out. The student objected, recognizing the decision as a reasonable but not the correct course of action. The teacher, frowning his eyebrows, inquired if there was an alternative to the radical option he had proposed. The hero firmly and decisively stated the need to find another way out while there was still time. The sudden opening of the door and Professor Daniel's voice asking if he was expected interrupted the tense conversation. The great teacher praised his colleague and allowed him to go, picking up his many shopping bags. Bryce, taking the professor's purchases, turned to Rude in farewell, urging the latter to do his best. The dumbfounded professor wondered why the teacher left without communicating, and the student pondered his mentor's words, determined to find an alternative as soon as possible. Back in the library, the young man was surprised by the absence of his friends and the general silence. As he approached his seat, the hero found a note on the book, most likely left by one of his friends. The note spoke of Balac's attempts to prevent a fight, ending with the noisy girls being banished from the library and moving to the roof for a bloody battle. The suddenly appearing Lion asked about the young man's headache, taking him by surprise with her appearance. Hiding his surprise, the student asked not to pester, citing his busyness with exam preparation. The girl wondered if her friend was pretending not to know of his companion's dislike of her, and sat down beside her. The hero, having actually opened the book for preparation, replied that her friends did not immediately dislike her. The young man asked his interlocutor if she was still angry with Hennis after their recent conflict. Clare denied anger despite Hafle's hurtful actions and wondered what her friend was reading. The student explained that he was studying the Great Rift Report and the data on the 7 dragons. The book mentioned the sealing of 7 dragon kings, including the celestial one that appeared in the South Mainland 10 years ago. The girl read of the destruction wrought by the dragon, the many casualties and the few survivors, among them Ain Bryce, Gerard de Gremo, and Daniel Gould. The swordswoman, realizing the connection of the materials to the celestial mayhem, asked if her friend was up to anything strange. Lion speculated that the friend might have fled the academy, given in to a thirst for revenge, or traveled to the forbidden southern lands. The student smilingly assured his friend that he was not crazy enough to willfully head south and become easy prey for dragons. The girl expressed relief, noting that her friend's hatred of dragons did not equal fear of them, remembering his promise to kill them all. A surprised Clare rounded her eyes, realizing the seriousness of the young man's intentions, who didn't think his words were a joke. The boy, after returning to his reading, stated that he would start by saving up his strength, and then he would destroy the 7 dragons one by one. The hero crumpled the page with anger, adding that he would get to work on exterminating the remaining lizards afterward. Lion looked at her friend with a sense of pity and concern, while he promised to return all that was lost. The young man vowed to wipe out all dragons from the face of the earth, obsessed with the idea of total extermination of the hated creatures. Her friend mentally marveled at her friend's intention to raid the legendary seven dragons, whose existence remained in question. The girl, banging her fist loudly on the table, asked Rude about the reality of the existence of dragons, named by humans because of their resemblance to the celestial. The boy, without taking his eyes off his reading, briefly confirmed the existence of the creatures mentioned, realizing the need to complete the answer. The hero mentioned that 10 years ago, he personally saw a celestial dragon that caused a real disaster. The student confusedly apologized for her question, trying to find the words to express her feelings and thoughts. The young man declared his unwillingness to repeat the nightmare, expressing his intention to eradicate the cause of the tragedy. The girl, lowering her gaze, asked her interlocutor if he was not afraid to undertake such a dangerous undertaking. Rude, watching her movements, wondered if she herself was afraid of scaly monsters. Clare looked away and admitted that she wasn't afraid of the dragons themselves, but of possible harm to those close to her: guild members, family, and friends. The young man leaned back in his chair and noted with irony that even the fearless lion Clare was wary of something. The surprised interlocutor turned to the hero, to which the latter, quickly changing the subject, spoke of late. Citing the late hour, Rude announced his intention to go to dinner, suggesting that his friend stay in the library. Without giving the swordswoman a chance to respond, the hero took a quick step towards the exit, avoiding further conversation. Lion, having caught up with Rude in the street, pulled at his clothes with determination, stating her desire to help in his mission. The girl offered her support in strategizing and creating a new guild, insisting on working together. Surprised by the sincerity of the offer, the boy asked about the fate of the dead dragon guild should it leave. Claire expressed confidence in her mother's respect for her choice, emphasizing the value of her skills to the common cause. The hero inquired as to the reasons behind the girl's decision, assuming the interest of many guilds in her abilities. The girl, a little embarrassed, turned her head away and simply said that was her wish without going into details. Rude jokingly suggested that such selfless behavior might be due to the student's sympathy for him. The girl, flaring with indignation, was ready to hit the hero, but he hastily explained that it was only a joke. Despite Rude's attempts to justify himself, the offended lion hurriedly withdrew, unwilling to listen to the explanation. Running down the corridor, the girl mentally chastised herself for her inadequate reaction, thinking her behavior stupid. Stopped by fatigue, Claire began to pant, trying to regain her breath and gather her thoughts. Clutching her head, she wondered why she had run away and what Donatos would now think of her strange behavior. The swordswoman tried to convince herself that a man like Rude couldn't possibly like her, but the doubts wouldn't let go. Startled by the sudden call, she flinched fearfully, thinking it was Rude who had caught up with her, and began to make excuses for her behavior. It turned out to be Mrs. Clare, who wondered why a student was missing her last class. The professor grabbed the girl by her clothes and dragged her to the training room, intending to check on her progress in a month and a half. In the hall, the teacher once again gave the student an independent lesson in the form of sparring with herself. Claire, striking another blow, remembered the original purpose of cultivating the student's character. The educator noted the student's quick learning, finding it particularly charming when the girl successfully fended off the attack. The teacher praised the student's stepping technique, unaware that it was something Rude had taught her during their secret training sessions. Claire showed good skills, skillfully executing complex attacking techniques during sparring. Unexpectedly for the professor, the student showed off her counterattack skills, managing to land a precise kick to Claire's ribs, showing her progress. However, being still a student, the girl sometimes lost her concentration, which the experienced mentor immediately took advantage of, knocking her down. Claire mentally noted that the student was able to dodge the previous blow, watching as the student began to lose her balance. Realizing that simply dropping the student to the floor wasn't the main goal of the training, the teacher delivered an extra punch to the falling girl's stomach. Lion collapsed to the floor with a loud cry, writhing in pain and holding her bruised stomach. The professor praised her progress, noting that she hadn't just taken the hits, but had learned a lot along the way. Claire replied with a pretentiousness that she had learned new techniques from another person, not through the professor's beatings. Claire mentioned that she had heard of classes with Rude, noting his talent for explaining and teaching useful fighting techniques. The professor asked when the students had had time to become friends, hinting at more than just friendship. The girl, realizing where the conversation would lead to, became very embarrassed, not knowing how to react to such hints. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Lion tried to end the conversation by hastily asking about the end of the class and ran away. Evening came, and the protagonist, enjoying the beautiful weather, sat alone on a bench in the academy courtyard. The suddenly appearing Crystal Feldrua jokingly inquired if Rude was going on a date on such a lovely evening. The young man irritably urged the spirit to be silent, denying the absurdity of such assumptions. King explained with a smile the heightened emotionality of people at this age and the tendency for sympathy to arise. The hero lowered his head and frustratingly admitted his awareness of such things, not wanting to pursue the topic further. Feldrua emphasized that interest in a person of outstanding ability is a good sign, regardless of the reasons. Crystal, watching the stars appear in the sky, reminded Rude that the current lion Clare was different than it had been before his return. The young man looked up at the starry sky and quietly agreed that he knew that too, sinking into deep thought. The students outside, talking animatedly among themselves, were discussing their level of preparedness for the upcoming written exam. While his classmates were arguing, the protagonist preferred to seclude himself by the murmuring fountain, immersed in reading a book. For the past few days, Lion had defiantly avoided socializing with the young man, which couldn't help but make him uncomfortable. Crystal assumed the girl was embarrassed after the guy's careless words, to which he grudgingly agreed, asking for silence. The hero agonized with remorse, remembering a past life where Lion had looked down on him, but now stood alive, without a trace of blood. The young man was contemplating the possibility of defeating the dragon and getting rid of his guilt when he was distracted by someone else's question. Wiping away a traitorous tear, Clare said with contrived indifference that nothing much was going on. The girl wished good luck in the exam and held out the envelope with such force that her hand crashed painfully into the confused boy's body. After uttering the cryptic phrase, Lion abruptly turned around and quickly disappeared from sight, leaving the guy confused. Clutching the envelope in his hands and angry at his ridiculous behavior and the missed opportunity to explain himself, Rude stood alone in the middle of the deserted alley. Exhausted but eager to socialize, the students began to gradually flock to the spacious dining hall after a grueling exam. The red-haired girl bragged about her speed, claiming to have solved the toughest test in just some 5 minutes. A slightly dumbfounded Rude inquired incredulously if it was considered normal to solve an hour-long test in such a short period of time. Balac tried to outdo everyone by claiming a minute decision, but Hennis exposed his ploy with a note to the professor, asking him not to punish him. Without hiding her contempt, Hoffley dismissed Staros's abilities, saying that nothing could help him, and that trying to teach this lunatic was pointless. Lena, who was passing by, intervened decisively, saying without a shadow of a doubt that she really enjoyed studying with Rudd. The sarcastic Hoffley parried that she could now clearly see the real intellectual capacity of her interlocutor, hinting at the limitations of her judgment. The resourceful opponent laughingly wondered if Hoffley was the only one capable of adequately assessing another's intelligence, speaking of her limited perception. A disturbed Balac, choking up, began to panic and pound his chest convulsively at the same time, complaining to Rude of sudden indigestion. Donatos mentally appealed to Feldrua for help in squabbling girlfriends, but received the philosophical response that it was often in quarrels that girls bonded. The student was skeptical of the girl's prospects for reconciliation as he watched the conflict between Hennis and Selkut gradually intensify. Chewing Balac inarticulately asked Rude if he was ready for tomorrow's practical exam. The hero was surprised by such a statement, so expressed doubt about the need for training, given that the training field would be chosen randomly. The wrestler hinted at his friend's ignorance, suggesting that he might get a desert where water would be needed. Rude, recognizing the reasonableness of this thought, inquired how he was going to transport the water as he watched the girls' quarrel intensify. Staros stated with absolute seriousness that he would pour water directly into his stomach and go to the exam. The situation heated up to the limit. The girls went from a verbal altercation to a physical confrontation. On the day of the practical exam, the excited students looked extremely serious, not knowing what to expect. Professor Winston called everyone to attention, as he was about to briefly describe the upcoming test. The exam is held in Aradium's special stadium in the outskirts of the Althea Empire, simulating different natural areas with their respective monsters. Arthur, fixing his mustache, warned the students of the variety of challenges beyond just battles with monsters. The purpose of the exam included going through warp gates, surviving among monsters, and finding traces of the dragon to destroy it. The professor reminded of the danger of dragons, whose tough hide could not be scratched by ordinary weapons, and advised not to relax. Successful students were offered an additional tournament with the opportunity to use personal weapons and artifacts from the Aradium treasury. The professor recalled the risks associated with the profession of Dragon Slayer, emphasizing the seriousness of the chosen path. After completing the briefing, Winston announced the start of the practical exam, causing excitement among the students. As he approached the gate, The hero recalled his defeat of Lion in the final extra trials in his past life, which caused mixed feelings. Crystal questioned the young man's motives, suspecting a desire to absolve himself of guilt by defeating the oblivious Lion. Once in the forest, the hero tried to calm down, realizing the importance of self-control in the challenge ahead. Feldrua had warned of the monster's presence, but the young man, confident in his strength, didn't pay much attention to it. Donatos counted on the professors to intervene in case of extreme danger. After all, they are watching the exam, which gave Rude extra confidence. Looking around for a target, the young man noted the lack of obvious threats and began to warm up so that he could safely search for the dragon, his main target for the test. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind Donatos' back, swinging for a fatal blow. The hero ironically asked the crystal to check for the dragon, but it refused, offering to check for itself. The monster's powerful kick split the ground, showing the incredible strength of the danger of the situation. Deftly dodging the attack, the young man caused the monster's furious roar to echo through the forest. Using his technique, he found himself behind the creature's back and realizing the inevitability of a fight, Donatos began to draw his weapon. With a lightning-fast swing, the boy struck the monster's leg, taking it by surprise, giving him an advantage in the ensuing fight. Following the tactic, the young man jumped up and punched the monster in the stomach, forcing it to lose its balance and fall. Once on top of his defeated opponent, the hero drew his sword, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and end the fight. Covered in his enemy's blood after the fight, the young man expected that the odor would emanate stronger through the numerous cuts, which would attract the dragon. A sharp noise and a flight of birds indicated the approach of something large, making the hero wary. Realizing he had located his target, the young man prepared himself to face the dragon, listening carefully to the approaching footsteps. Confident of his find, and estimating the size of the approaching creature by the sound, the hero gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, preparing for battle. From the sound of approaching footsteps, it was a rather large lizard, but immediately a panting and frightened student ran out at Rude. The stranger, all weepy and covered with sweat, asked in surprise if Rude Donatos was also in this dangerous place. The protagonist looked at the frightened guy carefully and warily inquired who he was and what he was doing here. Introducing himself as William Fardy, the excited young man reminded the hero of their recent confrontation in the academy corridor. The student shouted in genuine panic that he should run away immediately, for something huge and terrifying was rushing this way. No sooner had he finished than the very monster he had so desperately warned about appeared before the dumbfounded boys. It was a huge and incredibly ferocious dragon, blazing with rage and unquenchable thirst for blood, just like in ancient legends. The bloodshot eyes of the enraged monster blazed bright orange, inspiring primal terror and awe. The frightened William stumbled backward and collapsed at the feet of the imperturbable hero, screaming frantically for the dragon. The enraged beast, spewing flames, strode purposefully towards Donatos, clearly not hiding its bloodthirsty intentions. Fearless Rude, without showing a shadow of fear or doubt, resolutely drew his sword and prepared to fight back against the monster. Farde watched the battle unfold with bated breath, terrified that Rude's sword would break, for he knew that earth dragons were renowned for their incredible strength and survivability. The protagonist, realizing that he just had to trust the flow of power, soared upwards on the wave of energy released by the enraged dragon. William, who was sitting on the ground unable to contain the tremor in his voice, fearfully shouted out the name of the fearless Donatos, fearing for his life. Rude, without losing his composure, abruptly cut off his panicked comrade, telling him to shut up and stay where he was without provoking the monster. The young man mentally noted that it had been almost 2 months since he had started practicing the blue sky technique intensely. The hero decided that his current level of proficiency and 3 wings should be enough to defeat such a formidable foe. But the boy had no time to think, for the dragon with its huge maw open, eager to devour its prey, was swiftly advancing on him. Realizing that there was not a second to delay, the hero summoned the blue sky technique and aimed a crushing blow directly at the monster's face. At the same time, he thrust his trusty sword with force right between the stunned dragon's eyes, aiming for the vulnerable spot. William, dazed with fear, sat sideways on the ground and could not believe his eyes, asking himself in a whisper whether Rude was not afraid of anything at all. The battle was far from over, for the wounded but unkilled creature was eager for revenge, beginning by waving its tail sharply in the hero's direction. Using the blue sky technique, the agile Donatos aimed a strike at the monster's paw, aiming to deprive it of its ability to move freely. The frightened fart shouted to Rude, begging him to stop, for even with a sword it was almost impossible to stand against the tough dragon scales. The hero, without distraction, told his comrade to shut up and watch carefully, explaining that dragons, unlike normal monsters, had vulnerabilities. Rude explained that the eyes, airways, and joints are relatively soft, so you only need to widen the gaps between the scales a bit. Using the fast movement and blue sky technique, the young man began to deliver many precise strikes to the vulnerable parts of the monster's body. The dragon, in unbearable pain, let out deafening screams and wriggled violently, trying to get rid of the annoying enemy. Rude, swinging for the decisive blow, roared angrily, ordering the damned dragon to die at his hand. Suddenly, the hero's sword broke treacherously, unable to bear the strain, and the young man looked at the useless wreckage of the blade with frustration. He philosophically observed that even the best weapon was powerless against dragon hide if it was only a training sword. Noticing that the dragon was up to something, the hero struck it with the rest of his sword, trying to put his opponent's guard down. The young man turned to William, who was shaking with fear, and asked if he had a spare sword, as it was difficult to fight without a weapon. Farte, stammering, replied that his own blade had also broken in battle and spread his hands, showing his helplessness. As William watched Rude beat the dragon with his bare hands, he marveled that he had single-handedly defeated a monster that couldn't have been defeated by a crowd of students. Barely audibly exhaling the hero's name, Fart asked incredulously if the dragon had really died at the hands of this incredible warrior. Stammering, William thanked Rude for saving him and apologized for his undignified behavior during their previous confrontation. Mustering up his courage, Fart gently inquired if he would mind putting him on the list of his top competitors. The hero, with a surprised raised eyebrow, turned away from examining the defeated monster and looked questioningly at his interlocutor. William admitted that he was considered quite strong in his native land, but after seeing Rude in action, he realized how superior he was. Farty, gritting his teeth, clearly realized how much he was missing, but resolutely stated that he was not going to give up and wanted to see his interlocutor as a worthy opponent. The boy, slightly embarrassed by this unexpected admission, muttered that William was free to do as he pleased. Crystal assumed the hero was ashamed because he recognized himself from a past life in Farth, but the young man only shouted furiously, ordering the spirit to shut up. The sudden appearance of the teacher announcing the end of the practical exam for Group A took Rude by surprise, still arguing with the pesky spirit. Donatos mentally advised Feldrua to sleep if he was going to keep talking nonsense, but the spirit only replied cryptically that the best part was just beginning. The professors watched the whole thing through bird's eyes, witnessing the teacher pick up the students, and they started to return. One of the examiners, admiringly observing the young man, remarked that he had met all his expectations. This impressed observer turned out to be none other than the rector of Aradium Academy himself, Jared Degram. Professor Daniel, standing below, watched the rector climbing the tree with interest and asked his opinion of what he had seen. A delighted Jared admitted that, despite the flattering feedback from his colleagues, the student's actual abilities exceeded his wildest expectations. Professor Gould, still not believing that the hero is only 17 years old, predicts him a brilliant performance in the supplementary exam and the glory of the greatest dragon slayer. Degram, deftly jumping down from the tree and landing next to his teacher, repeated the epithet superior dragon slayer thoughtfully. The rector, passing by Daniel, added meaningfully that the young man might turn out to be even better than they thought, especially as a free warrior. Gould, having guessed what he was talking about, clarified whether the rector was referring to the legendary Vanar diaries. Degram confirmed the professor's hunch by mentioning a mysterious dragon slayer who had once been human himself. The rector began a story about a time when humans were considered nothing more than prey for powerful and cruel dragons. Monsters the size of mountains walked unhindered on the ground and flew in the skies, ruling the world with undivided power. A special kind of creature, dragonmen, outwardly indistinguishable from humans but possessing incredible intelligence and strength, dominated the dragons. Degram said that 700 years ago, cruel dragonmen used to make people fight each other for fun for the amusement of the public. The rector was surprised to note that the Aradium Stadium, former arena of violent games, was now a symbol of freedom and the fight against dragons. Daniel, as the receiver of the blue sky technique, admitted that he vaguely remembered fragments of those distant events. The rector said that Vanar was one of the slaves the dragonmen used for bloody entertainment. Being stronger than others, Vanar rallied like-minded people around him and revolted against the hated enslavers. This is how the first dragon slayers appeared, and they managed to push the dragonmen back to the northern mountains and win a momentous victory. The liberator heroes were able to seal the king of the dragonmen, the seventh dragon, in China, ushering in an era of freedom for mankind. Daniel noted that the Vanar diaries are all well-known legends and a popular subject for songs by traveling musicians who often spent time near the battlefield. The professor, gazing wistfully at the stadium, admitted that he was confused by one nuance in the story of Vanar, a seemingly invincible hero. The rector finished Daniel's thought by suggesting that if Vanar had exterminated the dragons cleanly, there would be no need for killers and casualties. Gould, smiling embarrassedly, hastened to assure that he didn't doubt the great progenitor's strength for a second. Degram reassured the professor, reminding him that regardless of the past, people's duty to posterity remains the same. The exam was over and a thunderous call went around the offices for students to return their weapons and familiarize themselves with the schedule of additional battles. 3 days later, on the day of the additional tests, excited students were anticipating the opportunity to obtain a new weapon from Aradium's treasure. The participant, approaching Rude, inquired about the feelings of the lad selected to participate in the elite competition of the best freshmen. The girl who approached looked reproachfully at the hero, commented on his excessive seriousness, and sat down beside him. Hennis, yawning, warned that she wasn't going to give in even to her friends, and she could buy the weapons herself. But after all, she was eerily curious to see the contents of the academic treasury. The young man, slightly irritated by the girl's boasting about her wealth, agreed that he himself understood it perfectly well. Rude, turning to Balac, asked curiously why he was in the contest if he wasn't even using a weapon. Styros thundered that the battle of the strongest was a prerequisite to strengthen his indestructible body. The hero, slightly taken aback by his comrade's unexpected oration, nodded approvingly, recognizing his words as true and reasonable. The young man, glancing at the board with the names of the contestants, said thoughtfully that Balac's opponent was clearly not an easy one. Hennis, upon learning that Lillian would be Steros's rival, smirked anticipatively, offering a close observation of the psycho's powers. The red-haired girl turned stiffly to Balac, warning him that if he lost, he would be unfortunate. The wrestler, slightly apprehensive about the upcoming fight, asked Rude if Clare was really that strong. The hero didn't hesitate to confirm that he considered her the most powerful among all the freshmen in the academy. When asked if the girl was superior in strength to Rude himself, the young man with an enigmatic smile answered in the negative. All the students held their breath and watched the battlefield intently, wondering who would have the honor of fighting first. Lillian, turning to Balac, who was a full 10 minutes late, wryly remarked that only he could afford such a thing. Styros, having introduced himself in full uniform, proudly gave his full name, Balac Styros, but was interrupted by the impatient girl. Clare, holding her sword out in front of her, unceremoniously offered her opponent to start the duel without wasting time on pointless conversation. Balac, jabbing his finger indignantly in Lillian's direction, said that announcing a name at the start of a fight is a sacred tradition in his family. His opponent, with a graceful gesture of swinging her sword, also introduced herself, and with a slight irony, inquired if he was satisfied with the formalities. Styros, smiling smugly, suddenly grew serious and solemnly declared that he was glad to see Lillian a worthy opponent for a noble duel. The girl, not wasting time on idle talk, interrupted his high-pitched speech with a swift lunge of her sharp blade. What was everyone's amazement when Balac easily deflected the powerful blow, not with a magical shield, but with his own steel muscles. With undisguised pride, the young man exclaimed that the fine muscles would no doubt appeal to his charming rival. Lillian, still perplexed by her opponent's abilities, noted that he had deflected the sword strike with his bare hands, rather than a simple magical shield. Styros, without giving the girl a second thought, lightning shortened the distance and swung his powerful fist, intending to strike. Balac's blow met Clare's sword, impressing her with its speed and wide range. As she continued to fend off her opponent's onslaught, Lillian suddenly noticed her opponent's exposed neck, presenting the perfect target. Realizing the opportune moment, the girl swiftly swung her sword, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the unprotected spot. Styros once again reflected the weapon with his bare muscles, knocking the sword out of the hands of a dumbfounded Lillian, who realized the miscalculation in her strategy. Not intending to dodge, Balac knocked the blade out and immediately counterattacked with a powerful fist strike, taking his opponent by surprise. Clare took advantage of the moment and punched her opponent in the stomach with all her might, causing him to crouch in pain. Steros's face contorted in pain, his eyebrows furrowed and the veins in his forehead swelled. Testament to the force of the missed blow. Realizing the need for a breather, Balac increased his distance, pulling back to recover and think through further tactics. Picking up the dislodged sword, Lillian assumed that Steros's muscles were imbued with mana, making him incredibly strong and resistant to blows. Balac, while recognizing the power of her opponent's attacks, complained that the pain pierces all the way to the bone, though it is not critical. Claire looked at her opponent and wondered if his physical abilities were really superior to her honed skills. Suddenly, Steros, letting out a loud scream, tensed his muscles and ripped open his t-shirt, showing off his impressive torso. With a battle cry asserting his body's invulnerability to the sword, Balac swiftly rushed to attack the dazed lion. The girl froze in bewilderment, looking at the huge man flying straight at her with the clear intention of crushing her. Remembering her lessons and skills, Claire managed to intercept Steros' arm in flight and use his inertia to throw him over herself. The cocky wrestler collapsed to the floor with a deafening thud, defeated by the agility of his fragile-looking opponent. Glancing at the prostrate Balac, Lion noted with a chuckle that this was why she preferred not to use her sword in battle. Walking up to her opponent, the girl delivered an additional kick with her foot, calling him a bloody narcissist. As she was about to strike again, Claire was surprised to note how quickly Steros was able to get back in formation, fending off her attack. Although the wrestler was able to dodge the fist that whistled past, Lion decided not to stop there, aiming a strong leg kick at her opponent. The stunning kick threw Balac back several meters, sending him tumbling across the floor from the force of the collision. Rising quickly, Steros noted Claire's strength with admiration, expressing his willingness to muster all his might to continue the fight. A tired Lion, noting the incredible persistence of her opponent, prepared for the decisive battle, realizing that there would be no easy victory. Balac tensed his muscles again, causing them to rapidly increase in volume, causing his pants to begin to tear. No sooner had Steros completed the transformation than a man came up behind him and announced his immediate disqualification. The outraged wrestler demanded an explanation as to why he was suspended, deeming the decision unfair, while the audience booed the nearly naked contestant. Balac, who was being led out by two guards, continued to shout that Steros' body was not nudity, but a true work of art. Left alone on the stage, Lion heard the announcer declare her the unequivocal winner of the bout. The protagonist, standing in the crowd of spectators, threw a strange, pensive look at the triumphant, as if immersed in memories. Clare intercepted Rude's gaze and glared back defiantly before turning away and heading away. Hennis, approaching Donatos, suggested that they pretend they didn't know Balac, since it would soon be their turn to fight. The girl was overcome with sadness at the thought that something had happened between Rude and Lion that had changed the way they felt about each other. Realizing that she was talking to herself while her interlocutor was in the clouds, Hoffley punched the hero with anger, bringing him out of his reverie. Surprised by the sudden attack, the young man asked what was wrong, to which he received an irritated reply about the imminent start of their fight. As she entered the arena, the red-haired warrior sternly warned Rude not to dare give in to her in the upcoming fight. Hennis Hoffley, nicknamed the Fire Witch, was considered the strongest representative of the element of flame and an incomparable fighter. Having gone through countless battles, the girl gained fame as an invincible warrior whose skill knew no equal. With unrivaled skills and the ability to make the right decisions in critical situations, the name Hennis has become known to everyone. Exhausted, sitting on the floor amidst the lying daggers and waning flames, Hoffley whispered bitterly that she had lost. Despite the defeat, the red-haired beast's strong will to win did not fade in her soul, forcing her to move forward. In this intense battle, none other than Rude Donatos emerged victorious, impressing everyone with his skill. Tucking his sword into its scabbard, the hero praised his friend, noting that the blow at the end was weak, though the timing of the attack was right. Hennis, sitting on the floor and clutching her head, hissed annoyed that Rude was making her incredibly angry with his superiority. When the young man reached out to help his rival up, Hoffley offered to teach him her dagger technique. Hennis's hand reaching for Rude was noticed by Lion, who saw the gesture and promptly ran away. There was no way Hoffley could understand why the hero continually refused to help her master her daggers, even though she had regular training sessions for Lion. Donatos looked away in embarrassment, making it clear with his whole appearance that he did not wish to answer that question. Citing urgent business, the young man hurriedly departed, leaving a bewildered Hoffley, who managed to shout afterward about the imminent start of the finals. Left alone, the red-haired warrior wondered what was really going on between Rude and Lion. The teachers, discussing the successes of the freshmen, were happy that their assumption had come true, and that a student from Diesel and the daughter of the head of the Dead Dragon Guild would meet in the finals. Lion, unnoticed by her teachers, ran down the hallway of the academy in a panic, mentally repeating that she didn't want to fight. The girl speculated that Rude might not want to fight either, since he had previously refused to train under various pretexts. Claire wondered why the young man was now acting as if he was eager for this fight, radiating determination and hostility. Stopping, Lion wondered why she was so reluctant to fight Rude, despite his obvious desire to win. An approaching friend called out to the girl, wondering what she was doing here alone instead of studying for finals. The young man ordered Claire back to the waiting room, reminding her that the tournament's decisive battle would begin in half an hour. Lion tried to object that it was none of his business, but the guy reminded her of her status as her opponent in the upcoming fight. The girl looked away and said that she was not going to fight and would refuse to participate, as she was not interested in the prize. Hearing of Claire's intention to refuse, the young man clenched his fist with anger so hard that the veins on his arm swelled with tension. The hero, barely holding back a scream, asked Lion again if she was joking, not believing her ears and trying to understand the reason for her decision. Getting even angrier, the guy contemptuously assumed that the girl was showing pity for a scumbag who had no sense to fight. Claire tried to argue that this was not the reason and wanted to ask the young man about his motives, but he rudely cut her off. Grabbing Lion by the shoulders, the hero shouted for her to be quiet and declared that she had no right to give up her victory. Surprised by her friend's reaction, the girl looked at him questioningly, not understanding the reasons for such a violent outburst of emotions. Grinning, the young man gritted his teeth that this time Claire would not be able to escape the duel, no matter how hard she tried. Sitting on his knees in front of the dying Lion, the hero from his past life screamed, begging her to open her eyes and not leave him. Sobbing, the young man called Claire by name, desperate to bring her to her senses and bring her back to life, unwilling to accept the loss. The hero, choking back tears, begged Lion not to die, for she had never yet defeated him, threatening to curse her forever in the event of her death. The weakening girl looked at the grief-stricken young man and whispered that he had always been so emotional and hadn't changed a bit. The young man, not listening to the dying woman, ordered her in a panic to shut up and think of ways to stop the blood spurting from her wounds. Lion, smiling faintly, whispered fondly that Rude had always been, and still was, a real idiot. After these words, the girl's hand, deprived of the last strength of life, fell helplessly into the spreading pool of blood. The hero, as he continued to sit and hold his girlfriend's body in his lap, remembered how she had called him scum, a jerk, and an idiot despite their mutual dislike. The battle dragon Lei, watching what was happening, noticed that Lion had made a foolish choice in sacrificing herself to protect a weakling. The young man, realizing the presence of a powerful dragon behind him, capable of killing him at any moment, tensed up in anticipation of the attack. However, Lei, having lost interest in the guy, turned around and walked away, seeing no point in taking the guy's life. Donatos, trying to lift his friend's lifeless body, let out a cry full of pain and despair that broke the silence of the forest. The hero, still holding Lion by the shoulders, realized he was talking meaningless nonsense, trying to justify his defeat and sense of loss. The girl, alarmed by the young man's strange behavior, loudly demanded to be released, dropping his hands from her collarbones. Clare, deep in thought, asked Rude not to follow her, signaling that she wanted to be alone. Looking at Lion's receding figure, the hero mentally noted that she looked lost and alone at that moment. The young man admitted to himself that he had lived only a dream of overpowering his genius friend, looking in her eyes like a pathetic avenger, obsessed with hatred of dragons. Rude realized that he couldn't forgive or understand Clare because she was a freaking genius, a wall and a goal that he had to overcome at all costs. In a fit of rage, the hero slammed the wall with all his might, shouting a question as to why the girl chose to protect a lowly man like him. Crystal tried to address the young man, but he abruptly cut him off, asking him not to say anything, to which Feldrua urged him not to make any noise. The announcement stated that the final contestant did not show up for the bout, which was considered a no-show, and Rude Donatos was awarded the victory. Onlookers watching were perplexed as to what could have happened to Lion, assuming she was frightened or changed her mind about fighting. Halfley, upset by the student's disappearance, assumed that she had run away, unable to stand the strain or frustrated with herself. Standing alone in the empty arena, Rude was saddened that Clare had not come to the fight. Leaving the stadium, the hero seriously promised that this time there was no way he would let the fugitive go, determined to find her at all costs. Lion, meanwhile, secluded herself in the woods and crouched on a rock, plunged into heavy contemplation, trying to make sense of herself. The girl sat alone until it was completely dark, waiting for the supplemental exam to end. Looking at the burning windows of the academy, Clare wondered if Rude was angry about her failure to show up for the final match. Alarmed by the approaching footsteps in the silence of the forest at night, the girl began to look around, trying to determine the source of the sound. Rude stepped out from behind the tree, appearing in front of his surprised friend, who asked in a serious tone what he was doing here. The hero, immersed in memories of his past life, noted that the girl always came here in moments of anxiety, and to fight with her. The young man drew his sword from behind his back and threw it so that it hit the ground right at the feet of the stunned Clare, as if challenging her. Rude urged Lion to rise and take up arms, reminding them that they were facing the final battle of the tournament, one that could not be evaded. The girl, unwilling to fight, cried out in frustration, asking why it was necessary to do this now when everything was so complicated and confusing. The hero, quoting her friend's words, reminded her that she has no right to give up this fight, no matter what happens. Lion, indignant at the young man's sudden insistence, exclaimed not to make her laugh with his inappropriate demands at such an inopportune moment. Rude drew his sword from its sheath, in the reflection of which the moon and stars shone, and asked rhetorically, "Now?" As if the decision had been made long ago. Swinging his blade, the young man admitted that he had been waiting for this moment, anticipating the long-awaited battle that would set everything in its proper place. The hero dreamed of a rematch to end his girlfriend's bullying, and saw her draw her sword as well, preparing for the inevitable fight. Claire swung her weapon, leaving a bright orange trail behind her, and shouted that she didn't want to fight Rude, hoping to get through to his mind. Donatos parried the girl's blow and cut off that her wishes were unimportant, striking Lion with the weight of his attacks. Knocked down by the mere pressure, Claire wondered if the young man was so confident in his abilities that he would not allow the thought of defeat. Arrogantly declaring that Rudu couldn't penetrate her defenses anyway, the girl began to create a shield of mana, hoping to keep herself safe from the powerful blows. The hero easily made a hole in the magical barrier and advised his opponent to fight seriously if she didn't want to die in this fight. Lion, realizing the vulnerability of her position without a shield, promptly jumped away from her dangerous opponent, trying to buy time to think about strategy. Claire, sarcastically questioning if Rude knew what it meant to fight at full strength, made her sword glow, accumulating mana. Impressed by his friend's skill at such a young age, the young man praised her amazing abilities, which exceeded his expectations. The girl shouted, trying to reason with her comrade to stop, for without sword technique he couldn't beat her no matter how hard he tried. Rude, swinging his blade, countered that remained to be seen in the battle, the outcome of which was not a foregone conclusion. Confident that her technique could only be countered by a similar technique or high-level magic, Lion had no sooner finished speaking than she felt a sharp pain. Claire bent in half, coughing from the sudden blow to her stomach that caught her off guard with its swiftness and precision. When she realized that she had fallen into a trap, she realized that Rude wanted to bind her sword and turn the fight into hand-to-hand combat, where his advantage was undeniable. Struggling to maintain a distance disadvantageous to close combat, Lion could not allow herself to be drawn into a dangerous game by her opponent's rules. Despite his girlfriend's efforts, Rude used a special technique and shortened the distance in a matter of seconds. The young man froze a few centimeters away from the stunned girl and stared intently into her eyes. In the next instant, Lion received the strongest blow with a fist to her cheek, throwing her aside. Trying to counterattack, Claire realized with amazement that her opponent was easily dodging all her lunges, anticipating her every move. The girl finally realized that it wasn't about sword technique, but something completely different that she couldn't understand yet. Shocked, Lion realized that she could now not use her weapons effectively at all against Rude, whose skills were clearly superior to her own. A battered and confused Claire couldn't believe the insane speed of the young man's reactions, reading her movements perfectly. The hero, swinging his leg for another kick, proudly declared that he had not practiced so hard for nothing. Realizing that the current swordswoman was much stronger than her version from his past life, Donatos realized that he would not be able to deal with her without using extreme measures. The young man, noting his own progress, could not rid himself of the strange, foolish feeling that possessed him. The guy, demonstrating excellent attack and wrestling skills, did not understand the nature of his conflicting emotions that prevented him from concentrating on the fight. Drawing his sword and looking at the girl enigmatically, Rude froze, waiting for her reaction, as if demanding or hoping for more than just victory. As if pressed against a wall and seeing her opponent's naked blade, Lion thought it obvious that such a technique was disadvantageous against her, but could not understand his motives. Claire, finally confused about Rude's intentions, decided she no longer wished to understand his motives and goals. With a furious cry of, "It's your own fault, Rude Donatos!" the girl swooped down on him with her weapons, crossing her mana swords in a blinding flash. An unusual event happened. Their mana clashed, but the girl's power was superior and the guy's mana gave a crack. The girl mentally cheered, realizing her victory when she saw what had happened to her opponent's mana. But Rude's self-assured posture, not at all like a loser, alarmed the girl, making her suspect some kind of trick. Realizing something was amiss, Claire noticed a mysterious glow above the young man that foreshadowed something unusual. All this dazzling light was directed toward a single point, the symbol of the blue sky that burned on Donatos's hand like a guiding star. Looking triumphantly at his friend, Rude announced that he now had the long-awaited fourth wing of strength, which granted unprecedented power. With an anticipatory smile, the young man added that from now on, he could use the full crushing power of his technique without holding back. Seeing the shining sword pointed at her and realizing that Rude would use the legendary sword chi technique, Lion rushed to flee in terror. There was a tremendous explosion. A huge stream of mana collided with the ground, creating a blinding flash and shockwave. Flying away from the force of the blow, the girl recognized the very same technique and landed heavily near a tree, realizing the difference in skill. Lion watched in fear as the enraged Rude approached her with his sword, realizing that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The girl asked bitterly if he was satisfied with the victory, not understanding her friend's motives and the reasons for his rage. Thinking about it, the guy couldn't understand why. Having defeated someone who had always treated him like trash, he didn't feel satisfied. Rude looked at his defeated friend with a strange look, trying to realize why she had tortured and humiliated him so much all these years. The swordswoman, angered by his words of emptiness after he made her fight for no reason, started to get up in anger. As she approached, she stopped right in front of him and continued furiously, not understanding how he dared say such a thing after all that had happened. Rude's expression changed, as if Lion's words had awakened a new realization in him, causing him to rethink the situation. But that didn't save him from the crushing blow with his fist that his angry girlfriend unrestrained emotion had unleashed upon him. She screamed, accusing the guy of bullying and not understanding her feelings, unable to accept his actions. Claire continued to scream, reminding herself of her unwillingness to fight and wondering what Rude was trying to accomplish by her actions. The young man quietly admitted that he needed it, sitting on the ground and holding his bruised face, hesitant to meet her gaze. The girl questioned why he was picking a fight if all he felt inside was emptiness, eager to get to the bottom of it. Donato surprised his friend with a revelation about needing to defeat her at least once, which raised even more questions. Lion squinted, guessing that there was something more behind the desire to win. And it wasn't just about herself. The boy interjected in amazement, raising his gaze to his interlocutor and marveling at her insight, as if she had looked into his soul. The girl continued, confident in her rightness and her ability to unravel her friend's true motives behind his actions. She analyzed her comrade's behavior, noting the anger, inferiority, and longing he openly displayed toward her, seeing her as someone else. Grabbing the guy by his shirt, the girl cried out in pain, realizing that he wanted to defeat that very person and she was just a substitute. The swordswoman added that she had always known the truth but was afraid to admit it to herself, unable to hold back the tears and bitterness of realizing the reality. After a while of long silence, Rude broke the silence, guessing what his friend was thinking and wanting to clarify the situation. Guy exclaimed, urging Lion not to kid herself, and with a determined gesture he released his shirt from her grasp, showing the seriousness of his intentions. The young man confessed that he had always envied the girl, admired her, and tried to get her recognition. Her friend's face changed. She hadn't expected to hear such frank and sincere words from the usually reserved Rude, having grown accustomed to his coldness. The guy continued, bitterly noting that he couldn't compare to her, thinking she was incredibly cool and unattainable. Recognizing the lack of the same strength as his friend, Rude clenched his fists, shouting with impotence and frustration. The frustrated young man turned away and lowered his head, confirming the truth of his words and unable to look at Lion. Leaning against a tree and slowly sliding to the ground, the boy grinned bitterly, realizing the absurdity of ideas about revenge and a rematch. Rude, confessing his eternal desire to imitate his girlfriend's movements, techniques, and feelings, realized that therein lay the root cause of his obsession. The young man went on, while Lion listened to him with growing amazement, unable to believe that he whom she had considered a rival was suffering so much from the inability to match her. With pain in his voice, the guy admitted that he couldn't accept the death of a friend who sacrificed herself to save a scum like him. Shocked by Rude's story, the girl rounded her eyes, not understanding what he was talking about or what it had to do with their current situation. The young man corrected himself, explaining that what he felt was not emptiness but unbearable bitterness over what had happened in the past. Lion was indignant, thinking her friend's words were nonsense and reminding her that they had first met here, not in some past life. Rude cut off, insisting he was right and not letting his girlfriend question the reality of his memories. Intervening in the conversation, Crystal asked the guy to stop, fearing the repercussions of the revelations on the unprepared girl. Ignoring the spirit's calls, the young man continued, mentioning Lion's death in the past and her foolish will, surprising his friend more and more. With a bitter chuckle, Rude added that he was talking about a past life, seeing the growing amazement on the girl's face, not ready to accept the truth. Repeating again, the guy called the interlocutor a crazy wench from the past, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation and her disbelief. Lion couldn't believe her ears, interjecting about her past life and trying to comprehend what she was hearing, struggling with shock and bewilderment. Explaining that he didn't care if his friend believed him, Rude insisted on the truth of the story about going back in time, despite the lack of evidence. Repeating the phrase about returning to the past, the girl looked at the young man in surprise and fear, not knowing how to react to such an incredible statement. The young man argued his position, noting that his level of improvement was too high for mere talent or genius. He continued by pointing out the possession of knowledge that cannot be acquired without proper experience and practice. The guy listed the evidence, mentioning imitations of skills and talents of people he hadn't met before. Rude summarized that none of this was possible without prior study and preparation, trying to convince Lion of the truth of his words. Upon reflection, the girl recognized that going back in time might explain all the inconsistencies and doubts she felt. Wanting to test the veracity of her friend's crazy words, the swordswoman asked what he knew about her adult version, unavailable to herself. With anger and sadness, Rude confessed that in his past life, his girlfriend had lived only for herself, treating him like garbage despite his best efforts. Lowering his eyes, the boy added that Lion never looked at him directly, as if he was unworthy of her attention and respect. With pain in his voice, the young man asked if the girl imagined how hurtful it was to realize that she had sacrificed her life to save his. Admitting that he had risked everything just to fight her and prove his worth, Rude continued his confession while his friend listened intently. Reluctantly, Lion clarified if she was indeed the unattainable person the guy both hated and aspired to be. The young man admitted that at the first meeting in this life was going to immediately enter into battle, but underestimated the strength of his girlfriend, which he now regrets. Resentful, the girl reminded Rude that she was much younger than him now, and wondered if his hatred was so strong to behave in such a manner. Without concealing his true feelings and motives, the lad confirmed that he would not otherwise have gone so far in his quest to overpower Lion. Remembering the episode and wondering why then Donados had apologized the first time they met, the girl made the young man realize something important. Noting that with sincere hatred they would have simply walked past each other, Lion mentally went back to the situation with the handkerchief, looking for inconsistencies. Trying to justify himself, the guy explained his behavior by the desire to quickly resolve the conflict, which arose through the fault of his girlfriend, so that the noise did not run to the teachers. Not to be deterred, the girl recalled how Rude had taught her fighting skills, trying to find flaws in his story and catching at the contradictions. Throwing over his shoulder that defeating the weak Lion was pointless, the young man quickened his step, eager to break off the unpleasant conversation. Catching up with her departing friend, the girl barked out a question as to why he was showing her around the capital if he harbored such a strong dislike. Abruptly turning around, Rude shouted in rage, asking what Clare was trying to accomplish and why he couldn't understand the obvious things. Continuing to scream, the guy recalled that in his past life, his girlfriend had treated him worse than a dog, constantly demeaning his dignity. Trying to calm the raging young man, the girl noted that everything was different now, and he himself called what was happening a second chance. When he began to object, Rude was silent when he saw Lion's hand with the handkerchief approaching his face, and he became wary, not understanding her intentions. Ordering the lad to stand still, the girl reminded him that he had lent her this handkerchief when she was crying on the stairs and asked if he remembered that incident. Smacking his friend's hand away with a sharp motion, the young man shouted menacingly, wondering what the hell she was doing and why she was reminiscing about the past. Quietly uttering an apology instead of her past version, Lion looked into her friend's eyes, noticing the change in emotion on his face. As she continued to apologize, the girl apologized for always calling Rude trash and coldly ignored, realizing she was wrong. Giving his friend a tired look, the guy wondered if she had lost her mind, thinking he needed her apology, only nagging old wounds. He was heated again, questioning the reasons for telling his past life story, and he himself answered, it was all about finally letting go of the long-standing regrets that had plagued him even after his return. Rude continued to shout at the top of his voice, trying to vent his accumulated anger, wondering why she, not being a mummer, was apologizing instead of getting angry. The swordswoman, shouting over her comrade, told him to shut up. Grabbing him by his shirt, she asked if he thought she had it easy, since he was the one who should be apologizing for his inability to let go of past regrets, even after being reborn. The girl said she had no idea about the past, so she made an exception and apologized first because the past version the young man keeps talking about is different from her. Clare admitted that she couldn't control her feelings, despite Rude's hatred in their past, because the present was more important to her. Grabbing the guy by his shirt, the girl pulled him sharply to her, freezing for a moment and looking into his eyes, preparing for the decisive move. At the same moment, before Rude could think, the girl kissed him, taking him by surprise and rendering him speechless. The young man, not resisting the kiss, looked at his friend with eyes wide open in amazement as she savored the moment of intimacy. After finishing the kiss and pulling away slightly, Lillian looked into Rude's surprised eyes, searching them for a response to her feelings. With a beaming smile, the girl confessed to the guy that she liked him, saying his full name and not hiding her emotions. He woke up in a cold sweat, screaming in terror. His heart was pounding frantically and his mind had not yet fully grasped the reality of what was happening. A dream? Flashed through his mind, but the crystal that suddenly appeared dispelled that hope, mockingly refuting his thoughts. Feldrew mercilessly rebuked Rude Donatos, alluding to his shameful deeds that he would rather forget. The boy tried to cover his eyes with his hand, but only cursed, realizing that there was no escaping reality. The Spirit King continued to accuse the hero as he tried to hide, covering his head and face with his hands like a child. Crystal was reminded of yesterday's incident when the hero froze in front of the girl, not knowing what to say while she waited confusedly for his response. As the conversation continued, he ironically noted the amusingness of the guy's reaction to acting like a jerk, since it didn't make sense for him to just run away. Recognizing the excessive impetuosity of his actions the day before, Rude was sadly aware of the lack of progress, remembering how he had suffered in his past life because of his hot temper. Feldroy, playfully suggesting that the young man might have a relationship with Lillian, who liked to kiss him before an official affair, provoked a violent reaction from his interlocutor. Pondering why a girl would kiss a guy who had admitted to being reborn, picked a fight with her, and declared a grudge, Donatos tried in vain to put the memory of the kiss out of his mind. Crystal, in an effort to calm the raging young man, reminded him of the need to be rewarded for his victory, because despite what had happened, life goes on. A sudden realization pierced Rude, causing him to jump up and frantically search for his watch, realizing that precious time was slipping through his fingers. Swearing at his forgetfulness, the hero made the bed in lightning speed and put the room in order, preparing to leave as soon as possible. Arriving at the academy, the student met with the rector, and together they made their way to their destination, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. Jared looked at his apprentice carefully, noticed the signs of fatigue on his face, and asked if he'd gotten any sleep before the big day. Trying to hide his fatigue behind a smile, Denatom attributed his condition to excitement for his upcoming visit to the treasury, though the bruises under his eyes gave away the sleepless night. Degraham hummed understandingly, accepting the explanation without further questioning, which diffused the tense atmosphere between them a bit. Along the way, the head of the academy spoke of Aradium's vault, containing the ancient legacy of dragon slayers, the rarest artifacts and weapons, each of which was truly priceless. Jared emphasized that access to the treasury is only granted after the approval of the principal and the majority of the professors, and he himself is honored after a long time. Thinking of the weapons his brother and Lillian had received from the vault in a past life, Rude sadly realized the lack of equally promising newcomers in this life. At last they reached the goal of their journey. The massive gates of the treasury loomed before them, inspiring awe and respect. Mentor placed his palm against the flaps, reminding him of the value of choice and the deep history of dragon hunters stored behind that barrier. Urging the student to be proud of the mere fact that he had access to the vault, Jared watched as the gate began to open. Heeding the advice and assuming a serious look, Donatos began to approach the opening doors, realizing the importance of the moment. Slipping his hand inside, the young man immediately felt the difference between the mana flow and the usual one, which led him to certain thoughts. Crystal explained that it was subspace, and Rude stepped through the threshold and looked around in amazement, trying to comprehend his surroundings. Comparing this place to the void where the abode of winged lizards hovered, he explained that only spellcasters who had reached at least the rank of Archmage could do such a thing. The apprentice, looking around the hall, noted that the assistance of a powerful wizard was clearly required to keep the weapons in perfect condition, appreciating the scale and complexity of such a job. Crystal asked if Rude was looking for anything in particular, noting the unrivaled quality of all the items in Aradium's stash. After confirming his intentions, the hero took one of the swords in his hands and began to scrutinize it, assessing its merits. Feldrua asked if the weapon chosen was one that the guy had used in a past life. He received a negative answer. Donatos admitted that he was looking for something superior to his previous armament, hinting at a more ambitious purpose for his visit to the treasury. Suddenly shrieking that he had found what he was looking for, the young man reached for the weapon he was interested in, wanting to get a closer look at his find. Proudly reciting, "The blade that defies the heavens, Demios." The young man raised the legendary sword above his head, feeling its power flowing through his veins. Feldrua commented on Rude's choice, mentioning that this legendary blade once belonged to the first dragon slayer, Vanar himself. Crystal added that this sword was rumored to be darker than the deepest darkness, capable of dissecting even the flow of mana and neutralizing any powerful enchantments. The companion inquired if the lad had chosen this blade, intending to repeat the path of the legendary hero Vanar. Rude, stating that he had heard this legend countless times, emphasized his lack of desire to follow his example, wishing not to seal off his enemies but to destroy them completely to save the world. When the crystal began to question the reason for his choice, the young man interrupted him, explaining that his brother had wielded this blade in a past life. The guy also mentioned that this sword was perfect for slaying the higher dragon species. Finalizing his choice, Rude reported that he had made a quick decision and had gotten what he needed in the first place, then placed the weapon in its scabbard. Heading for the exit, Donatos' foot caught on some small, colorful pebble lying on the floor of the treasury. Crystal, surprised, drew the young man's attention to the find beneath his feet, wondering about the nature of the object he had discovered. Surprised by the thing, the student picked up the artifact and, upon close inspection, assumed it was neither a weapon nor a magical protective item. After spinning the find and looking at it from a different angle, the young man's face suddenly changed, not believing his eyes. An episode from a past life surfaced in the hero's memory when he and his brother went out into the academy courtyard to discuss the reasons for Professor Damien's suicide. He picked up on the fact that something strange was going on then, and though he had various guesses, the hero preferred to keep them to himself. Pren remembered calling out to his brother from afar, observing that Asir still stood with his back to him, unresponsive to the call. In a flashback, Donato Sr. was pointing his hand to the sky, reporting something unusual, and Rude realized it was this particular pebble. The next thing that came to mind was how the stone suddenly cracked. Mana started pouring out everywhere, causing panic among the students who didn't understand what was happening. The character also remembered how the stone was replaced by a huge creature, realizing that it was an artifact stolen from the thunder dragon Karma. Rude remembered bitterly how he had first learned of the existence of the 7 mighty dragons, at a time when he still lacked the fighting skills and inner resolve to confront these monsters. The horrifying screams of the victims, the vile stench of burning flesh brought by the destructive dragons, could not be erased from memory even after a long decade. The hero, clutching the Thunder Dragon's sealstone in his trembling hand, bitterly acknowledged that it was this cursed artifact that had unleashed a wave of destruction and suffering upon the world. Crystal, radiating curiosity, inquired why such a dangerous Thunder Dragon sealstone was in Aradium's protected treasury. Rude, frowning, honestly admitted that he didn't know the exact reason, but he was absolutely sure that this ominous object definitely didn't belong here. The hero, having carefully examined the stone, noted the absence of protective spells on it, unlike other relics of the vault, carefully guarded by magic. This unexpected observation led to the conclusion that such obvious vulnerability of the seal indicated that there was no direct dragon attack on the academy. A legitimate question arose in Rude's mind. Had this dangerous thing been here since the founding of the academy? Rude thought deeply, trying to figure out who could have secretly brought such a dangerous artifact here, considering that it had been 700 years since the heroic sealing of the Thunder Dragon. The young man gathered his thoughts and asked Feldrua to make every effort to find out when exactly the formidable dragon was going to awaken from its age-old slumber. After carefully analyzing the current state of the ancient seals, the Spirit King cautiously suggested that they were unlikely to last longer than 2 years. Rude, straining his memory, recalled that in his past life, the unexpected attack of the Dragon of Light had occurred about half a year from the current point in time. Swallowing a lump in his throat, the young man added that the tragedy had played out just months after Professor Damien's mysterious death. The hero, comparing facts, assumed that Jeremy's stolen 1,000-year-old dragon heart had somehow stimulated the dangerous activity of the slumbering Thunder Dragon. As Rude headed for the exit again, the crystal asked if he would take the stone with him, watching the young man's reaction carefully. Pausing for a moment and gritting his teeth, he reaffirmed his intention, calling the artifact an ominous seed of impending disaster, which meant it was necessary to act ahead of events. Feldrua asked if Rude's decision to kill all dragons would remain unchanged, even if there was a good dragon in the world, trying to understand the depth of his beliefs. Frozen in place, Donato stated that the so-called good dragon in their reality was surely dead by now, his voice sounding cold and ruthless. Realizing the impossibility of affecting the Sealstone, the hero decided to prepare for the upcoming events by resuming classes with Professor Damien to strengthen his skills. Damien, noticing the student's tension, inquired the cause of his concern with genuine concern in his gaze. Forcing out a faint smile, the student blurted out the first thing that came to mind, an admiring comment about the magical flavor of the drink, hoping to confuse the professor. Feeling like a huge stone had been dropped from his soul, Grace exhaled with relief, glad that he had chosen the right kind of coffee, even though he had doubted it until the last moment. Looking thoughtfully at Rude, the professor noted that the young man's skill with the dagger equaled his own, marveling at his continued presence in class. With a sly squint, Damien suggested that the reason for his eagerness was Rude's taste for the flavorful drink and promised to get more refined grains. The apprentice countered that the coffee was just a nice addition, and the true purpose of the visits was to seek to learn the Dragon Slayer's invaluable experience. He also emphasized the importance of the professor's experience and his desire to learn more about his past as a Dragon Slayer. The unexpected topic caught Damien off guard, silencing him and causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. The hero stared at his mentor's face and wondered why he had suddenly stopped talking, as if he wanted to say something important but didn't dare. Feeling the anticipation of impending victory heating up in his chest, the hero thought that fate had given a unique chance to get to the truth, playing on the professor's sense of guilt. Realizing that the next question was not directly related to the topic of conversation, the young man decided to ask Grace if he had ever been to the ruined Disol, his former homeland. He took a sip of his coffee as it cooled and watched the professor's reaction, knowing full well what a blow the innocent memory would be to him. The professor's reaction to the mention of the student's home village was predictable, which did not escape the student's attentive gaze. Trying to keep his voice casual, the young man continued to share idyllic pictures of the past with Damien, immersing himself in the lighter moments of his childhood while his companion immersed himself. He described happy times hunting with his father and cozy family dinners until the dragon appeared and destroyed everything. The mention of the survivors, Rude and his brother, made Damien look up at his interlocutor fearfully. Feeling the nausea and chills coming on, Grace clutched at his pant leg with white fingers and whispered in a low whisper as to whether the man he was talking to really had an older brother. With a careless nod and a reply that their paths had now diverged, Rude began to talk about Asher, knowing that every word was a sharp knife in the professor's heart. As he tried to finish the sentence, the young man was painfully immersed in the memory of his brother, and his hands shook so violently that the coffee rippled, threatening to spill over. Feeling his eyes stinging from the coming tears, the hero realized with piercing clarity, if not for his mistakes, a seer would be alive. Rude remained silent, unable to finish his story, and the professor, not wanting to open wounds and violate boundaries, sat across from him, not knowing how to ease someone else's pain. Suddenly rising from the couch and throwing out that the time was late, Grace suggested that the continuation of the story be postponed or forgotten about altogether, adding that it was too boring and drawn out. Damien glanced at the departing student as he grimly realized that his narrative was nothing more than a hackneyed tale of endless loss and futile attempts to regain what had been lost. Barely moving his feet, the hero wandered down the corridor as he suddenly felt a strong dizziness and only miraculously managed to lean on the wall, avoiding a fall. Devastated and exhausted, Rude bitterly realized that he had naively thought that getting rid of the burden of the past would bring relief, but instead, it had only awakened the demons of guilt. Realizing that there was no time to think, he decided to take extreme measures, to talk to the professor at any cost, using the former closeness as leverage. Noticing his master's torment, Crystal cautiously suggested that Grace might never reveal herself or turn out to be a villain whose heart was poisoned by the dragon's darkness, in which case all the hero's efforts would be in vain. Rude shrugged absently in response to the spirit's question, but in his mind he was determined that if his mentor was irreparably corrupted, there was only one way out: kill his once close friend. Responding to Feldrua's perplexed look, Donatos explained that a truly evil person would not be so tormented by guilt. Rude had been thinking of the professor since morning, even while he was washing his face. But a good deal of time had passed since their conversation without any word from Grace. Wiping his face with a towel, the young man realized that soon he would have to do something and prepare a plan of action, because it was impossible to delay any longer. Realizing that 4 wings, sword will, and subspace were not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon, Rude shook his head thoughtfully. Crystal, remembering Chang Chun-sik's summary, wondered if anything about subspace had been mentioned there. After confirming that the part about the celestial spirit spoke of a personal space only available to the air, the young man created a portal and stuck his hand into it. Bitterly remembering how a seer had used countless weapons from subspace in his previous life, the hero drew his sword from there, recognizing the importance of this ability. When asked by Feldrua about the possibility of using subspace for defense in a hurry, Rude answered in the affirmative, but noted that it would be a mess inside. Hearing the screaming and noise, the young man hurriedly put his weapon back in place to close the portal, listening to what was happening outside. The swordswoman, reprimanding Balac for trying to get naked in training, was perplexed as to why he was always eager to take off all his clothes. Addressing the controversy, the protagonist listened to the girl's complaints about the wrestler hanging around her and exuding a foul odor during her jujitsu training. Styros, trying to justify himself, stated that Hennis had no beef with him, seeking support from his girlfriend. Breaking away from her book and showing off the clothespin on her nose, the red-haired girl grudgingly admitted that she was generally on Balac's side, thinking he was cool. Sighing and regretting his friend's non-serious attitude, Rude looked at his companion, who was lost in his own thoughts. Asking if they were done bickering, the young man used magic to unleash a stream of water on the wrestler, instantly ridding him of the odor. Surprised at the couch, Hafle wondered when the hero had time to master elemental magic and learn spiritualism. Carelessly answering that he had taken it up not long ago, Rude urged his friends to stop quarreling and mind their own business. Lillian, having offered the young man to join the joint training since he had come to calm the conflict, received an unexpected refusal. Stating that he would refrain from individual lessons for the time being as well, the hero surprised everyone present and headed for the exit. Clare, clearly displeased with the indifferent attitude, loudly rebuked the departing young man for his unwillingness to discuss what had recently happened. The red-haired girl, intrigued by Clare's words, perked up her ears trying to find out more details. Realizing that her rash words had been overheard by outsiders, Lillian was greatly embarrassed and bit her tongue nervously. When she decided to be completely frank, a flustered Clare revealed that she had recently confessed her feelings to Rudd. Hennis, struck by the unexpected recognition, could not restrain a surprised exclamation and opened her eyes wide. The swordswoman, gathering all her courage into a fist, confidently repeated what she had said earlier, and Hafle, suddenly realizing the missed opportunity, slowly sank down on the couch in complete confusion. The hero, before he could leave the training room, turned around with a surprised exclamation, demanding an explanation. He turned to the girls, while Hennis gestured with her hands and shouted something indignantly to the swordswoman, talking about her and Donatos. A sudden deafening sound from somewhere outside caught the attention of everyone present, abruptly interrupting the tense conversation. The excited boys cautiously peered out from behind the ajar door, trying to figure out the true source. Outside the door, they saw 3 aggressive guys brutally beating the 4th, who, although very beaten up, still could not come to his senses. Despite the numerous and painful beatings, stubbornly demanded an apology, causing even more uncontrollable rage from his attackers. Lillian, alarmed and unable to identify the victim, excitedly asked a friend standing nearby for help in identifying the unfortunate man, and the latter immediately replied that it was Fart. Balac, hinting at a desire to intervene, glanced questioningly at Rude, but the latter, shrugging his shoulders indifferently, remarked philosophically about such growing up of children. No sooner had the friends discussed the situation than angry demands came from the street to apologize for Rude Donatos' insults that had caught the protagonist's attention. The battered William, struggling to rise to his feet, hoarsely defended the honor of his opponent, who did not deserve such insults. Farte's attempt to get up was futile. Another powerful blow knocked him backward, eliciting a sympathetic sigh from the onlookers. The instigator of the brawl grinned contemptuously, recalling Rude's lowly origins and his random luck in recent events. A bloodied William, despite the brutal beating, stubbornly demanded an apology, even as he was grabbed by the collar again. The assailant, irritated by the victim's persistence, rudely reminded him of the need to respect his elders, threatening more beatings. The aggressor, holding Farte tightly by his shirt, swung for a crushing blow, intending to break his will completely. At the critical moment, Rude suddenly appeared, intercepting the hand that had been raised for a blow and drawing the attention of his embittered opponent. The interrupted bully turned irritably toward the interference and heard a mocking greeting from the orphan. Without wasting time talking, Rude responded with a powerful punch, causing his assailant to stagger in surprise. Donatos' sudden intervention provoked a real scuffle, causing the gawkers to cheer and the instigator's henchmen to be frightened. The battered William, encouraged by Rude's appearance, pleaded for further protection, much to the bewilderment of his unexpected savior. Balac and Hennis, who were watching, Riley commented on the strange friendship between Rude and William. A few minutes later, all three attackers, defeated and humiliated, were sitting on their knees with their hands in the air. Rude approached the defeated bullies and sternly reprimanded them for their undignified behavior, causing the watching lion to have ironic thoughts. William, elated by the victory, solemnly promised that the offenders would answer for their offensive words about malnourished orphans. Clare agreed thoughtfully with William, and Hennis remarked sarcastically about orphans who had never seen rice in their lives. The three students, sitting on their knees with their hands up in the air, shouted excitedly, praising the impeccable manners of the orphan, whom the professor extolled in his praises. With a smirk, Donatos looked at the delinquent students and wondered why they had committed the misdemeanor if they were aware of the consequences. Two of the beaten students kneeled, prompting a third, named Brett, to be the first to open his mouth and explain himself in front of the formidable Rude. Frowning, Brett mumbled that he had heard it sounded like the freshman the whole academy was talking about had acted rude and sassed the student council president. Squinting, Hoffley clarified that if it was the student council president in question, she knew all about the incident. While in the office and glancing at his watch, the student muttered to himself at one point that it was time to get into action. Jeremy Duville smiled as he looked at Rude, who had come in, and noticed that he had lingered for quite a while, as if he had been expecting him. As Jeremy quietly studied the documents in his office, he couldn't even imagine what was already going on in the hallway, or what the future held in store for him. A sudden shout of interest in the reason for the freshmen's visit to their sanctum sanctorum interrupted his musings, causing Duville to look up in anticipation of the imminent invasion of the office. An angry Rude appeared on the doorstep, and behind him loomed a short woman complaining about the young man's willful behavior. The president, keeping his cool, calmed the agitated employee and invited Rude in, assuring her of his control over the situation. The worried woman cast one last wary glance as she left the office, checking the surroundings in case of unforeseen events. Jeremy, stretching his lips in an ambiguous smile, greeted the long-awaited guest, noting the length of their separation. The student council president, hiding his impatience, motioned for the late Donatos to take a seat in the chair for the upcoming conversation. The enraged Rude, ignoring the invitation, pushed the chair away sharply with his foot, keeping his gaze fixed on his interlocutor. Losing patience, the student demanded that Jeremy immediately reveal the true motives for this strange encounter. The president, clutching his head feignedly, expressed regret at the damage to student council property for which he was responsible. The guy, holding back his anger, demanded an explanation about the situation with the offensive remarks of a certain Brett against him. Jeremy, feigning surprise, tried to justify himself by mentioning Rude's small complaint and rudeness in the past incident, but completely denying the order. The hero, leaning on the table and looking directly into the eyes of his interlocutor, sarcastically asked if he expected an apology, but in response he heard that he just wanted a face-to-face meeting. Rude, barely containing his rage, criticized Jeremy's chosen way of inviting the conversation, demanding an immediate explanation. The president of the student council, maintaining a smug grin, swung his arms around in a martial manner, trying to diffuse the heated atmosphere. Noticing his guest's growing anger, Jeremy abruptly changed the subject, mentioning Rude's frequent contact with Professor Damian Grace. The president recalled his earlier warning regarding the danger posed by the mysterious professor. Rude, maintaining his ostentatious indifference, Riley remarked that he didn't memorize nonsense, irritating his interlocutor. Jeremy, chuckling at his guest's irascibility, emphasized his ignorance of Professor Grace's true nature. The student's unexpected rhetorical question about the heart of a thousand-year-old dragon shocked Jeremy, rendering him speechless. Eager to find an explanation for Rude knowing this secret, the president jumped up from the table and stated in an attempt to belittle him that he probably learned it from the immortal heavenly swordmaster. Jeremy hesitated, not understanding the hero's closeness to the professor despite being aware of his secret. A sudden epiphany visited the president. The heavenly swordsman had probably instructed the student to monitor Professor Grace and report as soon as there were signs of threat. Rude mentally reprimanded himself as he realized his interlocutor's insight involuntarily recalling the heavenly swordsman's request. The council president, pleased with his guess, assumed that the hero was merely watching while the heavenly swordsman took responsibility for the assassination. Donatos countered that although he was clear about the predictions swarming in Jeremy's head, he was dead wrong because Professor Damien wasn't going to die. As he left the office and passed by the stiffened president of the council, the young man added meaningfully that he would personally see to it, making Duville gasp at what he had heard. As he brewed coffee and prepared to meet his student, Professor Damien realized that he could no longer avoid the inevitable. It was time to confess his secret to Rude. Grace decided to tell the young man not only about the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon beating in his chest, but also about the reasons that prompted him to take this step. Memories took the professor back to his childhood, where little Damien would ask his grandfather to read to him before bedtime. The old man, standing by the bookshelves, offered his grandson a choice of exciting stories of diabolical territories and heavenly evil. The boy, having a dream, asked to tell about the Dragon Slayer because in the future he wanted to become a hero like his grandfather. Grace's first memories were filled with the aroma of coffee and the warm hand of his grandfather, who replaced his parents for the orphaned boy. Thanks to his grandfather's care, Damien grew up a happy child, dreaming of following in his parents' footsteps and becoming a dragon slayer. Fate had it differently. Young Grace suddenly began to suffer from a rare ailment, hypersensitivity to mana, which dramatically changed his fate. The disease was causing Damien unbearable suffering, turning the natural flow of mana into a source of excruciating pain, making every breath an unbearable torture. Years of unsuccessful treatment by healers and mages had confined the young man to his bed, dashing any hope of recovery while his grandfather sat by his side, supporting his grandson. So immersed in fighting the ailment, the boy completely forgot about the outside world, until one evening he noticed his grandfather returning home with a very strange. Wary of his grandfather's depressed state, his grandson inquired as to what could have happened to make the man sigh so heavily and grow gloomy before his eyes. The old man approached his grandson's bedside and asked him the fateful question about his will to live, gazing into his grandson's face with a piercing gaze. Surprised by the question and his grandfather's unaccustomed seriousness, Grace nodded his head slightly, showing his agreement, not understanding what he was getting at. Grandpa, determined, reached under his cloak, pulling out something that could change Damien's life forever. Holding out a shining object to his grandson, the old man insisted that the boy immediately swallow the mysterious medicine. Scared to ask what it was, the boy stared at the glowing thing with all his eyes, not daring to touch it even with his fingertips. The old man, promising that his grandson would be well in no time, stretched out his hand with his heart clasped in it, showing with all his appearance that he would not take no for an answer. The boy, frightened and unwilling to eat the incomprehensible object, tried to pull away, but the grandfather decided to act decisively and, grabbing Damien by the head, forcibly put the heart into his mouth, pinning it with his hand so that he could not spit it out. Grace yelled and coughed, trying to break free from his grandfather's iron grip, but the old man continued to hold him until it was over, ignoring his grandson's resistance and pleas. Looking at the boy's agony, the grandfather burst into tears, repeating over and over again, I'm sorry, Damien," as if he realized what an irreparable mistake he was making. Professor Grace, unable to bear the memories, screamed and shook his head, trying to get rid of the horrible images of the past that tormented his soul. His whole body shuddering with tears in his eyes, Damien whispered that it wasn't his grandfather's fault. He had only saved his beloved grandson, and that he was the only one to blame, the man who had taken so many innocent lives out of a desire to live a little longer. Grace's hands were shaking so badly that he accidentally hit the coffee cup and teapot on the table, spilling their contents and adding to the mess. Looking at the student sitting across from him, Damien pointed a finger at him and bitterly said his name, Rude Donatos, as if admitting his guilt and awaiting judgment. Hennis, sleeping soundly in the alchemy club room of the Magic Research Building B, dreamed of Lillian confessing her feelings to Rude until she was awakened by someone's insistent voice repeating the girl's name. The student wondered if her friend didn't have vocational training today, since she always got up half an hour early to meet Lena. A sleepy Hennis, rubbing her temples, complained of absent-mindedness and overthinking, explaining the early end of her training session with Lena. The teacher, noticing the student's lack of concentration, decided to interrupt the lesson to prevent the training area from being destroyed. A curious friend, trying to unravel the cause of Hennis's anxiety, suggested a connection to the approaching festival and club recruitment. Hafle reminded her friend of the importance of working on her graduate thesis, mentioning the low graduation rate, trying to curtail the unpleasant conversation by realizing the true intentions of her interlocutor. Suddenly, Hennis decided to change the subject again by asking something that was really bothering her. It was questions about feelings for a friend starting a relationship. With a hum, the senior student noted with understanding that it was now clear what the root of the problem was. Hafley's worries had to do with relationships, not studies or club activities. Inundating the red-haired girl with questions and pointing her finger at her, her friend began jokingly questioning her about her mysterious friend's identity and character. Suddenly, Rude appeared on the threshold of the room, politely inquiring if the alchemy club was here, taking the girls by surprise. Hennis, on seeing his comrade, cried out in surprise, fearing that he might have heard their conversation. But the young man only replied nonchalantly that he had come for the purpose of joining the club. The student, doubting her comrade's aptitude for alchemy, tried to dissuade him. But the senior student reminded him that membership was not limited to mages, and, greeting the student, invited him to fill out a form. As Rude filled out the application, the girls whispered quietly, discussing the possibility of a romantic development between him and Hafley. Greeting the new member of the club, the senior student promised that her friend would tell him everything he needed to know, and she herself, referring to urgent work on her diploma, waved her hand and hurriedly left. The red-haired girl, hiding her irritation, could barely contain her emotions as she watched Rude finishing filling out the paperwork. A confused Hennis snatched up Donatos' statement, avoiding a direct glance, trying to hide her excitement behind a businesslike appearance. Running her eyes over the form, she noted that her friend had no background in alchemy or understanding of magic, and his motivation for joining was a desire to create potion-type medicines, which struck her as rather unusual. Puzzled by Hennis's reaction to his interest in potions, the hero inquired as to the reason for her surprise, causing the girl to become embarrassed and hurriedly head off to retrieve her research notes. Heading to where the girl had sent him, Rude noticed a table with an impressive stack of books that caught his eye. As he approached the table, the young man found records of research on the symptoms of magical fever, which made him think deeply. Mana is defined as the source of life, an unknown force of the surrounding world flowing within bodies, still an object of study. The unknowable nature of mana gives rise to many unknown laws and diseases that baffle even experienced researchers. Magical fever caused by excess mana is similar to Professor Damien's ailment, suffering from hypersensitivity to that power. Hennis, in a past life, dedicated herself to developing treatments for her sister Layla, who suffered from magical fever. Hafley's persistent research eventually led to the development of a cure, which she was extremely happy about. For Layla, however, the discovery came too late, not in time to save her life. 4 months after her older sister's funeral, Hennis was still grieving, refusing to eat and spending her days in tears, which was highly disliked by her friends. Balac was troubled by the prolonged absence of the Sacred Flame Guild leader, for there was already growing discontent within the organization. Rude, ignoring Balac's attempts to stop him, headed determinedly toward the grief-stricken Hennis's room. Opening the door with a kick of his foot, the young man burst into the room and shouted loudly the name of his friend, Hennis Hafley. The girl was found kneeling with her head on the bed and continued to sob uncontrollably. Hennis, stunned by the sudden intrusion, raised a tear-stained face, unable to conceal her irritation at Rude's forwardness. The hero rebuked her for ignoring her duties to the sacred fire and the dragon slayers because of her sister's death. He accused her of abandoning the peace which her predecessors had defended at the cost of their lives, and reminded her of her claim to the title of Empress. Rude's words about neglecting the duties of the Empress of the White Flame struck a nerve with Hennis, and she tried to warn him against further rash provocations. With an obvious sneer, the comrade caustically inquired if she was going to complain childishly to her late sister. A powerful flash of blinding rounded flame suddenly burst out of the room through the loose door. Balac and Lena, who were waiting outside, staggered slightly, and Steros noted phlegmatically that he had anticipated such a violent outcome. Rude, slightly injured from the explosion, coughed heavily and sat awkwardly on the floor as the enraged Hennis wryly reminded him of his obvious weakness before her might. Donatos, justifying his intrusion, reminded Hafley of her earlier temper and the need, after all, to return to duty. Recognizing the girl's strength, the hero emphatically urged her to stop feeling sorry for herself and join the group the next day, recognizing her strength and importance to the team. Hennis kicked Rude's head with force, causing him to let out a loud, painful cry of "Arr!" The girl, realizing her comrade's good intentions, couldn't hold back a smile. calling him a crazy but grateful friend while he rubbed his bruised spot. Upon returning with her books, the student found Donatos examining her research, causing her to have a panic attack in indignation. Trying to justify himself, he pointed to the papers scattered chaotically around the room, as if to hint at their availability, and inquired about the reason for studying such a rare disease. Hennis, with bitterness in her voice, explained her relentless pursuit to find a cure by mentioning the unsuccessful attempts of other specialists to cure her sister, who had become like a living corpse. Rude's words about the cured patients he'd seen lit a spark of hope in his friend's eyes, eager to save Layla. A stunned Hennis, dropping her books, pelted the student with questions, but in response she only heard him tell of a talented but now deceased female researcher whose expertise could help create a cure. The hero confidently offered his assistance in gathering the necessary ingredients, emphasizing that it shouldn't be too difficult for his girlfriend to put together a cure. Before he could finish, Hoffley suddenly rushed over to Rude, hugging him tightly to her chest. Through tears of gratitude, she quietly whispered words of appreciation, deeply touched by his willingness to help. The young man smiled softly and placed his hand on her back, mentally hoping that this time they wouldn't be too late to save her sister. The annual spring festival at Aradium is becoming a vibrant event that attracts the attention of not only students, but the entire nation. This momentous event commemorates the beginning of the human era, when the first dragon slayers managed to seal the 7 powerful monsters. The festival is open to all, attracting many tourists from across the borders of the Althea Empire and filling the streets with throngs of enthusiastic visitors. Lillian sadly recounted her unfulfilled desire to sightsee with someone special during the holiday. The girl wondered why her friend was so busy these days that it was almost impossible to see him, hoping it wasn't intentional avoidance. Clare and Hennis, sitting at a distance from each other by the fountain, sighed sadly, each immersed in their own sad thoughts. Unexpectedly for both of them, their synchronized loud sigh drew attention to each other, causing surprise. Clare asked Hoffley curiously about the reasons for her loneliness at the height of the festival season. Caught off guard, Hennis awkwardly tried to come up with a convincing explanation for her loneliness, blushing with embarrassment. The thought of Lillian and her declaration of love to their mutual friend brought back painful memories in Hennis's soul, for she could not forget their embrace in the library. The red-haired girl, immersed in conflicting thoughts, nearly pulled her hair out while Lillian watched her incomprehensibly. Hoffley, trying to hide her feelings, asked Clare sharply about the reasons for her loneliness at the festival and her lack of friends. The swordswoman, hastily shouting out the appointment, tried to justify her lonely pastime, and yet save face. With a heavy sigh, Hennis shared her disappointment that her friends had cancelled plans and left her at the last minute. Hoffley's sincerity caused Lillian to smile involuntarily, which immediately provoked a flash of irritation from the red-haired girl. Clare, determined to be honest, confessed her lie about the meeting, revealing that she too had no friends to celebrate together. This unexpected admission by Lillian caused Hennis to have mixed feelings of sadness and sympathy for her recent rival. Hennis, showing her firmness of character, suggested that Lillian simply address her by her first name, which caused her slight confusion. Despite their obvious dislike, Hoffley reluctantly acknowledged Lillian's talents, hinting at the inevitability of their frequent meetings in the future. Hennis's straightforwardness did not escape Clare's attention, which instantly provoked a new outburst of irritation in the fiery red-haired interlocutor. Trying to diffuse the heated situation, the swordswoman hastened to explain that her words were only a compliment to her friend's invincible honesty. The unexpected interpretation made Hennis freeze for a moment, digesting what she had heard and unwittingly softening her belligerent attitude. Lena's sudden appearance interrupted the girls' tense conversation, causing another wave of irritation in an already flustered Hoffley. Not hiding her displeasure, the student reacted sharply to the newcomer's greeting, barely restraining the swear words that were bursting out. Ignoring Hennis's apparent rudeness, a curious Lena turned to the lines she didn't know, assuming there was a connection to Rude. After politely introducing herself, Lillian couldn't hide her interest in the identity of the suddenly appearing Lena Selkett. Emphasizing her status as an older fellow student, Lena hinted at her friendship with their mutual acquaintance, causing a new wave of suspicion. Suspecting ulterior motives, Hennis rudely inquired the true reason for Selkett's unexpected appearance, making no secret of her incredulity. Her strange reaction to the direct question only increased the redhead's suspicions, causing a new wave of irritation and a desire to get to the truth. Trying to justify herself, Lena explained her desire to cheer up the single girls at the festival, unwittingly hurting their ego with remarks about difficulties in communication. The irascible Hennis, unable to bear the remarks about her temper, exploded into an angry tirade, forcing Lillian to intervene in an attempt to prevent the conflict from escalating. Not holding back her emotions, Hennis unleashed a barrage of criticism on Lillian, rebuking her for spreading defamatory rumors about their allegedly inadequate behavior. As she continued her tirade, she listed the oddities of their group, including geniuses, gangsters, and the eccentric Lena and her rooftop barbecues. In an attempt to calm the raging Selkit, Lena reminded of the attention of others, which only added fuel to the fire of the burgeoning scandal. Attracted by the noise, the student suddenly appeared next to a group of arguing girls, capturing their attention and interrupting the loud discussion with his appearance. It was Balac, in a defiantly revealing suit, who also indicated to his girlfriend to be quieter. Trying to explain his shocking appearance, the wrestler told about the family tradition of complete dedication even on holidays, which only increased the bewilderment of the interlocutors. Suddenly, a boy peering out from behind Staros's back rapturously extolled the perfection of Balac's body, in stark contrast to the previous taunts. William, choking with admiration, shared the story of the growing popularity of the muscle god, ignoring the threats of a recoiling Lillian. Surprised by the guys' sudden friendship, Hennis had an explanation about working out together and endless conversations about body beauty, causing her only bewilderment. Lena expressed disgust and laughed loudly, while Clare looked at her with incomprehension, for she was irritated by the disgusting smell of sweat. In an attempt to smooth over the awkwardness, Balac suggested that the whole company walk around the festival together, displaying the gentlemanly manners of the Staros family. The girls, unimpressed by their comrade's offer, quickly made up an excuse about a delicious creme brulee at the nearest kiosk, and quickly left the guys. Halfway, noticing the growing embarrassment of her interlocutor, Riley inquired as to the subject of her thoughts that was causing so much excitement. Lillian, catching the subtext of her friend's question, cautiously assumed it was about Ruda, unwittingly striking a sensitive string. Hennis, who had started to talk about her comrade's strange behavior and potion purchases, suddenly faltered, realizing that she had said too much. Intrigued by the mention of potions, the girls interrogated Hennis, who immediately tried to win back, assuring her that they had overheard. Lena, upset by what she heard, rebuked Hafle for discussing Rude behind his back, questioning their friendship. Angry at Selkit's interference, Hennis reacted sharply, accusing her of trying to shield Donatos from everyone. Tired of the endless arguing, Lillian decided to leave the company, leaving the others to continue their bickering. Wandering through the busy streets of the festival, Clare pondered Hennis's words about Rude's sudden focus on something unknown. Remembering Donatos' words about the terrible future, the swordswoman involuntarily shuddered with gloomy forebodings. Aware of Rude's hidden preparation for the coming events, she hesitated between the desire to help and the fear of interfering, distracted by the donut stand. Stopping at the kiosk, Lillian quietly hoped that Rude would not face the impending difficulties alone and would be sure to call his friends for help. At the height of the festival fun, the library was empty, becoming a haven for the lonely seeker of knowledge. The protagonist, ignoring the festive bustle, concentrated on studying books, immersed in the world of ancient mysteries and forgotten legends. Having finished reading the next volume, the young man sighed with relief and leaned back in his chair, giving his back a rest. Crystal noted with slight irony that reading the book had taken his interlocutor a considerable amount of time. The hero, rubbing his stiff neck irritably, snapped back, not expecting such difficult material. Feldrua condescended to marvel at the slowness of humans in acquiring knowledge, to which Rude Riley reminded him of the difference in standards between humans and spirits. The Spirit King, continuing his thought, pointed out the physical limitations of the human body, causing the hero to only give a condescending chuckle. An intrigued Rude demanded an explanation, and Feldrua reluctantly explained, alluding to the fragility of human flesh. The crystal, glinting thoughtfully, revealed the limitations of mortals' physical abilities, perplexed as to how Donatos had managed in his past life. The guy, grinning crookedly, described the excruciating effects of extreme techniques, including intolerable pain and bleeding. Feldrua thought for a moment, and assumed there were even more serious side effects from such risky methods. The young man, ignoring the warnings, emphasized the need for any sacrifice in the fight against the dragons, even at the cost of his own health and well-being. Rapidly leaving the library, the hero, gritting his teeth, vowed to exterminate dragons in a world devoid of his older brother's protection. Reflecting on the trials ahead, the young man grimly recognized that if these sacrifices were not enough, he was left with only one thing he still trusted. Immersed in heavy thoughts, the hero slowly wandered through the noisy square, not noticing the celebrating people around him. "Rude Donatos?" Jared said in surprise, noticing the young man on the threshold of his office. Stepping inside, the young man pondered what would come first. His victory over all the dragons in this world, or becoming a cripple from the grueling fight. The hero mentally noted the controversial figure of Jared Degrim, the famed dragon slayer and known as the Executioner, who had become the respected head of the Aradium Academy. The principal, surprised by the student's unexpected visit, inquired as to the reason for his coming, keeping an outwardly calm demeanor. The student, mentally noting the connection between the stolen heart of the thousand-year-old dragon and the old man, gazed intently into Jared's face. Approaching the table, the young man politely explained the purpose of his visit, to which the rector responded with a gracious greeting, hiding the growing tension. Jared, trying to lighten the mood, asked his apprentice about his impressions of the festival, hoping to distract him from the troubling topics. Hearing of the young man's lack of time for a feast, the rector rebuked him gently, reminding him of the importance of rest, even for young dragon slayers. Reacting with bitter irony to the mention of youth, Rude flatly rejected the possibility of a frivolous pastime. Aware of the criticality of the situation, the determined student focused completely on his mission, setting aside all thoughts of fun. The rector, surprised by the seriousness of the student's tone, interrogated the urgency of the situation, sensing a growing uneasiness. The young man leaned across the table and recounted his frequent conversations with Professor Damien, alluding to the revelations he had received. Donatos, revealing his awareness of his kinship with the professor, watched the headmaster's reaction, noticing the fear slipping into his eyes. As the hero continued his story, he mentioned Damien's chronic illness and its effects, backing the principal further and further into a corner. The conversation culminated with the mention of the heart of a thousand-year-old dragon, causing Jared to react violently and uncontrollably, giving away his involvement in a long-standing secret. Observing the director's apparent confusion, Rude wondered with caustic irony whether such a violent display of emotion was due to his interlocutor's age-related hearing problems. The young man directly accused the headmaster of transplanting the heart of a thousand-year-old dragon to his grandson. Before he could speak, the student found himself in the tight grip of Jared, whose hand was heading his neck with lightning speed. Despite the danger of the situation, the hero seemed to have expected such a development, as he was prepared for it. Behind the benevolent mask of the academy principal was still a ruthless executioner, capable of displaying a deadly sword aura even without a weapon in hand. The hero's confidence in his preparation for the upcoming clash only increased the anger of the rector, who did not understand the motives behind such defiant behavior. Holding a huge sword in front of him, Jared expressed his complete incomprehension of the reasons that prompted the student to reveal such dangerous information. The death threat that sounded from the principal's mouth hung in the air, creating an atmosphere of tense confrontation. Without losing his composure, the young man repelled the threat with a question about the rector's willingness to kill the student, despite his high status in the academy. Jared's attempt to disguise the seriousness of his intentions with a smile did not fool the vigilant hero, ready for a violent confrontation. The rector, losing the remnants of his composure, threatened to cut off the student's limbs to silence him forever. The self-confident hero, shrugging off threats of losing limbs, inwardly prepared himself for a deadly battle with an experienced dragon slayer. Realizing the colossal superiority of the enemy, the young man understood that any mistake could cost him his life in this unequal battle. A furious fight between a student and the principal caused considerable destruction, creating a huge hole in the classroom wall. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist used low-level wind magic, trying to buy time and assess the situation. The young man, having narrowly avoided a fatal blow, realized the vast difference in strength and mana density between his four-winged power and his opponent. Retrieving the potion from subspace confirmed the rector's expectations of the student's preparedness for the inevitable battle. The hero, mockingly revealing the true purpose of the visit, to extract the heart of the principal's grandson, demonstrated his awareness and determination. A surprised Jared, questioning the young man's intentions, suddenly felt the appearance of foreign mana behind his back. The unexpected intervention of the great teacher, who characterized his spiritual grandson as a skilled provocateur, changed the dynamics of the confrontation. The appearance of Ain Bryce in front of Degram marked the beginning of a long overdue confrontation between the old acquaintances as well, promising a new turn of events. A few days ago, the great teacher, enjoying the view of the academy, listened carefully to the hero's plan. Bryce, surprised at the nobility of the young man's intentions, approved of his idea. The teacher, referring to Professor Damien, asked if the fact that he was the bearer of the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon was enough to kill him. Rude expressed his desire to destroy the dragon, not the professor, despite the onerousness of the task for his great teacher. Bryce's reaction to the student's words erupted into loud laughter, judging his request as a display of youthful stupidity. The heaven immortal sword, floating in the air and waving his weapon, expressed his bewilderment at the request to simply stall for time without killing the executioner. The protagonist, noticing the serious expression on the teacher's face, decided not to remain aloof from the unfolding events. Bryce turned to Jared, and Riley noted the long lack of meetings between them, adding an insulting reference. The head of the academy, upon recognizing Ain, suggested that he had come to the academy for surveillance purposes, noting his suspicious behavior lately. The Heavenly Sword Master only half confirmed Jared's hunch, intriguing his interlocutor. Pointing at Rude, he revealed the young man's plan, hinting at his connection to the rector's grandson's life. Degram, clenching his teeth in anger, demanded an explanation, believing what he had heard to be nonsense. Bryce seriously stated that it was unacceptable to destroy the heart, which would lead to the agonizing death of his grandson, Damien. The rector recalled his long-ago promise to kill his grandson in case of trouble, marveling at Ain's current position, for he had successfully survived for a long time. Rude tried to explain his intention to only remove the heart without killing Damien, but not only did it not seem to appease the rector, it made it worse. Jared, enraged by the student's words, directed a powerful fire aura at him. Bryce, barely in time to save his student from the rector's attack, rebuked him for his careless choice of words, constantly provoking people. Rude, excusing himself, stated that he was only explaining his plan, which caused Ian to make an ironic remark about choosing a complete moron as heir. Without losing his composure, Donatos turned to the teacher, reminding him that he could no longer deviate from the plan he had conceived. The Heavenly Sword. Grand Master took a step forward, leaving his disciple behind him with an expression of slight disappointment. Bryce, agreeing to proceed as planned, took it upon himself to distract the rector while the apprentice extracted the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon. The student reminded the teacher to only stall for time without resorting to killing the opponent. The rector, shouting furiously, directed all his power at Bryce, trying to thwart their scheme. The great teacher, commenting on the difficulty of the task at hand, prepared himself for the inevitable clash, for it was not as easy as it seemed in words. Realizing the need to act, Ein summoned the power of the blue sky, manifested by the wing marks on his neck. The pure mana emanating from them swiftly entered into a furious confrontation with the dark energy of the angry rector. The collision of the powerful heaven-piercing whirlwind technique made everything around it out of the enemy's reach in the blink of an eye. The two masters demonstrated their mastery of various techniques, fighting as equals. Rude, who had been watching the fight, was pleased to note that everything was going strictly according to plan and was fully in line with his expectations. The young man was sure that this time the ghost of the past, the 1,000-year-old dragon, would not return from the world of the dead. A sudden insight, like a flash of lightning, changed the expression on the anxious lad's face as he realized the frightening possibility of a worse outcome. Raising his head, he stared full of horror into the vast sky, whispering in shock at the impossibility of what was happening. On the bustling streets, joyful students strolled carefree, completely absorbed in the lively and cheerful conversation. Only Professor Grace, gripped by deep confusion and anxiety, stood alone against the cold wall in the deserted, gloomy tunnel. Excruciating pain pierced his skull as if ready to split apart. It became harder and harder to keep his sanity. The agonizing guilt of persuading him to fatal suicide tormented him mercilessly. When he told Rudu what had happened, he never got the relief he wanted and was determined to avoid people until the unbearable suffering was gone. As he was about to leave the tunnel, the professor heard footsteps approaching behind him and a scornful exclamation of disgust. Jeremy, the student council president, rudely called Grace a disgusting freak who belongs in a filthy alley. He wondered with a chuckle if the helpless Damien Grace still hadn't realized the depth of his insignificance and patheticness. Duvel attempted to continue his speech but was suddenly interrupted by finding himself pinned against the wall with a firm, ruthless grip on his throat. Her throat, squeezed by the merciless grip, barely allowed for convulsive breathing. Despite such a strong grip, Jeremy was able to utter a hate-filled wish for a painful death as soon as possible. Grace looked like a relic of a 1,000-year-old dragon, but he stubbornly refused to think of himself as a bloodthirsty monster. The president laughed mockingly, urging the unfortunate man to look at his reflection and recognize his desire to live by becoming the embodiment of universal evil. The professor, gazing intently into the muddy puddle, was horrified to the core by the appearance he saw, refusing to believe his own eyes, but involuntarily loosened his steel grip. Dueil offered his assistance to the deadly tired Greys with feigned participation, pulling a sharp dagger from under his jacket and urging him to stand still obediently. He called it the only correct choice with an evil smirk, swiftly swinging in for the killing blow. Grace bitterly recognized that he was really better off dead than continuing to live, becoming a reanimated, cold-blooded monster. He remembered with a pinch of longing how his loving grandfather had handed over his precious heart with sadness in his eyes just to save his young life. The student's words about the need to survive at all costs, to spite the world, proudly becoming a true invincible villain, vividly came to mind. The blinding realization of the truth came at that fateful second when the sharp dagger was about to touch the unprotected head. Deciding to act completely differently, he swiftly threw his hand forward, deftly intercepting the dagger and allowing it to sink deeply into his palm. This horrifying pain awakened the dormant true essence of the ruthless monster he was rapidly transforming into before his eyes. Dueil, hastily covering his eyes blinded by the bright light, cursed furiously through his teeth as he watched the monstrous transformation in shock. With a quick glance at the full moon, which had turned an ominous purple, Rude was horrified to realize that the worst had come to pass. The imminent return of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Lion continued to walk around the area, perplexed by the strange, inexplicable feelings that had enveloped her. Suddenly, a mysterious coal-black rain began to fall, though not a single cloud was visible in the sky. Concerned students scattered in panic, some looking up in confusion, trying in vain to understand the cause of the unusual phenomenon. After putting out their palm and catching one of the drops, the students were amazed to realize that this was no ordinary rain at all. They were someone's mana shards with a unique pattern, unfathomable even to Lion, but radiating an insatiable thirst for energy absorption. There was something dark and perverse about this frenzied urge to devour, reminiscent of unbridled gluttony. Passing by a basket of swords, the girl stopped and looked intently at the weapons, realizing that they were just in time. Passers-by hiding under the awnings of stores were relieved to notice that the unusual rain was gradually ending, but the sky had turned black as pitch, as if absorbing all the light. The little girl standing next to her father was calling loudly and insistently to him, desperate to get his attention to something of utmost importance. From the dark puddles left by the mysterious rain, the eerie figures of ferocious wolves began to rise ominously. The father and daughter, who were closest to the monsters that appeared, were doomed to be their first victims. Realizing the inevitability of the tragic ending, the father hugged his sobbing daughter tightly, letting his tears flow as well, sharing their last moments together. Fate was favorable to this family. Lion managed to destroy the wolf in time, preventing it from reaching its intended victims. The swordswoman turned to the rescued men and urged them to run as far away as possible if they wanted to save their lives. The instinct of self-preservation made people rush away, leaving the brave girl to face the oncoming pack of wolves alone. Paralyzed with fear, the young man froze in place, becoming an obstacle to the fleeing men who were pushing him, trying to escape. Another jolt caused the young man to fall painfully, but even that couldn't bring him out of his daze and make him run. The swordswoman, noticing the student frozen with terror, urged him to stop cowardly and rise, reminding him of the proud title of Aradium students. The girl, addressing the students trembling with fear, urged them to either run or fight, but by no means to give in to paralyzing terror. After overcoming the initial shock, the students realized the need for action and, gathering their courage, took up arms. The professors, showing concern for the locals, pointed out safe shelters in the midst of impending danger. One of the girls, armed with a bow, released an arrow, accurately striking the head of the attacking wolf. Despite the accurate hit, the wolf did not fall, causing the defenders even more concern. Clare, analyzing the situation, concluded that the black creature's extraordinary regenerative ability made it difficult to permanently destroy them. Realizing the need to change tactics, the girl summoned her mana and lashed out at the animals, intending to prevent them from regenerating. The students watched in amazement at the manifestation of hyper sword mana displayed by Clare in the battle with the monsters. After Lion's attack, the enemies turned to dust, losing their ability to regenerate, sparking a debate about the nature of these creatures among the faculty. Clare mentally repeated the details of what was happening, thinking about the reasons for the strange events. A sudden realization struck her. Behind all of this was a legendary 1,000-year-old dragon. Realizing the criticality of the situation, she decided to inform Rude immediately, while organizing the protection of the inhabitants and evacuation of the wounded. Rushing to find her friend, the girl nearly encountered a new threat emerging from a nearby puddle, thanks to another student's warning. Long limbs, not at all like wolf paws, began to rise from the puddle. Clare, remembering the legends of the thousand-year-old dragon and its ability to create alter egos of devoured victims, prepared herself for battle with the grotesque creature. Despite her busyness, the girl swung her mana with determination, preparing to confront her new foe. Donatos, watching the changing color of the moon, realized with bitterness that the future he had predicted had once again undergone a radical change. The battle between the rector and Bryce was interrupted when they noticed what was happening, and Master guessed the attempted extraction of the professor's heart. The protagonist, despite what happened, did not abandon his intention to save Grace, deciding to stick to the original plan. The search for the professor proved unnecessary when he himself appeared in the hero's field of vision, flying upwards and attracting everyone's attention. Ein, noticing Damien's appearance, mentally noted that he had come himself, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The professor's face, which had lost its human features, clearly testified to the profound transformation taking place with him. Jared, seeing his grandson in such a state, could not hold back his tears, realizing the tragic nature of the situation. Degram's son confessed his hatred for his father, but held no grudge for his mother's death to save the world. Damien's father's words came to mind, asking him to protect his son no matter what, which now sounded like bitter irony. Damien's dying father asked his father, the head of the academy, to make him a promise, realizing the inevitability of his fate. The rector, sobbing, admitted his mistake, realizing that he had repeated the tragedy of the past generation. The grandson continued to rapidly lose his human form, turning more and more into a dragon before the eyes of those present. The suddenly transformed Grace threw his arm forward sharply, rushing towards his grandfather with clearly hostile intentions. The old man, resigned to the inevitable, closed his eyes and froze in place, preparing to accept his fate at the hands of his own grandson. The protagonist, without hesitation, stood between Damien and the head of the academy, ready to defend the latter. The student's mana proved painful to the dragon, causing it to suffer and retreat under the onslaught of the protective aura. Noticing the effectiveness of his actions, the student increased the flow of mana, directing more and more energy against the transformed foe. The rector, unable to accept what was happening, cried out in despair, unwilling to let the child die before his eyes. Ein, with a lightning-fast assessment of the situation, stepped between the rector and the student, protecting Donatos from a potential attack by the distraught Jared. The protagonist, justifying his actions, expressed bewilderment as to whether he should have let an innocent man die. The Heavenly Swordmaster, without hiding his irritation, declared Damien's personal responsibility for his fate, resulting from his rash actions. Ein emphasized that the decision to touch the heart of the thousand-year-old dragon inevitably led to a tragic denouement predetermined by fate. The hero, without losing optimism, insisted that it was possible to resolve the situation without sacrifice, focusing on neutralizing the dragon heart. After assessing the situation, Bryce noted the significant progress of Damien's fusion with the dragon, expressing doubts about the effectiveness of the hero's plan. The master pointed out visible signs of transformation and growing regeneration abilities, emphasizing the limited time for action. The hero, realizing the criticality of the situation, asked the Grand Master to focus on restraining the rector, nodding meaningfully in his direction. The mentor, expressing a mixture of annoyance and worry, demanded that the apprentice survive at all costs before heading off to fulfill his part of the plan. Left alone with the transforming Grace, the young man mentally noted the limited time to realize what he had planned. Studying his opponent closely, the hero noticed that Damien's eyes had already taken on dragon-like features, indicating the depth of the transformation. The dragon, remembering the student's recent interference, decided to attack him, driven by rage and thirst for revenge. The professor's mind was completely under the dragon's control, but it was still Damien's body, so all of his attacks followed familiar trajectories that the student easily repelled. Mentally thanking himself for diligently attending lectures and sparring, the hero realized the usefulness of the knowledge gained in the current fight. Knowing the capabilities of the professor's new body, Rude judiciously estimated the amount of mana stored, assuming it would be enough for the upcoming attack. Concentrating all the energy he had gathered, the young man sent a powerful punch straight into the body of the transformed opponent. Despite the power of the attack, the dragon's extremely protected body remained invulnerable, and its heart located on its neck remained out of reach. Donatos pondered the implications of destroying the dragon heart, realizing that it would lead to the death of not only the monster, but its host as well. Putting aside his doubts, the young man resolutely plunged his hand into subspace, trying to find there a more powerful weapon to continue the fight. The huge axe that appeared in the hero's hands required him to remain cool and determined in the upcoming battle. Wasting no time, Donatos channeled a stream of mana through the new weapon, preparing to strike again at the enemy. Changing tactics, the hero attacked the dragon from the back, hoping to take it by surprise and deliver a decisive blow. Watching his opponent's reaction, Rude was surprised at his passivity, wondering why he was behaving so strangely. The monster's clumsiness allowed the hero to deliver a rather strong strike from below the chin, causing his opponent to fly upward slightly. The student, not holding back his emotions, shouted an insult at the dragon, emphasizing its inferiority and incomplete transformation. Taking advantage of the confusion, the student landed another blow before the dragon could retaliate. The regeneration process continued, covering the professor's neck and face with scales, turning him more and more into a true dragon. Without losing his resolve, the hero prepared to strike with the wind fist, confident in its ability to pierce even the tough dragon scales. The powerful attack reached its target, causing the dragon to cough up blood and lose its balance for a moment. Encouraged by his success, Donatos was determined to continue the fight, preparing to strike again, much harder. The dragon, having adapted to the student's actions, began to successfully defend itself, deftly dodging blows and preventing itself from being hit. Realizing the professor's change of tactics, the young man began to think about a new plan of action, realizing the need for a change of strategy. As he continued to watch Gray's habits, the guy was frustrated, realizing that Damien had already adapted to his attacks, making them less and less effective. Fatigue and wounds were making themselves felt, blood oozing from the wounds on his arm as Rude realized that there was less and less time to finish the battle. Standing on the ground, the young man carefully watched what was happening in the sky, trying to anticipate the enemy's next move. The dragon, hovering in the air, focused on restoring its mana, preparing for the decisive phase of the battle. Donatos kept his eyes on his opponent, trying to discern his intentions while sensing something sinister and dangerous approaching. The sky was once again covered in blackness, and strange, frightening formations began to appear in the air, heralding a new threat. The professor, who had lost his human form, broke into a creepy, feverish laugh, heightening the tension of the moment. Between himself and the student, the dragon created a barrier of sharp spikes sticking out of the ground, further protecting himself with a shield. The boy, stunned by the sudden appearance of the thin but deadly spearheads, froze in bewilderment at the unexpected turn of events. He realized that he had encountered a technique of extreme instinct that allowed the dragon to anticipate his attacks and be proactive. Using the heaven-defying sword became impossible due to the excessive mana consumption required for this technique. Despite the difficulty, the hero attempted to use mana to destroy the spikes blocking the path, hoping to clear the way. Crystal, noticing the appearance of a new wound on the young man's face, worriedly inquired about his condition. Fixing his hair with his hand, Donatos honestly admitted his poor health as he continued to watch his opponent closely, who had the ability to appropriate the power of absorbed enemies. The student, agreeing with the logic of what was happening, remembered the hundreds of dragon-absorbed assassins and pulled a small vial of potion from his shirt pocket. Pouring the potion on himself, the student felt it instantly begin to take effect, giving him new strength. Professor Grace, increasingly losing his human form, expressed contempt for all mankind and promised their imminent doom. The dragon, feeling his growing hunger, looked greedily at his former student, imagining him to be an appetizing appetizer. The creature that had once been a professor threw his arm forward sharply, trying to grab the young man and threatening to eat him to the bone. The hero, fending off a suddenly smooth attack, noted the dragon of 1,000 forms' impressive ability to adapt. The young man realized that this adaptability was the reason the Academy stole the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon, providing the perfect defense against mana hypersensitivity. As he continued the battle, the boy reflected on the fact that despite all the changes, Professor Damien's skills were still within the normal range. Concentrating on the accumulated mana, the disciple realized that even in his past life, he would have been able to overpower an opponent whose skills, although above the norm, did not pose an insurmountable threat. The hero's powerful blow left a noticeable mark on the dragon's face, causing the dragon to be visibly displeased and wanting revenge. The creature decided to create something frightening, forming a vortex out of the darkness with a mysterious green pattern inside, directing it towards the enemy. The hero realized that he could have blocked the attack with his heaven-defying sword, but using high-level magic hurt him badly. Rude thought about the possibility of conserving his strength, and striking one decisive blow instead of constantly using magic. Professor Winston came to mind, praising Rude's near-perfect spear technique, emphasizing that the young man only lacked the combat experience to be fully proficient. He clearly remembered his mentor's words, promising to take him to a new level of weapon proficiency and reveal the secret of a special technique. Mentally completing his teacher's memorable phrase, Rude said in a concentrated manner, "Thunder Spear," feeling the energy concentrate in his hands and quickly transfer to the weapon. When the spear was sufficiently filled with the protagonist's mana, Donatos hurled it towards the enemy with all his might. The technique demonstrated incredible power. The projectile rushed with staggering speed and destructive force. The energy wave of the new reception did not escape Balac's keen perception. Trying to determine the source of the strong wave, the wrestler strained all his senses and began to look around, not even noticing the dog clawing at his butt. Steros tossed the attacking creature aside with a light movement, calling it a small infestation incapable of even scratching his skin. Hennis, losing patience, urged everyone to focus on blocking the monster's attacks, warning of the threat of wiping out entire villages if they broke through outside the academy. Lena, protecting everyone from the attacking dogs with her power, corrected Hennis, calling the creatures real dogs and not just dog nonsense. Hafle, irritated at the remark, admitted to an awareness of the nature of the creatures, expressing her displeasure over their infinite number. The girl, realizing the futility of haphazardly destroying enemies, took a few steps forward, ignoring Hennis's cries for action. Lena, gathering her hands in front of her and tilting her head slightly, prepared to use her mana, trying not to react in any way to the dogs jumping at her. The technique used was so effective that it froze all the attackers right in midair, leaving Selkit herself unharmed. The senior girl's friends, stunned by what they saw, froze with their eyes and mouths wide open in amazement. Selkit, keeping her composure, with a note of sarcasm in her voice, suggested that Hennis take over the destruction of the immobilized enemies. A short dialogue ensued between the girls, during which it became clear that Lena had depleted a significant amount of mana, which made Hafle extremely angry. Hennis, realizing the gravity of the situation and mindful of her limited abilities as a third circle mage, decided to act anyway. The girl decided to use a combination of first circle spells, hoping they would be effective and achieve maximum effect. Having determined the coordinates, the red-haired sorceress set about creating fire magic around herself. Despite the coordinates being set correctly, the effect of the spell was limited. Only a few animals caught fire. Realizing her mistake, Hennis sank to the ground in exhaustion, realizing that she had overdone the use of magic. An altercation ensued between the girls, Selkit noting the ineffectiveness of the attack with a slight sneer, while Hafle tried to make excuses. The dogs, revived from their attacks, resumed their assault, forcing the wrestler into battle using his physical strength. The friend who stood up for the girls urged them to stop fighting and save their mana, promising to personally deal with their opponents. An argument ensued between Hafle and the defender about his previous inactivity and actual contribution to the battle. But Farda interrupted the girls' accusations and stood up for his mentor. William had explained his important role in keeping him safe while others were using spells, and now considered that role his own. But no sooner had he demonstrated his skills than he was suddenly thrown back by a shockwave from a creature that landed nearby. Balac, amazed at the speed of the one who had appeared, watched his approach with amazement. As he analyzed his opponent's every move, Steros recognized more and more clearly the familiar elements of deterrent skill and the unpredictable movements of his family technique. Balac felt the perfect combination of ancestral might, mana, and power flowing through his entire being at this critical moment. The unknown creature's blows were amazing in their lightning speed and precision, overwhelming the fighter with the vast difference in speed and skill. The realization of inevitable defeat came to Balac even before the first blow was completed. So overwhelming was the strength of the enemy. Despite his opponent's obvious superiority, the wrestler decided not to give up, trying to defend himself against the onslaught of hostile mana by folding his arms over his head. Steros, true to his principles, began to emit his own mana, preparing not only to defend, but also to counterattack against a superior opponent. Seizing a moment when his opponent seemed distracted, Balac swung decisively to strike, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. Madame Clare, who suddenly appeared between the fighting men, prevented their forces from clashing, spreading the fighters' hands and averting disaster. The student's surprise at seeing Clare Mason intervene was obvious, despite the tension of the situation. Professor Mason let go of the student's hands and continued to hold the mysterious creature while reprimanding her negligent student. Once down on the ground and among the other students, Claire proceeded to instruct Balac on the importance of thinking in combat. The professor, assessing the situation, inquired about the condition of the students, to which Hennis briefly confirmed their relative well-being. The girl noted with dismay the incessant increase in the number of attacking monsters, making defense difficult. Professor Mason, smiling, urged the students not to panic and began kneading her fingers in preparation to demonstrate her abilities. Before she could finish her self-praise, she was interrupted by a sudden flood of mana directed in her direction. Professor Daniel, upon arriving on the scene, first inquired about the well-being of those present. Hennis, encouraged by Daniel's arrival, inquired about the fate of the rest of the Academy's students, feeling chosen. Mentor assured safety by announcing the arrival of an elite squad of Imperial Black Wolf Knights. He noted the bravery of the students in protecting civilians, suggesting that they should relax and entrust further action to experienced fighters. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a knight with a bloody blade, turning to the professor. Raven Edelf, leader of the Order of Knights, turned to Daniel, expressing doubt about the seriousness of the threat and the need to summon the knights. The professor calmly explained that the dragon had divided its body, sending parts to hunt, which caused the current situation. Edelf, angered by the situation, called for everyone to stop and reminded them that they didn't come here to fight a couple of weaklings. The knight insisted on meeting the dragon of 1,000 forms in person, appealing to the honor of the imperial family. But his pathos speech was interrupted by an unexpected incident. Lillian, who was passing by, swung her bloody sword and wryly criticized the knight's obsession with notions of honor in the midst of such a critical situation. The blood splatter from the girl's blade landed on the Black Wolf Order leader's face, which he wiped off a bit, thus causing himself to grimace in disgust and indignation. The swordswoman, without ceremony, rudely shoved the arrogant knight with her shoulder as she passed and demanded that he stay out of the way of her next opponent. The enraged Edelf, losing his composure, grabbed Claire's arm sharply, shouting insults and threats at her. Professor Daniel instantly intervened, defending his student and supporting her point about the criticality of the current situation. The knight irritably released the willful girl's hand and warned of the possible consequences once the crisis was resolved. The leader of the order, regaining control of the situation, loudly ordered the rest of the knights to destroy any remnants of enemy forces they discover. The exhausted red-haired girl, sitting on the ground, listened intently as professors gave urgent commands and anxiously discussed the likely start of the invasion from the Academy Rector's office. A sudden explosion in the sky caught everyone's attention, interrupting the ongoing discussions and actions of everyone present. Lillian, recognizing the familiar MO of the attack, fearfully spoke Rudd's name, realizing his direct involvement in the ongoing chaos. It quickly became clear that the powerful spear fired by the hero, though it struck the dragon, unfortunately did not reach its vital point. Rude, clearly frustrated with his throw, repeated using the complex lightning spear technique, not understanding how he could have missed so badly. The hero, analyzing the situation, noted that due to a lack of strength, he had used the lightning spirit as a substitute, resulting in an instant depletion of half of his mana reserve. Realizing the criticality of the moment, Rude strode determinedly toward the defeated but still dangerous dragon, preparing to deliver the final blow. The wounded professor, desperate to recover, muttered about the need for urgent refreshment to replenish his strength. With each step Donatos took, the mana surrounding him became more and more concentrated around his sword, preparing for a deadly attack. Shouting a battle cry, the hero swung swiftly, intending to end the threat once and for all. Grace, realizing the impossibility of evading the attack, realized in despair that his end was approaching, unable to change anything. In the last moments, the professor's mind was filled with panic thoughts. His desperate cry of unwillingness to die was interrupted by an explosion that threw the protagonist a considerable distance away. Landing hard on the rubble of the wall, the young man felt intense pain accompanied by a bloody cough and a sense of internal injuries. Jared, gripped with anxiety for his grandson, shouted Damien's name loudly, trying to make sure he was safe. The grandfather, expressing unconditional loyalty, was willing to do anything to protect his grandson, regardless of the possible consequences of his actions. Ein, watching, noted the tenacity of the rector, whose firepower had caused the explosion that had saved his grandson. Degram's grandson, looking at his grandfather standing next to him, mentally called him reckless for taking such a risky and dangerous action. Crouching down beside his transformed grandson, Jared gently touched his changed face, expressing his undying love and concern. Damien, reverting back to the state of a helpless child for a moment, weakly said, "Grandpa," as he stroked his face affectionately. Suddenly, the expression on the dragon's face changed. He let out a short laugh and, to the horror of those present, sank his teeth sharply into his grandfather's hand. Ain's fierce attack rained down a flood of furious mana on the rector, forcing him to hastily erect a protective sphere around himself. Bryce's irritation grew with each passing second, forced to recognize his opponent's stubbornness and persistence in not wanting to give up. Damien, consumed by the dragon essence, continued to devour his grandfather's hand, not realizing the horror of what was happening. The monster, delighted with the readily available food, continued its bloody meal, shocking everyone present. The feeling of invulnerability overwhelmed the dragon, causing him to look contemptuously at what he considered to be insignificant humans. A sudden need for more refined prey caused the creature to turn its gaze to the wounded hero ahead. Exhausted by what was happening, the young man held his head, trying to cope with the growing insanity of the situation. Feeling his condition worsen, the young man sank lower to the ground, ignoring Feldrua's reminders of the potion's exhausted limit. The dragon was rapidly approaching as the hero gathered his strength and challenged, doubting his premature victory. Once in proximity, the creature shifted from defense to offense, concentrating magical energy into its outstretched limb. Barely managing to avoid a blow, he bitterly noted the recklessness of an enemy, daring to launch an unarmed attack after a minor recovery. The intensification of the dragon's attacks did not escape the student's attention, realizing the growing gap in strength due to recent injuries. Despite the exhaustion and pain, the young man continued to resist desperately, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. Watching the monster's growing fury, the hero acutely felt the lack of physical strength, realizing that if he were in better shape, the situation might have turned out differently. Dreams of former strength or help from his older brother only emphasized the bitter realization of his own inadequacy. Realizing the futility of these thoughts, the hero reproached himself for his pathetic excuses. Determined to take decisive action, the young man proclaimed that a single attack would suffice, immediately proceeding to carry it out. However, thanks to its quick reaction, the dragon managed to close in a second with a wing that took the full force of the blow. Such a protective maneuver helped the dragon heart located in the neck to remain unharmed. The transformed professor displayed superior strength and speed, far surpassing the hero's capabilities. Despite this, the monster's body continued to be torn apart by internal contradictions. Rude, straining his vision to the limit, suddenly realized something important despite the burst capillaries in his eyes. He remembered Lion's advice to rely less on intuition and trust his eyes more when trying to foresee the future. The lack of innate talents and supportive environment became apparent to the young man who realized his previous blindness. Rude began to analyze his opponent's movements: muscle contraction, direction of force and mana, involuntary habits, and center of gravity. The hero realized the need to determine not only the speed of movement, but also the entire pattern of enemy behavior. Focusing on that target, Rude prepared to strike again, determined to hit the target. This time, the strike was more successful. The mana went straight into the torso, piercing the dragon's body through and through. Donatos felt like every cell in his body was ready to burst from the strain. That's when he realized he had reached the limit of his abilities. Carefully watching the formation of the dragon's magical chains, the exhausted young man prepared for a new stage of the grueling battle. Confidence in his ability to hold the sword gave the hero the determination to bring the battle to an end, no matter the cost of victory. Stabbing his blade into the belly of the monster, the young man demonstrated an unwavering will to achieve his goal. Continuing to hold the hilt of the sword in the monster's body, the hero stared intently into Gray's eyes full of rage and pain. Excruciating pain pierced the dragon not only from the deep wound, but also from the effects of the transformation and the grueling battle. Realizing that the decisive moment had arrived, the hero began to slowly draw the bloody sword back out. The dragon's body seemed to be splitting apart as the mysterious mana rushed towards its heart through the gap created. The unexpected apparition caused the lad to have mixed feelings, making him watch warily in anticipation of the unknown. Instinctively, the hero clenched the hilt of his sword hard, preparing to defend himself if necessary. It was a powerful heavenly spirit mana that was inexorably coming closer and closer to the heart of the thousand-year dragon. The guy froze in place, intense anticipation of the denouement, continuing to watch as the energy stream reached its target deep within the monster's body. At this time, Donatos' professors and friends, moved by concern for his fate, rushed to his aid, overcoming numerous obstacles. Lion, confident of Rude's whereabouts, led the group, heading towards the northern part of the academy. When they reached the battle site, they were shocked to see the student still holding the hilt of his sword sticking out of the body of the defeated dragon. Lion remembered their conversation with Rude in the library about fears, realizing that her worry had nothing to do with dragons, but with the possible loss of loved ones. Seeing the horrifying picture of the battle, the panic-stricken swordswoman called out loudly to her friend, hoping to hear an answer. Raising a stern gaze, the hero sharply ordered Lion to stay put and stay away. Unnoticed by the others, the young man drew his dagger, preparing for another risky step in his plan. The arrivals didn't notice these movements and were shocked when the monster suddenly latched onto the young man's shoulder. Leaning back in pain, the boy couldn't hold back a pained cry as the monster ripped out a chunk of his flesh. Despite being badly damaged, the hero smilingly replied to the crystal's concerned question that he was alive, but only partially so. Feldrua noted the young man's luck that the attack came on his arm and not his neck as he watched the approaching dragon. Donatos was pleased to see the result of his actions. A dagger stuck near the monster's neck. The transformed professor began to maliciously mock humans, calling them mere food for higher beings. Lion watched these insults with irritation, holding back anger and the urge to intervene. The dragon's loud declarations of lost hope for the humans caught the attention of even Ain, holding the defeated Jared. The monster threatened to chew and devour everyone present until it regained its true body, instilling terror in those around it. Suddenly, the monster fell silent, sensing something amiss within itself that made it wary. To everyone's surprise, the creature began to experience a severe bout of nausea. Losing its formidable aura, Rude asked the suffering dragon with caustic irony about the cause of his sudden indisposition, recalling his recent threats to devour everyone. The hero defiantly offered to feed the monster, hinting at his secret plan and confidence in its efficacy. Crystal, watching the professor's agony, realized the true meaning of Rude's words about believing in a special remedy. The young man explained about the peculiarity of his body, which allowed him and his brother to survive in Diesel, watching the torment of the professor. He also revealed the secret of his blood being poisonous to dragons, which came to light after the tragic death of his parents from an attack by an earth dragon. The hero emphasized that this unique feature has repeatedly saved his life in critical situations by picking up his weapon from the ground. Putting his sword in front of him, the young man began to formulate a thought that would reveal the true essence of what was happening. Pointing his blade at the haggard kneeling dragon, the boy completed his thought by declaring himself a curse for the dragon race. Noting the riskiness of Rude's plan, Feldrua pointed out the possibility of a fatal outcome if the monster failed or wasn't hungry enough. But the hero didn't even think about that. After realizing the consequences of his actions, the student acknowledged that his timely stop saved Professor Damien's life, emphasizing the importance of self-control. With determination, the young man began to bring the dagger closer to the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon, announcing the inevitable end of Keanil. Rushing to his aid, Professor Daniel and Mrs. Clare desperately urged Rude to stop, trying to prevent the irreparable. A barrier that suddenly appeared, shrouded in mysterious mana, blocked the path of the hurrying people, silently demanding non-interference in what was happening. The great teacher, the creator of the barrier, demonstrated his authority by ordering everyone to silently watch the unfolding events. Realizing the inevitability of his fate, the professor in the body of a dragon, pouring tears, put his hand around the sword and said the last words of gratitude. Accepting his fate, the dragon, expressing deep regret, stabbed the weapon into his neck on its own, shocking everyone present. The removal of the dragon's heart from its throat marked the end of a long and grueling battle that had shaken the academy. Rude watched the dramatic finale in silence, not giving away his emotions to those around him. Frozen in amazement, Clare and Balac couldn't take their eyes off the scene unfolding before them. Only the defeated Jared Degrim, prostrate on the ground, gave vent to his feelings, sobbing and screaming with unbearable despair as he watched the death of his grandson. The transformation was complete, and the monstrous form vanished, leaving Damien's scarred body lying breathlessly on the ground. Rude, turning once again to his potion pocket, continued to talk about the importance of sincere remorse. The student carefully poured the contents of the vial over Gray's, urging him to cling to life until the last moment. Feldrua explained the complexity of the situation with the disrupted mana flows in Damien's body, while the wounds on the professor's skin miraculously healed. Using the heavenly divine sword to adjust mana flows opened up new, uncharted possibilities to save the professor. An in-depth knowledge of the anatomy and distribution of mana blood vessels was a key factor in developing Gray's treatment plan. The healing process involved masterfully dissecting irregular mana flows with a sword and forming new ones with the help of a restorative potion. Crystal noted that Rude's unique knowledge due to his rebirth made his explanations little understood by those around him. Concentrating on watching the energy flows, the hero carefully brought his sword closer to the professor's body to perform precise manipulations. The incomprehension of Rude's actions caused the rector to panic, who, fearing for Damien's life, loudly demanded that the incomprehensible actions stop. Jared, gripped by despair, continued to beg the young man to leave his grandson alone, unaware of the hero's true intentions. The grandfather's heart-rending cries for mercy so shocked those present that Claire Mason instinctively made a movement as if she wanted to cover her ears. Having completed the necessary actions, Rude left Grays lying on the ground with no visible wounds, surrounded by a restored harmonious mana flow. After uttering his last words about saving all lives, the exhausted hero, having reached the limit of his strength, lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Terrified bystanders rushed to the fallen student, shouting his name loudly in an attempt to bring the young man to his senses. The return of the disaster of 10 years ago, instigated by Professor Aradium, has shaken the foundations of the Empire. Academy Rector Jared Degram has committed treason, and his grandson Dement Grace should be executed immediately, according to an official statement. Ain, a key figure in the thousand-shaped dragon incident, insisted on jail time instead of the death penalty for the accused. One of the Emperor's aides, unable to contain his emotions, exclaimed about the terrible danger to which the country was exposed because of the actions of the criminals. The prince seated on his throne interrupted the raucous discussion, calling for silence and attention. Bernstein expressed his desire to hear the story directly from the young man who had defeated the fearsome dragon of 1,000 forms. A worried Bryce came to warn Rude of an impending emergency summons to the Emperor, catching him in his hospital room. The great teacher commented ironically, carefully watching Lion's attempts to feed the stubbornly refusing Donatos. The embarrassed girl hastily began to excuse herself, while the irritated guy reacted sharply to Bryce's tactless remark by pointing out his vision problems. Wanting to speak privately with his apprentice, Ein politely asked the girl to leave, to which she readily agreed. Before leaving, Lion hinted meaningfully at a long month of enforced inactivity, leaving her comrade mildly confused. The great teacher briefly commented on the typical behavior of today's youth, involuntarily causing the student a keen sense of embarrassment. As soon as the door closed, Bryce rebuked Rude's 3 days of unconsciousness, jokingly threatening to find a new apprentice, which drew a protest from the young man. Left alone, Lion sank into sad thoughts of her helplessness in recent events. The girl mentally berated herself for her weakness, immaturity, and stupidity, closing her eyes from the overwhelming emotions. Lion pondered the strangeness of their camaraderie, remembering past adventures together. Stopping, the girl looked resolutely ahead, promising herself to be better next time, and ran forward. Bryce reprimanded Rude for neglecting his own health to save others, calling his behavior reckless. The hero, while taking food, assessed the result of the battle with the 1,000-year-old dragon as not bad, considering the strength of the ancient opponent. The great teacher tried to soften the tense atmosphere by expressing approval of his students' actions, showing unexpected warmth. Ain stroked Rude's head, praising him for the effort he had shown and the result he had achieved. The young man, surprised by his mentor's unusual behavior, asked if he was feeling any worse. Ain reproached Rude for his inability to appreciate rare moments of benevolence, which reminded the student of his indifference to him in a past life. Bryce warned his apprentice about the need for restrained behavior in front of the imperial family to avoid problems, such as losing his head. The hero assured of his prudence, but the teacher, knowing his nature, instantly reproached the young man with a lie. The mentor, deep in thought, emphasized the complexity of the situation given how far Jared and Damien had gone with their misdeeds. Rude, realizing the gravity of the situation, resolutely declared his intention to also cross this invisible boundary for the sake of achieving his goal. 4 weeks later, a recovered Rude was on his way to the appointed place in the imperial carriage. Along the way, the young man reflected on his victory over the dragon of 1,000 forms, realizing that success depended largely on the luck and incompleteness of the dragon. The hero realized that the success was not only due to his strength, but also due to the blood of Donatos, and it did not compare to the feat of his brother, who had become famous as a hero after the battle with the Thunder Dragon. Arriving at the place, the protagonist, keeping his composure, leisurely left the carriage preparing for an important meeting. One of the guards waiting for the students volunteered to escort Sir Rude Donatos to the throne room of the imperial palace. Crystal, upon seeing the palace, whispered softly about how long it had been since she had been within those majestic walls. Feldrua, boasting of his omnipresence, claimed to have personally observed the birth of the empire, which caused the young man to look skeptical. Later, he began to ponder the reasons for summoning Rude, assuming a connection to the Millennium Dragon incident or a desire to praise him for his victory. After a few seconds of silence, Feldrew expressed his preference for the second option, as the butler opened another door leading further in front of his apprentice. Upon entering the throne room, the hero saw the emperor seated on the throne, surrounded by several important persons standing nearby. Noticing the gathered guild leaders, including Abel and Roderick, Rude realized the importance of the upcoming discussion. Professor Clare, noticing the young man entering, greeted him with a wave of her hand, her friendly demeanor standing out among the crowd and breaking the solemnity of the moment. A prince of the Empire of Alpheus, Grim Bernstein was a descendant of a great hero and ruler of a powerful state. The story of how Commoner Vanar Bernstein, the first dragon slayer, was granted a family name and title for his exploits was known to all. As he approached, the student bowed respectfully, expressing his homage to the crown prince of the Althean Empire. Grim turned to Donatos, allowing him to raise his head and asking if he could guess the reason for the summons to the imperial palace. The prince praised the young man for destroying the dragon seal of 1,000 forms and defeating the ancient monster Kyanil without loss. Responding modestly, the academy pupil emphasized the importance of professors' and classmates' contribution to the common goal, saying that he had simply done his duty. Grim expressed his approval of the young man's modesty, while Ain, who was standing nearby, was inwardly seething with anger over his student's words. The representative of the imperial family offered a reward for the feat, to which Rude dared to ask for a favor, while carefully observing the reaction. Donatos carefully began to state his request, mentioning the names of Jared Degram and Damian Grace. The student expressed his wish for the death sentences to be lifted for those mentioned, which caused Clare and Lena to cry out in amazement. The prince started to reply, but was interrupted by an indignant exclamation from one of those present. The indignant voice continued to shout about the insufficiency of the death penalty for the accomplices of the ancient dragon revival. The shouted accusation rebuked Rude for not understanding the essence of the Seven Dragons problem, drawing the attention of the guild leaders. The crown prince, unable to stand the negative shouting, called the angry man to silence with a graceful gesture of his hand. Grim, addressing the young hero, delicately hinted at the difficulty of fulfilling his request, emphasizing the minimal chance of success. Rude, anticipating the rejection, stepped forward, realizing that conventional methods would not work in the chaos of the empire. Donatos, without losing his resolve, began to approach the heir to the throne, preparing to present a new argument. Those present tensed as they noticed the student reaching into his pocket as if intending to pull something out. Astonished cheers filled the hall as the young man showed the prince the seal of the Thunder Dragon found in the treasury. The Thunder Dragon Karma, the only polymorph among the 7 great ones, was renowned for his incredible power and wisdom in his choice of tactics. In a past life, the hero, through the sacrifices of many dragon slayers and the efforts of his brother, managed to defeat this invulnerable creature. Those present, even without having met Karma in person, were well aware of the danger from such a monster. Rude, feeling the blades aimed at him, mentally pondered the true threat lurking in the seal stone. An unknown voice vehemently called for the immediate execution of the young man who had brought such a dangerous artifact into the palace. The prince, keeping his composure, gently ordered everyone to lower their weapons in an effort to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Guild leaders and professors, ignoring the order, continued to insist that such actions were unacceptable. Grim, turning to Donatos, demanded an explanation about the origin of the stone and the student's true intentions. The hero honestly admitted to discovering the artifact in the Academy's treasury, emphasizing its role in advancing the proposal. The heir to the throne, as well as all present, having suspected blackmail, were surprised at the young man's answer, who claimed other motives for his act. Rude suggested checking the condition of the seal, warning of its instability and the possibility of spontaneous destruction. Lena, taking the stone, confirmed the student's words, feeling the fragility of the magical artifact. Blueberry, through her own analysis, concluded the critical instability of the press and the dangers of rash action. Donatos, realizing the inevitability of an unfavorable outcome, stressed the impossibility of a quick fix. Realizing the inevitability of breaking the seal, Rude suggested that he carefully prepare for the release of the ancient monster. Puzzled by the words of the young student of the academy, the heir to the throne hesitated and was about to ask about the essence of the proposed training. But Rude interrupted Grimm's musings and resolutely proclaimed his intention to destroy the Thunder Dragon. Continuing to shock those present, the student promised to massacre the illusory, blazing, and ice monsters. Ignoring Roderick's restrained laughter, the young man announced his plans to defeat the Battle Dragon and the Void Dragon. Concluding his defiant speech, the protagonist proclaimed the goal of exterminating all the dragons left in the world. The prince's aide, without hiding his sarcasm, recalled the fear instilled by the 7 great lizards and Rude's inexperience. Remaining unperturbed, the student asked the indignant interlocutor if he felt fear of the coming events. Not believing his ears, the constantly shouting man rudely interrogated the young man about what he had just said. Deliberately provoking his opponent, Donatos asked if he was willing to submit to fate without complaint because of his fear. Angered by Rude's outburst, the interlocutor began to shout furiously, losing his remaining composure in the face of the dignitaries. Remaining calm, the prince inquired about the source of the young man's confidence, recalling Vinar's unrivaled exploits. Grimm mentioned the recent invasion of the Dragon of 1,000 Forms and the incredible ferocity of the Thunderbolt, emphasizing the danger of the venture. With a smile, Donatos recognized the need for support and voiced his requirements to carry out the risky plan. The Academy pupil's first point was the need for a special field to confront the ancient beast. Surprised by the student's inquiry, the heir to the throne interjected about the purpose of the field, meeting Professor Clare's perplexed gaze. Rude explained the need for a zone of spatial magic, drawing the attention of those present to Liana Chernica. Unable to bear the stares, Blueberry mentioned the mistress of the Crimson Tower, the enigmatic Iris Hafle, as a possible ally. Continuing to outline the plan, the young man outlined a time frame for the preparations, about 1.5 years for all the preparations. Donatos emphasized the need for everyone present except the prince to participate, rejecting the idea of bringing in an entire army. Grimm's face reflected the deep thoughtfulness caused by the harsh words of the young academy student. Donatos suggested that those with overwhelming fear should not participate, alluding to the constantly shouted opponent. Abel, while maintaining rationality, expressed doubts about the success of a battle with a monster in a confined space with few participants. Recognizing the risks, Rude emphasized the pointlessness of fighting if the continent's strongest warriors couldn't survive the battle. The young man's words found favor with Riddler, who urged careful preparation and faith in the success of the risky venture. Grimm, realizing a fraction of truth in the student's words, nodded, ignoring the new wave of indignant cries from the disgruntled advisor. Rising from the throne, the heir pondered Donatos's choice, fleeing danger or facing disaster. The determination of the young hero could be read in every feature of his shining face, leaving no doubt that he was ready to confront the ancient monster. The prince, as he approached Rude, mentally allowed for the possibility of the young man's victory not only over the dragon, but also over the infernal abyss. The ceremonial sword in Grimm's hands was accompanied by the solemn pronunciation of the name of the academy student. Kneeling down, the hero listened intently to the heir's words of clemency to Damien and Gerard de Graham, feeling the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. The final act of the ceremony was the appointment of Donatos as leader of the forces to destroy the fearsome Thunder Dragon. Grace, tormented by guilt, sat in the corner of the cold cell, leaning against the wall and sinking into gloomy thoughts. The sudden appearance of the jailer with the news of his release caught Damien off guard, snapping him out of his gloomy thoughts. Disbelief at what he heard caused the prisoner to ask again, waiting for clarification of the unexpected twist of fate. The doorway was suddenly filled with the figure of his grandfather, causing Damien to freeze in mute amazement at the improbability of what was happening. Grace's eyes widened. He didn't believe he would ever be able to see his relative again, unless it was only before his death sentence. Echoes of words of remorse echoed off the walls of the cramped cell, accompanied by the tight embrace of reunited family members. The old man's trembling voice spoke of the need for atonement to the victims and the mysterious young liberator. Tears flowed down the cheeks of his grandson, who did not want to let go of the only relative left in his life. The realization of the gravity of the sins he had committed and the sacrifice of his grandfather intensified Damien's sobs as he clutched the old man in his arms. The mention of Rude's name interrupted Degram Sr.'s stream of bitter regrets, silencing him for a moment. Behind the back of the embracing relatives appeared the figure of a young hero approaching the open cell door. The words of forgiveness uttered by the rector reached the ears of Donatos, who observed the touching scene of reunion. Rays of hope for a brighter future broke through the veil of tears of the grandfather and grandson sitting on the cold dungeon floor. A month after the ancient dragon attacked the academy, all the newspapers carried the news of the discovery of the seal of the Thunder Beast and credited Rude Donatos with the sole triumph. Hennis, studying the press, learned of her comrade's appointment as leader of the Thunder Dragon slaying team and his decision to print the entire seven despite pressure from neighboring countries. She proceeded to read aloud to Balac the recognition of the student's merit of the title of hero by the Crown Prince, clearly intent on revitalizing the South by gathering the forces of the continent, a long-held dream of the ruling circles. The southern lands had been empty for a decade after the incident with the many-faced dragon, angering Hafle, who compared the capital's problems to an unstoppable snowball. Intrigued by her interlocutor's sudden irritation, the wrestler glanced at her questioningly, listening to her words. Hennis rebuked Rude's tendency to act alone, insisting on the need to ask for help and communicate his plans in case of emergencies. Lena, blotting her lips with a napkin, reminded of her interlocutor's lack of skill, nearly dying fighting small entities after creating a fireball. The red-haired warrior slapped the table with force in a fit of rage, remembering the recent incident. Hennis lowered her head and sadly called herself pathetic, reflecting on her inability to repay the help she had given and unable to forget the experience. The girl recognized that she owed Rude a debt of gratitude for saving her sister, but felt she couldn't help him in return, causing the stares of Lena and Steros sitting across from her. Steros leaned back in his chair and put his hands under his head, urging him to keep things simple and think rationally. The admission of his own weakness was echoed in the young man's words, urging him to learn from what had happened and make every effort to improve his strength and skill. The opportunity to help Rude in his moment of greatest need became a major motivation for the friends in their quest to improve. The student, folding the paper he had just read, noted that, as expected, the prince was easier to negotiate with than the emperor. The council president put the newspaper on the windowsill and wondered what had happened so badly that Rude, Damien, and Gerard hadn't even been told off. Jeremy wondered about the motives behind the young hero's behavior, and as soon as the student entered the office, Duel addressed him using the title of young hero. Pronouncing the name of the young pupil of the academy, the head of the student council had no idea of the impending storm. Donatos's sudden burst of rage was embodied in a powerful punch, accompanied by an angry insult to the senior student. The president's unpreparedness for the attack led to his crushing fall to the floor of the office, taking him by surprise. The young man's angry tirade descended upon the defeated Duvel, accusing him of irresponsibility and threatening further reprisals. Clutching the battered senior's shirt, Rude demanded an explanation about the knowledge about the ancient monster's heart. Jeremy's smirk, boasting of his innate powers of observation, only strengthened the hero's determination to teach a cruel lesson. The seriousness in Duvel's voice underscored what he said about his family gift, a special vision bordering on intuitive perception. Clarifying the abilities, he noted their effectiveness in observing mana flows, surprising his interlocutor. Jeremy shared the story of DeGram's grandson, his sensitivity to mana, tracing the path of which he was able to relate this to past events. The story of Damian Grace, nicknamed the Predator, reflected in the president's pupils as Rude scrutinized his eyes. Rude began screaming, accusing Jeremy of driving the professor to suicide through elaborate psychological manipulation. The president admitted that his plan had failed, nearly costing him his life, and lamented his inability to think straight or flee at the critical moment. The punch to the face was an angry Donatos's response to the suggestion that Jeremy wanted to expose his mentor for his own glory. Laughing through the pain, the president denied aspiring to be a hero, recognizing the superiority of the young pupil's plan. Duvel revealed the true purpose of his actions: to witness heroic feats, to observe the lives of legendary figures like Vanar. With excitement, Jeremy foretold a great future for Rude, prophesying grand accomplishments and victory over the dragons, while he looked at him like he was crazy. The student council president expressed his willingness to settle for the role of a hero's companion, dreaming of capturing the legend despite his own worthlessness. In fact, the lad realized Duvel's profound indifference to the ideals of heroism hidden behind contrived enthusiasm. Donatos criticized the newspaper headlines as empty advertising, confessing his unwillingness to bear the burden of an imposed heroic role. Revisiting the difficulty of dealing with Jeremy in a past life, the young man reflected on his desire to be a fellow hero. In assessing Asir Donatos's past life, Duvel made a mistake. He was close to the ideal, but not without flaws. The lad, analyzing the past, pondered the human nature of mistakes caused by accumulated fatigue and the claims of those around him against his brother. Rude asked Riley about his supposed role as mouthpiece of the imperial court during the general struggle for peace, shoving his hands carelessly into his pockets. Donatos, exclaiming irritably, suggested that all were destined to meet madmen, and suggested that Dueling should pursue the desired endeavor on his own, detaching himself from the imposed mission. The president of the council suddenly clung to the student's leg, hysterically insisting on his heroic fate, which caused the young man to ask a perplexed question. Wrapping his arms more tightly around Rude's leg, Jeremy snuggled against it and quietly confessed his Aten ancestry. The puzzled hero interjected about the famous trading kingdom of Atun, trying to make sense of what he had heard from his opponent. He recalled Atun's geographical position bordering the empire of Alpheus, Parma, and the spirit realm of Vernicus, emphasizing its role as a center of cross-border trade. Dueling, lowering his voice, said the city has always had a close relationship between crime and finance. Thinking back to his mercenary days, Donatos marveled at Dueill's aristocratic origins from such a dubious place. Without letting go of Rude's leg, Jeremy revealed the tragedy of his family's fallen family and the death of his father, looking up at Rude intently. Releasing the boy's leg, Dueling raised his hands a little, emotionally denying the attempt at pity. Recognizing the negative traits he had inherited from his father, an irritated Donatos, tired of the confession, roughly pushed Jeremy's face away with his foot, calling for an end to idle talk. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Dueling dared to be frank, beginning to recount the events after his father's death. While sorting out his inheritance, he discovered an ancient chest protected by preservation magic in the basement. The 1,000-year-old chest seemed like junk to Dueill's father, who had squandered his fortune on drinking and partying. In the treasure room, Jeremy found an ancient book, drawings, scores, and manuscripts of unknown origin. Among the finds was the diary of the owner of the chest, one Alan Dueling, which was of particular interest. Hearing Feldrua explain that Alan Dueill's name was a very famous one, for he was Vanar's companion, Rude could not contain his emotions and exclaimed loudly with surprise. Sitting proudly on the floor, Jeremy announced his kinship to the diary's author, who lived 7 centuries ago. Dueling concluded his story solemnly, emphasizing that it was his relative who had described in his diary the life of the greatest hero, Vanardi. The student council president recounted that a diary from his basement contained entries about the first dragon slayer. With delight, he told him that Alan Dueling, an ancestor of his family, had been a traveling minstrel who had followed the first dragonborn. The diary contained all the details of their adventures, providing an incredible chronicle of the journey. The protagonist irritatedly asked the crystal if it was fiction, to which the latter sadly confirmed the veracity of the words. Jeremy wondered if it was the finger of fate, that the story of the hero who saved the world and the minstrel who immortalized his exploits was being repeated before his eyes, the descendant of the diary's author. Dueling continued to speak, adding that the sealed thunder dragon was harbored in Arathium, and loosened his tie and unbuttoned his shirt. He also assumed that the student must have had the idea of hiding the seal in the treasury to conceal the secret of the rector's grandson. And the young man's eyes widened at the sudden realization. The president of the council vowed to be useful, practicing diligently to gain enough knowledge to become a fellow hero. Dueling assured him that the young man had the right to dispose of him as he wished. His eyes, his heart, whatever he wished. But the young man sharply shouted for him to be silent. Donatos ruffled his hair, trying to contain his anger at the realization that the situation was spiraling out of control, and the bastard knew nothing about the seal. The thought of the unknown person who had placed the dangerous artifact in the vault kept the academy pupil in suspense. The records were silent on the seal, the theft of which would have triggered a defense, and a new artifact in Arathium's vault would have been noticed unless it had been placed there originally. Rude mentioned the diary, causing the student council president sitting on the floor to stare intently, waiting for it to continue. Donatos inquired if there were details in the diary about the thunder dragon, the sealing ritual, the location of the imprisonment, or the method of overpowering. Dueling regretfully admitted ignorance of the specifics, as the diary did not include a description of the battle itself, which posed an inordinate danger to the minstrels. The student asked in surprise, receiving a confirmation in response and an explanation about the impossibility of showing the diary being at home. Jeremy offered to let Rudd see for himself if he had any doubts, for he lives alone in an empty house, and the diary is kept in the basement, to which he is willing to give the keys. Donatos listened intently, while the student council president almost begged to be recognized as one of the hero's comrades. The hero, bending slightly and planting his foot on the shoulder of the seated Jeremy, repeated that he wasn't interested in becoming a hero. Increasing the pressure with his foot, he explained that the royal family's decision did not play a role, because it was the prerogative of the papacy, and those who were deprived of their authority could not get approval. The guy warned that he would only keep his interlocutor alive because his naive eyes could help in the destruction of the dragon. The council president excitedly started a sentence, but Rude cut him short, specifying that it implied a ban on publicizing the subject. He held out his hand and demanded the key, warning that if the president wanted to live, he should listen. Jeremy nodded and, taking the key out of his pocket, gently placed it in his open palms and held it out to Rude. The great teacher began to speculate about the person who had sealed the Thunder Dragon and left a mysterious stone in that place. Sipping his juice, the hero interrupted his mentor's musings with a suggestion of his own on the matter. Ein wondered if the heir to the technique, heaven-piercing, was suspicious of the great founder himself, folding his arms in a gesture of displeasure. They concluded that the legendary Vanar did not kill the Thunder Dragon, but only sealed it, leaving the possibility of the monster's return. Then they asked the legitimate question why Vanar and his companions had left no record to posterity of the place and method of sealing the dragon. The might of the hero Vanar should have allowed him to overpower the 7 dragons that plagued humanity, but he only banished them to the northern mountains. The student recounted how the humans escaped the dragon's control, but continued to live under constant threat while the ice in his glass melted. Suddenly, Bryce broke the resulting silence by stating that everything was happening according to the will of the mysterious founder. The hero, realizing the dead end of the conversation, suggested changing the topic of discussion to a more relevant one. Donatos asked if the interlocutor had attended the ceremony to appoint Professor Arthur as the new head of the restored academy. Ain, surprised by the bald man's appointment, remarked that a long life holds wonderful surprises and reported on the sabbatical taken by the hero. The student shared plans to complete the first year, complete the second-year program, and prepare to seal the Thunder Dragon. He remembered that the new head of the academy had promised support and allowed him to take what he needed from the treasury while it was open for a large-scale inspection. The young man also told Bryce of his intention to spend 2 years interning in various guilds after graduation. Bryce marveled at the student's busy schedule and asked if he had originally planned something like this. Sighing heavily, the apprentice admitted that the leader of the Dull Moon Guild was much more persistent than he had expected and leaned on the table. The hero remembered Abel's warning against using personal connections to facilitate the passing of tests. The student spoke with evident weariness about the condition of participation in the mission, a year-long internship in the guild, which he was forced to accept, though he did not wish to do so. The attempt to defuse the situation with a joke about his attractiveness failed. The interlocutor frowned and asked about further plans of the hero. The student talked about his intention to join the dragon-slaying squad, starting with the Thunder Dragon and continuing with the Illusion Dragon. He planned everything so that he could be there in advance. The interlocutor asked with a smirk if the plans to join the squad were related to Mrs. Clare. Bryce announced his intention to go to Parma in 6 months to prepare the sealing area, the most important assignment. Donatos mentioned that he had also received a request from the Crimson Tower, and stretching in his chair, told of his desire to learn magic, but he didn't have time to finish. His mentor interrupted him sarcastically, noting that it might be a little late for his student to learn magic. Donatos, continuing to sit relaxed in his chair, parried that age should not be a criterion for prioritizing training. After all, he would be going to Aten first, and only then to Parma. Ein was surprised at this plan and wondered why go to a place crawling with scumbag criminals. Donatos explained the need to check something, remembering the key he had received from Jeremy. He talked about Jeremy's ancestor's diary, supposedly hidden in the basement of the mansion, which he intended to find. At this time, the Dueling estate was, as usual, bustling with the criminal life that characterizes the town. An unknown person broke a window with a rock and entered the house, leaving behind muddy footprints. The intruder went down into the basement in search of valuables hidden from view. The thief methodically examined the chests one by one, scattering the contents across the floor in hopes of finding something of value. Not finding the expected treasure, the disappointed robber snorted disdainfully and called the finds trash. Not finding anything he liked, he left, not realizing that the items he had thrown on the floor were actually of great value. 6 months later, the weather changed dramatically, losing its former summer friendliness and being filled with piercing winter cold. Hoffley was suffering from a bad cold, accompanied by loud and frequent sneezing fits that echoed through the corridors of the academy. Balac raised his eyebrows in surprise, catching Hennis studying hard on the last day before her long-awaited vacation instead of going home. He carefully handed the girl a steaming mug with a flavorful drink, offering her a drink to sustain her strength during her tedious studies. Hennis regarded Balac's unexpected concern with undisguised suspicion, warily inquiring about the contents of the mysterious mug. The young man explained in detail that it was an invigorating eggnog tea that could instantly cure any illness with proper exercise. Upset by Hennis's emphatic refusal, Steros left the room dejectedly, taking the rejected healing treat with him. Left alone, the student immediately returned to her notes, continuing her research into the mysterious illness. She truly believed that hard work, based on the wise advice of Rude and the experienced alchemy professor, would surely lead to a long-awaited cure. Hennis remembered that Rude had mentioned in passing some pressing business for the upcoming holidays, raising her vague suspicions. The girl reflected on how the comrade had been surprisingly quick to help find a cure for the mysterious ailment, as if anticipating the need in advance. She was surprised by the sheer amount of healing potions he had carefully prepared, as if he had expected the sudden appearance of a dragon of 1,000 forms. Immersed in tense reflections, Hennis did not notice when a steaming cup materialized near her again, carefully extended by someone. Suddenly waking up from her deep thoughts, the alarmed girl abruptly jumped up and swiftly turned around, shouting angrily at the one who had stealthily crept up on her. Donatos was genuinely surprised at her violent reaction, gently reminding her of the pressing need to focus on the really important urgent matters at hand. Hennis, blushing, clumsily tried to explain her strange behavior by her sudden surprise and hurriedly reseated herself at the book-laden table. Looking closely at the cup in Donatos's hands, she wondered hopefully if the drink was meant for her, but received a negative answer. Heading for the exit, the hero reminded a distracted Hennis of the paramount importance of studying hard in his prolonged absence, causing her to have conflicting mixed feelings. In the chilly hallway, Steros offered the protagonist his special warming tea, but he resolutely preferred the cold. Hennis pondered Donatos's extraordinary abilities, remembering their conversation about helping each other in the library. Only now she realized that her powers would not be enough. Realizing the need to focus on her studies, the girl tried to push away the distracting thoughts by grabbing her head. She returned to her studies, trying not to be distracted by thinking about her classmates' abilities. Meanwhile, Lena was in the academy courtyard practicing her use of magic by launching magic crystals into the air. A student strolling through the grounds was suffering from the cold, his intermittent breathing turning into thick clouds of vapor. Feldrua was surprised at his apprentice's complaints of cold, despite the magical leather cloak given by the royal family. He urged the Ice Spirit King contractor to meet the cold face-to-face without hiding behind magical artifacts. The young man ironically suggested that Feldrua's concern was due to his good mood, leaning carelessly on a large snowmaw. Suddenly, a giggling girl jumped out of the scattering snow figure, greatly frightening the unsuspecting guy with her appearance. Lillian, shaking off the snow, admitted that she had been hiding in a cold snowdrift for a long time, all to find out the exact time of her friend's departure. Rude was unpleasantly shocked by her reckless act, rightly considering it extremely dangerous to the fragile health of her frivolous friend. Not only was Lillian shivering from the penetrating cold, but she was also upset by her friend's harsh reaction to her attempt at surprise. Realizing his abruptness and remembering her tendency to catch colds, Rude carefully wrapped his warm scarf around Lillian's neck. The girl, trying to defuse the situation, jokingly wondered if he was trying to strangle her under the pretext of protecting her from illness. Clare was surprised at Donatos's awareness of her propensity for colds, wondering about the source of the information. He recounted an incident from their past life when Lillian fell into an icy lake during a battle with a giant ichthyosaur. The young man remembered how hard he had laughed at her blue-eyed, trembling visage, for which he had been thrown into the same lake by the swordswoman. Lillian asked with a smile, wondering if this amusing memory was not enough to finally redeem his guilt over the past. Rude interjected in surprise, not quite sure what his friend was getting at with this conversation. The girl explained that his past life was behind him, and he should not blame himself for the death of his comrades. She sincerely wanted to convey to him the idea that the deaths of their friends were not his fault, trying to ease Rude's mental torment. The student interrupted her speech, awarding her a flick and calling her words nonsense, to which Lillian reacted with a cry of pain. The protagonist admonished Lillian, advising her to put her best foot forward in his absence and try to make friends with someone else, jokingly adding that she still blushes at the sight of their faces. Clare, rubbing the bump and writhing slightly in pain, remarked that she wasn't the only one with such a problem, hinting at their shared tendency to embarrass themselves. Rude did not argue, realizing the truth in her words, and they walked together to the carriage that awaited his departure. He moved forward and she stopped nearby, but suddenly she called out to him, making him turn around. Lillian suddenly threw herself at him, hugging him tightly and barely holding back the tears that were coming. Trying to smile, she admitted that she would miss him, but the moist glint in her eyes gave away her true feelings. Rude, slightly annoyed, reminded her of the cold and tried to gently dismiss the girl, advising her to go to the warmth. Stepping aside, Lion waved to the departing carriage, seeing her friend off with a glance. Sitting in the carriage, Rude stared out the window, immersed in memories of the words of the swordswoman who did not want him to feel guilty for the deaths of their comrades. He realized that he would never be able to forget what had happened, and the guilt of being the only survivor wouldn't let him go. The hero berated himself for being weak and useless, thinking that if someone else had survived, this cycle wouldn't have to start over. Now he couldn't even ask Lion why she had saved him and why she wasn't offended, which tormented his soul even more. Looking at the snow falling outside the window, Donatos decided that he would have to find the answer to this agonizing question himself. The journey from the academy to the capital was a half-hour carriage ride, followed by several warp gate crossings, adding another 3 hours to the border. Ibris, the center of the trade kingdom of Atun, was a bustling metropolis befitting its status as the continent's business hub. Bright lights illuminated only the central neighborhoods, while the peripheral slums were drowned in filth and gloom. While walking around the neighborhood, Rude noticed a lot of vagrants and criminal elements hanging around the streets. The locals eyed the newcomer with suspicion, for the appearance of a stranger in their neighborhood was a rarity. Crystal ironically remarked that Rude was a true orienteer, capable of getting lost even with a map in daylight. The young man tried to refute this statement, assuring his skills in reading schematics while nervously crumpling the paper in his hands. He insisted on his competence, denying instances of long wandering through forests or mistaking a dragon's mouth for a cave. Feldrua sarcastically summarized that the guy wasn't a topographical guy, but a regular goon, to which the guy justified himself by the similarity of the setting. The Spirit King questioned whether the wanderer would make it to his destination today, given his snail's pace. Rude reassured his companion, pointing to a man behind him who he thought knew the way to the right place. A stranger with an axe behind his back threateningly warned the young man of the toll, demonstrating his strength by striking his fist against his palm. Suddenly, Rude drew his sword, surprising his attacker, who had not expected such a quick reaction from the young man. Once close to the Atun resident, Donatos showed the map and inquired about the location of Duveil's mansion. The man, grinning, asked if the young man realized who he was dealing with, hinting at his importance in these parts. The student unenthusiastically clarified the identity of the threatener, clearly unimpressed by the local thug's attempt at intimidation. Enraged, the Atunian reached for his weapon, promising to teach the defiant boy a lesson for disrespecting the authority figures of the underworld. Introducing himself as Executioner Volvic of the Ferocious Dogs, he swung, but Rude instantly pinned his weapon to the ground. As the young man pondered the familiar name of the grouping, Volvic turned pale at the surprise and strength of the enemy. Donatos remembered his past debt to the faction, which caused the man to be even more afraid and misunderstood. Realizing his mistake, Volvic's face changed dramatically, losing his former confidence and admitting that he had attacked the wrong man. Rude asked the pale Atunian nonchalantly if he would now be willing to walk him to the right place without too much trouble. As the student approached the gate of the house, he noticed that he had circled around in vain while a startled Volvic followed him. Feldrua inquired about Rude's ties to the Ferocious Dogs unit, to which he spoke of his past as a mercenary before entering the academy. Donatos pondered the fate of the leader of the dogs, pushing the gate open with his hand and entering the grounds of the Duveil mansion. As he approached the door and noticed the broken window, the young man instantly realized that there might be uninvited guests in the house and braced himself for possible danger. Once inside, and finding many footprints on the floor, Rude realized the uselessness of a key for breaking into a room that had already been opened. Keeping his weapon at the ready, the student cautiously made his way down to the basement, ready for an unexpected encounter with possible intruders. Descending downstairs, Donatos was struck by the unexpected sight before his eyes in the semi-darkness of the room. The young man struggled to squeeze out the words as he saw the motionless body lying on the cold stone floor of the basement ahead. As he approached the body, Rude was surprised to find that the body on the floor was not a human, but a magical creature of the fairy race. The Spirit King noticed faint signs of life in the fairy, assuming that secret slavery by other races was practiced in Ibris. Examining the fairy's feet closely, Donatos suspected the presence of a curse, regretting that it was probably too late for help. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a subtle rustle that made Rude instantly alert and ready for a possible attack. Instantly reacting, the young man created a magical shield that successfully deflected the blade strike of the unknown assailant. The attacker's hood shifted slightly at the moment of attack, allowing Donatos to see his opponent's childlike face with surprise. After landing nearby, the attacker angrily demanded that his mother not be touched, accusing Rude of obscenity. He instantly activated the magic circle, firing energy arrows at the intruder. However, the attack was fruitless. The reflected magic threw the kid himself off without harming the experienced Donatos. Rising up, the young mage questioned the reasons for the spirit's disobedience in bewilderment, not understanding why his spell had not worked properly. Donatos speculated aloud that the spirit probably feared the repercussions of attacking the one he considered in charge of the situation. Feldrua noticed that the child seemed to be cursed with a similar spell, but still retained the strength to resist it, judging by his active movements. Upon seeing the stranger bare his blade, the terrified child began to scream loudly, desperately calling for his mother's help. Annoyed by the noise, Donatos asked the kid to stop screaming and pointed his sword at the curse-stricken child's leg. To the kid's amazement, the sword began to heal upon contact, getting rid of any traces of the dark spell. Rude watched in amazement as his weapon continued to absorb the curse's magical energy without stopping the process. Feldrua commented on the unusual properties of the sword being able to absorb curses and mana, noting the complexity of the process. Finished with the healing, Donato stepped away from the child, but the child called out to him, calling him uncle, and asking an unexpected question. The kid asked if Rude was going to sell it to someone else, to which he received a surprised reply of no particularity. Donatos replied sharply that this was not his house, and the child's circumstances did not interest him, ordering him not to interfere with his search for the book he needed. Feldrua ironically noted Rude's modesty in first breaking the curse and now grumbling, to which he received a gruff order to shut up. The child, after examining the healed leg, shifted his gaze to his mother, contemplating a plan to save her from the curse. The kid cautiously got to his feet, asking the guy about the book he was looking for, trying to get his attention. Showing a certain cover, the child asked if this was the book the stranger was looking for in their home. Donatos reacted irritably to the child's actions, clearly unhappy with his interference in the search and sensing a catch. The young mage wondered if Ruda's sword was really capable of taking away curses, pointing to the weapon with obvious interest. Without waiting for an answer, the fairy child rushed toward the burning fireplace ready for decisive action. The kid shouted an ultimatum, demanding his mother be saved. Threatening to burn the book, he realized Donatos was looking for otherwise. The baby continued to scream, begging for his mother to save him, holding the book by the fire despite Rude's approach. Donatos leaned over slightly as he approached and tried to explain the nature of the curse to the child, describing its spread through the body to the heart. The hero regretfully reported that neither potions nor other remedies would help anymore. Donatos, unable to hide the truth, bluntly told the crying baby that his mother would die despite his best efforts. The fairy child, sobbing, begged to lift the curse on his mother in the same way Rude had healed his leg. Donatos thought about forcibly taking the book away, but Crystal reminded him that the man in front of them was only a child. The student tried to justify his cruelty by talking about the need to realize the harshness of reality as early as possible. Taking advantage of the moment, Rude abruptly snatched the book from the hands of the distracted child. Donatos rebuked the toddler's inability to hold on to the book despite the threats as he desperately reached for his mother's lost chance to save him. The hero harshly stated that the child's mother would die anyway and advised to think about her own survival. The fairy child, sobbing desperately, begged for help, offering herself as a slave in exchange for saving her mother. Rude coldly replied that pleading and begging would not solve the coming horrors of her life, and advised her not to rely on casual pity. Donatos cruelly stated that the child was worthless, even as a slave, and advised him to think of ways to become stronger. Jumping to his feet, the toddler, unable to stand it, shouted that he didn't want to live like this either, and demanded an explanation on how to get stronger. The fairy child emotionally expressed his helplessness, accusing the young man of being unable to understand the feelings of a weak creature. Donatos, remembering his difficult childhood, looked at the sobbing child with some pity. The student, uttering "until death," turned around and headed up the stairs trying to ignore the kid's pleas. The child, finding no other way out, collapsed on the floor and shed bitter tears, giving vent to the accumulated emotions. Going up to the room, the student made himself comfortable and immersed himself in the study of the book he had just received. The hero, ignoring the crystal's attempts to say something, told it to shut up and explained that the decision had been made. The goal was to get the diary. The young man abruptly cut the conversation short, hiding his face behind an open book and demanding to be left alone. Rude, studying the diary, discovered the bard's entries describing the deeper essence of his ancient craft, the skillful translation of life experience into poetry and music. The chronicler must remain an outside observer. By focusing on himself, He will disrupt the overall narrative. At this time, in the basement, the child knelt down before his dying mother, lying motionless on a stone dais, and began to pray silently. The hero, holding his breath, continued his enthusiastic reading of the yellowed pages of the diary, where the author confessed that, despite everything, he recorded his story, considering the experience valuable. A tattered diary colorfully described a fateful meeting with the mysterious Vanar, who heroically saved the author from a ferocious dragon. The bard noted with undisguised admiration the versatility of Vanar's talents, his mastery of weapons, magic, and leadership skills. The diary was peppered with bookmarks, telling of Vanar's many followers, among whom only a few could fight on par with him. The author noted 6 of the leader's cronies, 4 of whom, besides Balac and Lena, possessed great strength and the rank of comrades. Unexpectedly to the reader, this elite list included one Arcania, whose name caused the student to question in surprise. The student, surprised at the mention of an unknown name among historical figures, huffed, for he was sure it was not found in history textbooks. Anticipating to find the clue further, he began impatiently flipping through the pages of the diary in search of more information. The headline, "They're all just crazy," shocked the guy, so he decided to study their descriptions in detail. Diana is flashy, Killian is power-obsessed, Reynold is overbearing, and Arcania is a cloud-hovering. Reynold, who had liberated his hometown, smiled with a black eye, dreaming of a world without dragons after defeating the Thunder Lizard. The record mentioned an upcoming battle with a dragon warrior and a flying dragon in the ruins of Irnum Forest, where there was supposedly a passageway to a hovering island. The author noted the general weariness of the protracted war, singling out only Vanar and Arcania, who maintained their usual behavior in the face of the powerful Dragon King. The decisive moment had come. While the Dragon Slayers fought the army of monsters, a squad of warriors secretly infiltrated the enemy's sanctuary. The student continued to read of triumph of the warriors, signaling the triumph of humanity and the imminent end of the protracted war, promising peace to the tormented continent. The author of the diary wondered about Vanar's motives. Why did he seal the 7th dragon instead of killing it, and kept the others alive by simply banishing them? The unanimous agreement of the companions on this decision remained a mystery as well, raising questions about what had happened in the dragon's lair. After the victory, the war band broke up. Killian founded a clan in the north, Diana returned to the tower, Reynold became emperor, and Vanar decided to open an academy. The fate of Arcania, Elaine, and Belle remained unknown, prompting the diary's author to contemplate returning to her former life. The last cryptic entry stated Vanar's visit, leaving the reader in the dark about further events and the fates of the characters. The student closed the journal with regret, having found no answers to his questions or useful information for the current situation. Leaning back on the back of the couch, the young man asked Feldroy about his acquaintance with Alan Duville and the mysterious dragons of the past. Crystal remained silent, and the hero reminded him of the previously mentioned events of the founding of the Empire and the building of the Imperial Castle. The student speculated that 700 years ago, Feldroy accompanied the first Dragon Slayers, bound by contract to the legendary warrior Vanar. Not knowing the location of the Sealstone led the young man to believe that Feldroy and Vanar's paths had diverged before this key moment. The hero guessed that in the Dragon Sanctuary the Spirit King met the one who sent him back in time with a fateful alliance. The stone seemed to crumble away, unable to answer the student's insightful speculation about events of the distant past. The young man, feeling that he was nearing a clue, persisted in asking about the incidents of 7 centuries ago. Feldroy only repeated that he couldn't talk about it, causing the anger of the annoyed student, who forcefully pounded his fist on the table, indignantly demanding an explanation from the silent crystal. Suddenly, the student's anger was interrupted by a girl who came out of the basement with an apology and a timid request for help. Without turning around, the young man reminded the child of the futility of further attempts, but the little girl insisted on her awareness. The girl, peering slightly out from behind the door, whispered that this would be her last request to the stranger. The child, unable to hold back her tears, struggled to squeeze out a mention of her mother, unable to finish the sentence. The little girl, choking on her sobs, begged to carry her mother to where the forest could be seen, hoping for one last mercy. Despite the formal abolition of slavery, fairies, with their enchanting looks and voices, remained desirable prey for slave traders. A little fairy led her dying mother through the forest, seeking to fulfill her last wish before she went to the spirit world. The long lives of the fairies, who reach adulthood only by the age of 150, originate in the spirit world they abandoned in the distant past. The young man's thoughts turn to the mysterious moment when fairies take their last breath and leave the material world, returning to their origins. The fading mother barely whispered her daughter's name, putting all her tenderness and love into it. The fairy comforted little Renee, assuring her that everything would be all right and she would always stay by her side, her hand gently touching the child's face in the last moments of earthly existence. The fairy's soul and body dissolved, returning without a trace back to the original spirit world where they once came from. The girl, blaming herself, lamented her inability to save her mother, dreaming of growing up prematurely and being able to change her fate. Remembering her mother's promise of eternal presence, the girl tried to smile through her unshed tears. The hero reflected on the peaceful nature of the elves, who refused to fight and died because of their desire for eternal rest. Despite his lack of sympathy for the fairies, the hero approached Renee, stroked her head, and advised her to learn how to survive on her own without relying on outside help. Together they contemplated the setting sun, silently reflecting on overcoming life's hardships and inevitable losses. Leaving the forest clearing, the student went about his business, and the little fairy followed him, seeking protection. Suddenly, the girl stopped and called out to the departing young man, calling him uncle, which caused the young man to be slightly perplexed. The girl introduced herself by her full name, Renee Nastia, begging permission to stay close by and promising not to be an inconvenience. Rude realized that the slave owners would not let the fugitive go, and his home was the only safe place for the young fairy. Suddenly the young man stopped, remembering the spell Renee had used earlier, which surprised the girl, crashing into him. Turning to the fairy's big kind eyes, Rude suddenly asked to be taught some magic. Renee was embarrassed to admit that she was only a second circle mage and doubted the need to train such a strong young man. The student insisted, explaining his desire for additional skills and his willingness to start with the basics of the magical arts. In exchange for magic lessons, Rude promised to find Nastia a place to stay, clarifying his age and name as he moved forward. Renee clarified how to address her new acquaintance, and Donatos introduced himself, allowing her to call him by his first name. But the girl still called him Uncle Rude and ran to catch up with the young man at the entrance to the house. Seated on a crate in the forest, the fairy enthusiastically announced the start of the first magic lesson for her new student. Taking on the role of teacher, she demanded that the guy show her proper respect during class. The student marveled at the girl's quick recovery from her experience, suspecting pretense, but aloud only confirmed his understanding of her instructions. Coughing, Nastia stated that magic is like painting, starting her explanation with this simple analogy. The fairy continued, explaining that energy flows are used instead of colors, and creating a spell is like determining the nature and attributes of mana. She also compared choosing mana properties to choosing colors for a painting, noting the significant difference between magic and painting. The young teacher emphasized the ability to change spells multiple times even after use by demonstrating this in practice. The girl spoke of the increasing complexity of magic as the mage level increases, mentioning that archmages of the 8th circle were free to control it. After finishing her explanation, the young teacher curiously asked how many mana circles Uncle Rude had. The young man, rolling his eyes, replied that he had none of that, clearly unimpressed with the magical terminology. Rude demonstrated his hand with 4 wings, stating that his mana was concentrated there, causing the young fairy to stare in amazement. A stunned Renee asked if this was the legendary blue sky power passed down from the first hero, and about the history of obtaining it. The student ironically replied that he was just a special person and asked if the teacher had any additional comments. The fairy, having recovered from the shock, concluded that Rudd had no problems with the amount and management of energy, and suggested moving on to practical lessons. Putting on her glasses for solidity, she explained the basics of the magical arts: concentration of power, formation of technique, and embodiment through spellcasting. Renee stressed the importance of stabilizing and transforming mana, while Rude, sitting under a tree, mentally repeated basic magical concepts. The young fairy watched the hero's first magical experiments with admiration, noting his extraordinary talent and flawless spells. The student questioned the speed of magic realization, to which Renee objected emotionally, asserting the difficulty of fast sorcery even for professionals. Rude hinted at familiarity with those who dispensed with spells, but the fairy insisted on the extreme difficulty of instantly materializing magic. While Renee speculated on the complexity of instant sorcery, Donatos, sighing heavily, wondered if it was time for him to leave. The fairy tried to justify herself by emphasizing her student's talent, but he parried by comparing the speed of magic to the speed of a sword attack. Renee persisted in offering to help, intent on finding useful books in the study, ignoring Rude's attempts to refuse her services. The observer noted the efforts of the girl, who rushed to fulfill her promise to be helpful. Leaning against a tree, the young man enjoyed the forest sounds until he heard the crystal's unexpected comment about the fairy's quest for life. Surprised by the sudden interruption of the artifact's silence, the student jumped up, questioning the reason for the long silence. Feldrua offered to try magic through imagination, promising a little help in this difficult endeavor. The skeptical student still decided to experiment, despite doubts about the possibility of spell-free magic. To his amazement, the young man found that he was able to create the spell with the power of his imagination, opening his eyes in surprise. The Spirit King clarified the possibility of helping with calculations and imagery, wondering about the student's ability to control mana. A student wryly asked if the crystal was offering to accept a compromise for not being able to answer the questions. The Spirit King started to answer uncertainly, but the apprentice, admiring the result, declared it sufficient for actual combat. A fairy suddenly came running in with an armful of books and interrupted their conversation, loudly announcing the magic textbook they had found. The hero, trying to hide his surprise, carelessly inquired about the girl's return, showing off his newfound skill. Renee, shocked by what she saw, demanded an explanation of what had happened in her absence and the technique for performing magic. The student carelessly explained about the repetition of the technique and the idea of creating a three-dimensional diagram instead of a flat one. The alarmed fairy, realizing the danger, rushed to her careless apprentice, warning of the risks of losing control. Realizing the inevitability of the consequences, the student admitted his blunder with a smile, preparing for the inevitable magical incident. The teacher stopped and watched with a smile, realizing the inevitability of the impending event, but still, she was not angry. Hearing the explosion and seeing the discarded hero, the fairy stated the loss of control over the magic experiment. The millionaire Jillian's mansion in Ibris was abuzz with unusual excitement over the search for the young elven girl. Volvic, on his knees, reported the results of the stakeout to the general, doubting the identity of the wanted warrior. Balkan Deister, leader of the ferocious dogs, was fearsome in appearance with his powerful build and the scar across his face. Jillian, seized with rage, demanded the return of his stolen treasure, the elfess Cyrel, calling her his beloved. The millionaire rudely reminded Balkan of his duties, comparing the chief to a dog that it was time to work off the master's favor. Distier gritted his teeth and uttered rude Donatos' name, realizing the inevitability of his torment over this student. He grabbed himself by the neck, ordering him not to be overzealous, and also reminded him of the student's duty to him, which was undoubtedly in the chief's favor. Dark Mage Hyman called for discretion, recalling Rude's abilities, noted by the attention of the imperial family in the paper he was reading. Balkan, dismissing the rumors, knocked the paper out of the mage's hands, not wanting to hear about the merits of his opponent. Chief Ferocious Dogs stomped on a newspaper mentioning the student in a rage, calling him a deranged murderer. Distier, calling Rude a psychotic killer, drew the attention of everyone in the room to his person. Hyman noted with annoyance that he was not being listened to, and Jillian, alarmed, inquired as to the real strength of the enemy. The Dark Mage tried to reassure the millionaire, promising to prepare for Balkan's arrival despite the possible exaggeration of the rumors. Meanwhile, at the Duvel residence, Rude continued his training, mastering even the simplest of spells, combining them to enhance the effect. The apprentice was pondering the need to learn advanced magic from a more experienced mage when he was distracted by the voice of his young mentor. Renee, upon leaving the house, inundated Rude with questions about his plans for the day, lamenting the constant mess in the residence despite her best efforts. The young fairy asked her apprentice to be careful with the newly purchased clothes and to devote the day to quiet study rather than destructive training. Suddenly, Rude shouted to the fairy to duck, noticing a huge fireball flying towards her. The powerful explosion left 3 huge dents in the ground, partially destroying the house and filling the neighborhood with debris. Balkan Distier noted with irritation the pointlessness of the attack, displeased with its apparent ineffectiveness. The leader of the ferocious dogs abruptly ordered his warriors to refrain from rash actions within the Duvel residence. One of the fighters raking through the rubble expressed surprise at the strength of the enemy, confirming rumors of his high magical level. The chieftain expressed his hope for the elven woman's survival, fearing Jillian's wrath should she be killed by this idiotic attack. Renee, coughing and scrambling out from under the rubble, anxiously tried to find Rude and wondered about what had happened, noticing his surviving sword. The fairy, recognizing the weapon that broke her mother's curse, marveled at its invulnerability and Donatos' self-sacrifice in the explosion. Balkan, seeing the living elfess, asked about her condition with surprise and fear, causing a look of horror on the girl's face. He grabbed Renee, beginning to shake her roughly, demanding information on her mother's whereabouts. Receiving no response, in a fit of anger, he slapped the girl, ordering her to shut up and answer the adult's questions. Continuing to taunt the fairy, the chief again demanded to know the whereabouts of her mother. Renee, through her tears, shouted that her mother was back in the woods and they would never get to her. Angered by the response, Balkan threw the girl to the floor and struck again, eliciting a cry of pain from the little elfess. The chieftain, changing tactics, inquired as to the whereabouts of Rud Donatos, assuming his demise while the fairy continued to lie on the ground, trying to think of something. With no response, Balkan suggested that Rud might have gone back to the woods as well, intending to kick the elf who was huddled on the ground. Suddenly, Rud appeared behind Balkan's back, preventing a blow and causing a collision while Renee barely had time to cover her head. Balkan reached for his sword as he prepared for battle and asked Rud with a sneer if it was too late for him to act. "Traitor!" The leader of the ferocious dogs shouted furiously, accusing the protagonist of betrayal. A battered and frightened Renee struggled to say uncle as she turned to the defender who had appeared. Rud briefly ordered the girl to hide, discussing with Feldrua the effects of the recent curse and his condition. Donatos scornfully characterized the invading ferocious dogs as mere mongrels, causing a storm of indignation among the warriors. Renee was surprised to notice her apprentice's sword lying nearby and tried to draw Donatos' attention to the weapon. However, to the young fairy's amazement, the blade was already in the guy's hands, though she didn't even catch the moment he picked it up. Insulted by the comparison to mongrels, the squad members lunged at Donatos, eager to avenge the humiliation. Suddenly, the attackers' plans were disrupted by a powerful blast wave, causing the warriors to recoil in fear and scream. Balkan, trying to shield his face, concluded that it wasn't magic but some sort of explosive device, not realizing what was happening. As the smoke began to clear, they saw Rud once again, standing in the center with sword in hand, as if waiting for their next move. The warriors, spotting their target, rushed at Donatos with shouts, clutching daggers in their hands and preparing to strike. A new, even more powerful explosion went off, taking the attackers by surprise, giving no chance for a possible escape. The leader of the wild dogs, without losing his self-confidence, shouted mockingly, accusing Rud of lying and disrespecting the elite squad. His arrogance quickly evaporated, however, when the smoke cleared to reveal a horrifying sight. A charred body lying on the floor. "Biggs!" Balkan exclaimed in horror, realizing that his loyal friend had been burned alive in the heat of battle. The chieftain's fury increased when he realized it was magic after all. He ordered no fear, assuring them it was only first circle spells. But why are there so many of them? Balkan puzzled, watching the unpredictable series of explosions overlapping each other. The leader shouted in desperation to his men, "You stupid bastards! Open your eyes!" trying to anticipate the enemy's next attack. "You're the one who needs to take your eyes off." A voice suddenly sounded right behind Balkan's back, causing him to freeze. Rud, putting his sword to the chief's neck, asked ironically, "Has it been a long time?" "Yes," showing his superiority. When the smoke cleared, a horrifying picture was revealed. All the warriors lay breathless on the floor. Renee, shocked by what she saw, froze in a daze, unable to believe that her uncle had single-handedly defeated an entire troop. The young fairy mentally wondered about Rud's true nature, realizing the extent of his hidden power. The observant Renee noticed that Donatos' red sword caused explosions every time it came in contact with her opponent's blood. The fairy continued to ponder the number of special blades Rud had, remembering the curse-removing sword as well. Donatos, still holding his weapon at Balkan's throat, bitterly recalled past abuse, perplexed as to the reasons for the chieftain's anger. Destire gritted his teeth in anger, denying the accusation of bullying Rud. The leader of the ferocious dogs, calling Denatoa an ungrateful idiot, accused him of treachery and killing half the troop. The student, surprised by Balkan's words, demanded an explanation, not understanding what his opponent was talking about. Destire, showing off his scar, accused Rud of killing a comrade in arms for the sake of some nameless refugee child and disfiguring his face. Rud was amazed to realize the inconsistency in Balkan's words, remembering that he had not killed the ferocious dogs in his past life, nor had he been a favorite of the chieftain. Donatos remembered that he himself had been the nameless refugee child that Distir had spoken of. Images of the past came to mind. The ferocious dogs, a gang of wimps and scum who practiced street fighting. After the death of his family, Rude and his brother ended up in Ibris, where the elder quickly gained the respect of the mercenaries, while the younger was considered a burden. It brought back memories of the days when Asir protected his brother, but due to Balkan's assignments, he was often absent, leaving the younger one to be torn apart by the gang. The turning point came when the brother accidentally witnessed Rude being brutally beaten by members of the squad. Furious at what he saw, Asir Donatos didn't hesitate to interrupt half of the ferocious dogs in defense of his younger brother. The elder Donatos not only interrupted part of the gang, but also instilled mortal terror in the surviving members of the squad. In the carnage, Asir left an indelible scar on Chief Balkan's face, changing his appearance forever. Rude realized that the perpetrator of those events was not him, but his older brother, Asir Donatos, who had protected him. Memories came in waves. Little Rude, shocked by his brother's cruelty, questioned the necessity of killing all offenders. Azer, trying to calm the younger man, explained his actions, stroking Rude's head with tenderness and regret. Saying goodbye, the older brother bitterly reported the inevitability of separation, emphasizing that everything done is for the sake of protecting the native. Wanted notices spread throughout Atun, forcing Asir to flee and leave his younger brother in the care of a trusted person. Despite the measures taken, a series of events left young Rudd all alone and unsupported. And it was not until many years later that he heard the news of his brother that changed his life forever. Rude, puzzled by Balkan's reaction, realized the strangeness of the situation in a world where his brother had never existed. A disturbing thought flashed through the young man's mind. Was he now responsible for all of Asher's deeds from his past life? The protagonist sighed heavily as he noticed his opponent's blood on the blade of his sword, foreshadowing the imminent explosion. With a slight smirk, Rude mentally noted that such effects would now accompany every battle he fought. Balkan tried to turn around to figure out the intent of the young man standing behind him, but didn't have time to react to the sudden explosion at his back. The leader of the ferocious dogs screamed in pain, flying away under the impact of the powerful shockwave, not realizing what was happening. Balkan, trying to justify his rage, began to speak of possible reasons for Rude's actions, but he cut him off abruptly, thrusting his sword into the ground between the legs of his defeated opponent. The student bitterly noted that even after all this time, the ferocious dogs remain a despicable organization that continues to bully defenseless children. The chieftain, fearfully watching the sword glittering with red light, surrounded by miniature lightning bolts, was perplexed by the cryptic words about time. Donatos coldly replied that a dying man did not need to know that, waiting for the sword to finish preparing for the final blow. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shook the surrounding area, soaring high into the sky and marking the end of the confrontation. The hero stepped aside and wiped his face tiredly, expressing his exhaustion after the intense fight. The apprentice, noticing Nastia approaching, sternly ordered her to stay back and find a safe hiding place. The girl, however, without listening to him, ran up close and grabbed hold of Rude's clothes and looked back fearfully, shouting for an immediate escape. The girl anxiously recounted the story of Jillian's thug tormenting her and her mother, and the mercenaries in his mansion while the hero listened intently. Nastia warned of the dark sorcerer's presence and begged Rude to flee, fearing for his safety. Suddenly, the fairy felt her feet lifted off the ground. Someone lifted her up, grabbing her from behind by her clothes. The student sat the girl on his shoulders, suddenly agreeing to go into the enemy's lair under her guidance. Nastia, clutching at Rude's hair, tried desperately to convince him to run, but he explained that he would need too much time alone. Rude, trying to look into Nastia's eyes, decided to teach her a lesson about the two things you always have to pay for in gratitude for learning magic. Donatos explained that the former was kindness and the latter was oppression, which helped calm the agitated girl and give her confidence. At this time, in Jillian's mansion, the dark mage and the millionaire were watching through the magic orb, amazed by what they saw. Hyman stated Balkan's death after seeing his breathless body through a magical device. The millionaire, unable to keep on his feet from fear, collapsed to the floor, shivering and muttering about the incredible power of the dead leader. A dark mage watching through a magic orb reported Rude's approach, causing Jillian to panic, ordering all elf slaves to be locked away as they fled. The fleeing millionaire, reminding Hyman one last time of his generous investment, demanded that he destroy the monster without damaging his treasure. The dark mage, mentally lamenting the need to save the fatty, recognized the importance of funding for his research. Hyman assured Jillian with contrived confidence and an enigmatic smile that he had the means to counter the threat. When the millionaire realized what he was talking about, he perked up and smiled contentedly. Jillian raved about Hyman's research, referring to the inhuman experiments that created a super-strong warrior. The downed guards shouted curses and demanded to stop, while Rude moved forward with ease with the fairy on his shoulders. Donatos, having easily overpowered the guards, noted the wealth of the owner, judging by the number of guards in the residence. Nastia, concerned about Rude's condition after the fight, reminded him of humanity even towards his enemies. The protagonist explained that he was forced to defend himself as opponents attacked him, ignoring the warning. As they approached the entrance to the mansion, the number of attackers increased, confirming Rude's words about the incessant attacks. Suddenly, one of the defeated guards began to wriggle and crawl strangely towards the exit, drawing Donatos and Nastia's attention. A huge paw with sharp claws pinned the guard who tried to escape to the ground, and the creature stared at the student ahead of it. Nastia, stunned by what she saw, could barely get a word out, recognizing something terribly familiar in what was happening. Rude assumed they were beasts of mana, but immediately refuted his guess, admitting that he had never seen such creatures. The young man identified the creatures as chimeras, illegally created by magically combining different creatures. Donatos marveled at the illogic of releasing beasts unable to distinguish enemy from ally, watching them devour the guards. Pulling another blade from its sheath, the boy prepared for an imminent fight with the monstrous creatures. Gently lowering Nastia to the ground, the young man covered her with his body and urged her to find safe shelter. No sooner had the girl moved a safe distance away than a mysterious Dracator warrior appeared from the depths of the residence. The monstrous creatures instantly interrupted their bloody meal, sensing the appearance of a new creature. The eyes of all the beasts fixed on the Dracator, silently recognizing him as their leader and awaiting commands. Rude, realizing the complexity of the opponent made up of dragon parts, beasts, and mana beasts, resolutely rushed to attack. Renee, seized with fear for her uncle, tearfully ran after him without heeding the order to take cover. The protagonist, having managed to shield the girl from danger, simultaneously put his sword in front of him, preparing to face the monstrous foe. The elfess clutched at Rude's arm and explained that she recognized the Dracator as someone from her past. Memories came flooding back to the fairy, a kind voice calling her Little Renee and warning her against traveling alone. The girl, barely holding back tears, informed the young man that the former keeper of their sacred flame, Nastia, was before them. Crystal speculated that part of the chimera might contain the living essence of a guardian elf, despite the likely memory degradation. Rude barely had time to dodge the Dracator's lightning-fast attack, cradling Nastia to his side for her protection. Watching the incredible speed and power of his opponent, the hero realized the colossal difference in their levels. The protagonist, having created a protective shield, seized the moment to apply techniques from his past life. Among the fighting techniques Rude chose was the Swallow, a technique he had developed in past battles on the battlefields. The Dracator, focused on dodging the attack, didn't notice as the student went on a rapid offensive, increasingly intensifying his attacks. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, the hero lightning-fast shortened the distance, drawing his sword to strike. Closing in on his opponent, Rude unleashed a powerful sword strike, aiming for the Dracator's back. The former elf, realizing that he would not be able to dodge, realized that he had only one maneuver left to avoid defeat. Wasting no time, the enemy lunged upwards, swinging his axe-like weapon, seeking to strike back. But the protagonist did not want to retreat and continued to press with his sword, little by little breaking the enemy's defense, although it was difficult to do so. After realizing that his efforts were not yielding the desired results, he decided to use the snow-clearing technique, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. This technique was able to strike with such force that the young man's opponent gasped in surprise and pain, staggering under the onslaught. The opponent was able to stay on his feet and even put distance between himself and the young warrior, who continued the relentless attack. After examining his body, the Flamekeeper realized that although he had wounds, they were not that deep, and he could still continue fighting. He immediately threw himself at Rude, who was pondering intensely, trying to recall the name of the technique that could help him defeat the Dracator once and for all. Donatos exclaimed he remembered the name of the wolf technique and in a flash used it against the attacking creature. Feldrua marveled that the student had put the condensed energy of the previous attack into the sword and released it, and complained about the childish names of the techniques. The young man parried that the names of the techniques should be interesting and easy to pronounce, then rushed into battle, determined to win. Donatos was in for a surprise in the form of a weapon that emitted dark magic, which began to envelop the enemy in an ominous aura. The ominous artifact became the source of purple thunder discharges, from which the student hurriedly moved away, trying to keep a safe distance. The hero froze as he watched the stranger in the sky create a circle with a pattern, using a weapon that emitted formidable waves of energy. The young fairy, hiding behind a tree, watched and realized that the stranger was the dark wizard Hyman. Crystal asked if the hero needed help as he changed weapons, retrieving them from the spatial room. The lad refused to help, for this time the opponent was out of his reach, and the young man had to think of something to change that. Donatos explained that magic is made up of mana, techniques, and spells, and can be easily dealt with by destroying the structure. The hero shouted that he would take care of the remaining mana, and, swinging his sword, sent a powerful energy pulse towards the enemy. The radiation from the blade created a wave, ready to counter Hyman's black magic and dissipate its destructive power. The dark wizard watched in horror as the student dispelled his magic, but it wasn't just that. Taking a closer look, Hyman realized that what was happening was more like devouring magic rather than just dispelling it. The dark mage wondered what kind of sword it was and tried to use some other spell for another attack. Donatos turned to the black silhouette floating in the sky and asked its intentions with a note of challenge in his voice. Throwing a blade pulsing with magical energy at the enemy, Rude accurately hit the target, ordering the enemy down. Cursing his luck, Hyman began to fall, trying to create a protective barrier to soften the landing. Frowning, the mage complained of mana depletion and the need to use restorative magic after Rude's single attack. The hard landing made the dark wizard cough up blood, spitting out a few teeth and struggling to regain mana flow. Donatos, approaching the defeated mage, remarked ironically about the uselessness of sixth circle magic with such a fragile enemy body. Hyman, stunned by the ease with which the boy had defeated the high-level mage, mentally puzzled over the nature of his opponent's powers. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the mage mentally planned to escape by teleportation, but Rude, anticipating his intentions, pressed the mage's hand with his foot. The student, proposing to simplify the situation, swung his weapon, preparing to take his opponent's head off with one blow. The girl, as she continued to take cover behind the tree, noticed the strange behavior of the past keeper of the flame and became frightened. She began to call out to Uncle Rudd, trying to warn him of the danger that threatened them all. But the appearance of the monster between the protagonist and the dark magician alone alerted the student to the impending threat. Hyman rejoiced, realizing that this was his chance to avoid reprisal and escape his powerful adversary. The dark mage shouted to the creature, "Finish your business, loser!" and shoved it in the back, pointing it at the hero. The disciple was prepared for the attack, so he delivered the strongest possible blow right in the middle of the monster's body, aiming to destroy it. The student noted with regret that the creature's core was destroyed, and it would not last long, looking at the mutilated body with a huge hole in the middle lying on the ground. The girl ran toward them with tears and a cry of, "Uncle Rude!" unable to believe what had happened. The apprentice warned her not to come any closer, for the monster could still be dangerous, and grabbed her by her clothes, preventing her from getting any closer. Rude and Renee watched as the soul of the defeated Flame Guardian ascended, realizing the rarity and value of such creatures. The protagonist wondered how such a powerful creature could end up in the hands of a weak dark mage, while Renee wept inconsolably, unable to contain her emotions. The elfess remembered the Flamekeeper's kindness to her and her mother when she was still alive, which intensified her grief. Nastia, with concern in her voice, asked Rude about the possible whereabouts of the escaped abusers. Donatos succinctly replied that the fugitives were not far away and seriously wounded, making it clear that they were easy to catch up with. The elfess, clenching her fists in anger, wondered if the young man intended to pursue them, unable to forgive the slavery and suffering of his family. Rude briefly confirmed his intention while simultaneously plunging his hand into the spatial vault in search of something. Drawing his powerful sword, Donatos inquired if Nastia would like to accompany him on this endeavor. The elven girl, realizing her mother's possible disappointment, nevertheless strongly agreed, driven by a thirst for revenge and justice. At this time, millionaire Jillian was shouting for everyone to come out and defend the mansion, calling his servants useless bastards, when suddenly, a dark mage fell out of the teleporter right in front of him. The frightened millionaire, seeing the mage's condition, cried out in horror, not realizing what had happened. Hyman rudely cut Jillian short, being confused by the power of the unknown enemy and realizing the necessity of escape. The millionaire, sensing the betrayal, reminded the mage of his sacrifices for his research, trying to hold the fleeing man back. Jillian, trying to hold the mage back, began to list all the resources and assistance provided for research on creating chimeras. Hyman, stopping, shouted irritably, "Why talk about research in the face of mortal danger? demanding the keys to the stables, explaining the need to flee on horseback due to mana depletion. Suddenly, a powerful wave of mana rained down on the dark mage from above, causing him unbearable pain and making him scream in agony. The protagonist wondered where Hyman was going, appearing out of nowhere and blocking his path. Feldrua, amazed at the power of the hero's weapon, asked about the nature of the sword that destroyed the treasury. Donatos explained that it was Philia, a slashing sword capable of destroying space, formerly owned by Lion, but requiring a huge mana expenditure. Jillian, upon seeing Rude, screamed in panic at the monster trying to flee. The millionaire, still screaming for help, tripped over the bound slaves, falling to the floor. Jillian's body was suddenly wrapped in ropes and he collapsed helplessly, becoming the captive of a student with questions. Rude noted that he would deal with Hyman quickly, drawing the attention of a startled Jillian. Donatos, kicking the dead mage, inquired about the origins of the strong elf-turned chimera, realizing they couldn't have captured him on their own. Jillian, realizing his plight, confessed through sobs to his ties to the black market of Ibris and the men in white robes with dragon masks. Rude mentally repeated the description of the mysterious merchants, wondering about the possible involvement of the Church of the Dragon. The student pondered the strange organization that dreamed of dragon domination, assuming their involvement in the destruction of Nastia's tribe and the kidnapping of the Guardians. The sobbing and screaming fat man assured me that he had told everything he knew, begging me to do whatever he wanted with his treasured slaves, spitting saliva in all directions. Even though some of the elves had already started to rot, some of them were still fresh, which was what the millionaire was shouting about, clearly angering his former slaves. He continued shouting, offering to take all his money, begging for mercy, to which the guy only laughed, asking if he was serious. The millionaire on the floor turned around to look at the angry faces of the slaves, certain that they agreed with him. The elves, hungry for revenge, were unstoppable, trying every way they could to inflict pain, such as sticking their fingers in their eyes. He was very lucky, though he was exhausted to be alive. Jillian sat against the wall and barely uttered a prayer for salvation. Turning to the young fairy, the millionaire asked Renee, his love, to save him, saying that Cyril would not want to see her like this. The millionaire continued to press the girl's sore spot, claiming that her mom protected her with all her love. Repeating the fatty's words, the fairy expressed that her mother wouldn't want to see her like this and threw the dagger to the floor. Saying that she would do something different, the fairy sat down across from the fat man and looked intently into his eyes. Nastia explained that she would start making small holes in his body and then slowly let air flow through them. She began to apply her abilities and parallel her description of how the air would gradually travel through his veins, into his eyes, organs, and finally his brain. The millionaire's body began to inflate rather quickly, with blood spurting out of some of the holes. The fairy reminded him that her whole clan would curse him for the rest of the hundreds of years they would live, and left, leaving him to suffer. Renee looked at Rude with a smile, remembering his words that it was only fair, for a millionaire is a harasser. Rude tried to turn away and remain silent, but Feldrua had picked up on the fact that the student had taught her something good. The young man, as he approached Jillian's residence, noted with annoyance the considerable number of casualties among the dead. The aide reported the two main culprits: a pervert who abused illegal slaves like some kind of beautiful trophy, just his body carried by two warriors. The second corpse belonged to a dark sorcerer conducting illegal experiments to create chimeras, which also deserved to be executed. The guild leader's aide remarked that despite the good cause of saving the slaves, the killing of so many mercenaries was hard to ignore. Guy began to explain to his assistant a possible justification for what had happened, catching his attention with an unusual suggestion. He continued, assuming the version of an out-of-control chimera that did not distinguish between its own and strangers as the culprit of numerous murders. The aide, writing something down, reminded them that they, as representatives of the guild in Ibris, might not be overly concerned about the incident. Abel noted the inevitability of the imperial family's intervention in Atun's affairs because of the problems with the slave trade and dark magicians. The deputy noted the kid's incredible violence for his age, which raised some concerns. Guild leader. Dull Moon emphasized the importance of maintaining a clean reputation for a young person's future entry into the guild. The deputy, watching the collection of corpses, pondered the young man's ability to use people to his advantage. Meanwhile, the cunning future hero, as the assistant mentally dubbed him, along with the fairy were resting after the grueling battle. The protagonist ironically rebuked the guild for their poverty, alluding to their inability to provide basic assistance even after months of existence. Huate, annoyed, recalled his efforts to restore order after the young man's actions, not hiding his irritation. The student grudgingly stated that he was not the one who had been so cruel to that pig, in an attempt to justify himself to his interlocutor. The fairy lying next to the book was briefly distracted and defiantly coughed, trying to remind herself. Rude asked Abel about plans to accompany the rescued elves to Vernica, mentioning his upcoming departure to Parma. The guild leader shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped closer, asking if there was a special reason to take the elves specifically to Vernica. Rude explained that no other country treats elves with such kindness and spirit worship as Vernica. Plus, it's a chance to repay debts to the Lady of Hearts. The protagonist agreed that they would have to visit Vernica anyway, and a good reputation could be built up at the same time. Donatos discussed the length of the mana-powered train ride, asking Huete to take care of Renee in his absence. While Huete was seething with anger and lack of respect from the student, Nastia called out to Uncle Rude, wanting to tell him something. When Rude finally asked what the girl wanted, she ran off, shouting, "Never mind." Crystal rebuked the young man for being heartless, to which he replied that such a decision had been made from the beginning. Rude listed his future plans, including a trip to Parma and studying magic, explaining the impossibility of traveling with a child. Feldrua wondered why Rude had decided to stay a week for the sake of saying goodbye to the elves. The young man realized the rightness of the spirit's words and tried to understand the motives for his unexpected action, without finding a logical explanation. Out of the window could see part of the train on which the elves were to make the long journey to their new home. Abel, who was accompanying the group, sat across from a sad Renee, who lowered her head in sad silence. Trying to lighten the mood, the boy spoke to the girl about Rude's coldness and their failed goodbye. Renee, unexpectedly calling Huete grandpa, shared memories of her time with Donatos and her dreams of strength and independence. Huete, taken aback by the address, grandpa, didn't have time to object as Renee continued to share memories of her time with Rude. Renee expressed her desire to become as strong as her mentor and be able to fight on her own so that no one else could become her master. The girl wondered if her uncle would have taken her with him if she had been strong enough, pondering the missed opportunity. Renee frowned and called Rude stupid, nasty, and bald, while Abel, who was sitting across from her, was still reeling from the unexpected address of Grandpa. Suddenly, there was a familiar voice making a remark, noting the harshness of her words, making her slightly startled, not expecting outside interference. Rude, standing at the door, ironically recalled her concern, expressing his displeasure at her words, especially the mention of baldness. A surprised Renee asked why her uncle was here, while Abel continued to sit sadly across the table, looking questioningly at the unexpected guest. The guy, saying the first thing that came to mind, explained his appearance by saying that he had gotten lost, though that didn't sound too plausible. The girl doubted his words, wondering how he had managed to get here if he was truly lost, for that was unlikely. Unable to bear it, the young man confessed that he wanted to make a cool goodbye, but couldn't do it because of his patheticness, and asked if she was happy now. In a fit of anger, Donatos promised to pay back all the money spent on Renee, even if it took years. Pausing slightly, he caught Huete's puzzled look. Donatos offered the girl the freedom to choose her path, but with the condition to fulfill her debt, threatening to prosecute her in case of escape, which attracted the attention of some elves. Holding out his hand to Rena, the mentor said, "If you understand, let's go," inviting her to follow him despite her previous disagreement. The girl called him a jerk and warned him that if he kept this up, he would indeed go bald, but still took a couple steps in his direction. Pushing herself off the ground, Renee jumped and kicked the student in the stomach with her whole body, calling him a stupid uncle, expressing her conflicting feelings in this way. Abel, not understanding the situation, threatened to send Nastia to Vernica if she didn't get off Donatos immediately. She blamed Rude for what had happened, claiming that he should have told her sooner, to which he objected, reproaching her for her sudden disappearance. Realizing the train's imminent departure, they ran to get off in time, bantering with each other along the way. In the magical kingdom of Parma, in the residence of Hafle, Hennis fell asleep soundly at her desk after Hardy, one of the servants, wanted to enter the Countess's room, but he was stopped by an unknown man, warning him not to disturb the sleeping woman. The attendant inquired loudly about the presence of the Countess, but the second man interrupted him, confirming that she was asleep and asking not to be awakened. Iris Hafle, owner of the Crimson Tower, spoke of Hennis's application for a leave of absence after completing her sophomore year program, and is now back and dedicated to researching mana fever without a single day off. The attendant marveled at the innocent and adorable heart of the younger sister, who loves her older sister so much that she would do anything for her. The tower owner expressed her wish that Hennis would remember to take care of herself as well, not just her research and desire to help her sister. The tower owner inquired about recent events related to Hennis that had caught her attention, to which the worker reported a call from the station, transmitted through communication magic. It turned out that a certain guest was looking for the young mistress, which made Iris curious and slightly worried. The fairy noted with admiration that magical towers rose everywhere in Parma, testifying to the high development of magic in the kingdom. The girl continued to marvel at the rare tools created with advanced magic she saw around her. Renee admired even the ice cream, saying that its sweetness reflected the power of human magic and the beauty of the magic kingdom. The elfess was jumping for joy, exclaiming that Parma was amazing and completely different from the forest village she had lived in before. The protagonist asked skeptically what kind of elf could even like such a place, clearly not sharing his companion's enthusiasm. Renee confessed that she loves magic very much and dreams of becoming a sorceress strong enough to help Uncle Rude on his adventures. Donatos, taking a sip of coffee, cautioned the girl that most of the mages he knew had bad character and advised her not to become like them. Nastia inquired as to which sorceress her student was referring to, hinting at a possible romantic history in his past. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from far away, asking if it was about her, making Rude and Renee alert, trying to determine the source of the sound. Hennis, approaching, shouted, "Rude! Long time no see!" and waved her hand, expressing her joy at seeing an old friend. Instead of a greeting, the girl was met by her comrade's irritated question as to why it had taken her so long to get to the meeting place. Hennis objected, noting Rude's earlier arrival and expressing amazement at his unexpected call after being out of touch for so long. The red-haired girl did not hide her surprise and curiously inquired who this young mistress accompanying Rude was. The fairy introduced herself as Renee Nastia, showing off her politeness and manners by lightly taking the edge of her dress and sitting down in a curtsy. The elfess, continuing to bow, stated that she was Uncle Rude's secret daughter and hoped that Hennis would take good care of her like a new mother. The young man tried to explain the situation with the Atun elven woman, but his words went unheeded while Renee chatted with her new acquaintance. Hennis, after pondering the girl's suggestion, decided that mom was too much and suggested that Renee call her aunt, expressing her joy at knowing her. The elfess enthusiastically embraced the new acquaintance, calling it the best day of her life thanks to her kind and beautiful aunt and her first ice cream. Hennis mildly reproached Rude for buying a cold treat on a chilly day, to which he justified himself by Renee's own wish. The girl at length reprimanded the boy's rash act, unaware of the close observation. The company continued their casual conversation, unaware that one of them, or rather Hennis, had been in the crosshairs for quite some time. Eben tried to calm his mistress down, explaining that the girl was all grown up, and at her age it was normal to date and have a boyfriend, but the woman didn't want to hear it. The lady with the shotgun, being Hennis's mother, admitted that she thought a lot about her daughter's future, knowing her goal to cure Lila, but also hoping the girl could fully enjoy life. Alarmed by Hennis's mention of a certain hero boyfriend and her unusual makeup, she decided to eliminate the potential suitor by starting to take aim, despite Eben's protest that she was going too far. The loud conversation drew the attention of the company, who began to listen while a servant shouted to the lady to lower her crossbow, calling her daughter's supposed chosen one a bastard with a child. Hennis turned around at the noise and, recognizing her mother, began cursing loudly, wondering what the hell she was doing here. The girl shouted again, "Mom!" Seeing Eben try to take the crossbow away from Iris, preventing a possible tragedy, the whole company arrived at the Hoffley home and seated themselves at the table, enjoying tea in an atmosphere of casual conversation. Iris, taking another sip of tea, mentioned a certain next hero, drawing the attention of those present. The main character introduced himself as Rude Donatos, confirming that he was the one in question in the conversation. Mrs. Hoffley, wasting no time with pleasantries, asked if Rude had arrived in Parma to check the subspace barrier as instructed, while Hennis sat puzzled by her mother's harsh tone. Iris, almost shouting that it was all for nothing, abruptly set the teacup on the saucer, expressing her displeasure. She explained that subspace was in the final stages of verification and would need another week, adding that she could have reported it over the communicator, saving Rude from having to call her daughter. Iris urged Rude to leave, causing embarrassment to Hennis, who was ashamed of her mother's behavior. Unsure of the reason for his mistress's anger, Donato still dared to ask an additional question, despite Iris's obvious displeasure. Iris was wary, but listened carefully to Rude's request to learn magic from the master of the Crimson Tower. Mrs. Hoffley smirked and tapped her finger, creating a spark between them, noting the young man's self-confidence based on his title. Magic swirled around Rude as Iris ironized the second circle mage's desire to learn from the great sorceress Harpulia. Mrs. Hoffley triumphantly refused Donatos, as if she had won an invisible contest. Renee alerted her ear, sensing something unusual about what was happening that caught her attention. The girl noted with admiration that Countess Harpulia had checked Rude's magic circles with a simple wave of her hand, without the use of sorcery. Surprised by the girl's reaction, Mrs. Hoffley modestly remarked that it was a trifle to her, not deserving of such delight. The fairy spoke of learning magic on her own, admitting her shortcomings, and asked the Countess to train her and Rude, looking at Iris with huge kind eyes. The owner of the Crimson Tower grinned smugly as she began to answer the young elf girl's request, clearly intending to deny the girl's request. Renee, repeating the plea, looked at Iris, making an even more sweet and pitiful expression on her face, eager to melt the enchantress' heart. Hennis and Iris could not resist the charm of the little fairy, smarting at the allure of her sweet looks and sincerity. Mrs. Hoffley offered the girl temporary housing, but said she couldn't just take in a bunch of random students trying to shield her hands from Renee's pretty face. Rude offered to take the entrance exam, showing his willingness to prove his abilities to the sorceress, while Hennis continued to dot on the girl and treat her to a cake. Iris, intrigued, decided to ask one key question, on the answer to which the fate of potential students depended. The enchantress voiced a cryptic question. "What is magic?" wanting to test the young man's knowledge and understanding. The student gave the standard answer that, according to the books, magic is the miraculous realization of human will through the use of mana. However, he added that in reality, it was the result of mimicking the dragon's powers in order to kill it, expressing confidence in his words. Hennis's mother noted the unconventionality of the response, emphasizing that the proud wizard would not have uttered such words, while her daughter marveled at her comrade's words. Iris agreed that ancient magic belonged solely to dragons, comparing modern sorcery to a weakened version of their power. Mrs. Hoffley continued to speak, getting up from the table and heading off somewhere, noting that mages focus on effective spells with limited mana and conjure with their imagination. Iris, leaning her palm against the wall and beginning to create something magical, spoke of the ability of human magic to suppress dragon magic, urging her to face reality. The young man mentally noted her ability to create large-scale teleportation with a single wave of her hand, thus admirably demonstrating her skill. Iris praised Rude for a worthy answer and announced the start of the entrance exam, pointing to the open teleporter through which the erupting volcano could be seen. The protagonist asked in surprise, wondering if the exam would start right now and here, not expecting such a sudden development. Mrs. Hoffley reminded the lad of his busyness and unwillingness to provide food to someone who was not one of her students, suggesting that he move on to the test without delay. Hennis, leaving her seat at the table, tried to intercede for her comrade, insisting on the necessity of preparation, but was stopped by her mother's stern remark. She taught her daughter a lesson that a nobleman's nobility is shown in the manner of his speech, hinting at the inappropriateness of her behavior. Rude, also rising, assured that he was ready for the exam, and inquired what he was to do. The mistress of the Crimson Tower tells us that the portal leads to the volcano Elfel in eastern Parma, whose name translates to divine favor, and whose depths flow colossal amounts of mana. She explained that Elfeel was the foundation of the magical kingdom and a unique area of exploration, harboring untold resources and mysteries waiting to be discovered. The mention of a variety of creatures flocking to where mana is in abundance caused some alarm to the hero, plunging him into contemplation. Ms. Hoffley cautioned that, aside from the research camp, the area is regularly attacked by dragons, especially flying dragons. She pointed out that Rude, as a pupil of Aradium, should realize that with the end of winter, the winged dragons were in mating season and would breed relentlessly until their leader fell. Iris assigned the young man the mission of catching the leader of the flying dragons, hiding in the vicinity of the volcano, giving him 7 days to do so. She gave her word that, if successful, she would take Rude as her apprentice within the time specified, continuing her speech while Renee gracefully left the table and approached her uncle. The boy agreed without hesitation, which frightened his classmate, and at the same time demanded from Mrs. Hoffley the unalterable fulfillment of the promise. Iris assured her that the Tower Witch never resorted to lies and turned her gaze to the fairy, putting a small arm around her shoulders. The student resented this inequality, asking why the girl, who also aspired to be Mrs. Hoffley's student, was exempted from the examination. Iris answered question for question, asking if the young man had lost his mind, suggesting she send the adorable child to the roiling volcano. She promised to surround the girl with care and made her decision to teach her magic contingent on Rude's accomplishments, catching an eloquent glance from the Elphys. The student cried out about the unfairness of what was happening, and Renee looked at Iris and agreed with him, reaffirming her loyalty to her uncle and her willingness to follow him. The prospect of the treats offered by Hennis, however, shook her resolve, and she waved her hand and began to hurry Rude back. The owner of the Crimson Tower cut off the next hero's rant and sent the guy into the portal with a gentle push of her palm against his stomach. Rude, confused, began to fall, shouting something to Hennis's mother. Mrs. Hoffley admonished the student, reminding him of the week he had been given, and together they all saw the young man disappearing into the depths of the portal. Upon landing, the protagonist's face changed as he cried out in bewilderment, wondering if he had been sent here without any supplies, not even food or water. Suddenly, a lone macaroon fell beside him, causing the guy to have a fit of rage, causing him to loudly express his indignation. Despite his anger and indignation at the injustice, the young man understood the need to act, so he got to his feet and began to look around. Rude complained that there was no indication of the location of the nest, which would have made his task much easier. Crystal, sensing the heat of the environment, offered to complete the mission faster, prompting the hero to ask about his weather preferences. Feldroy noted the contrast between the promising name God's Grace and the truly desolate, lifeless landscape around it. Rude explained that the source of the abundant mana in this place is the flaming dragon Amida, whose veins emanating from his body are sealed deep within the crater. However, he immediately corrected himself, clarifying that these were not veins, but a dragon vein that fed the surrounding lands with magical energy. Feldrua assumed there were other reasons for the hero's arrival in Parma besides subspace, and the young man confirmed his intention to get here. The companion remarked that Rude was lucky not to spend years on foot, so he shouldn't complain, to which the lad only looked away, refraining from commenting. The hero continued to walk forward nonchalantly, oblivious to his surroundings and making no attempt to conceal his presence. He pondered the appearance of the flaming dragon in 3 years and the need to prepare for future events given their volatility. However, immersed in his own thoughts, Rude did not notice the danger looming over him, and at the last moment narrowly dodged a stone from the dragon's paw. Without any emotion, the guy mentally berated himself, assuming that the enemy had discovered him too quickly without giving him time to prepare. But as he glanced up into the sky, he was relieved to realize that they were just small dragons, not a serious threat to him. Having no trouble dodging another attack, the hero noted to himself the slowness and sluggishness of these creatures, which gave him an advantage. Curious about the durability of their scales, Rude decided to test his assumption on his nearest opponent. Convinced of the vulnerability of the scaly armor, Rude used the destruction technique against the dragon, expecting to deal with the enemy quickly. However, the use of the technique resulted in numbness of the arm, causing the hero to be angry and bewildered at the ease with which Balac used the technique. Crystal appreciated the Steros' technique of Rude, and the latter responded by explaining the sequence of energy and sword power in his strike, acknowledging some roughness of execution. He added that his skill creates a strong vibration in the air, temporarily restricting his movements in the area. Young noted that the creatures are oriented by vibration rather than sound, which affects their behavior and movement. With a joyful exclamation, the boy spotted the leader, a huge dragon flying in the middle of the pack. Upon approaching, the main dragon without delay began to bombard the hero with its magic, demonstrating superiority in strength. Rude, having created a barrier shield, asked with a smirk if the dragon was using magic because he was the leader, hinting at his special status. He remembered the words of Hennis from a past life, who had called him a jerk for trying to fight flying dragons without knowing how to fly or use magic, advising him to start with earth dragons. The guy grinned and stated that he could fly now, but it wasn't necessary as he had another trump card up his sleeve. Deciding to use subspace, the hero slipped his hand into an invisible pocket to pull out another powerful weapon. Taking out an imposing sword that radiated magic perfectly, he pointed it at the dragon and ordered all the scaly creatures down. The sword began to gather all available magic around it, concentrating it on its tip, preparing to strike. The young man directed a blob of energy upwards, instilling fear into the hearts of the smaller dragons that trembled before his unprecedented power. Hennis apologized for her mother's behavior, but Renee assured her that it was okay, noting Mrs. Hoffley's kindness and hospitality. The girl remembered how 2 hours ago Iris had admonished her to conform to the standards of the Hoffley family, sending her off for a walk afterward. Hennis noticed with a smile that her mother couldn't resist the cuteness, explaining the warmth of the young fairy. Renee, loading up at the fountain, attracted the attention of her companion, who inquired if the girl wanted to go with Rude. The fairy professed a desire to accompany her uncle, but realized that she could only hinder him in his affairs for the time being. Renee turned sharply to the girl standing next to her and wondered if Rude would always be as strong as he was now. Hennis spoke about Donatos' unusual behavior during the commencement ceremony, mentioning a conflict with the student council president and an injury from a certain girl. The fairy, hearing about Rude's broken brush, was outraged and demanded details, ready to avenge her uncle. But Hennis explained that it was a long story. Despite the thickening dusk and the cheerfulness of the surrounding children, the girls continued to talk passionately. Angry at what she heard, the elfess promised to reprimand Rude the next time they met, eliciting a mocking reaction from Hennis. Hafle, coughing, assured Renee that she need not worry about her uncle, for he was strong enough. The girl emphasized the young man's ability to overpower even the mighty dragon of 1,000 forms, though he was unwilling to admit it openly. The fairy's interlocutor noted that anyone sees her uncle as a born warrior, and there is no doubt about that. Crystal asked the protagonist if the storm spear was a new weapon, to which he replied that he had dreamed of using this ancient storm-calling artifact in a past life. Rude explained the excessive mana cost of the spear, making it nearly impossible to use in the past, even if one wanted to. Feldroy ironically noted the disparity between powerful weapons and insignificant opponents, hinting at the hero's childish behavior. The young man philosophized about the eternal inner child in every man, and the need to utilize the full potential of a weapon, even against a mosquito, slinging his spear over his shoulder. Rude suddenly realized that he was unable to hold on to the storm spear, and it pulled him backwards, causing him to lose his balance. Falling to the ground, the hero let out a groan, and Crystal hurriedly inquired what had happened, not understanding the reason for his sudden weakness. Disgruntled, Donatos explained that using the powerful artifact had completely depleted his mana supply, leaving him without strength. The hero, while roasting a piece of dragon on the fire, reasoned that for a fourth circle mage, using the storm spear was proving to be too burdensome. Feldroy ironized the hero's decision to use a powerful weapon simply because of its coolness, hinting at a decrease in intelligence. Donatos snarled and complained about his inability to even walk due to exhaustion, before tossing away a nibbled bone and expressing concern about the stagnation in the development of magic circles. Crystal inquired about the young man's plans for the celestial spirit, hinting at a possible path of enhanced abilities. Seated in the lotus pose, the hero declared the need to find the key to move to the fifth circle, and his four wings began to emit mana. The energy swirled around the young man, preparing to transfer his consciousness to his subconscious for further development and exploration. Once in his inner world, Rude wistfully noted that nearly a year had passed since his last visit, looking around. He noticed that it was easier to maintain mental clarity than before, and wondered if his real personality was affecting his spiritual personality by studying his hands and clothing. Pushing these thoughts aside, the hero took a step, the sound of which echoed in the silence of the blue skies surrounding him. Moving forward, the young man noted the silence around him and tried to approach Feldrua, asking if he had been here when he contracted with Vanar in a past life. Rude called out loudly to Feldrua, trying to re-establish the broken connection with the crystal. The young man pondered the implications of attracting a heavenly spirit, realizing the necessity of discovering the spiritual bodies of masters. Suddenly, the hero encountered an unexpected obstacle, frozen in surprise at the unexpectedness of the encounter. Looking up, Donatos found a mysterious door appearing as if out of nowhere and wondered what its purpose was. Deciding to continue on his way, Rude placed his palm against the mysterious door, intending to open it and explore the hidden behind it. The hero did not realize that the door was located on the edge of a cliff, which could lead to dangerous consequences. Taking a step forward, the young man suddenly began to fall, letting out a loud scream at the suddenness of what was happening. The landing proved painful, causing Donatos to shriek at the sharp pain that pierced his body. Annoyed by the location of the door right at the edge of the cliff, Rude discovered his sword had disappeared, adding to his frustration with the situation. Rising, the young man leaned a hand on his bruised leg, writhing in pain and trying to assess his position. Donatos was surprised to note the presence of a library just under the cliff, wondering about its strange location. As he approached, the hero saw a book labeled Memories of Rude Donatos, age 6, surprised to see his own name on the cover. Intrigued by the find, Rude gingerly touched the book bearing his name, preparing for unexpected discoveries. The protagonist realized the magical nature of the book when images from the past flashed through his mind. The young man realized that memories of his previous life had unfolded before him, prompting a flood of questions. He was perplexed as to why his personal memories were in this mysterious place of blue skies. Puzzled by the presence of his own memories, the young man assumed that the place reflected his inner self, but noticed the presence of other memories as well. Rude was amazed at the scale of the library, noticing the huge stacks of books that filled the room. The boy noticed the differences in the color of the bookshelves and, coming a little closer, he found a volume of Clare's memoirs. Surprised by the find, the young man rushed to the book without delay, ready to explore its contents. Touching the folio, Donatos plunged into Lion's stream of memories, instantly turning pale at what he saw. He heard her thoughts. "I can't hear. I'm in pain. I'm tired. Why is he yelling like that?" Relating to the battle after which he had begged her not to die. Lion's last words before her eyes closed forever echoed in the hero's mind. He's still the same until the very end. Rude, you really are a damn bastard. Shocked by the emotional power of the memories, the boy abruptly slammed the book shut, unprepared for such a difficult experience. Consumed with anger, the student was perplexed as to the nature and purpose of the strange place in which he found himself. He also discovered books with the memories of all his companions from his past life, not realizing the reason for their presence. Rude pondered the nature of this library of unknown texts in the vast sky, assuming it was his personal space, containing records of memories of himself and his comrades from the past. The young man reasoned about the logic of having his own memoirs, but was perplexed about the origin of other people's memories. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence and became alert, starting to look around cautiously, mentally wondering if anyone else was here. Irritated not only by the creepy place but also by the possibility of an intruder, the guy clenched his fists in anger. Vowing to find and punish the intruder, Rude resolutely set out to find the intruder. Following his inner instinct, he quickly ran in a certain direction as if he knew exactly where to go. An unexpected find in this mysterious place was the hero's own sword, mysteriously lying on the floor of the library. Rude, amazed and puzzled, couldn't understand how his weapon had ended up where he hadn't even walked. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed something intriguing a little further away and slowly turned his head to the left for a closer look. His gaze fell on an empty shelf with the cryptic inscription, "Memories of Rude Donatos, age 13, which caused the hero to be deeply perplexed. As he pondered why it was empty, Rude heard the voice of an unfamiliar girl behind him, suggesting that someone had already gone through his memoirs. The mysterious stranger suddenly greeted him as Ninth, which startled Rude, causing him to turn sharply toward the source of the voice. The girl introduced herself as Charlotte Earville, the sixth heir of the heavenly immortal sword, waiting for the young man's reaction to her loud name. The boy only asked perplexedly, "Huh?" To which the girl resented the lack of a proper response, wondering if Rude had not heard of the great master of heaven, the Golden Rose Charlotte Earville. The young man admitted that he had seen references to her in historical texts as an outstanding master of heavenly weapons, and that he was honored to have met the previous heiress. Charlotte noted with a laugh that she was well aware of the fact that she was dead, suggesting that Rude might well mistake her for a ghost. She narrated that after death, the body and soul of the heir return to heaven in the form of a mental body, a will that binds them to the heavenly space. Erwil explained that she had appeared here to offer her assistance to Little Ninth. She brought her face sharply closer to the young man's face, gazing into his eyes and noticing that he looked nothing like a child. Assuming that something had happened outside, Rude formally introduced himself and asked where exactly they were, noting the loss of communication not only with the guardian spirit, but with the other masters as well. Charlotte laughed, calling her interlocutor prickly, and confirmed that ties were indeed broken, as it was his personal heaven. The boy repeated the phrase, "my heavens," to himself in amazement, not hiding his surprise and almost shock at what he heard. The girl explained that the divine heavens were divided into 8 parts, including the outer and inner ones, where the first 4 were subspace and the rest were mental space. Charlotte explained the connection between the physical, mental body and spirit by creating a visual representation of her words between her palms. Charlotte summed it up by explaining that this space is the heir's personal domain in the heavens, storing his stories. The sixth heiress specified that all memories would be recorded here until Rude's death in his own heaven. Donatos, puzzled, asked about the reason for having other people's memories, which caused his interlocutor to look surprised. Erwil assumed the influence of some external factor, admitting that she couldn't know everything, being only a mental body of the infinite heavens. The girl, assuming there was hidden information, reached down, hinting at the possible awareness of the friend. Charlotte picked up the sword from the floor, scrutinizing it and noting its unusual properties. Ervil, eyes widening in surprise, commented on the special nature of the weapon, suggesting it was stealthy. Rude, puzzled at the mention of the sword's character, received it back and listened to Charlotte's question about the weapon's origin. The young man explained that the sword was called Demios and belonged to their founder, marveling at his interlocutor's ignorance of this fact. The girl admitted that this was the first time she had heard of this sword, but the main thing is that it has a blade, which is enough to fulfill her mission here. Charlotte materialized her own sword with magic and ordered Rude to bear Demios for the test. The heiress announced a test of Rude's dignity to look beyond the fifth heavens without eliciting any visible reaction from the young man. She emphasized that all predecessors, including the student masters, have passed this test to rise and reach new heights. Ervil voiced a condition. If Rude managed to at least graze her with a single sword strike delivered with all her might, the test would be passed. The boy mentally noted that he assumed there were some conditions for reaching the fifth heaven and wondered if there was a catch in Charlotte's bare sword herself. The girl laughed, explaining that in his heaven, death did not mean the end, and urged the young man to give his best, not holding back. She changed dramatically in her face, adding that otherwise he would be doomed, and attacked swiftly. The boy mentally admired Charlotte's incredible speed and ability, realizing that he was dealing with a truly formidable opponent. Erwil, having already struck the hero, admitted with a smile that she was joking about death. But the pain would be felt directly by the spirit. She drew Rude's attention to his own reflexes, which allowed him to dodge a lunge to the neck at the last moment. The boy countered that the heiress's attack was too swift and dangerous for a test blow, holding up his arm just above the elbow where the blow came. Charlotte justified the long tradition by admitting that she herself had died about 100 times trying to pass this test, and suggested that he take what was happening as training. She continued her thought while the apprentice held onto her shoulder, noting that trying to kill someone, especially an older person, can be repulsive, but after a few deaths those feelings dulled. Rude mentally reasoned that without Feldrua, magic was useless, and the only weapon he had in his hands was Demios, so the only thing left to do was to put all of his body mana into the blow. Clutching his sword tighter, the young man said aloud that there was no such thing as training, and mentally added that since it had come to this, he would put all his strength into the lunge. Charlotte stuck her sword into the ground and reacted to the hero's determination with a smile, noting to herself the youth's fervor. The magic swirled around the girl, completely enveloping her figure and creating a protective barrier. Ervil reminded Rude that he must demonstrate all that he was capable of in order to overcome this obstacle. The boy thought about what he had, trying to assess his strength and capabilities in the upcoming fight. He remembered the experience and skills his soul had adopted from his dead brother, the former heir. Donatos realized that he was blindly imitating what he admired, absorbing the knowledge and skills whole until they blended into some murky unity and released a huge blue orb. The impenetrable darkness swiftly crossed the space separating the fighters, rushing toward Charlotte's protective barrier. The magical shield easily shattered into tiny shards under the onslaught of the monstrous force, unable to withstand the impact. Erwil exclaimed that she was shocked by Rude's incredible power, not expecting him to be able to break through the barrier the first time, let alone counterattack. Holding her sword a centimeter away from her student's face, the girl was surprised by his disgruntled expression despite the clear victory. With a laugh referring to ancient traditions, Charlotte slid her blade behind her back, preparing for the final lunge. Proclaiming that the ninth had successfully passed the test, she struck him lightning fast in the neck with the back of her blade. The student coughed and clutched his throat, fighting the pain and disgust, but realizing the inevitability of this part of the ritual. However, despite the physical suffering and mental discomfort, a fifth wing had appeared on Rude's arm, a sign of the transition to a new level of strength. Crystal asked Rude how he was feeling, noting that he had felt a powerful wave of mental resonance immediately upon the young man's return. The boy assured that he was fine, considering the recent event a trifle compared to the battle against the dragon of 1,000 forms. When asked about the action in the skies, he briefly replied that he had learned a lot and was evolving, then turned around, intending to do something. The hero admitted to observing incomprehensible things, assuming a mix of past life memories during the regression, and reached for subspace. Remembering Charlotte's remark about the terrible nature of his sword, the young man thought deeply about this fact. The hero told Feldrua that the sixth Ervil heiress claimed as if she had never seen the weapon before, and asked if it really belonged to the legendary Vanar. Crystal confirmed Vanar's use of the sword, but noted the weapon's new abilities, suggesting the presence of Vanar's sealed ability. Surprised by the mention of the seal, the protagonist interjected about it, trying to get the gist of what was happening. The young man examined the sword carefully, learning from the crystal about the two original powers of the legendary weapon. Crystal explained the sword's abilities and suggested the influence of the seal in altering it. Then the student suggested getting rid of the dangerous artifact by throwing it into the lava. Feldrua inquired about Rude's future plans, and he replied that reaching the fifth heaven had fully restored his mana, allowing him to continue his journey without delay. The hero began his search for the dragon remote, drawing on memories from his past life and scrutinizing ancient stones for clues. He explained the lack of special orienteering signs in this rugged terrain, and the presence of patrols to prevent enemy attacks. Determined to speed up the search, the young man proposed a radical method: destroy everything in the way to force the enemies to come out. The frightened girl called out in desperation to a certain Miles, hoping to get support from him in her moment of anxiety. Miles approached the frightened girl, anxiously inquiring about the cause of her agitation, wanting to understand the situation. Mirtha anxiously speculated whether the would-be hero had succeeded in uncovering the true nature of the mysterious dragon cult, fearing unpredictable consequences. He assured that even without being a dragon slayer, the young man was still just an 18-year-old kid who happened to notice the signs and magic of observation. One of the company offered to remove the threat despite instructions to avoid conflict, arguing that it would benefit the cult. Mirtha supported the idea, remembering the cardinal's admonition to spread the teachings of goodness and grace among innocent lambs. The sudden appearance of the highly honored man, the bishop, threw all three of them into awe, making them momentarily speechless and frozen. Mirtha, bowing slightly in respect, reported that they had been watching the guest closely and had witnessed his destructive actions that threatened the well-being of the cult. With a sneer in his voice, the bishop inquired as to the motives that had prompted the daring young man to come here and defy the mighty powers. Then her brother decided to intervene and asked if she personally planned to take decisive action to neutralize the potential threat posed by the uninvited guest. The woman replied that her lack of exercise lately made an easy walk an appealing idea, and headed in the other direction accompanied by her two snakes. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to stand near the broken stone, patiently waiting for his opponents to appear. When asked by the crystal about his next course of action, the young man coldly replied about his intention to kill all but one of them in order to obtain information about the location of the other branches. The boy mentally noted that this was not the kindest course of action, but clutched the weapon tighter, realizing its imminent necessity. Feldrua expressed admiration for the lad's ability to develop and improve his martial skills, but was abruptly cut short by the student calling for silence and concentration. Realizing that nothing was happening yet, the young man leaned on his weapon and shared memories of his past life when he had already encountered the dragon cult. Feldrua asked the hero's opinion of what was most important in battle, to which he suggested that it was indomitable spirit. But the companion hinted at something else. Crystal explained that in addition to spirit, weapons, strength, and skills, information plays an equally important role. For strength lies in understanding one's enemy. He continued that Rude's knowledge of the dragon cult from his past life gave him an advantage, and skillful use of this information would allow him to gain the upper hand without bloodshed, making the young man think. The dragon cult spread across the continent like a plague, aiming to bring back the 7 dragons, but their true nature was only exposed after the lands were ravaged. The cult has 3 cardinals, 7 bishops with the skills of the best dragon slayers, priests and worshippers who hide their identities with masks and maintain strict confidentiality. Rude turned to Feldrua, urging him to contribute to the conversation since he had started it, hinting at the importance of his companion's participation in the coming battle. Guy, pulling another weapon from subspace, stated that they would need the power of the crystal to overpower Bishop, the controlling offshoot of the cult in Elfiel. The guardian spirit doubted that even after reaching the 5th heavens, Rude's mana would be enough to utilize his power. But the young man had mentioned the Levantius Winter Sword, which was effective when using ice magic. The hero pondered that it would be ideal for the success of the plan if one of the priests showed up. But his musings were interrupted by the approach of an unfamiliar figure. The female bishop who approached noted reproachfully the excessive destruction caused by the uninvited guest's actions. Rude, delighted at the appearance of his adversary, ironically promised to be more polite next time and rang the doorbell. The young man greeted his interlocutor politely, calling her one of the 7 dragon bishops, the great mage Griselda Valentine, much to her puzzlement. She asked how a mere child knew her name, which only a few, even among the priests, knew, and looked at him through the mask with her angry green eyes. Rude, apologizing for the wrong greeting, put his hand to his heart and uttered a phrase about being protected by dragon wings as if speaking to himself. He introduced himself as the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migral, who had come to deliver a message from his father. The interlocutor, growing more and more surprised in disbelief, inquired how the young man knew the name, not believing her ears. Griselda, gritting her teeth irritably and biting her lips, tried to restrain herself, hoping to hear the answer to the question she was so interested in. Recognizing her surprise, she released two snakes to attack, intending to teach the impertinent boy a lesson for his insolence. The snakes were lightning fast on the student and began to wrap their rings around his body, seeking to deprive him of the ability to resist. Bishop, while continuing to control the reptiles, noted that the would-be hero had gathered a lot of information about the dragon cult, but pretending to be one of them was a daring stunt beyond the limits of what was allowed. She became even more angry, saying that she could not turn a blind eye to the insolent lies of a young man who dared to call himself the adopted son of the cardinal himself. The lad uttered quite calmly that it was a great mistake to doubt his father's message, and doubted that the cult could trust a mere child with the great cardinal's real name. Griselda threatened to wring the neck of the stupid sky dragon slayer, not believing that he would be believed if he showed up out of nowhere and started talking nonsense. She stated that she didn't know what foolishness had brought him here to provoke him, but given his awareness, they couldn't let him go alive, and the snakes began to coil around the young man's neck. Rude, hardly speaking because of the choking, warned the bishop against rash actions she would later regret, hinting at her feelings for his father and her desire to live up to his expectations. Trying to keep herself in control, ordered the young man to shut up before she cut off his tongue, for she realized that you couldn't trust the words of someone who was willing to say anything to save you. The hero mentioned the celestial debacle from 10 years ago, causing Griselda to change her emotions and listen carefully to his story. He continued the narrative until the part of the snake that touched his sword began to freeze, explaining that his father's involvement in that incident was secret information known only to a few in the cult. Bishop could not believe the truth of the young man's words, but all the evidence pointed to just that, leaving her shocked and confused. The guy uttered phrases about asking for a home and serving the magnanimous divine dragons, surrounding himself with cold mist and completely freezing the snake. He went on to quote a speech about judging a world gone astray, causing Valentine to cover her face with her hands from the icy fumes. Rude spoke of the owners of the tainted world and receiving the faithful with 7 dragons, showing his familiarity with the affairs of the cult. He shouted loudly that he was the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migral, drawing the attention of his interlocutor, who had already managed to get his hands off his face. A huge figure made of ice appeared behind the young man's back, and he uttered, "The seed of the anti-hero, Rude Migral," letting Griselda know his true identity. Griselda narrated that 10 years ago, during the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms, the guild responsible for protecting the village had been completely wiped out. Not a single survivor could be found, and the southern part of the continent had turned into a lifeless wasteland, displaying the monstrous power of the legendary dragon. Blackstar Griselda Valentine, Dragon Slayer and Archmage of the 8th Circle, mastered the skill of magic as a child. And despite her early prowess, she recognized the insignificance of human magic compared to dragon magic, only realizing it before she died. The stranger who approached the dying girl agreed with her, noting that humans were not originally meant to oppose the will of their divine masters, the dragons. He addressed Griselda, explaining that her pain stemmed from a mistaken belief in the superiority of humans over dragons, and offered salvation through truth and teachings hidden from the world. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes as she realized that her meaningless life had found meaning and had been saved by the grace of His Highness. Valentine realized that if the young man knew the details of that day, he must surely be the adopted son of Adam Migral himself. Realizing her mistake, she hastily knelt down, acknowledging the commission of a mortal sin and begging for forgiveness. Removing her mask, Griselda admitted that she had not previously heard of the existence of the Cardinal's adopted son in Aradium, and this came as a complete surprise. Rude arrogantly declared that cardinals are not obliged to report to a regular follower on their every move, hinting at the weakness of her devotion. The bishop sharply began to deny the accusations, trying to justify herself to the unexpected visitor. The young man abruptly cut her off, coldly declaring his indifference to her doubts, intending to report to his father what he had seen, and demanded to be escorted to the lake to check the progress of the work. Griselda, upset at having failed so high a personage as the cardinal, hastened to assure her guest of her complete obedience. She obediently rose from her knees with her head down and promised to show the way, creating a portal to move through. Crystal, Observing what was happening, noted that even though Rude was free of restrictions, he shouldn't have been so much of a show-off, because deception was all about keeping the spirit alive. Once at the place where the flaming dragon was to be sealed, the lad inquired about the progress of the unsealing. Valentine began to explain that the process was going well and would be completed in 3 years at the current rate. But Rude interrupted her abruptly, expressing his displeasure with the pace, which made her feel guilty and lower her head. Mentally, he reasoned over the coincidence of the appearance of the flaming dragon, realizing the need to reduce the ranks of the enemy army. Griselda recalled the time had come to preach the doctrine of grace to the young lambs, hinting at the cult's plans to recruit new followers. Rude continued to play his part, telling how he had deceived the Heavenly Sword Warriors and gained the title of future hero chosen to battle the Thunder Dragon. He emphasized that on the day of the battle, there would be warriors on duty outside subspace, including the Crown Prince of Althea, who was hostile to the Dragon God. Rude ordered Valentine to lead the faithful and kill the prince while he himself battled the Dragon Slayers inside subspace, removing obstacles in the cult's path. Griselda asked, shocked, questioning if that meant they should reveal themselves to the world and start a war. Guy confirmed, demanding that all the men of the cult be gathered to massacre the knights of the guard guarding the prince. The bishop briefly replied, "Understood," and bowed in respect for the order she had received. The protagonist, satisfied with her submission, announced his departure, promising to tell his father everything he had seen, and turned around to leave the place. Griselda rushed after the young man, grabbing his arm and begging him to wait, to which he turned around irritably, bellowing back. The bishop timidly apologized for what had happened earlier, asking the hero not to tell the cardinal about her mistake, and expressing her willingness to do anything to avoid disappointing the gentleman. Intrigued by such a statement, Rude interrogated whether Griselda was really willing to do anything she said, looking at her carefully. Valentine assured him that she would fulfill the young man's every wish, offering gold and treasure just to settle the conflict and avoid the cardinal's wrath. Rude replied that he didn't need money, but demanded all the useful artifacts that an 8th Circle mage would surely have plenty of. Griselda offered the Chain of Mist, beginning to explain its properties and reaching into subspace for the artifact. Rude interrupted her abruptly, eliciting a surprised look and a questioning, "Huh?" from the confused girl. He arrogantly asked if anyone had given her the right to choose, and demanded that she bring all the magical items available so he could decide for himself what to take away. Bishop tried to object at first, but quickly realized the futility of arguing and agreed to show her entire collection of artifacts, while Rude showed his displeasure and impatience. In a flash, piles of chests, boxes, and various magical items Griselda had collected over the years grew in front of the young man. Rude squatted down, scrutinizing his prey, and asked irritably if that was all the bishop could do when he received an affirmative answer. He squinted and demanded the item Valentine was still clutching in her hands, frowning her eyebrows threateningly. Griselda exclaimed that it was the Wings of Darkness, a mana-increasing staff not suitable for swordsmen, and begged him not to take it because without this artifact, the effectiveness of her magic would drop dramatically. Rude rebuked Griselda for her inaction, explaining that his father had entrusted him with the title at such a young age because of her incompetence and inaction. He recalled the failure with the Dragon Slayer of 1,000 forms, causing Griselda to break out in cold sweat and fear with his accusations. Crystal noted that Rude's true nature was breaking through the pretense, to which the young man nonchalantly replied that the important thing was that he got what he wanted, and behind his back was a defeated bishop. Valentine clenched her teeth and mentally called the hero a piece of shit, but out loud she obediently agreed to comply. Upon returning, Feldrua noticed that Rude looked very pleased, and the latter confirmed that he'd made a good profit, anticipating the moment when the cultists would realize that he'd been lying all along. The student noticed the change in Crystal's appearance and inquired as to the reason for his unusual appearance. The spirit explained that since their essence depended on the ward's experience, Rude must have been impressed by his majestic appearance, which was reflected in his appearance. The young man agreed thoughtfully, and then innocently remarked that the crystal had somehow become more round, causing the spirit to become indignant. Rude pondered that if everything went according to plan, members of the Dragon Church would attack Parma during the battle with the Thunder Dragon. And although the prince's guard knights were strong, they were too few to hold off the onslaught. The hero decided to call on his friends for help, much to the surprise of the Spirit King, who had not expected such a turn of events. At this point, Donato's comrades were just arguing amongst themselves, perplexed as to what they were even doing here, and how to find the missing hero. Hennis reminded her that it was exam time, and Lion sarcastically wondered who had called her to come with them in the first place. Balac was enjoying the pleasant heat, claiming that his muscle training made even lava lakes seem like ordinary hot springs to him, to which Lena laughingly suggested he bathe in a lava lake. Rude, hearing his friends talking nearby, muttered his dislike of geniuses, but rejoiced at their appearance. Suddenly the friends spotted Rude and shouted joyfully, rushing towards the missing hero. The young man noted the surprising timeliness of their appearance, heading towards the excited comrades running towards him. Rude explained that his only reason for returning with his friends to the Hafle residence was to make a significant contribution to the battle with the Thunder Dragon. After becoming an official student of the Crimson Tower, the young man immersed himself in the study of magic, striving to maximize his knowledge and skills. He worked tirelessly and quietly spent a month studying and training in preparation for the decisive battle. It was D1 day, the ceremony preceding the battle with the Thunder Dragon, marking the greatest event for the entire continent. One guest noted that the organizers clearly wanted to draw the world's attention to the upcoming battle, given the scale and level of preparation of the ceremony. Another visitor emphasized the significance of the event, mentioning the terrifying coming of the dragon of 1,000 forms a decade ago and the fact that an 18-year-old young man was entrusted with the leadership of the operation. The man added that he had come here hoping to see the leaders of the Dragon Slayer guilds, but only noticed the owner of the Crimson Tower in charge of subspace. The interlocutors suggested that the heroes were conserving their strength for the coming battle, and noted the presence of His Highness the Crown Prince at the ceremony. Iris turned to Rude, calling him a lazy student and asking him who he thought was the protagonist of this celebration. The hero, sitting on the couch next to the sleeping fairy and reading a book, replied that he was a little tired and had to take care of his young companion. Mentor began to list all her chores, including preparing for the banquet, accommodating and feeding Rude's unannounced friends, and taking charge of the ceremony at her apprentice's request. Accepting the young man's apology, Iris promised to look after the girl herself and told the hero to go show himself to the annoying guests, noting the impressive support of the imperial family. She praised Rude for achieving the fourth circle of magic in just a month and lifting the sleeping elf in her arms. She recognized her talent for showing incredible perseverance and hard work. Mrs. Hoffley, still holding the girl, confessed that she sees in her a reflection of her daughters as children, doting on the cute, sleeping face. Lastly, she told the student to go and show himself to the guests and mentioned that his friends were looking for him. As he looked at the departing figure of the teacher with the girl in her arms, he remembered that in his previous life, 5 days after this ceremony, Lila Hafley had died. Rude was sure that Hennis would be able to recreate the recipe after getting information about all the ingredients. But one of the ingredients was a body part of an ice dragon, the extraction of which was still a serious problem. Suddenly, someone entered the room and exclaimed joyfully upon discovering the hero, to which the young man, rising from the couch, noted the upcoming busy schedule. Hennis resented how many times she had to go around the entire residence looking for her friend while he was hiding from his guests. Donatos inquired as to the purpose of her search, not understanding why her friend was looking for him so hard. The girl, stammering, explained the protagonist's absence from today's event, expressing obvious concern about it. Her friend started to talk about something important before the upcoming event, but the young man suddenly grabbed her arm, drawing her attention to something. His companion, surprised and confused, asked what he was doing, becoming even angrier with surprise. The young man took the wine glass from the girl's hands, ironically wondering why someone as clumsy as her was drinking wine. The girl took umbrage, saying that wine wasn't even considered real alcohol, to which Rude threatened to repeat her words to her mother, causing her friend to become irritated. The hero mentally noted that he now understood why Hennis had become an accomplished alcoholic in her past life, for her addiction to drinking had begun in her youth. He threw his friend a nasty look and demanded she hand over what she was about to hand him, ignoring her indignation. Hennis, calling him a meanie, threw her gloves right in the young man's face, glaring defiantly at him. The student removed the thrown object from his face and eyed it curiously while the girl explained that it was a homemade artifact with protection against electricity, though of unknown effectiveness against the Thunder Dragon. The hero acknowledged the potential usefulness of the gift, but criticized its design, calling it stupid, causing Hennis to roll her eyes and be annoyed at his ingratitude. She mentally convinced herself that her anxiety was only due to not wanting to lose her friend, denying the romantic connotation. Suddenly, Rude said that he had something for her, which surprised her. The protagonist held out some jewelry to the girl, suggesting she take the gift. She clarified with slight disappointment that it was an earring, but accepted the gift nonetheless, taking it in the palm of her hand. At the touch of the girl's hand, the earring transformed into a huge staff, startling Hennis, for such artifacts were incredibly rare and valuable. After realizing that the staff not only enhances magic but also increases mana reserves, she characterized it as a legendary artifact with top-level enchantments. Hennis demanded to know where Rude had gotten such a powerful object, to which he admitted with a smile that he had tricked someone into giving it to him. He assured his friend that she need not worry about it, and explained that the staff could take the form of an earring for ease of carrying. Knowing her dislike of heavy magical tools, the girl transformed the artifact again and hooked the earring to her ear, glowing with joy and thanking her friend, calling him the best. Rude replied with a smile that she deserved the gift, and noted how the earring suited her, making Hennis embarrassed. Overwhelmed and embarrassed, she was tempted to say something, but instead, she blushed. And, notwithstanding the gaze of her friend, she ran out of the room, shouting that she was going to show off the new clothes to her mother, hiding behind this pretext the desire to escape as soon as possible. Rude was surprised at his friend's strange behavior, not understanding the reasons for her sudden embarrassment and flight, and thought about what had happened. Steros, who entered the room just after Hennis disappeared, reported that the hero was wanted by a number of people waiting for him to show up. The young man, plumping himself on the sofa, replied indifferently that he did not know any of them and saw no point in getting acquainted. Balac argued that now was a good time to make connections with powerful people, because although he was already well known for his talents, Rude would benefit from them. Deciding not to argue any further, Donatos placed the ring in his friend's palm, urging him to accept the gift and heed the advice. Steros, with a puzzled look, started to say that he respected and liked Rude very much as a friend, but the latter interrupted him. Balac explained that although he appreciates their friendship, but, unfortunately, does not feel the same romantic feelings for the young man, to which the hero, angry, called him a jerk. Rude explained that this ring of protection was a one-time totem, capable of protecting the wearer from mortal wounds once, and insisted that his reckless friend wear it, given the danger of the battles to come. He emphasized that he was not going to criticize Balac's fighting style and respects the pride of warriors, so he presents the artifact not as an amulet, but as a second chance in case of a fatal mistake. Steros began to study the ring and asked if it was a symbol of friendship, trying to justify himself somehow if he accepted it. Balac commented that Steros don't wear armor, but he might make an exception at the insistence of a close friend, to which an irritated Rude threatened to shove a ring up his nose for such innuendo. Suddenly, Lena burst into the room and shouted that the engagement was null and void, having only heard a scrap of conversation and misinterpreted its meaning. Going a little farther, she declared that she would rather die than allow her friends to marry, expressing with all her appearance a determination to prevent the imaginary union. Steros tried to explain that the ring as a symbol of Donatos' friendship and concern, but the hero irritably refuted the claim. The interlocutor accepted the explanation with relief, noting that she had always known the impossibility of a relationship between best friend Rude and the clump. Then she caught up and informed Balac of his father's search for him. The hero, with slight irritation, asked the girl why she needed to make a joke if she had already seen everything, while the distressed wrestler left the room. Lena marveled at Rude's ability to detect her, to which he replied that he recognized her by her scent, prompting the girl's joke about his resemblance to a dog. The girl, grinning, declared that of course he was not a dog but a prickly porcupine, and began playfully stroking the lad's head, calling him a good boy. Selket, continuing to banter with her friend, announced that she had a gift for a good boy and brought her hand up to her neck. She took off her chain and held it out to a surprised Rude, who clearly hadn't expected such a gesture from her friend. The young man, upon examining the gift, noticed an unusual stone on it and suggested the presence of a spirit stone on the chain, which Selket confirmed by clarifying its emptiness. Continuing to examine the pendant in his hand, the young man wondered if the artifact was some sort of witchcraft item. Lena, laughing at her own joke, assured that if Rude died in the upcoming battle, he could become a spirit and dwell in stone so they could live happily ever after together. Seeing the frowning and incomprehensible face of the interlocutor, the girl hastened to clarify that her words were only partly joking and should not be taken too seriously. The hero, realizing the importance of the pendant to her friend, handed the gift back to her, refusing to accept such a valuable thing for her. Lena asked in surprise how the young man knew the significance of the jewelry, assuming that her father had told him about it, to which Rude, realizing his gaffe, hesitantly agreed. The girl, closing her friend's palm with the pendant clasped in it, assured that she was giving the artifact away by her own decision and there was no need to worry. Selket, Slightly miffed, asked her comrade for a favor, hoping her request wouldn't seem too burdensome to him. The protagonist, surprised by her friend's address, looked at her questioningly, not expecting such a request. Lena confessed that she wished she could be as trusted a friend to the young man as Hennis, Balac, and Lillian, despite his respectful attitude toward her. Degados assured the girl that he already considered her a trusted friend, but the girl countered that she longed for even more intimacy and understanding between them. The hero's interlocutor, smiling a little embarrassedly, asked if everything was clear from her words, and if he did not see anything strange or inappropriate in them. Rude nodded, realizing that accepting Lena's offer would simplify their communication and make the friendship more comfortable for both of them. Selket, suddenly remembering something, suggested to the young man to look at the beautiful garden from the balcony. But he hesitated, considering the imminent start of dinner and the necessity of her presence at the banquet. No sooner had the hero finished talking about the invited imperial chef, a specialist in cooking meat, than his interlocutor immediately jumped out of her seat and ran away, dreaming of tasting culinary masterpieces. Deciding that the garden would be less stuffy than the room he was in now, the young man sighed heavily and headed that way. He walked, enjoying the solitude and the beauty of the flowers planted along the path, creating a unique atmosphere of peace. Admiring the plants, the hero remarked that their blooming in such unsuitable weather was probably kept up artificially. He wondered why he would spend magic and money on something like this, because in natural conditions without care, the flowers would be able to grow on their own. Suddenly, Lillian jumped down from the tree above the young man, landing right into his arms and exclaiming happily that she had finally waited for him to come, calling the guy a real flower. The swordswoman, looking hopefully at the hero's surprised face, asked if he had been expecting her appearance, clearly expecting a positive answer. Not waiting for a response, the girl wondered if Rude had been looking all over for her, trying to flirt with him and get his attention. The young man responded laconically with a denial and spread his arms and let Lillian fall to the ground, eliciting a cry of pain and displeasure from her. Clare asked indignantly why her interlocutor had dropped her instead of supporting her or hugging her as she had expected. Rude crouched on the ground beside the girl who, looking closely at her friend, noticed that something was wrong with him, and he looked somehow strange and thoughtful. Lillian, without losing hope, inquired again if the young man was looking for her, confident of her rightness and importance to him. The hero, not wanting to continue the pointless conversation, briefly informed that the dragon cult would attack the entrance to subspace tomorrow, and looked seriously at his interlocutor, catching her attention. The surprised girl interrogated whether Rude had actually mentioned the dragon cult and assumed that the event had occurred in his past life. The young man explained that he had enlisted nearly all of the cult members in the attack on the subspace entrance, and now he needed Lion's help in exterminating them. He clarified that the bishop was an 8th Circle mage, and even if all the dragon slayers and imperial knights united to protect the battle site, the battle would be fierce. Rude stated that the swordswoman would have to help the others until the main team arrived, but the girl asked fearfully why this task was assigned to her. The guy didn't understand the reasons for her excitement and wished to hear an explanation for such a violent reaction, but Lillian almost shouted why the hero told everything only to her. After all, he could have shared the plan with all his friends when they got together. Rude reminded them that the dragon cult members were humans who could kill magical creatures but had never taken the lives of their own kind, so they would be confused and frightened by the actual battle. The swordswoman asked again why the young man never thought about her and her feelings, explaining that it wouldn't be okay for her to kill either. She didn't understand why her comrade thought she would be able to pull it off. After all, she had changed and was no longer fixated on revenge like in her previous life. She tilted her head more and more in helplessness. The hero, trying to reassure her friend, gently stroked her head and assured her that this was not the case at all, as she thought. As he continued to comfort Lillian, who was curled up in a ball and hiding her face in his palms, Rude noted that she was much stronger than she had been before. The young man admitted that it was not an easy task for a girl to commit murder, but emphasized he told her everything not only because of the awareness of his secret, but also because he considers her the strongest of his friends. Rude was sure that the swordswoman was capable of defeating opponents to protect those she cared for and loved, seeing her as a true hero, but in response, she only pulled away and called the young man a stupid jerk. Realizing that he was somewhat to blame, Donatos decided to smooth the atmosphere and quietly said, "I'm sorry." Continuing to hide her face, the girl suggested that this whole conversation would become pointless if the hero simply killed the Thunder Dragon and returned unharmed. Rude agreed that he had prevailed last time, but then his brother had been there, whom the young man remembered painfully, clenching his fist so hard that the veins on his arms swelled. The swordswoman looked out from her hiding place and assured her friend that this time they had him, and the friends were ready to fight shoulder to shoulder and support him. The hero, trying to downplay his merits, reminded that even then he had his allies, but the girl cut him short, urging him to stop self-deprecation. She clasped Ruda's cheeks hard, as if he were a small child, and began to convince the young man that he was now much stronger than before, despite his previous aggressiveness. She emphasized that the hero puts all his efforts into finding a better solution, and that makes him much more powerful than his past self. Lillian reminded her that Mrs. Hoffley would also be participating in tomorrow's battle, expressing confidence in their shared victory no matter what. The girl proclaimed their inevitable triumph, fully believing in the success of the mission and allowing no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Rude, realizing he had no other choice, agreed to his friend's plan, causing her to smile happily, full of hope and anticipation. On the day of the battle with the Thunder Dragon, all participants were fully prepared for the decisive battle, mobilizing all their strength and resources. The warriors discussed among themselves the lack of a traditional send-off ceremony, expressing mild annoyance and disappointment about it. Hennis sadly noted that the Parma royal family had already done a lot by providing subspace and organizing the inauguration ceremony in an effort to avoid criticism from the people. Some were perplexed by the crown prince's presence, speculating that the reason might have been the family's hatred of dragons or a desire to appear in a favorable light to the press. The prince, completely immersed in his thoughts, paid no attention to those around him, except for the team that came from his family, but suddenly turned around as if noticing someone familiar. He addressed the passing protagonist by name, to which the latter responded with a polite greeting, recognizing the high status of his interlocutor. The prince said with a slight chuckle that Rude would be a true hero today, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming battle to his reputation. The hero modestly objected that he did not deserve such a title, and Bryce, passing nearby, who heard this, was once again angry at such words from his student. The hero continued to refuse the title of hero, reminding him that it was not within the jurisdiction of the throne, but required hard evidence, much to Grimm's slight disappointment. The prince mentioned the stigmata, divine marks bestowed upon the first warrior by the god of light himself, Arnek, after recognizing his heroic deeds. He quoted the phrase, "The power of light will instantly save the dying," expressing surprise that Rude believed in such legends, but he didn't know that the Church of Arnek was the national religion of the Althean Empire. The prince countered that religion is just that, religion, and what the world needs now is not the power of light, but the power of man, and placed his hand on his student's shoulder in a show of support. Bernstein emphasized that the sword-slashing dragons was more important than healing wounds right now, and expressed his confidence that Rude agreed. The hero confirmed his agreement, but noted that being recognized as a hero was a different matter, to which the prince promised to speak to the prophet after the battle. Rude mentally scolded his interlocutor, realizing that he did not need such a confession, but his thoughts were interrupted by the head of the empire, who wished everyone to stay alive and meet again after the battle. The participants began to gather, and Iris announced the opening of the passage to the subspace created and maintained by Hermana. Mrs. Hoffley explained that subspace would exist as long as she was alive, and the only condition for the seal to be broken was the final death of the Thunder Dragon. She added that entry into subspace and outside support will be impossible until the battle is successfully completed, making the place feel more like a barrier than a seal. Iris warned, if the heroes fell and the dragon broke through into the heart of subspace, its strength would diminish despite the mana, leading to disaster, making the young sorceresses sad at the realization of the consequences. The fairy, frightened by Iris's words, stood back as if praying that all would go well and her uncle Rude would return alive. The owner of the Crimson Tower wished good luck to the departing team, seeing them off with a glance. The heroes headed for subspace to the shouts of their escorts, urging them to be careful, return alive, and prevail at all costs. Once on the other side of the passage, the professors noted that the way back had closed, cutting them off from the outside world. The great heavenly swordmaster enthusiastically exclaimed that he could finally begin hunting the Thunder Dragon, anticipating the coming battle. Liana Chernika took out the Thunder Dragon seal from her pocket and placed it on her palm, preparing to activate the artifact. The stone soared into the air and began to emit magical energy, signaling the awakening of the ancient power contained within it. The guild leaders watched carefully, waiting for further developments and wondering about the Thunder Dragon's strategy. Mrs. Clare asked in surprise about the tactics of fighting a powerful opponent, having no idea how one could defeat such a formidable foe. 2 weeks ago in the meeting room, Rude was telling the team about a diary a fellow Vanar had accidentally gotten his hands on, detailing the battle and a way to unseal karma. Roderick marveled at the value of such an artifact, wondering how much money he could get for it. But Abel covered his mouth with his hand, urging him to listen to the hero's story. The student explained that the 7 dragons are dragons or draconites, but only the thunderous one is able to change appearance under unfavorable circumstances and escape. The young man walked over to the map, intending to show something important on it, and began to explain how the thunder dragon could be taken by surprise. The seal transformed into the dragon himself, who wondered sleepily if it had really been 700 years since he had been imprisoned. Realizing this was not the case, the angry creature questioned who dared to disturb his peace and awaken him from his sleep. Karma turned to the protagonist standing alone in front of him, mockingly inquiring about his name and calling him a simple, foolish man. The student confidently put his sword in front of him and declared that his name didn't matter, for he had come here to kill him. The dragon recognized the young man's weapon as the sword of Vanar and asked if the hero was his heir, hinting at their similarities. The lizard chuckled, remembering how Vanar managed to imprison him for 700 years, turning him into a rotting piece of garbage, and assumed that the current opponent was the creator of this place. The dragon threatened to destroy the city of Ruda and spread terror across its land, calling himself the embodiment of disaster and the invincible thunder dragon Karma. Fighting a powerful opponent, the student began to tire, and Karma, noticing his fatigue, arrogantly ordered him to kneel. Donados, unwilling to surrender, angrily refused to comply, realizing that fear was the dragon's unique mental attack, affecting the victim's psyche. He assured his companions that all present would be able to resist the dragon's fear magic, but urged caution due to the possible overwhelming effect. Rude explained at the meeting that Karma's shield of chaotic lightning is extremely strong, but its area of effect is reduced when using area attacks. He noted that the dragon's breath was easier to defend against than targeted magic like lightning strike. The student emphasized, if Karma has to fight many opponents at once, he will use powerful single attacks, but against a single opponent he may lose his guard. The Thunder Lizard praised the hero for his resilience and began to form a huge flaming ball in its mouth, intending to finish off the pesky human. The dragon directed its fiery breath at the student, shouting that it would end now, and prepared to savor an easy victory. Rude, realizing that the decisive moment had arrived, loudly commanded his companions to begin the planned operation. The hero reminded that with Abel's cloud skill, everyone but him would hide in his shadow the moment Karma used breath, kicking off the counterattack. He gave Lena the responsibility of protecting the team from the breath, expressing confidence that she could easily do the task on her own. The student ordered Ain to engage while the breath was blocked and to deliver blows that could create cracks in the dragon's protective shield. Rude noted that the arrow-sized holes would be enough for the next phase of the plan. The leader instructed that after the master had completed his preparations, Roderick would fire arrows precisely into the damaged shield of the Thunder Lizard. He explained that the combination of the cracks in the defense and the subsequent shots would result in a massive explosion capable of causing severe damage to the dragon. The young man concluded that this attack would be able to shatter even Karma's iron scales, stripping him of his basic defenses and leaving him vulnerable to further attacks. The dragon's defenses, unable to withstand the powerful onslaught of the combined forces of the heroes, crumbled into small pieces, no longer able to hold back their attacks. Rage gripped the monster, forcing him to spew curses at yet another despicable Vanar heir, eager for his death. The giant lizard unleashed a torrent of insults at his enemies, comparing them to pathetic worms cowardly hiding in the shadows. The dragon mockingly offered a demonstration of its true strength and power, and lightning bolts began to appear around the horns of the enraged monster. Lena, still defending the team, suddenly shouted, warning that Karma was about to use a lightning strike. The Heavenly Swordmaster rushed towards the student, shouting out his name in an attempt to attract attention amidst the reigning chaos. Once he reached his target, he activated the game formula circuit and took a position behind the young man's back for a combination strike. The combined forces of the two fighters intertwined, multiplying and rushing towards the enemy. The rest of the team, busy with their assignments, were pressing Abel to complete the task assigned to him. Lena, concerned about the impending threat, inquired about a plan to counter the dragon's lightning attack. The young man explained to Cernica that dragon magic was different from human magic because of their unique nature and features that made dispersal impossible. The hero offered to counterattack, using the wall of white flame to change the trajectory of the lightning strikes, while he and his master would adjust the direction of the attack. Ein volunteered to protect the area with a celestial shield, tasking the celestial ray with dealing with lightning that broke through. But Roderick was skeptical of the idea. Huade expressed doubts about the effectiveness of the shadow bond against one of the seven dragons, suggesting only a short-term effect. Rude declared the sufficiency of even short-term success, prompting a silent exchange of glances among the team members. The student announced that their ultimate goal was the arrow of the True Shadow Sword, a legendary weapon capable of striking the very essence of the enemy. Professor Mason explained that Inus's True Shadow Sword was a skill that cut not only the target's physical shell, but also its shadowy essence. Abel, having finished his part of the task, shouted that the link had been established, signaling the start of the decisive phase of the battle. Clare Mason, impressed by the young man's depth of strategic thinking, pointed her sword into the resulting gap in the enemy's defenses. Karma, feeling the unexpected blow, let out a cry of pain and indignation, cursing the impudent opponents for their insolence. Professor Mason continued to marvel at how perfectly events were unfolding according to plan, as she pondered the true nature of the mysterious Rude Donatos. The protagonist waited for his turn and jumped up with his spear without hesitation, intending to put all his strength into one decisive throw. Lena continued to hold the protective barrier despite the chaos around her, keeping the team safe in the midst of the battle. Donatos jumped over the magical defenses and became vulnerable to the dragon's attacks, but continued to fly swiftly forward, clutching the mighty spear in his hands. The Thunder Dragon, sensing the damage, roared with rage at the insignificance of the damage done to it, calling the enemy's weapon pathetic. Realizing the loss of protection, the enraged monster vowed to wipe his enemies into powder, not allowing them to escape retribution so easily. Karma, aware of the 6 attackers, was surprised to find only 5 in sight, having overlooked the main threat. At this time, the 6th member of the team, hidden from Karma's gaze, was stealthily approaching the dragon with deadly intent, staying out of the monster's sight. The Thunder Lizard turned sharply and addressed the young man, guessing that he was the main instigator of the daring attack. Rude, preparing for a decisive throw, ironically reminded the dragon that he had been interested in his name at the beginning of the battle. The guy proudly called himself the 9th inheritor of the heavenly sword technique, Rud Donatos, and thrust his spear into the monster's eye with all his might. Karma, having been seriously wounded, began to fall, dragging the hero behind him with a magical vortex behind him. The student, realizing the danger of the situation, shouted to the master to catch the weapon and threw the spear into his mentor's outstretched hands. Ein, having caught the powerful artifact, turned to his student, indignantly asking how the latter dared to speak so insolently to his teacher. The master, realizing the inappropriateness of moralizing in the midst of battle, reminded Rude that in addition to cool weapons, the hero should bring good manners. Riddler, wasting no time, continued to pelt the dragon with arrows with powerful spells, not giving it even a moment's respite. Clare, realizing that the binding spell was about to break, rushed forward with all her might as her companions shouted at her to break the bonds. Professor Mason, eager to strike hard, asked the team if the Thunder Lizard's shield and mana had already recovered. Karma, blazing with rage, called his opponents vile pigs while the protagonist continued to torment his wounded body. The dragon, unwilling to put up with the humiliation, screamed, demanding that the hated humans get away when not only Rude, but one of the professors was beside him. Suddenly, something didn't go according to plan, and a mighty gust of wind threw the young man backwards, denying him the opportunity to complete his attack. The echoes of the dragon's monstrous breath caught the rest of the crew, who were barely able to stay on their feet under the onslaught of the elements. Clare had time to complete her task as the outlines of defense spells began to appear in front of the heroes. Lena noted the multiplicity of magical formulas with surprise, trying to gauge their essence and effectiveness. The girl affected by Karma's attack did not have time to take countermeasures and was forcefully thrown away. But Professor Mason rushed to her aid. The dragon recognized the vulnerability of his defenses created by the insidious plotting of his opponents, watching Clare erect a magical barrier to protect herself and the injured Blueberry. In 7 centuries of oppression, humanity has changed dramatically, surprising even the ancient dragon. Karma regarded the achievements of the humans with disdain, seeing them as destructive decadence rather than progress for such short-lived creatures. He questioned the humans' ability to destroy the 7 dragons with disbelief, recognizing only the fact that his wings had been damaged. The Dragon King bitterly noted his humiliating position on the ground the insignificant insects tread upon. The Thunder Lizard grimly promised that he would make his enemies pay for their humiliation by filling the neighborhood with their screams and wails. Karma unleashed a particular fury on Rude Donatos, heir to the Vanara clan, for daring to stand up to the Dragon King. The monster has promised to destroy anyone who knows the hero's name, forcing them to watch helplessly as their loved ones perish without the ability to close their eyes. The dragon foretold Rude's madness of terror in the last moments of his life, promising to personally consume him as a final act of vengeance. The sky was rapidly closing in with ominous clouds, hiding the sun and plunging the battlefield into a darkness that portended an imminent end. Everyone who came to support the heroes felt the mana fluctuations and guessed that something wasn't going according to plan. A pack of dragons appeared on the horizon, making the team realize that the enemy had prepared an ambush and intended to turn the tide of battle. Mrs. Halfley, assessing the gravity of the situation, commanded that the protective barrier be moved immediately to keep everyone safe from attack. Hennis was surprised to note the lack of any hesitation and puzzled at how a pack of such low level dared to attack. The team was astonished to see the masked woman, who turned out to be Griselda Valentine. The bishop greeted the assembled, addressing them as pitiful lambs, and then separately welcomed the Prince of Althea. Grimm doubted that dragons could be tamed and assumed their minds were being controlled, demanding that the stranger identify herself. Griselda introduced herself as a member of the Church of the Dragon, a secret society that follows the benevolent Dragon King and aids the world from the underground. The Prince of the Empire, calling her a delusion and a collection of bullshit, no better than which to serve dragons, and promised that with their deaths the world would change for the better. The bishop advised the prince to be careful with his expressions, hinting that his speech was too vulgar for the last words of a member of the royal family. One of the prince's guards took umbrage at Valentine's insolence, not understanding how she dared speak to his lord like that. Once inside the protective barrier, Griselda warned that there was no need to hurry, as she would still have the opportunity to kill the prince. Finished with the greetings, Bishop announced the start of the hunt, preparing for a battle with the heroes and their allies. The prince's servants shouted during the battle with the intruders that protecting His Highness should be a priority. The prince's aide noted that despite their numerical superiority, they were inferior in experience, and wondered where on the continent such a large-scale rebel army had come from. Suddenly, someone ran up to the prince and called out to him, causing the young man to turn around in horror, expecting an attack. However, it turned out to be Balac, who wanted to help protect the head of the empire, willing to risk his life to save him. Despite his determination, Steros never thought he would have to fight against humans rather than magical creatures. Balac, realizing that in this battle you can either kill or be killed, grabbed the arm with the weapon of his attacking opponent. With a sudden movement, he threw his enemy's body over himself, experiencing the horrible feelings of the deed. One of the wounded students sat on the ground in terror, unable to even run away, begging for help as the armed enemy moved in on him. It was as if a demon had possessed Balac, and he began beating the attackers with incredible ferocity to save his friends. The battle had turned into a war. Something was exploding everywhere. People were fighting hand to hand, and somewhere there were breathless bodies. Bishop, observing what was going on, suggested that some of the boys here were more capable than she expected, and asked herself if they were Aradium students. Griselda emphasized the priority of the target, ignoring other factors when suddenly her defenses were attacked by an unknown object. The green-eyed sorceress examined the damage and related what was happening to the manipulation of space. She spoke of the owner of the Crimson Tower, Iris Halfley, who had apparently decided to join the battle. The Archmage expressed surprise at finding Griselda alive, a decade after her supposed death by dragon. The bishop, flattered by the recognition, removed her mask, showing her face and inviting her interlocutor to join the enlightened ones. Iris condemned the belief in dragon gods, accusing Griselda of dishonoring mages and urging her to return to the shadows. Bishop, ignoring the criticism, boasted of her increased power, comparing her Black Star to her opponent's accomplishments. One of the 7 bishops attacked Halfley's protective sphere, lamenting the missed opportunities to become an archmage because of her family's choices. Seeing the resistance of her opponent's shield, the sorceress decided to strengthen the onslaught with an additional spell. Suddenly, the surrounding space was filled with explosions, causing the sorceress to exclaim in surprise at the magical attack. Assessing the danger of multiple explosions, Iris created a protective sphere, marveling at the folly of using such risky magic. But when Iris looked around, she saw another Halfley brat and wondered if she was capable of something like that. Griselda was amazed to find her staff in the hands of her unexpected opponent, not realizing how it had gotten there. The realization of the deception came suddenly. That petty young man had outwitted the experienced sorceress, causing her to have a fit of rage. The revelation of the existence of the Church of Dragons caused Valentine to call for the destruction of subspace, realizing the trap. The bishop, losing her composure, promised to destroy everyone present, including the traitor and his allies. Recognizing the danger, the mother quickly covered her daughter in a magical shield, seeking to protect her from the unstable sorceress. Griselda, deciding to go on the offensive, soared up, challenging her opponents with her magical abilities. At this time, Lena restrained the fairy who was raring to fight, seeking revenge on the bishop for the evil done. Breaking free, the little elfess slumped to the ground, continuing to sob and demanding an explanation from her protector as to why she was preventing her from getting her revenge. The fairy blamed Griselda for the destruction of the tribe and the death of her loved ones, expressing her determination to take revenge at any cost. Selket warned of mortal danger, but Renee showed indifference to her own fate for the sake of revenge. Lena reminded her of the consequences of rash actions that could harm Iris, urging her to wait until she had gained sufficient strength. The girl hugged the crying fairy, trying to comfort and prevent rash actions, reminding her of Rude's feelings if something happened to Renee. Nastia, unable to stop crying, thought about the strange feeling as if something was missing, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Selket began to move her hand over the elf's head, casting an invisibility spell on her, and asked her to stay where she was, taking her vow not to leave her hiding place. Leaving Renee sitting by the tree, Lena headed towards the exit of the forest, ready to join the battle and help her friends. But suddenly, she was silent as she noticed 3 armed men from the dragon cult ahead, blocking her path. Lena pulled herself together and finished the sentence she started, promising to protect the girl at the cost of her own life. She created many sharp ice flakes, preparing to defend herself from unexpected opponents. Lion walked through the forest, pondering the ceased mana reaction and assuming that the Crimson Tower's mistress had once again blocked off the space. The girl was angry about the missed opportunity for a surprise attack on Black Star due to Hennis's interference. Suddenly, a red-haired girl jumped up to Clare, grabbed her by her clothes and began screaming, accusing her of inaction and demanding an explanation for her passivity. The swordswoman parried the question as to why Hennis was lonely, ignoring the accusations against her. Lion interrupted Hennis's attempted excuses by wryly asking if her mother had abandoned her, leaving her in danger. Clare harshly accused her interlocutor of carelessness, calling her a nuisance and advising her to look for her mother instead of idle arguments. Hafle cringed at the fact that her interlocutor was starting to piss her off, preparing to say everything she thought about her behavior. But she was suddenly silent for half a word, startled by the sword whistling a centimeter from her temple. As she came to her senses, she realized that a member of the Dragon Clan was about to attack her from behind. But Lion reacted quickly and thrust her sword into him. The swordswoman noticed that the enemy was not alone, and the girls found themselves surrounded by the rest of the cultists, ironically noting that they were great at wasting time. On Hennis's cheek was the blood of the man who had been killed right behind her back, making the girl go pale as she realized that the blood was still warm. As she touched her cheek, she realized that those scarlet drops belonged to someone who had been alive a second ago, and it shocked her. The red-haired sorceress stood dumbfounded, realizing she should fight, but unable to overcome her horror at how easily her companion was taking people's lives. Hennis mentally recognized the inevitability of killing in the name of self-defense, but the sight of bloody bodies horrified and despaired her. Lion called Hafle by name, but she stood as if paralyzed, staring mindlessly at her trembling hands. The swordswoman slapped her in the face to bring her to her senses and asked if she wanted to die here, urging her not to get distracted. Clare rebuked the girl for showing up here full of confidence but being unprepared for the reality of battle, which now made her a liability. Lion advised her companion to go home if she was going to keep getting in the way, calling her contemptuously pathetic, which deeply hurt Hafle, causing her to bite her lip. Hennis couldn't take it anymore and slammed her fist into her friend's face with all her might, screaming furiously for her to shut up. A dumbfounded Lion pressed her hand to her bruised cheek and accused the student of being mentally unstable, wondering how she dared to hit her. Hafle was outraged that Clare had no right to hit her and call her pathetic, wondering if she had made her her punching bag. The swordswoman complained that she could have limited herself to a slap instead of hitting her with her fist, to which Hennis parried that her friend should not act like a child, because the blow obviously didn't hurt her much. As she walked past Clare, she deliberately nudged her shoulder and admitted that she did feel pathetic. She recognized that she would never match Lion's strength, and that killing wouldn't get any easier for her even after 100 slaps. But she was determined that if her friend could do it, so could she. Hennis moved forward, and Clare shouted for her to wait and rushed to catch up with her partner, not wanting to leave her alone. Black Star ironically noted the persistence of the sorceress trying to fend off the attacks, and asked Iris where she had hidden her daughter. Valentine stated that she needed to take her wings and kill that liar, snidely adding that she had a lot of work to do. Iris, breathing heavily, realized with alarm that she was on the verge of exhaustion as the magic circle supporting subspace continued to consume her mana. Someone shouted, "Look out!" and a gust of wind picked up Mrs. Huffley, throwing her aside and saving her from a fatal blow. Valentine became alert, sensing the faint presence of the wind spirit, and tried to determine the source of this energy. Griselda, not paying attention to the strange sensation, declared that it was time for her and Iris to say goodbye, and pointed her weapon at her, releasing a stream of dark magic. The bishop, as she uttered her parting words, had no idea what was happening on the other side of her spell, confident of her victory. In front of the weary Iris sitting on the ground, her daughter Hennis suddenly appeared and created a protective barrier, taking the full force of the enemy attack. Valentine, seeing the girl, shouted irritatedly that she had been foolish to blindside her mother and not notice Lion's sword and swiftly approaching behind her. Griselda only had time to turn around when the swordswoman's blade had already sliced through her flesh, spraying scarlet spray all around. Bishop cried out in pain and surprise, but the wound was non-fatal, allowing her to continue fighting despite the loss of blood. Lion, realizing that she had only wounded her opponent, didn't stop and began to rain down one magical blow after another on Griselda, aiming to finish her off. Valentine, cursing, called the students damned losers and barely had time to create a protective shield, perplexed by the strength of the student whose power was clearly superior to the others. Hennis, who had remained on the sidelines until then, decided to help her friend in the fight against the hated creature and, using the staff of Griselda herself, rushed to the attack. Valentine, realizing the danger, shouted that she had no other choice and stood in the center of the magic circle drawn on the ground. Bishop activated the Black Star spell. An ominous dark energy began to rise from each line of the drawing, enveloping the sorceress. Hennis, observing what was happening, commented that this was a manifestation of the essence of an eighth circle mage, and they had encountered truly great magic. Griselda soared into the air above her sigil and, hovering amidst the darkness, shouted the name of the Arcana spell, intending to unleash its power upon her enemies. Hennis realized with alarm that her magic was beginning to break down, and assumed that the Black Star was blocking the flow of mana, robbing her of her powers. Suddenly, the face of a huge snake appeared right in front of Half-Eye's face, mouth open and ready to sink its venomous fangs into the girl's flesh. The girl was very lucky that someone shouted in time and pushed her aside, saving her from imminent death in the reptile's teeth. That someone turned out to be none other than Lion, who rushed to her friend's rescue despite the mortal danger. Griselda, amazed by Claire's incredible abilities, called her a true monster and demanded that she reveal her true identity. The swordswoman, enraged by the bishop's insolence, shouted for her to look up and swung her sword, leaving a sparking trail of magic behind her. But even Lion's incredible strength was not enough to break through Valentine's defenses, and the sorceress threw the girl away with a flick of her hand. Griselda created an impenetrable dome around the warriors and locked them inside, gloatingly promising that she would kill them all anyway. But lastly, she decided to accept Iris's confession as her last will before her death. The swordswoman, trying to use magic, bewilderedly asked why she was failing, to which Hennis irritably told her to think with her head. Valentine, hearing her acquaintance refuse to answer, shrugged and said she would then kill her and find out for herself after the victim's death. Suddenly, someone asked loudly from the forest what Griselda was babbling on about, causing the sorceress to turn around in fury at the voice. But Valentine barely had time to turn around before a massive explosion erupted next to her, knocking her concentration away. Professor Daniel laughed at Claire's remarks that only she has the right to hit her students and said to be careful what she says. Tired from the long and grueling battle, Abel asked what the current attack on the mighty dragon was. He continued to surrender, agonizing over the number of failed attempts to pierce the seemingly impenetrable defenses off the monster. Despite the team's desperate efforts, the formidable dragon continued to regenerate without showing the slightest sign of fatigue or weakness. Abel thought desperately of possible death and feared that all the attacks made would be in vain. The Heavenly Ballmaster shouted loudly and briefly, urging him not to be foolish at such a critical and decisive moment. He continued his attack, reminding us that any living thing with a beating heart will die sooner or later, unless it is a god. Roderick and Claire bantered with Waite, and he, a little tense and angry, asked someone to break the mental link between them. Abel was absolutely as sure as possible that all their incredible efforts were definitely not in vain and pointless. Previously, breaking through the extremely strong and solid defense of the ferocious dragon seemed almost unbelievably difficult, despite all the heroic efforts of the brave team. Penetration behind the powerful armor was now a little more realistic and feasible, and the density of the protective magical barrier was noticeably reduced. Mana concentrated around the creature's neck, which explained its enhanced defense of that area. Karma shouted the name of the great Feldrua loudly, emphasizing that even after many 700 years, the majestic Spirit King remains loyal to the brave men. Liana marveled at the strength of the shield, attributing it to a close connection to the legendary Lord of all Spirits, to which Ein urged to use whatever help was available. The protagonist optimistically estimated the actual chances of a long-awaited victory at as much as 95%, based on his experience and memories from his past life. Roderick was genuinely excited about the likelihood of a quick victory, while Blueberry was skeptical of the risky venture. Professor Clare emphasized that the exhausted team was left with the only option left, to stop fighting. The loyal companions did not hesitate to express their full and unconditional trust in Rude. After all, they had already gone through many harsh trials together. Mason urged everyone to risk their precious lives for the remaining 5% of success and resolutely rushed forward into the danger. She loudly commanded everyone to immediately run with all their might, distracting the enraged fire-breathing dragon to her own figure. Karma contemptuously called the frail humans foolish and insignificant creatures, needlessly risking their miserable and worthless lives. One of the team boldly shouted that he was willing to risk everything in the world at such high stakes and joined the others in the assault. The dragon, confident of its superiority, slammed its tail against the ground with force, trying to throw off the attackers and causing a powerful concussion. It was necessary to engage in close combat to accurately strike the dragon's heart, but the beast was particularly vigilant. Claire logically assumed that the thinning of the protective barrier would make it difficult for the dragon to intercept attacks coming from different directions at the same time. Guild leader Dull Moon supported the idea of a square attack, urging them to use the advantage they had created. The protagonist deftly jumped up with two swords to the same level as the dragon's eyes and began to provoke Karma, trying to throw him off balance. Rude taunted the dragon, accusing him of sluggish attacks and cowardice in the face of insignificant insects. Infuriated to the core, the dragon furiously released a fireball from its mouth, aiming aptly at the annoying guy. Despite the speed and strength of the attack, the trained young man still managed to dodge it in time, staying alive. The Thunder Dragon, annoyed by the repeated deception, expressed his disdain for his opponent's tactics, saying he would not fall for such a thing again. Liana warned the team of the change of direction and the powerful energy surge, urging everyone to hold tight. The hero clearly felt the frightening power of the devastating recoil immediately after the emergency change of fighting stance. The smug dragon scoffed aloud at the inept and fussy humans, completely oblivious to Professor Mason approaching him. With a wild, piercing scream, she struck a blow directly into the massive and vulnerable torso of the dazed monster, putting all of her power into it. The monster declared his attacks useless, confident in his invulnerability to his opponent's blows. The professor reported the activation of the creature's regeneration, noting that the effect would last no more than 30 seconds. Karma mocked another attack while Denatrix frantically analyzed why the instructions didn't match his knowledge. The incredibly enraged dragon menacingly promised to immediately crush all the impertinent and annoying attackers like nasty, pesky flies. Suddenly, the dragon's huge torso strangely stopped obeying unquestioningly, and its massive armored head rushed down sharply. Bryce propped the creature's head up with difficulty, ordering Roderick to stop talking and open fire immediately. Riddler jokingly agreed with Grandpa, and diligently set about aiming his weapon at the giant foe's vulnerable spot. The precise hit made the monster's head twitch. Karma scolded the attackers in anger, calling them pathetic bugs. While Karma was cursing all around him, Rude noticed that the monster's golden blood was as hot as molten metal. The young man suggested that stopping the monster could be done with an explosive blood sword. Remembering from his past life the exact location of where his brother had struck, he prepared to repeat it without hesitation. The target was the point where the dragon's heart was located, a crystal that all dragon kings have and serves as the source of their power. Unlike ordinary dragons, the hearts of kings endowed their huge bodies with power, ironically resembling the workings of the human heart. Rude realized that his comrades were running out of mana and had done everything they could to carry out this attack without a second chance. So he drew a different sword from subspace and decided to strike without a second chance. With a fierce cry, He plunged his sword into where he thought the heart was, intending to tear the monster to pieces and snatch the crystal. The rest of the team watching on cheered, confident of success. But Rude, listening, felt that the battle was not yet over, for he could distinguish the heartbeat of the enemy. Suddenly, a polymorph appeared in front of them, causing the heroes to freeze in amazement. The crowd shouted in excitement, praising Asir as the new hero who had managed the incredible feat of defeating a thunder dragon and a dragon king at such a young age. Ignoring everyone's cheering, Asir turned to his younger brother, Rude, trying to tell him something. Immersed in thought, he tried to recall the events of those distant days when his brother was still alive. But things didn't work out the way he wanted them to. Donatos was jerked out of his reverie by the startled shouts of his comrades. Opening his eyes, the young man saw the rapidly approaching attack of a polymorph standing a few meters away from him. The hero tried to bounce back, but the enemy's magic still caught up with him, piercing through his body, leaving no chance for defense. Claire cried out in horror as she watched the aftermath of a battle that was clearly not in their favor. She instantly rushed toward the falling hero, who seemed to be collapsing from a great height. Karma, watching the professor pick up the injured student, uttered that he hadn't expected to have to resort to this because of them. The dragon noted the increased skill of the humans over 700 years, continuing to attack the team despite taking damage. The heavenly swordmaster, fighting with all his might, realized with horror that he could no longer repel the polymorph's attack. The thunder dragon, angry at the heroes, promised he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. With his destructive magic, he mercilessly chopped off Abel's hands, calling them filthy and vile offshoots. Roderick, seeing his comrade's severed arm fall to the ground, screamed in panic, demanding that a recovery field be created immediately. He chose his next victim to be the one who keeps reciting strange spells in a hoarse voice, the White Flame Sorceress. Claire put her hand to her mouth. Something strange began to happen. She fainted and dropped the staff from her other hand. Ein, trying to stand up for the sorceress, shouted for the monster not to dare touch her and directed a stream of green energy at the enemy. Trying to focus the monster's attention on himself, the young man gave Riddler the opportunity to assist Blueberry. The leader of the Stalkers Guild suddenly entered the battle, releasing an arrow aimed straight at the enemy's face in the blink of an eye. But the monster easily intercepted the projectile with his hand, making it clear that such tricks would not work on him. Swinging around, he hurled the arrow back at the shooter, as if returning a challenge to the insolent magician. The projectile stabbed precisely into the guild leader's eye, causing him to crouch in pain. The monster mockingly uttered that out of respect for their accomplishments, he would do to humans what they usually did to themselves. With those words, the monster pulled out a single rib of enormous size, intending to use it as a weapon. Taking the rib as if it were a sword, the dragon asked if he remembered correctly that the heavenly swordmaster's name was Ain Bryce. The great teacher challenged assertively, "Attack if you dare." The great teacher defiantly issued the challenge, "Attack if you dare." The power of the fighting men was so great that the very universe seemed to shudder from their confrontation. While the others were busy fighting, Professor Clare was bent over an injured student, trying to bring him to his senses. A bolt of lightning pierced the young man's heart, requiring at the very least resuscitation and pinpoint mana channeling. Mason immediately got on the case, pleading with the student to hang in there and not give up. Suddenly, air was forced down the student's throat and he began to cough up blood, showing that his condition was critical. Upon seeing this picture, the professor realized that her efforts were failing, and she was only panicking, not knowing what to do next. But she wasn't given a chance to think. The heartbreaking scream of her partner flying by was heard behind her back, making her turn around. He was pierced by a blade near his heart, and the fight seemed lost despite his best efforts. Scoffing, the enemy rebuked the heroes for the weakness of their bodies, calling them the scum of Vanar, and thrust the protruding blade harder. Bryce grinned inquisitively at the enemy's technique, assuming there were countless unknown techniques they had learned from 700 years of fighting. The dragon ordered Bryce to sit still while he dealt with the others, planning to kill him especially slowly to capture the moment. He approached the armed Claire, reminding her that she had dared him to cut off his leg, and contemplating what to do with it. Waving her blade, the girl shouted for him not to come any closer, but he paid no attention to it, for he was busy with other things. At first glance, it looked like Claire was just casually swiping at the ball, but the dragon began to look more closely. Has he really figured it out? Horrified the professor, seeing the enemy analyzing the situation. Polymorph picked up on the surprising unity of Claire's blade sweeps, indicating a special technique. In the next instant, he stabbed the girl in the stomach, rendering her unable to resist. After all, the purpose of insects is to crawl on the ground. He smirked as he looked at his defeated opponent. Claire, trying not to attract attention, clutched her blade harder and harder with her hand and wondered if the dragon thought too much of himself. She abruptly raised her hand with the weapon and dropped it, saying that it would be enough for her. The blade hit the dragon directly, and he was surprised to realize that the sword attack had only been a distraction. The professor mockingly muttered that one shouldn't underestimate humans by calling a dragon a lizard. The polymorph could only shout curses and call the humans impertinent creatures, realizing his defeat. But pulling himself together, he was able to suddenly grab Claire by the neck, allowing her to choose her own horrible fate. Raising the girl to his eye level so that her feet were off the floor, he changed his mind, and now he would not simply kill her, but would devise special torments. The protagonist recalled how in a past life he rejected his brother's help while depressed. Asir had promised Rude that he would never die, and the memory made the young man tap his fingers nervously on the ground. Hearing an outside noise, the polymorph cocked an ear, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Donatos was shaking desperately at that moment, but he still got to his feet, full of determination. An arrow leading to 5 wings appeared on his arm, a sign of the activation of a new ability that gave him strength and confidence. "Brother, even though you may be a desperate man, I am ahead of you in this area," the protagonist pronounced. The worried Feldrua persisted in trying to bring the confused Rude to his senses, repeating his name with increasing alarm. Crystal asked if the young man was all right, since the connection had broken, to which the student irritably shouted that he shouldn't yell because his ears were ringing as it was. The polymorph's gaze, full of distrust and malice, was fixed on the stigmata on the student's body, the existence of which he refused to believe. The monster shouted in rage that this should never have happened and, letting go of the professor, lunged at the hero. The attack was so swift that with one powerful blow he severed the young man's hand, causing it to fly off to the side. Instead of the expected joy of an easy victory, the bewildered polymorph felt deep confusion as he carefully watched the unusual development. The mysterious glow around the severed limb suddenly reminded the stricken dragon of long-forgotten events from 7 centuries ago. The monster, realizing his mistake, wondered how he hadn't thought of it before, because everything pointed to Rude being the reincarnation of Vanar. Donatos, remaining remarkably calm, retrieved his sword from subspace, firmly repeating his denial, mentally trying on the role of older brother. Stigmata. Asir had it too, and manifested in 5 bright strokes, transforming the bearer's mana into a furious, destructive force. The hero was aware of the importance of the 5-minute limit of the force, eager to finish the fierce battle before the mighty strokes disappeared. The impatient young man, ignoring his opponent's complicated reasoning, boldly urged the huge lizard to immediately attack. The enraged polymorph shouted for the young man to watch his tongue, for even Vanar, the greatest of men, had lost to him, and Donatos himself was but a lowly inferior being. Rude mentally analyzed the tactics of the last battle, realizing the need to break through the enemy defenses before precious time ran out. The student mockingly inquired as to the reason for the Dragon King's human appearance, which caused a new wave of rage in his powerful opponent. The enraged polymorph swung furiously, intending to severely punish the insolent impudent for his disrespectful, insulting speech. The young man, maintaining surprising equanimity, ironically compared his opponent's clumsy attacks to an inept dance, causing him to become even more furious. Puzzled by his opponent's unusual behavior, the monster was confused for a moment, losing the initiative in the fierce fight. The enraged dragon stopped the verbal altercation, focusing on creating a magical barrier to contain the advancing student. The polymorph, seized by rage, longed to tear the arrogant opponent apart from his vulnerable heart. Preoccupied with defense, the dragon missed an unexpected magical stab in the back from an emerging hero ally. The heavenly swordmaster, approaching, mockingly inquired the reason for the mighty dragon's flight from humans. The polymorph's eyes widened in amazement, unable to believe the reality of the event happening around him. The dragon was absolutely certain of a deadly outcome for his opponents, but reality belied his expectations. Clare announced the final stage of recovery, warning of possible enemy transformation and urging concentration of forces. The hero, inspired by the support of his team, rushed at the dragon with a determination to fight to the victorious end. Realizing the approach of imminent defeat, the polymorph created a fireball in desperation in an attempt to stop the enemy's advance. Despite the power of the flames burning his skin, the young man continued his advance, giving his enemy a hateful look. Having reached the target, the hero plunged his dagger into the dragon's torso, putting all his accumulated strength and determination into the blow. Letting out a heartbreaking scream, the wounded polymorph transformed, desperately trying to escape from the magical subspace. The desperate dragon tried unsuccessfully to break the barrier, repeating the opening spell with increasing desperation. Confused by the unyielding barrier, the polymorph questioned the nature of the strange place and the unusual mana in a panic. Noticing the footprints belonging to Amida, the wounded dragon began to have a second wave of surprise, unable to believe what was happening. The realization of the pure dragon's use of humans struck the polymorph when his paw was suddenly bound by an iron chain. The student who had thrown the chain on mockingly inquired where the man was going, calling him a bastard. Panic-stricken Karma begged for mercy, asserting his necessity to the human world and denying involvement in what was happening. The dragon, clinging to life, has declared himself the mediator of a chaotic world, calling himself a magnificent thunderstorm. Tired of meaningless excuses, the young man abruptly cut off the verbal flow of his defeated opponent. The hero, rejecting the need for such creatures, watched as the second dragon began to devour the defeated Karma. Suddenly, the sky above the battlefield began to tear apart, causing everyone present to be alarmed. A stunned Balac couldn't believe his eyes as he watched with Lena the growing hole in the sky. Griselda laughed gloatingly, announcing the destruction of space and the imminent end of her opponents. Through the gap formed in subspace, part of the giant dragon body could be seen, causing the eyewitnesses to be horrified. The band of heroes returned alive, though visibly shattered after a fierce battle with a mighty foe. Amazed onlookers recognized the defeated creature as a headless thunder dragon, realizing the significance of the event. The prince, having ascertained that the dragon was immobile, announced its death and called for the destruction of the remaining heretics. Black Star, gripped by fear and confusion, feverishly pondered the next course of action in the situation. A sword suddenly flew past, lightly grazing the confused Griselda, drawing her attention to the new threat. The student mockingly asked his sister if she was in a hurry to leave the battlefield early. Griselda's rage intensified at the sight of the hated young man, unaware of Lillian approaching from behind. Clare swiftly attacked, piercing the confused bishop's body with her sharp blade through and through. Unexpectedly to everyone present, the badly injured Griselda jumped to the side, resembling a hunted rat. Daniel, observing the scene, assumed the bishop had an emergency escape scroll, noting the lethality of the wound he had received. The crying fairy and the excited Hennis ran joyfully towards their friend, immensely happy to see him alive. Friends surrounded the hero, expressing relief and joy, and Renee, not restraining her emotions, threw herself into her uncle's arms. Lillian, feeling guilty for the slip, apologized to Rude, but the latter reassured her, acknowledging the sufficiency of her efforts. The young man, looking at his hand, wondered ironically if he was now a real hero. Those around him, upon hearing the young man's question, peppered him with many questions about his status as a hero and his possible bruised head. The girl beside Rude couldn't contain her laughter as she watched the crowd's reaction to his words. She pondered whether a real hero could be like that, surrounded by friends and having fun with them. A week later, news of the victory over the Thunder Dragon, the appearance of the Dragon Church, and the return of the hero spread everywhere. These events caused unrest across the continent, marking the beginning of a new era of chaos and change. The rulers of various countries were feverishly trying to get reliable information from Parma and Althea about what had happened. Public interest in the miraculous survivors of the battle with the Thunder Dragon has reached unprecedented proportions. Despite everyone's curiosity, the heroes were seriously injured and kept in the closed chambers of the Holy Throne of Light. Arnek's chambers in the Holy Throne of Light ward reminded the heroes of strict confinement, limiting their freedom. Rude shared the news of Clare and Liana's secret libations, leading the Stalker Guild leader to think that they had recovered. The young man did not take his eyes off the cookies and noted with admiration the effectiveness of the sacred magic, which even allowed him to reattach Huitu's severed arm. Abel expressed gratitude to the mages of the Solstice Guild for the timely medical attention that had saved the limb, while Roderick resented it, reminding her that he was the one who had taken it from subspace. Bryce, with a wink, compared the power of holy magic to the miracle of the stigmata, favoring the latter. An embarrassed Rude asked to stop calling him Immortal Warrior, tired of being ridiculed by those around him. 2 days ago, the hero visited the Holy See, causing a new wave of discussion among his comrades. Ein inquired about the legitimacy of the title, to which Rude was skeptical about the publicity and ostentatiousness of the situation. Roderick inquired about his comrades' impressions of his meeting with the Pope, receiving an unexpectedly critical review of the young church leader. The interlocutors, intrigued by the young man's reaction, began discussing the appeal of the title Immortal Warrior, ignoring the student's silence. The annoyed Rude suddenly jumped up and ran away, while the guild leader tried to bring him back, promising to stop taunting him. Donatos reflected on his quick recovery thanks to the stigmata, happy that he could already move around on his own, and hoped that his friends would also quickly return to normal. The young man realized the reason for the taunts of his friends, who had not experienced the severity of what had happened, which made him irritated. Finding himself alone, the hero realized that he had nowhere to go and thought about further actions. Suddenly, a man called out to him, wondering what the guy was doing there and reminding him of his upcoming medical procedures. Despite his satisfactory condition, the doctor insisted on the need to monitor the student's well-being because of the unexplored nature of the stigmata. Before he could move away, Rude heard another shout that caught the attention of both him and the male escort. Jeremy greeted the hero cheerfully, expressing his satisfaction at his healthy appearance. At the boy's sharp question, Jeremy explained his presence with an interest in sacred magic and a recommendation from the Academy's headmaster. Rude cut Dueling off abruptly, mentally regretting his insistence and wishing to avoid further conversation. Jeremy politely asked the man to leave them alone to discuss important matters. The attendant agreed, reminding us to return before medical procedures. The hero cut off that they had nothing to talk about, but the persistent visitor continued to ask about the ancestor's diary. Jeremy shared the results of his research on the Church of the Dragon and the Church of Light, handing Rude a small journal. While Donato studied the document, Dueling talked about the investigation of the imperial family and his hypothesis about the connection of religions. He mentioned the legend of the ancient evil god who destroyed the world, and the salvation granted by Arnic, the god of light. Jeremy suggested a connection between an ancient evil god and a dragon god, noting the deep roots of the Church of the Dragon. Rude reacted skeptically, reducing Jeremy's long explanation to a lack of concrete results. Dueling held out the envelope without giving up, mentioning the strange aura of the priest who had just left them alone. The intrigued student opened the letter containing information about this strict priest. Jeremy talked about Marvin Berthold, whose impeccable background in joining the church raised suspicions. Dueling shared his observations, urging Rude to remain vigilant despite the theoretical nature of the information. The hero accused his interlocutor of being too keen on investigation, but the latter insisted on the importance of his hypotheses. An irritated Rude tried to chase Jeremy away, but he promised to return with more valuable information. Descending the stairs, the student asked Feldroy's opinion of the strange guest and his suspicions. The spirit admitted its limited perception, suggesting that mana might be the source of the oddities. Dissatisfied with the vague answer, Donatos headed forward, where a worried fairy was already looking for him. Back in the noisy chamber where some of his friends were arguing and Balac was practicing as if nothing had happened, the young man irritably inquired if it was time for the visitors to go home. Hennis accused Rude of deliberately avoiding his friends, causing a new outburst of anger in her comrade. The friends, catching the hidden hint in the words of the irritated hero, began to inventively invent reasons for leaving, promising to return tomorrow. Left alone with his thoughts, Rude swore, cursing the intrusiveness of the visitors, and the departing Hennis gently reminded him of his friend's genuine concern. Outraged by the young man's rudeness, Hoffley tried to restrain herself, but she failed, and she blurted out a barbed phrase about his insufferable temper. Suddenly, Rude, as if regaining his senses, inquired about his friend's knowledge of sacred magic and Arnek's mysterious chambers, taking the girl by surprise. When he clarified his interest in the priests, the hero noticed how the eyes of his interlocutor lit up with curiosity, betraying her interest. The mention of Marvin Berthold's name caused Hennis a slight confusion mixed with growing interest. Noticing the girl's lack of concrete knowledge, Donatos leaned back tiredly on his pillow, asking her to leave, unwittingly sowing alarm. Annoyed Hennis, hiding her resentment behind contrived concern, hurriedly left the chamber, finding herself in the cool of the evening streets. Walking through the evening streets, Hoffley mentally repeated the surname Berthold, remembering the family's fame in the field of sacred magic. A sudden insight dawned on the girl. She remembered a recent acquaintance with a representative of this family at a social club. Despite the late hour and the deserted corridors, Hennis determinedly began ogling around in hopes of finding a magical communicator in the building. Finding two old-fashioned phone booths, the girl exhaled with relief, happy with her good fortune. With fingers trembling with excitement, Hennis dialed the number, introducing herself as Haley Berthold and recalling the recent meeting. Gathering her courage, she asked for an urgent meeting, hoping to get answers to her sudden questions. Haley's voice through the receiver was filled with sorrow as she apologized, reporting the recent loss of her uncle. The interviewee shared shocking details. Uncle Marvin's body was discovered in his home 3 days after his death. Upon hearing Marvin's name, Hennis froze, struck by the sudden realization of the connection between the dead man and the mysterious priest Berthold. Exhausted by anxious thoughts, the protagonist restlessly tossed and turned in the hospital bed, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Rude jumped up abruptly, feeling a strange fluctuation of energy in the air, prompting a concerned question from the crystal. In a strained voice, the young man explained that someone had blocked his mana by somehow getting through the heightened security. Gathering his courage, the hero loudly called out to the intruder lurking outside the door, trying to lure him out into open conversation. As he got closer and closer to the door, he heard a male voice calling someone a creature, which made him even more wary. Opening the door, Rude was horrified to find Marvin holding the frightened Hennis tightly by the neck and mockingly calling the young man fake son. The rage-stricken student snapped back sharply, angrily accusing the wily stranger of a constant, confusing change of identity. Hennis, desperately trying to breathe in the villain's iron grip, watched the incomprehensible, tense conversation perplexed. Rude, dawned by a sudden insight, called out the name of Adam Migrel, the man whose child he had called himself in the Dragon Realm. The stranger, clearly pleased with the long-awaited recognition, fully revealed his true nature to the students with a sadistic smirk. The young man gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing for the inevitable fight, but he realized bitterly that this was by far the worst possible outcome. Adam Migrel, the sinister coordinator of the dragon cult, was famous for suddenly appearing without a trace, possessing the frightening ability to change appearance at will, a power bordering on the divine. In Rude's past life, this monster in human form rarely showed itself, but every time it appeared, it invariably left a bloody trail everywhere. Despite his brother Rude's victory over Migrel, he recognized that the success was only a fluke. So incomprehensible was the power of this mysterious creature. Before the hero stood something that skillfully pretended to be human, but carried an unknown, frightening essence. Feldrua, assessing the situation, assumed the hybrid nature of the enemy, closer to chimera than human or dragon, while Rude pondered the hopelessness of the situation. Donatos reminded the crystal of the possibility of using ice magic to save Hennis as soon as the opportune moment presented itself. Giving his final orders, Rude ordered that Hafle be protected at all costs, even at the cost of his life, while continuing to keep his sword at the ready. Adam, with undisguised surprise and slight disappointment, wondered why the young man was slow to bear his blade. A tense dialogue ensued about the strength of the opponents and Griselda's fate, revealing details about recent events and serious wounds. Migrel admitted to killing Valentine in cold blood, attributing his decision to her incompetence and failure to protect the Thunder Dragon, calling her death a waste of time. Rude, losing patience, abruptly cut off his opponent's monologue, accusing him of pretense and lack of true feelings, demanding to get to the point. Adam, referring to the young man as an immortal warrior, began to slowly outline the results of his research, tightening his grip on the frightened Hennis's neck. The villain listed the key points of Rude's biography, expressing doubts about the plausibility of his rapid development from mere mercenary to opponent of the Dragon King. Migrel, turning to a panting Hennis, tried to engage her in a discussion of her friend's unusual nature to find his soulmate. Unexpectedly, Hennis responded furiously, calling Adam the strangest person in the room, and tried to attack him. Surprised at such a stupid act by the student, Migrel revealed the girl's secret sorcery, comparing her magic to a child's toy and threatening to take away the power. Realizing the danger Hennis was in, Donatos rushed to her aid with lightning speed, taking the blow and throwing her to safety. Feldrua, following Rude's order, created a protective ice barrier around the falling girl, cushioning her landing. Adam, holding the lad's severed arm, recognized his heroism but questioned the restoration of the stigmata, pondering the value of the girl's life to the young man. An enraged Hennis shouted insults at Migrel, but the young man ignored her and demanded that his opponent stop playing games and get down to business. Adam, slightly surprised, agreed to cut to the chase, continuing to squeeze the young man's hand, and inquired as to the source of the information about the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms. The student, realizing the risk of provocation, boldly replied that Adam's daddy had provided the information, preparing for a possible furious reaction. Enraged by the inappropriate joke, Migrel struck a second magical blow, mercilessly ripping the student's other arm off. Hennis, who was watching in horror, was desperately thrashing against the magic dome, trying to break free and help her bleeding comrade. Adam, keeping eerily calm, asked with a smile how Rude had found the Thunder Dragon Sealstone. The exasperated student, standing armless, calmly but with undisguised malice in his voice, replied that he had simply picked him up off the ground. Unhappy with this response and the useless death of the Thunder Dragon, Miguel delivered another brutal blow, this time aiming for the defenseless young man's leg. Rude, unable to resist, collapsed to the floor as Adam continued his monologue on the desirability of repeating the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms at the academy. The hero, trying to lift his head, recalled the horrifying aftermath of the past disaster, when many students were killed by lightning. Miguel, questioning his true nature, questioning the reincarnation theory of the Vanar hero, pinning Rude's head to the floor. Adam, smiling triumphantly, announced his unexpected conclusion about the nature of the main character, calling him a regressor, a time traveler. Miguel, raising the young man's head, outlined his theory about Rude's past victories over dragons and gods, linking it to recent strange events. The villain accused the young man of being the plaything of the mysterious dragon Genesis Kurna, eliciting only a surprised look from the student. Noticing the confusion in the young man's eyes, Adam inquired curiously if this was the first time he had heard the mysterious name. Miguel began to talk about the dragon god Kurne, the father of all dragons and the god of creation who could control time. Despite the shocking revelation about the god of time, Donatos remained inwardly indifferent to the status of his supposed patron. Gathering his last strength, the hero vowed to kill Miguel the next time they met, looking at him with desperate determination and hatred. Adam mockingly noted the impossibility of carrying out the threat to a crippled man with one remaining leg, mocking Rude's helplessness. The villain, satisfied with the information he received, decided to let Rude live, explaining it by his unwillingness to confront Kearney. Rude, bleeding, reaffirmed his promise to kill Miguel out of his last strength, not giving up until the end. Adam, laughing, sarcastically wished the dying hero good luck and disappeared, leaving the dying hero alone with his fading consciousness. There was a tense calm in the Holy Throne of Light ward, hiding the recent disturbing events. Professor Daniel knocked and entered the chamber of the Heavenly Swordmaster, who was complaining about the tedious 3-day investigation. Gould explained that the attack occurred immediately after Rude was recognized as a hero, despite heavy security in the wards. Discussing the situation, they noted the internal investigation and withholding information from the press for the sake of preserving the reputation of heroes. Bryce, concerned about the actions of the Church of the Dragon, emphasized the need for urgent action against the elusive enemy. The professor thought about the question of the possible early breaking of the next dragon seal and Rude's words. Gould mentioned a visit from the Black Wolves captain, and Bryce expressed concerns about that captain's aggressive behavior. At this time, Rude was shouting furiously at the man, obviously annoyed by the questioning, but the aide standing at the door tried to stand as if nothing had happened. The hero continued to question angrily, accusing his interlocutor of deafness and reminding him of his inaction during the attack. The captain emphasized the illogicality of the situation, given the doubled guards and the presence of elite warriors. Rude, angered by the accusations, recalled himself as the only victim, sarcastically wondering about the knight's injuries. The assistant captain listened attentively to the story of the assailant who had taken the form of a priest, as if trying to catch important details. Captain Black Wolves jumped up from his chair and emotionally explained to Rude the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences for the reputation of the imperial family. He harshly criticized the guy's right to be called a hero, doubting his abilities and attributing the victory over the dragon to the head of the guild. Rude, hurt by the captain's words, sarcastically recalled his close proximity during the incident, provoking further conflict. The enraged captain swung hard and hit the young man, while his aide tried to calm the situation by panicking and urging restraint. The hero, maintaining amazing composure, blocked the attack, which further infuriated the already infuriated attacker. The annoyed captain, loudly boasting of his unrivaled combat skills, struck another swift blow. This time, the blow reached its intended target, and the hero, writhing slightly from the sudden pain, felt the blood on his face. The stunned captain, not believing his eyes, tried to cover up his inaccurate blow by boasting about his skill. Before he could finish his pompous speech, the arrogant captain was suddenly struck from below in the unprotected chin by the quick and strong Rude. The force of the blow literally threw the captain's massive body into the air, throwing him several meters backward, right at the feet of the stunned aide, who watched the scene unfold in mute horror. Rude, turning to the assistant captain, Riley reminded him that it was unacceptable to attack a patient, warning of the inevitable consequences of further aggression under the pretext of self-defense. The aide, sighing heavily, realized the catastrophic consequences of the incident for the reputation of the Order of the Black Wolf and tried to calm Rude down, justifying the captain's actions with a strong emotional strain. The hero, unimpressed by the excuses, sharply pointed out the danger of a blow aimed at the eye, emphasizing its potentially lethal nature to the weakened patient. The kid, desperate to defuse the situation, got down on his knees, begging for forgiveness and promising to do anything to keep it a secret from the dignitaries. Continuing to make excuses, the aide suggested that the captain had realized his mistake as well, pointing to his depressed state in the corner of the room. Rude, undeterred, demanded a good reason for their release, clearly unimpressed by the pathetic excuses. In a desperate attempt to propitiate the hero, the aide offered a valuable artifact created from the Tree of Peace and gifted by His Majesty himself. Suddenly relieved, Rude agreed to let them go, bringing a wave of relief and gratitude to the weary boy's face. Encouraged by the unexpected success, the aide hastily helped the defeated captain up and hurried to the exit, eager to leave the scene of conflict. Feldrua, commenting on the situation, expressed confidence in the authenticity of the artifact from the World Tree, while Donatos pondered the adequacy of whoever had used it in a past life. The intrigued Spirit King inquired about the identity of the mysterious creature mentioned by Rude, and was stunned to learn of his daughter Lenya's involvement. Feldrua, analyzing the situation, concluded that without the peace tree, the artifact was just an ordinary branch, expressing amazement at his daughter's ability to use such a powerful item. A sudden knock at the door brought Rude out of his reverie, and, annoyed at the intrusion, he swung it open sharply with an angry cry. On the doorstep stood a visibly distraught Hennis, called in to investigate. Not having gotten a scratch, she still felt guilty and had come to see her waking friend. Rude, not letting her finish, interrupted her abruptly, not understanding the reasons for her guilt. After a second's hesitation, Hennis held out the artifact given by her friend, wishing to return it, considering herself unworthy of such a gift. Unexpectedly for the girl, Donatos grabbed her by the wrist and, without listening to her objections, resolutely led her behind him, intending to have a serious talk. Taking the girl outside, the hero sat her down on a bench and, trying to be delicate, began a conversation about the absence of their guilt in the incident. Hafli, still overwhelmed with emotion, tried to express her dismay that Rude had almost died because of her. The guy, eager to diffuse the tense atmosphere, brushed off the seriousness of the situation, suddenly noticing his friend's new hairstyle. Not giving in to the attempt to change the subject, she bitterly suggested that if Lion had been in her place, he would have suffered less, showing a deep resentment toward herself and nervously rubbing the fabric of her dress. The young man asked for an explanation, and she told of her grueling training, sleepless nights in the lab, and constant dagger exercises until she was exhausted. The girl, with pain in her voice, admitted that despite her best efforts, she still feels like a burden who is constantly trying to catch up with the guy. Hennis, barely holding back tears, shared her constant feeling of falling behind her friends, feeling as if every attempt to catch up only widened the gap between them. She bitterly concluded that she was only holding everyone back, not deserving of the wings of darkness he had given her, considering herself useless and regretting her existence. Rude, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, clumsily joked about his ability to regenerate, but Hennis, not appreciating the humor, insisted on the seriousness of the conversation. Unable to withstand the emotional tension, the young man jumped up from the bench and, looking directly into his friend's eyes, talked about the imperfection of all people and the uniqueness of each life path. As he continued his inspirational speech, he emphasized her value as a person, claiming that she, like others, was unique, causing a glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes. Confidently stating Hennis's future need for their mutual affairs, Rude noticed how the girl, touched by his words, lowered her head, unable to hold back tears of relief. The hero urged his girlfriend to let go of negative thoughts and keep working hard, emphasizing the importance of constant effort and investment in self-development. Having finished his speech, the hero, considering the conversation over, left Hafli on the bench and headed away. No sooner had he gotten far away than the girl, gathering her wits, called out to him, asking him to linger a moment longer. Hennis, overcoming her inner resistance and excitement, struggled to squeeze out a confession of her feelings for the surprised Donatos. Lion, who was walking nearby in the yard, hid behind a tree and unwittingly overheard the whole conversation. Hennis, wiping away an unsolicited tear, admitted with a bitter smile that she had always thought declarations of love with tears were ridiculous. Realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, the girl hastily added that she didn't expect an immediate response from the obviously confused Rude. Stammering and blushing, Hennis tried to explain that she was simply following the impulse of her heart, while the hero watched her in silence. Donatos, stunned by the unexpected confession, could only squeeze out a quiet, "I'm sorry," as he looked at the confused girl staring at the ground. Hafley, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, hastily assured that she had not expected a positive answer, knowing her comrade's sensitivity to such topics. As she continued to talk about her feelings, the girl didn't suspect that their conversation was being listened to by Lion, who was lurking nearby. Unexpectedly for Rude, Hennis bluntly asked if he was rejecting her because of his feelings for Clare, catching the young man off guard. The character, clearly confused and annoyed, began to slowly and tensely formulate his answer to the difficult question. Guy, trying to be delicate, explained his treatment of everyone as friends and comrades, mentioning the unpredictability of their dangerous lives. Rude, out of the blue, admitted that Claire's intense feelings for him made him uncomfortable, unaware that his words deeply hurt the eavesdropping Lion. The swordswoman, unable to contain her emotions any longer, hurriedly left her hiding place, trying to remain unnoticed. But her fleeing noise attracted the hero's attention, interrupting his monologue. He gazed warily into the woods, but could see no one. Hennis, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the moment, reminded Donatos of the old saying about love blossoming even in times of war, saying it clearly with a hint. The girl, feeling both ashamed and relieved, clung joyfully to the ghostly hope left by Rude's evasive answer, but he was even more puzzled, assuming that she had not been listening to him. Hennis, encouraged by the conversation, promised to keep trying and offered to meet after the protagonist's discharge, as if nothing had happened. The young man looked at his departing friend and wished her a safe return home, feeling a mixture of relief and anxiety. Feldrua sarcastically commented on the situation, joking that Rude had secured his place in hell by rejecting 2 women at once. Thinking out loud, the guy explained his attitude towards the girls with the experience of his past life and their youth, considering their feelings wrong. The crystal wisely reminded the hero of the reality of current time, questioning whether he could ignore present feelings just because of knowledge of the future. Rude, brushing aside deep thoughts of sentiment, declared there was no time for such trivialities and headed resolutely away. The hero, analyzing the recent encounter, remembered how Adam Migral, one of the 3 cardinals of the Church of Dragons, was the first to reveal his regressor status. Donatos also realized the shocking fact about the Dragon King as the source of his time travel, which opened up new mysteries. As he pondered his priorities, the young man decided to focus on the figure of Adam Migral, whose knowledge and actions raised many questions. Feldrua tried to say something to Rude, but the student interrupted him, stating his understanding of the situation, that the oath does not allow the Spirit King to reveal information about the Dragon King. Walking back to the ward past the 2 guards, the student continued to mentally analyze the situation, trying to find clues. An unexpected theory illuminated the hero. What if Adam Migral is also a regressor, but one who has traveled back in time before him? Feldrua, surprised by the boy's assumption, interjected about the possibility of Adam Migral regressing, trying to make sense of the idea. The young man, developing his theory, noted Adam's instant understanding of the concept of regression, unlike the rest of the continent's inhabitants. Thinking back to the night's encounter, Rude noted Adam's unusual abilities, neither spatial magic nor normal combat techniques, which made it impossible for him to read his attack. All of this replaying of memories in his head reminded the guy of his feeling at the time, as if time had stopped. Rude, developing his theory, suggested that Migral could control time like a dragon god, perhaps by making some sort of deal with the mysterious Kurna. Realizing the hypothetical nature of his reasoning, the hero focused on the need for urgent reinforcement, realizing the insufficiency of the level of 5th heaven achieved to confront Adam. The young man came to the conclusion that it was impossible to trust completely in the experience of his past life, realizing the urgent need to find new ways to develop strength. The Heavenly Swordmaster's sudden appearance interrupted the student's musings. The mentor, noting the improvement in the student's condition, suggested a serious conversation. The master explained the limited capacity of the imperial investigation due to the autonomy of the kingdoms, warning Rude of the low effectiveness of the official prosecution of the Dragon Church. Donatos, agreeing with his mentor, shared his plans for independent action during the upcoming 3rd-year students' internships in the guilds. The hero expressed his intention to use his new status, recognized by the imperial family, emphasizing that he only needed time, something Bryce actually thought about. Ain, intrigued by the mention of time, inquired about Rude's experience in the inner heavens and passing the corresponding test. The mentor explained the practice of some heirs observing the growth of test subjects after the test by asking the student about the identity of the test taker. Guy named Charlotte Earville, the sixth heiress, suggesting her connection to Ian as the seventh heir. His mentor's unexpected reaction, expressing surprise, caused him to remain silent for a long time before asking about Charlotte's appearance. Rude, with a slight irony in his voice, described the spirit as an energetic person who enjoyed the process of cutting off his head, accompanying the story with an expressive gesture. Ein, immersed in the memories of their time together with Charlotte, repeated his apprentice's words thoughtfully, comprehending what he had heard. A nostalgic smile appeared on the mentor's face, giving away pleasant memories of the past associated with Earwill. The master, becoming serious, explained to Rude the peculiarities of spirit's perception of time and suggested intensive training in the inner heavens to compensate for the lack of time. A surprised Donatos clarified the teacher's offer of Charlotte's help in training, receiving an affirmative answer and an assurance of her willingness to help. Ein, heading for the exit, spoke warmly of the sixth heiress's pedagogical abilities, recalling the past. Stopping at the door, the mentor, without turning around, admitted the impossibility of comparing to her, betraying a deep respect for Earwill. Rude, contemplating the changes ahead, realized the value of intensive training in the spirit world for his development and time. So he began to remove the bandage supporting his arm. He set his sights on reaching the sixth heaven, like Professor Daniel, and carefully unwound the bandage from his bruised arm. Figuring that about 365 training sessions should be enough, he began to activate the power of his 5 wings to accomplish his goal. Rudd managed to arrange with Charlotte for a series of intensive training sessions aimed at learning new, unknown to him techniques and skills. During the sparring sessions, the hero used the tactic of surprise attacks from different directions in an effort to mislead the experienced mentor. The young man was actively experimenting with various techniques, including speeding up his own movements with a magic vortex he had created. Charlotte, impressed by her apprentice's resilience, praised him for maintaining his mental calm despite his serious injuries, and noted the growth in his magical potential. Rude, reacting with restraint to the compliment, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the ultimatum technique as an exceptional skill rather than an everyday technique, placed his hand on the blade to reach for it. The mentor, showing concern, inquired if the intense training in the celestial realm was interfering with his internship at the guild, creating a sphere of magical energy in his hand. The hero confidently replied that he had almost completed the tasks given out, urging her not to worry about his duties in the real world, watching the pulsing light as he drew his sword. Charlotte, helping the young man up, expressed relief and surprise at his progress since first asking for training as if it were yesterday. The mentor stroked the boy's voice, acknowledged her pride in her pupil and sense of timing, jokingly mentioning her mentee's many kills for the first time in a long time. An annoyed Rude recalled the recent putting a heart on a skewer, asking to be spared the empty words, to which Charlotte explained her method of instruction. Seizing the moment, the young man inquired about the circumstances surrounding the death of the sixth heiress, looking questioningly at his mentor and scratching his head absent-mindedly. He noted the discrepancy between the records of her retirement and the youthful appearance of her spirit, emphasizing that no one was to overpower the greatest warrior of that generation. The mentor, pleased by her student's question, noted that it was the first time in a year that he had inquired about her past, embarrassing Rude. Ervil, noting the moment's significance, began the tale of her latest mission to pacify the Draconids in northern Morin. Charlotte mentioned the Draconids' frequent crossings of the mountain range, emphasizing her outstanding abilities that allowed the task to be completed quickly. On the way back, she discovered an ancient dungeon, a frozen labyrinth that turned out to be a treasure trove from the mythological era, surrounded by a shimmering magical aura. Despite the danger of the Draconid-infested territory, Charlotte's curiosity took over, and she decided to explore what turned out to be not a dungeon, but a passageway. This shortcut across the majestic mountain range led to the snow-covered plains, the abode of the Draconids, which gave the girl an uneasy feeling of foreboding. The student, realizing the implications of the discovery, checked with his mentor to see if the Draconids had indeed used this passage through the mountain range. Charlotte confirmed the possibility, recognizing the disappointing news and her intention to return quickly, interrupted by the sudden ambush. Mentor described a brutal but exciting battle, culminating in the appearance of an incredibly strong Draconid leader, which made her doubt victory for the first time. Faced with inevitable defeat, Irville made the decision to destroy the passage, averting disaster at the cost of her own life. Concluding the story, the mentor suggested that the official version of stepping aside was the result of Aine fulfilling her last wish. Charlotte, having finished her story, asked Rude's opinion of the dramatic nature of her story. But the young man, unexpectedly, asked about her desire for revenge. Mentor, remembering Aine fondly, described him as a small, snotty, and whiny child she had raised. Rude, surprised by this description, tried to match the image of the tearful child with the stern mentor he knew, his face expressing obvious bewilderment. Irville explained her decision not to ask for revenge, fearing that Aine's kind soul might lead him to act recklessly, sacrificing his life to fulfill her request. The hero, calling the decision selfish, was taken aback by Charlotte's response about her right to her own rules, and with a smile suggested he kill her next time if he was upset. She inquired if Donatos's curiosity was satisfied, to which the student, after thanking her for the story, decided to leave, expressing a deep thoughtfulness on his face. Suddenly, Charlotte called out to the departing student in a concerned voice, warning him against dedicating his life to revenge just because of his death habit. The hero, clearly unhappy with the situation, turned away abruptly and said dryly that he would take it under advisement, showing his annoyance. Lastly, he added that those left behind had made this decision on their own, leaving the sixth heiress of the heavenly ball to stand alone, feeling the bitterness of the moment. Back in the real world, Rude heard from Feldrua that he had spent about 4 hours in training, realizing the difference in time perception between worlds. Feeling intense pain, the hero tried to stretch his aching body and neck, complaining of fatigue, when suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting his attempts to relax. Professor Clare, opening the door unexpectedly, entered the room with important information about the new assignment, interrupting Rude's musings. Apologizing for the suddenness, she spoke of the chaos among the dragons in the vicinity of the rival kingdom, handing the student a roll-up and emphasizing the importance of the internship. Clare, clearly saddened by the imminent end of Rude's apprenticeship, begged him to stay in the Dead Dragon Guild for a 4th year. But the young man, remembering his pact with Abel, had to refuse. Donatos, studying the scroll Mason handed over in surprise, found that the new assignment had to do with the Wildlands, his eyebrows raised in surprise. The professor described the Wildlands as a barren wasteland in the west of the kingdom of Ribel, mentioning the single city of Seminole, a haven for vagrants, refugees, and bandits, surrounded by monsters and dragons. Remembering Lion's origins in the Wildlands, Rude decided to travel there alone to conduct his own research. Clare, agreeing with the student's request for an independent assignment due to her mentor Thompson's illness, expressed concern and offered to take a companion. The professor's unexpected question about reconciling with Lion made the young man surprised and uncomfortable. Clare, noticing Rude's reaction, laughed and suggested they meet again before leaving tomorrow, advising him to get some rest. Since recognizing Hennis, Lion had completely ignored Donatos, creating a tense atmosphere in the Dead Dragon Guild, making all members wary of their presence. Rude realized that his words, deliberately spoken in Lion's presence, were too harsh, but he hadn't expected such a long silence. Despite his attempts to make amends, the girl had suppressed any conversation. Suddenly, a swordswoman swiftly entered the room where the protagonist was, disrupting his musings. It was obvious from her tense face that she was not at all happy to see her former comrade, which caused the hero to have mixed feelings. Realizing the impossibility of retreating, Lion quickly headed forward, ignoring Rude's attempts to strike up a conversation about her return and completing the task. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and without turning around said coldly that she wasn't ignoring him, she was just very busy, and they would talk later when she had time. There's that later thing again, he thought, realizing the depth of her resentment and realizing how badly he had erred in his actions, absent-mindedly scratching his head. The hero, gathering his wits, apologized for his past rude words. He insisted on the need to resolve the situation and urged communication for the sake of effective cooperation in battle. Recalling her promise of help, the girl, feeling uncomfortable, wrapped her arms around herself, trying to close herself off, and recognized the need to be more careful. The student, trying to ease the tension of the situation, advised her to rest and not worry, reminding her that the internship would be over soon and she needed to be patient a little longer. He wanted to say something else, but the words stuck in his throat, preventing him from expressing his true feelings. As he passed her, He lowered his gaze to the floor and said quietly, "Take care of yourself," putting deep meaning into those simple words. Stepping forward a bit, she turned around slightly and replied with barely perceptible warmth in her voice. "That's what I was going to do." Rude looked around the desolate landscape of the wildlands and mentally compared it to a volcano, wrinkling his nose at the unsightliness of the surrounding landscape. Studying the map, the boy tried to locate the hideout, frowning his eyebrows in an attempt to make sense of the intricacies of the lines and markings. Feldrua, irritated by the boy's wanderings, demanded the map, reminding him of the stone of return to the guild. The hero, irritated, waved away the spirit's advice, confident in the correctness of the chosen path. Remembering Claire's warning about disorienting sandstorms and the return stone, Rude swallowed nervously, feeling confidence leave him. The young man, covering his face from the sand, pondered the difficulty of a young child surviving in such harsh conditions, remembering the story of Lion. Suddenly, Feldrua pointed to a shelter visible ahead, causing the apprentice to jump up and interrupt his gloomy musings. Entering the small bar, the student immediately felt the heavy stares of the customers, as if piercing through him. The man in the hat looked the protagonist over from head to toe and asked hoarsely if he was a mercenary, squinting his eyes in suspicion. Rude, coughing up sand, hoarsely introduced himself as a dragon slayer, trying not to blush at the unpleasant taste in his mouth. The stranger snorted skeptically, doubting the young man's words and assuming him to be an undercover criminal. Rude, remaining calm, briefly explained about the internship, deftly parrying the question. The enraged stranger started to shout, but his comrade, who had appeared behind him, interrupted the conflict. He apologized on behalf of the Seminole Rangers, attributing their wariness to their lack of communication with the outside world and the recent unrest. Upon learning of the lad's affiliation with the Dead Dragon Guild, the ranger softened, but still warned of the danger, advising caution even with thieves. The ranger took a quick glance at his comrades and ordered them to leave, wishing Rude a good stay in Seminole. Not having time to question the departing new acquaintances, the young man turned to the bartender, who explained the caution of the locals and offered his help. Walking up to the bar, the guy ordered a coffee or water, feeling the sand crunch on his teeth at every word. In front of the hero, lightning appeared a cup with steaming coffee, the aroma of which pleasantly tickled his nostrils. Rude thought back to the fall of the kingdom of Ribble, mentally counting down the remaining months until the illusion dragon could attack Siren. Analyzing the events of his past life, he wondered at the lack of signs of the illusion dragon's awakening, tapping his fingers nervously on the rim of his cup. Rude speculated on the possibility of the dragon regaining its strength in the months since the seal had been broken. The tense hero's attention was drawn to a lively conversation between two disheveled teenagers who had noisily piled into a smoky bar and were discussing a strange forest. The boy, waving his arms, told of furious dragons fleeing from the gloomy thicket and terrible rumors of ghouls. The teenagers looked at each other and simultaneously recalled the ominous name, Forest of Darkness, instantly catching the interest of Rude, who had appeared nearby. Startled by the sudden appearance of the scowling stranger, the boys recoiled, looking him over suspiciously from head to toe, mistaking him for a potential criminal. The stubby boy took courage and stepped forward, trying to defend his friend who had mentioned the influence of the Collins family as a warning. An irritated Rude smacked the boy on the head, mocking their naive pride in belonging to a small gang, pressing for information on the whereabouts of the forest. The terrified girl ran out into the street calling for help, while the boy, sobbing, clutched his head and continued to stand still, calling for his sister. Rude, realizing his mistake, confusedly watched the crying teenager trying to calm him down, explaining that the blow was light and didn't cause serious harm. Suddenly, an angry girl appeared on the doorstep of the bar, with a sobbing girl hiding behind her, screaming that she would not allow the children to be run over and would definitely take revenge. To their mutual surprise, Rude and the stranger recognized each other. It was Lena, his old acquaintance from the academy. Exchanging exclamations of surprise, the student inquired as to Lena's reasons for being in such a dangerous place. The student explained that she was interning with the Shining Bell Guild, doing an assignment in the wildlands to broaden her horizons. The concerned lad asked about the whereabouts of Lena's mentor, knowing the dangers of being alone in these parts, to which she nonchalantly replied about their separation upon entering the wildlands. Hearing about Lena's nonchalant attitude toward her mentor's disappearance, Rude's face changed, but he decided not to pursue the subject. The hero inquired how Selkit came to be in the company of the young thieves, to which the children spoke enthusiastically of her incredible abilities and their rescue. Lena explained that she had met the children on the road while running errands for Seminel's merchants and decided to help them out of gratitude for a treat. Feldrua, touched by his daughter's kindness, called her a saint, eliciting a sarcastic chuckle from the tired Rude and a desire to change the subject. The girl suddenly shouted, pointing to the Collins family camp visible in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Lena didn't know what her comrade was looking for, but she assumed that the head of the Collins family might have information about the wildlands that interested Rude. The children, delighted by the arrival, rushed toward the camp, loudly announcing the guest's arrival. Various campers came out to the noise: an elderly woman, a one-armed guy, and a modest teenager. The boy, running up to the middle-aged man, excitedly talked about the unexpected guest, Lena's friend. That man turned out to be Eddie Collins, the head of the family, listening intently to the child's story. Eddie, surprised by the appearance of the strong warrior, invited Rude into the house, inquiring as to the purpose of his visit. The boss explained that their family, contrary to their reputation as thieves, helps the weak and only steals from real criminals. Rude interrupted the excuses, explaining that he had not come to restore order, but only to ask for directions, promising to pay for the information. Hearing that the hero was interested in the Forest of Darkness, Eddie visibly tensed, realizing the danger of the place. Despite his alarm, the boss still pointed in the direction of the ominous forest visible in the distance. Collins said it was once a normal forest but suddenly plunged into darkness a month ago. Eddie explained to a surprised Rude that the sun does not rise in the ominous Forest of Darkness because of the effects of a strange, frightening mana enveloping the area. The Collins family boss has warned of troublesome dragons and ghouls that have appeared, urging them to gather more experienced men before the risky trek into the woods. He tried to somehow talk his new friends out of their hasty decision, but no sooner had he finished speaking than right in front of him, Rude and Lena decisively jumped down. Lena gently reassured an agitated Eddie, telling him he had to get back, reminding him of his importance to the family while Rude explained the critical lack of time for the long packing. Boss Collins, resigned to their decision, warmly invited the travelers to stop by on their way back, promising to treat them to a hearty home-cooked meal. Lena happily accepted the generous invitation, and Denatosu quietly marveled at Eddie's unexpected generosity, given the many hungry mouths in his large family. The girl noted the warmth of the Collins clan's familial relations, reminding a scowling Rude of the generous payment for their escort, but she didn't know it was from the Imperial Treasury. As he approached the gloomy entrance to the forest, Rude accidentally tripped over a half-decomposed corpse lying near the border, noting the ominous atmosphere of the cursed place. Lena, after carefully examining the mutilated bodies, assumed that the dead were not dragon victims but vigilantes from nearby Seminel. Seeing her friend walking away, the energetic girl hurried after him, jokingly reminding him of her status as the eldest, which elicited a sarcastic sneer from the scowling young man. The hero, keenly aware of the illusion dragon's sinister mana, tensely pondered the broken ancient seal and the unusual, oppressive silence in the forest. Nervously noting the eerie atmosphere and the frightening lack of signs of life, Lena suddenly heard a suspicious rustling in the bushes nearby. The ghouls suddenly jumped out of the dark bushes, ready to attack the travelers who had been caught unawares. Ghouls appeared in incredible numbers, coming out of the dark thickets of the forest in an endless stream. The girl, to Rude's surprise, expressed delight, realizing the truth of the rumors and for the first time encountering ghouls she hadn't met before. The companion explained the nature of ghouls: monsters that feed on corpses and become human-like, rarely seen outside of swamp dungeons. The young man gave the artifact created from spiritual water to Lena, declaring it now her property. Surprised by the sight of the necklace, she studied the pendant while her comrade fought, advising her to use her unique resonance ability. Following the advice, the girl began to resonate with the artifact, causing magic to radiate from the stone. Instantly, an impressive sharp weapon materialized in her hand, causing her genuine admiration. Encouraged by the new weapon, Lena rushed into battle, marveling at the lightness of the new weapon, but found that Rude had already dealt with all the opponents. Disappointed at the missed opportunity to prove herself, the girl stopped and felt a sudden rush of sadness. Donatos, noticing the unusual group behavior of the ghouls, contrary to their nature, examined the bodies and made a shocking discovery. They were undead. Intrigued by the unexpected discovery, the companion watched the guy carefully, waiting for his further explanations. The girl, realizing that they had encountered the creation of a necromancer using forbidden magic to connect souls and corpses, expressed alarm at the presence of such a powerful mage. Rude realized that the eerie look that had followed them since entering the forest belonged to the sinister puppeteer. At Lenya's question about the suspect, Donatos ordered her back, heading resolutely deep into the forest. The girl, confused by the unexpected turn of events, sank into a slight sadness, not knowing how to act. Handing the student the returning stone with Siren's coordinates, Rude insisted she leave immediately, deciding to continue the journey alone. Despite Lenya's firm refusal, the hero, unwilling to listen to objections, bluntly declared her uselessness and the need to stop being stubborn. Angered by Ruda's stubbornness, the girl flatly refused to leave, and in a burst of emotion threw the return stone to the ground. Selket, not holding back her emotions, accused her comrade of seeking a lonely death, shouting out her concerns. She recalled the feelings she had experienced after last year's incident, but the guy remained unfazed, not changing his facial expression. Lenya mentioned the experiences of Balac, Hennis, and Lillian, questioning the team's preparedness and the meaning of their efforts in the event of Rude's death. Donatos, remaining serious, recalled the difficulty of confronting the bishop of the church and the current helplessness. The girl, having guessed her comrade's suspicions regarding the puppeteer, insisted on her participation because of the enemy's strength. Suddenly, one of the dead men, attracting attention, commented on their argument, comparing it to a lover's quarrel. The angry undead lunged at the boys with a threat, ready to carry out his cruel intentions. The student responded sarcastically to the attack, pulling out his sword and swinging it around as if warming up. Turning to the hidden enemy, Rude demanded that they stop hiding behind corpses and show themselves. Griselda Valentine appeared from behind the bushes, calling the lad an arrogant boy. Lenya was surprised by the appearance of the Black Star, but her friend explained that it was only a corpse controlled by the necromancer Albert Riddle. Albert, in Griselda's body, acknowledged Donatos' awareness of his identity, suggesting a leak. The necromancer spoke cynically about killing Griselda, pointing out the scars on her neck and bragging about using her body as a doll. The student contemptuously compared Albert to a parasite, questioning his superiority over the former owner of the body. Twisting his face in a sarcastic grin, Riddle expressed his satisfaction at his unexpected encounter in the Forest of Darkness. At the sight of a chance to take possession of the hero's body, Albert activated magic, directing a wave of undead at Rude. The young man called out to Lenya, but the girl stated that she was aware of their powers and wished to test the new weapon, preparing to go into battle. Rude mentally noted the benefit of Adam Migral's silence about his regression, giving him a tactical advantage. The character drew a parallel between Albert and Griselda's goals, suspecting a shared desire to unseal the Dragon of Illusion. The Dragon of Illusions still hadn't awakened, but in any case, the hero's sudden appearance seemed to disrupt someone else's plans. The young man exclaimed that in such a case he would move the whole board, and with all his might he struck the ground with a huge sharp axe. Albert, who was in Griselda's body, cried out in horror, calling Rude's act reckless and a manifestation of mental illness. He resented the lad's ignorance of the hidden dangers of the forest, protesting the reckless wrecking of everything around him. Despite Albert's angry words, Rude promptly shortened the distance, swung around and questioned at close range what she would do, calling her a bastard. The puppeteer, noticing the deadly blade at his neck, miraculously twisted, avoiding the fatal blow. Losing his balance, Albert started to fall but was immediately attacked again, this time by Lenya. Falling to the ground, Riddle mentally cursed, realizing the danger of heartbreak and the possibility of awakening an unnamed power. The puppeteer, assessing the situation, realized that she had a negligible amount of time, as it took at least half a year to realize her grand plan, looking at the students ahead of her. Rude warned Lenya about destroying Albert's current body, advising her to proceed with caution and not to miss anything like last time. The second bishop of the Dragon Church, admiring the strength of the hero who had defeated the Thunder Dragon, had a desire to seize the flesh of this boy. Realizing the danger of increasing conflict, Albert began summoning a guardian, forcing his opponents to retreat. Suddenly, the forest was illuminated by a bright glow that resembled a powerful explosion, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The stranger who appeared rebuked the hero for unfair fighting, suggesting to equalize the odds in the duel. But the lad answered nothing. He stared in bewilderment, not believing his eyes. The armed sixth heir of the heavenly sword, whose face was covered in scars, appeared before the astonished Rude. The guardian, presenting Charlotte Earville as the perfect body for his role, boastfully referred to her as the jewel of his collection. Fury swept over Rude, causing him to lash out at his opponent, demanding an explanation for the origin of the long-dead heroine's body. As he approached, the hero swung his weapon again, pressing his question about Charlotte's body. With a slight movement, The Guardian parried the attack, holding Donatos's blade with his sword. Withdrawing his sword, the opponent mockingly mentioned the presence of a heavenly spirit to the heirs of the heavenly sword. The Keeper's explanation revealed the fact that the connection between the body and the celestial spirit had been severed by the previous owner. In the heat of battle, the soul in Charlotte's body expressed a particular interest in Rude's body, especially noting the stigmata on his right arm. Accepting the challenge, Rude deliberately cut his hand slightly, allowing the blood to activate the weapon's special properties. The hero swung again, swearing, and prepared to use his newfound sword abilities. The Guardian explained the benefits of using quality bodies, mentioning the replacement of mana with demonic energy when one's own soul is lacking. The opponent boasted the ability to reproduce techniques from the body's memories, demonstrating a precise oblique strike that could interrupt the trajectory of the enemy blade with minimal movement. He smugly emphasized that, being only a doll, he was not constrained by physical limitations and was now far superior to Charlotte in life. While admiring the results of his research, the enemy didn't notice Rude's appearance behind him in a whirlwind combining the powers of the two swords. With a lightning-fast movement, the power of the swords picked up the girl and swept her up and swept her through. The student mockingly stated that the doll would never compare to a member of the sixth generation. While the Guardian and apprentice were fully absorbed in the battle, Griselda hatched her own schemes without interfering in their duel. As she approached Selkit, she noted with surprise her unexpected resilience, disagreeing with her friend's words that she was a liability. Realizing that the restraining spell was coming to an end, the girl decided to use her new weapon to its full potential. Recalling her friend's admonition that a simple swing and chop was enough, the girl activated the power of the sword without resorting to complicated magic. Despite her imperfect technique, Selkit managed to land a powerful punch that knocked her opponent backwards. Griselda mockingly commented on the absurdity of the exhausted Selkit's attack, marveling at her willingness to fight without mana. As she approached, Valentine noted the ease of victory over her opponent's weak body, advising her to wait for the hero to be rescued. Selkit, ignoring the taunts, thrust her hand forward, preparing to summon something unexpected for the enemy. The weapons used in the previous attack began to swiftly return to their mistress at her silent command. The blade behind Valentine's back suddenly stabbed into her body, piercing through with tremendous force. Albert retrieved his weapon and mockingly pitied the student, noting the strangeness of her eyes and assuming a connection to spirit magic. As he continued to speak, Riddle simultaneously healed his wound, displaying amazing regenerative abilities. Struck by Selkit's resemblance to Ellie, Albert pondered her origins, noting the lack of elven traits despite her elf father. The girl, trying to ignore the second bishop's words, mentally prepared herself for the next step by asking aloud about the source of the knowledge. Riddle revealed the connection to Selkit's mother, mentioning the exchange of knowledge of soul magic, shocking the girl. Analyzing the situation, the puppeteer came to the conclusion of Lenya's uncanny resemblance to her mother, comparing it to cloning a soul. Albert summarized his observations by calling Selkit an Ellie doll, looking at the girl stunned by this statement. A sudden change in the color of the sky interrupted their confrontation, drawing everyone's attention. Rude, preparing to strike the decisive blow, did not notice that his opponent's self-confidence was replaced by anxiety. Seeing the rip in the sky, the second bishop was horrified to realize the possible defeat of the Guardian in a parallel battle. Griselda shouted a curse and collapsed to the ground, taking the full force of the attack, realizing the inevitability of what was happening. The student admitted that he aimed only approximately in the direction indicated, not anticipating that the enemy would voluntarily take the hit. The Guardian, hearing the noise of the attack and realizing the consequences, rushed to the scene in a rage, shouting curses at the guy. He blamed the student for the failure of the plan to which he had devoted his whole life, for the triumph was only 6 months away. Albert revealed the extent of his research, mentioning centuries of work, and that it took him turning his body to ashes and splitting his soul into shards. But Rude was little moved by this. Griselda lamented that she had held back her awakening with all her might, but Rude had ruined everything by awakening that unnamed power. The hero, realizing his opponent's true intentions, roughly clarified his goal of stealing the body of a powerful dragon. The hero was reminded of Lion's cries for him to return, assuring him that she would easily defeat the Dragon of Illusion in her current weakened state, and his presence would only be a distraction. The hero continued to follow his friend, mentally objecting, defending the right to make his own choices, even if it resulted in death. Memories of walking through the forest with the purple sky and the feeling of powerful dragon mana surfaced in Rude's mind. Turning slightly to the guy walking behind her, Lion asked if he now realized what he had to do. Agreeing happily, he assumed she wanted him to cover for her, but all he heard in response was, "Do whatever you want, asshole." Comparing the past to the present, the hero noted a significant increase in the dragon's mana intensity. The hero had yet to face the illusion dragon, but by the feel of it, her strength already surpassed that of the thunder dragon he had recently fought. Realizing Lenya's mana depletion, his own fatigue, and the dual use of powerful techniques, the hero understood the danger of a direct confrontation. Approaching the seated girl, Donatos offered to retreat, realizing the inevitability of defeat in her current state. Suddenly, a guardian appeared and vehemently opposed their departure, threatening reprisals for ruining his life plans. Rude spoke harshly of the guardian, accusing him of destruction and chaos due to his dementia, which provoked an angry reaction from his opponent, who promised to kill him and feed him to the beasts as punishment. A sudden voice questioned when the forest had a change of ownership without her knowledge, and someone hugged a frightened Albert from behind, interrupting his threats. A sudden voice questioned as the forest changed ownership without her knowledge, and someone hugged the frightened guardian from the back. Lazia playfully turned to Riddle, commenting on his connection to the Church of Dragons and his thirst for immortality, and mentioned the interesting things he'd said about her while she slept. The guardian tried to turn the dragon against Rude, calling him Vanar's heir and sworn enemy. Lazia showed interest in Albert's words as he continued to incite her to kill the hero immediately, here and now. Riddle, believing he was swaying the dragon to his side, added that the hero had used up a lot of mana in battle, so it would be easy for her to deal with him. Lazia, however, hinting at the need to punish naughty children, kissed the keeper on the cheek. The kiss proved to be a distraction, followed by the instant killing of the keeper with magic. Leaving only her sword in the ground after Albert, Lazia turned her attention to the remaining opponents. Turning to the protagonist, the dragon inquired about his name, preparing for the next stage of the confrontation. Guy, analyzing his opponent's actions, her breathing, noting Lazia's unusual behavior, drastically different from his memories. The hero assumed that the real Lazia was in front of him, not an Albert-controlled version from a past life. Realizing the dragon's lack of overt hostility, Donatos decided to take advantage of the situation while his companion remained hidden. Mentally deciding to play along with Lazia, the young man introduced himself, answering her question. She praised the hero's name, comparing him to Vanar and noting his soul. Having survived hundreds of adventures, a bit complicated but pure, and aroused her interest. The dragon invited the young man to share delightful memories and directed her hair towards him to read the information. The hero didn't like that, so he sharply ruffled his hair with his sword, stating that they barely knew each other and shouldn't be overreacting. The dragon, surprised by Rude's rudeness, playfully promised not to kill him, trying to lower the tension. Lazia added that if she wanted to, she would have already finished off the young girl hiding nearby, and pointed a finger at the hiding Lenya. She emphasized her peacefulness, explaining that she wasn't touching her for that very reason, having noticed the invisible girl's intense anxiety. The protagonist replied that he preferred not to trust a word of the dragon, the source of all calamities. Lazia explained her role in ruling humanity, emphasizing the difference from other dragons. She loves humans and does not wish to hurt their bodies. The dragon expressed her wish that everyone would have a happy dream according to their plan and forever float in an endless ocean of dreams. As she drew closer, she began to caress Rude's face, playfully suggesting that he share this sweet dream with her, assuring him that it would make them both happy. The student rudely rejected the offer, saying that everyone would be better off when the dragon died. Keeping her outer calm, the Dragon of Illusion warned the student against rash challenges. She noted that there was no need to always reach a population threshold, and she did not wish to take too many lives right now, then raised her hand in the air. Lazia gave the hero a head start of 2 months, removing the stealth spell from his girlfriend in one move and advising him to take his loved ones and run as far away as possible. Warned of the destruction of the nearest town to the forest, the student behind her was even more horrified, realizing that the children she had befriended were doomed to perish. The boy, whose patience was breaking, accused Lazia of pretending and tried unsuccessfully to strike with his sword before reaching the dragon. Lazia assumed the student was too young to appreciate her generosity, while Lenya behind her began to slowly stand up, realizing the need to act. The dragon confessed that he did not wish to die, and since he was awake, he must do his job, suggesting that the hero put down his sword, or else he would have to say goodnight as well. Selket gathered her strength and began her father's magical summoning, extending her arm forward. Feldrua warned the boy of his intention to unite with his daughter's soul, holding out his hand to her. Rude didn't mind, for he realized it was their only chance. The student staying behind the dragon activated a powerful soul resonance spell. With synchronized action, Rude was able to grab Selket's arm, pulling her towards him. Lazia, remaining calm, told the heroes to run as far away as possible without trying to stop them. Activating the return stone, the group instantly teleported back to the guild building. Claire entered the room, inquiring about the patient's condition. The doctor reported that the magical poison was spreading but not life-threatening. The doctor predicted regaining consciousness in a couple days, noting the need to restore mana pathways. Claire remembered that Lena was affiliated with the Bells of Radiance and needed to contact her guild leader. Then, with a heavy sigh, she began to blame herself for the unwiseness of sending the boy off alone. Suddenly, a fairy entered the room and said that Rude was waiting for Claire in her office, which surprised the professor, who realized that she had lost track of time. The elfess happily volunteered to take care of Lena, asking that it be granted to her. The professor, proud of her assistant, entrusted her with the care of the patient, asking her to report the girl's awakening. Left alone, the fairy gently hugged the lying Lena, showing care and affection. Claire, surprised by Rude's account of the illusion dragon's awakening, clarified the details of Seminel's impending destruction. The professor, knowing the student's character, believed his words, realizing the seriousness of the situation from their injuries. However, she bitterly recognized that even if the whole continent was told what had happened, no country would take action, sensing its own powerlessness. Mason explained the status of the wildlands in Seminel, noting the city's non-recognition by some countries and the prohibition of trade with it. Moreover, she mentioned the tense relationship between Rival and Seminole, emphasizing the official belonging of the wildlands to the kingdom. The hero, ignoring the political complexities, reported the support of the crown prince and the teachers, suggesting to gather an elite squad than sacrificing a lot of ordinary soldiers. Rude noted the less aggressive nature of the illusion dragon using psychic spells compared to Karma. But it remained to be seen what would happen if her plans to destroy the city were thwarted. The student emphasized the importance of neutralizing Albert Riddle, assuming his survival and possible actions. Guy described the danger of a guardian created from the sixth heir, able to regenerate from imprisoned souls and possessing the ability to summon large numbers of undead. Claire admitted that she wanted to ask the young man about the details of the battle with the member of the Church of Dragons, but refrained from asking as promised. The professor recalled her promise to believe every word Donato said, reaffirming her trust in her student. However, she still clarified Rude's certainty about the nature of the illusion dragon and the timing of the attack, exercising caution. The hero confirmed the absolute certainty, emphasizing that dragons do not lie, considering lying to be the lot of the weak. Claire offered to go to Seminel with the heavenly sword immediately, fearing the Ribble Palace's reaction to the news. Showing concern, Mason inquired about Rude's condition, suggesting a delay in departure, but the young man assured her he was in good health. The hero noted in passing that the situation was developing faster than anticipated, hinting at the urgency of the mission. A little girl, wrapped in warm clothes, was hiding from her mother behind a snowdrift, when suddenly, her mother found her, addressing her with the affectionate word, "sweetheart." She exclaimed happily that her mom had found her and now it was her turn to hide. Mother gently declined to continue the game, citing the approaching dusk and the need to return, for they had better not wander here. The child, not wanting to end the game, promised to hide very far away next time to surprise her mother. Suddenly, the girl's attention is drawn to the floating particles of magic, making her curious and eager to touch them. Her mother anxiously began to call out to Lena, trying to stop her from coming into contact with the mysterious particles. But she didn't listen. Selket, immersed in her memories, realized the blurriness of her childhood images as she tried to recall the details of what had happened. Remembering her puppeteer's words about her being an Ellie Selket doll, the girl woke up and jumped up sharply from the bed. Trying to address her father's question, the girl suddenly experienced a severe headache interrupting her thoughts. The fairy, noticing Lena sitting on the bed holding her head, anxiously called out to her friend. Renee, quickening her step, ran up to the girl, excitedly inquiring about her well-being. Predicting Selket's question, the fairy reported being in the Dead Dragon's Guild, a 3-day coma, and the priest's instructions. The student hesitantly agreed with the recommendations, clearly having mixed feelings. Renee shared her surprise at her friend's grave condition, mentioning Rude's departure without a goodbye. The elfess spoke of the preparations for the battle in Seminole, expressing her displeasure at Donatos's lack of rest. Lena, realizing the situation, bitterly thought of herself as a burden to those around her. Selket, surprised to see Lion enter the room, but she explained that she had come for a short visit before leaving and reminded her that the doctors recommended that she stay down for the time being. The swordswoman set a huge box on the floor and explained that these were things from Balac and Hennis for a speedy recovery. Lion, pointing her finger at Renee standing nearby and shouting indignantly, told Lena to stay here with that food thief, adding that they had already contacted her guild leader. The student turned to the departing Clare and asked her to convey her apologies to Rude upon her arrival in Seminole. An indignant Lion began to yell that she wasn't some messenger to them, not wanting to socialize with her comrade unnecessarily. The swordswoman replied sharply that Selkit could apologize in person upon Donato's return, then ran out of the chamber. Left alone with her friend, Renee gently approached her patient, saying she had a cool idea of what they should do. The fairy suggested lunch, emphasizing the importance of nutrition for recovery. In turn, Lena agreed and even volunteered to help, but in response, she heard a firm, "Just rest." Leaving the mansion, Lion stopped in the courtyard and, turning to the guard, said she was entrusting his protection to them. The guard, bowing respectfully, realized the strangeness of many guild members leaving at the same time, assuming that something serious had happened. The unexpected appearance of the late second guard surprised the first, disrupting the usual shift order. He explained the delay with important matters, trying to act plausible, for he was not really a guard.